Su Muqing, let us divorce. In this lifetime, I wish never to see you again. Gu Yan's cold words pierced Su Muqing's heart like a sharp blade. She has been reborn, back to the day he proposed the divorce. In her previous life, she was bewitched, betraying the profound affection of her childhood sweetheart, Gu Yan, only to realize the excruciating pain of loss after he was gone. Yet, Gu Yan has also been reborn. Bearing the deep scars of betrayal and abandonment inflicted by her, he yearns to distance himself from the woman who once shattered his heart, seeking solace in solitude. No, Gu Yan, I was wrong. I love you. Please, grant me another chance, will you? She fell to her knees, tears streaming down like a torrential rain. The once proud and headstrong childhood companion has now transformed into a lovesick little wife, indulging in coaxing, adorableness, and persistent entreaties, even resorting to rekindling childhood memories to thaw his frozen heart. He retreats step by step, while she remains unwavering, as she utilizes her foresight from rebirth to preemptively resolve the misunderstandings and temptations of their past life. As she exhausts her tenderness to recapture the innocence of their childhood bond. It is only when she shields him from all storms that Gu Yan realizes this woman has indeed changed. But can the pains of their past life truly be easily erased? He gazed at her, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and the scar in his heart ached faintly. He wondered if he could ever fall in love with his first love once more. Chapter 1. Let us divorce. Let us divorce. The voice was icy, devoid of warmth, akin to a blade tempered in frost, piercing Su Muqing's eardrum with precision, reaching her heart. It hurt, a pain so sharp it caused her to convulse violently. Su Muqing's eyelashes trembled intensely as she struggled to open her eyes, revealing a familiar yet strange ceiling, along with the man standing beside the bed, looking down at her. Gu Yan. He was clad in a well-tailored black suit, his shirt buttoned meticulously to the top, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, and the eyes behind the lenses, once the gentlest sea of stars she had ever seen, now only reflected a desolate abyss. Divorce. Those two words detonated in her chaotic thoughts like a curse. No, had they not already divorced long ago? In her previous life, it was on this very day that he had coldly tossed aside the divorce agreement. And she, for the sake of her ridiculous pride and that man who did not love her, had signed without hesitation, believing it to be liberation, the dawn of a new life. But what followed? What followed was endless regret and a descent into hell. The love she believed in was merely a meticulously orchestrated deception. The return of the white moonlight was not to rekindle the past, but to drain the last vestiges of value from the Su family. With her family shattered and friends turned away, she became a laughingstock, kicked to the curb by that man, left to wander the streets like a filthy, stray dog. And Gu Yan, the man she had pushed away with her own hands, unbeknownst to her, had shielded her from countless arrows, quietly cleaning up the mess she had created. Until the final moment of her life, on that cold, rainy night, huddled beneath a bridge, burning with fever and drifting in and out of consciousness. She saw him. She saw the man who was always so meticulous, whose cleanliness bordered on obsession, dash into the rain like a madman, disregarding the mud, and embrace her tightly, despite her unrecognizable, filthy form. His body trembled, shaking more violently than her near-death state. It was the first time she witnessed him cry. That man, unfazed by any commercial crisis, wept like a child abandoned by the entire world. He called her name repeatedly, his voice filled with despair and pain, as if it could tear his very soul apart. Muqing, Su Muqing, look at me. I was wrong. I should not have let go. Please come back. It turned out he loved her so much. He was willing to forsake his own life, but it was all too late. Her life had already reached its end, and she lacked the strength even to lift her hand to touch his face. In the final second before consciousness faded, her only thought was if only she could start over, how wonderful it would be. She would surely, absolutely not let go of his hand again. Su Muqing, do you hear me? Gu Yan's voice rang out again, laced with impatience and fatigue, pulling her from that suffocating memory. He thought she was daydreaming again, or plotting some new trick. Su Muqing's gaze slowly focused on his handsome, yet cold visage. This was not a dream. None of this was a dream. She had truly returned to the very place where all the tragedies began. Splash. Gu Yan. Her voice was hoarse and rasping, akin to a weathered bellows, releasing a metallic tang of blood as she spoke. In the next instant, she flung aside the covers, scarcely taking the time to don her shoes, and leapt barefooted from the bed with a thud. Su Muqing knelt heavily before him, the unforgiving wooden floor biting painfully into her knees. Yet, this minor ache paled in comparison to the agony that gnawed at her heart, akin to 1,000 ants devouring her from within. She lifted her tear-streaked face, a picture of disarray, and clutched tightly at the hem of his impeccably tailored trousers, as though grasping the last lifeline. Gu Yan, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I don't want a divorce. Can we not divorce? It was always my fault. I was bewitched. I was a fool. Please, grant me one more chance. I implore you. Just one more opportunity, she cried, breathless and desperate, as the unspoken regrets of her past life and the deepest affections buried within her heart coalesced into the most humble of pleas. She desired nothing more. She relinquished her foolish pride and the illusion of love. All she yearned for was him. Mr. Guyen. Guyen was momentarily taken aback by her sudden display, his brow instinctively furrowing. He lowered his gaze to the woman on the floor, weeping as if on the verge of fainting. Today she seemed somewhat different. In the past, when she acted out, her eyes were always filled with calculation and entitlement. Yet now, her swollen, tear-filled eyes brimmed with something he could not comprehend. It was a profound sorrow that clung to her like a heavy fog, an ingrained remorse, and a desperate love that inexplicably constricted his heart. But it was merely a fleeting moment of bewilderment. He was exhausted. The past 3 years of marriage had sapped him of all enthusiasm and hope. Each concession he made was met with her escalating cruelty. Every act of tolerance had been taken as a given by her. His heart had long since become a patchwork of wounds, now reduced to a cold, lifeless ash. He had already offered too many chances. Su Muqing. Guyen spoke slowly, his voice devoid of any tremor, only resonating with profound fatigue. Stop this. He extended his hand, intending to remove her grip from his pant leg. His fingertips were icy, brushing against her feverishly warm skin, causing both to flinch as if burned. I am not causing a scene, Su Muqing cried, tightening her hold, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Guyen, believe me, everything I say is true. I love you. I have always loved you. I was just too foolish to realize it before. Enough. Guyen raised his voice sharply, a flicker of disdain finally breaking through the calm behind his glasses. Here we go again. This familiar ruse. Whenever he resolved to leave, she would resort to such tactics to keep him, displaying vulnerability, shedding tears, professing her love. Yet, once he softened, turned his back, she would stab him in his most tender spot. He would not be deceived again. Not once more. This is pointless. He exerted all his strength to pry her fingers loose, as if he were breaking not just her grip, but the last tenuous thread connecting them. Su Muqing's fingers throbbed painfully, yet the ache in her heart was 1,000-fold stronger. She gazed into his eyes, which revealed unmasked disdain, a disdain that poured over her like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope she had just ignited. He did not trust her. Indeed, the version of himself from his past life had been so reckless, inflicting so much harm upon him. How could he possibly trust her now? Despair washed over her like a tide, pulling her under once more. Guyen withdrew his leg, stepping back as though she were a contagious virus to be avoided. He straightened the creases in his trousers where she had grasped them, resuming his aloof demeanor. There's a divorce agreement on the table, and I have already signed it. Regarding the assets, the villa in the west of the city and the car under your name are yours. Additionally, I will provide you with a compensation of 50 million. His tone was as if discussing a transaction unrelated to himself, calm and merciless. Su Muqing knelt there, her body chilled, forgetting to cry, merely staring blankly at him. She watched as he turned, walking towards the door without a hint of regret. 1 step, 2 steps. Each footfall felt like a crushing blow to her heart, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Don't go, please. She silently screamed within, her throat constricted, unable to produce a single sound, until his hand grasped the cold door handle. 9 o'clock. He halted, not looking back, leaving her with nothing but a resolute silhouette. I'll be waiting at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The door clicked open and then shut. The world fell into silence. Only Su Muqing remained, surrounded by the pervasive chill. She maintained her kneeling position for a long while before slowly bowing her head to gaze at her empty hands. On them, it seemed, lingered the faint sensation of his trouser fabric and the coldness of his fingertips. But he had already departed. This time, just like in her past life, he had left. The gaping, bloody hole in her heart began to fill with the icy wind once more. The pain curled her into a ball, making each breath feel like a luxury. Rebirth granted her a second chance, yet it offered no reason to keep him. Chapter 2, He Has Returned. A chilling silence. A silence so profound it could freeze a person's very bones. Su Muqing was oblivious to how long she had been kneeling, her knees long since numb and devoid of sensation. It was not until a faint glimmer of morning light filtered through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing on the floor, that she stirred, resembling a rusted puppet, moving with sluggishness. She slowly leveraged herself off the floor, her legs quaking from the prolonged kneeling, each step akin to treading on the sharpest of blades. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on it. 9 o'clock. The Civil Affairs Bureau. He was still waiting for her. No, he was not awaiting her, but rather that divorce certificate that could sever their ties irrevocably. In her past life, she had wagered everything, adorned herself in finery, and strutted into the Civil Affairs Bureau like a proud peacock, confidently signing her name, believing she would then be free as the skies and seas. How foolish she had been. In this lifetime, she would never again affix her signature to that document. Stumbling into the cloakroom, Su Muqing caught sight of her pale, haggard visage in the mirror. Her eyes were swollen like two overripe peaches. Her lips cracked and devoid of color. This ghastly appearance was so distasteful, even she could not bear it. With no inclination to beautify herself, she hastily pulled out the most ordinary long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans from her wardrobe, neglecting to wash her face, hastily combing through her tangled hair before dashing toward the entrance. The divorce agreement lay quietly on the table, the bold signatures of Gu Yan glaring back at her, piercing her eyes with their intensity. Her gaze flitted over the document, landing on a nearby drawer. She yanked it open and retrieved 2 red booklets. The marriage certificate. She clutched those booklets tightly, as if they were her very heart, and fled the villa without a backward glance. The brisk morning air struck her face, clearing her muddled mind somewhat. Standing by the roadside, she belatedly realized she was penniless, having left her phone behind. Just then, a taxi passed by, and without a moment's thought, Su Muqing raised her hand to hail it. "Driver, to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Please hurry." The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, assessing her disheveled state, and kindly inquired, "Miss, have you thought this through? It's awfully early. You're not going to get a divorce, are you?" Su Muqing paused, then forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "No, I'm going to reclaim someone." The driver remarked, "The youth of today sure play hard." The cab sped along, arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau precisely at 8:50. Only when she began to pay did she remember her predicament, awkwardly telling the driver, "Sir, I forgot my money. Please wait a moment while I get it for my husband." She practically leapt from the vehicle. In an instant, her eyes fell upon the figure waiting at the steps. Gu Yan was not dressed in a suit today. Instead, he wore a simple black trench coat that accentuated his tall, elegant stature. He was gazing down, seemingly engrossed in his phone, the morning light casting a soft golden hue upon him, rendering him almost ethereal in his aloofness. Young women passing by stole glances at him, their cheeks flushed. This man, at any time and in any place, was the most radiant presence in the crowd, and he was hers. Su Muqing inhaled deeply, suppressing the bitterness in her chest, and hastened toward him. "Gu Yan." Upon hearing her voice, Gu Yan lifted his gaze. When his eyes met hers, a flicker of surprise crossed his deep, unfathomable eyes, a reaction he himself did not comprehend. He had expected her to appear as she did in her past life, meticulously adorned, wearing her pride as a mask to conceal her despair. But she did not. She looked utterly wretched, like a drenched stray cat, disheveled, yet emanating a defiant sense of desperation. "You're late." Gu Yan averted his gaze, his voice regaining its customary iciness. "Did you bring the household registration book?" "I did." Su Muqing raised the 2 red booklets she held, shaking them before him. Gu Yan frowned. "I asked you to bring the household registration book." "I know." Su Muqing met his eyes directly, enunciating each word, "But I believe we need this more." Gu Yan's patience was wearing thin. He had no desire to engage in any further verbal sparring. Extending his hand, he said, "You've reviewed the agreement. If there are no issues, let us go inside and sign." However, Su Muqing ignored his outstretched hand, taking a step closer instead. The distance between them diminished instantly, and she could even catch the crisp cedar scent that was uniquely his. This fragrance had once been her nightly balm for slumber. "Gu Yan." Her voice was soft yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. "I will not divorce you." Gu Yan appeared to hear the most ludicrous of jokes, the corners of his lips twisting into a sardonic smile. "Su Muqing, do you find it amusing to play the same trick twice?" "It is not a trick." "What then?" "The charade of self-pity has concluded, and now you wish to perform a heart-wrenching tale of undying affection?" His voice turned icy, each word resembling a dagger. "Your script, Miss Su, is indeed a kaleidoscope of theatrics." Su Muqing felt the sting of his derision pierce her heart, causing it to bleed profusely. She understood his disbelief. Had she been in his shoes, she would not have believed it either. Yet, some circumstances had irrevocably changed. Looking at him, she suddenly posed an unrelated question. Guyan, do you hate me? The mockery froze on Guyan's face. He regarded her, and in her swollen eyes, the usual calculations and facades faded, leaving only a clarity that seemed to reflect the depths of his soul. Hate. The word felt too trivial. He felt more than just hate. He despised her for calling out another man's name on their wedding night while intoxicated. He loathed how she had taken all his concessions and affection as her entitlement to squander. He abhorred how she had repeatedly pushed him away for that man, trampling on his genuine feelings. And more so, he detested that cold, rainy night when he held her gradually cooling body, powerless to do anything. He loathed his own impotence, his own relinquishment. That hatred had seeped into his bones, etched into his soul, gnawing at him day and night, robbing him of peace. Does it matter? Guyan turned his gaze away, his voice hoarse. It matters. Su Muqing fixed her gaze on him. It is of utmost importance to me. Guyan fell silent. Just as Su Muqing believed he would not respond, he suddenly laughed. That smile was devoid of warmth, infused instead with a chilling desolation that sent shivers down her spine. Su Muqing, when you stole the deed to the Su family ancestral home to use as collateral for Lu Xiao, did you ever consider that it would lead to this day? Boom! Something exploded in Su Muqing's mind, leaving her dizzy and sending a jolt of icy electricity coursing through her limbs. Su Muqing. That nickname was reserved only for those closest to her. Guyan had once called her that, his tone laced with tender affection. But since their marriage, he had never uttered it again. And Lu Xiao, the man she had once adored to madness, only to have him ultimately push her into the depths of despair. The act of stealing the deed had occurred after their divorce in her past life. It was the catalyst for the downfall of the Su family. In this lifetime, that incident had yet to transpire. How could he possibly know? A thought so absurd that it left her trembling surged through her mind. She widened her eyes, staring incredulously at the man before her, her lips trembling, yet not a single word could escape her mouth. Guyan observed her pallid complexion, the hatred in his eyes no longer concealed, surging forth like a flood that had broken its dam. What? Are you surprised? He advanced step by step, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating Su Muqing. Are you astonished that I know about the good deeds you've committed? His voice, though soft, pierced her heart with each word. Are you taken aback that I am aware you used my money to fill the void in your beloved's company? Or are you surprised that I know you severed ties with your parents for him, only to be discarded like trash in the end? Su Muqing, did you think everyone is as foolish as you, easily deceived by your clumsy theatrics time and again? No, it is not so. Su Muqing's body wavered, nearly losing her balance. It turned out she was not the only one who returned. He too had come back, carrying the memories of their past life. This realization was even more despairing than Guyan's earlier declaration of divorce. No wonder the exhaustion and disdain in his eyes yesterday ran so deep. It was not merely due to their 3-year marriage, but a lifetime of indelible wounds and betrayals. He remembered everything. He recalled all her misdeeds, all her harm, and he remembered the pitiful sight of her dying that rainy night. Thus, a broken sound escaped Su Muqing's throat, tears spilling uncontrollably once more. So, you do not wish to divorce me. You wish to sever our entanglement that has persisted through 2 lifetimes? What else? Guyan scoffed, his gaze behind the lenses of void of chilling desolation. Su Muqing, what do you expect of me? To seek vengeance for you after your death, as I did in the past, and then spend my life guarding your gravestone? Dream on. The final 3 words were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. The boundless hatred contained within them struck Su Muqing like an invisible blade, leaving her utterly ravaged. She finally understood why he was so resolute. If she were in his shoes, having endured everything he had, she would likely harbor even greater hatred and a stronger desire to escape. To reclaim him? No. This was not a difficult mode. It was a hellish mode. Despair surged around her like icy seawater, intent on drowning her completely. However, as she gazed into the depths of his profound pain, her heart clenched fiercely. The extent of his hatred signified the depth of his past love. In their previous life, she had crushed that love with her own hands. In this life, Even if it cost her life, she was determined to piece it back together, fragment by fragment. At the end of despair, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within her. She hastily wiped the tears from her face, her reddened eyes radiating a newfound brilliance. Guyan, you are right. She raised her head to meet his cold gaze. The Su Muqing of the past was a complete scoundrel. She was foolish, blind, and unworthy of your love. She died that rainy night, and it was her just retribution. But she pivoted her tone, her voice resounding with conviction. The person standing before you now is not her. It is a completely new Su Muqing, one who only desires to love you. Therefore, I will not divorce. In this life, the next, and the one after that, you shall never be able to rid yourself of me. Chapter 3. I will not divorce. The wind at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau seemed to still in response to her declaration. Guyan's expression shifted from icy mockery to astonishment, then to a kind of absurdity, as if he were staring at a madwoman. He had witnessed Su Muqing throw tantrums, seen her weep and feign affection, but he had never encountered her in this brazenly defiant manner. What did she mean by saying the Su Muqing of the past was dead? What did she mean by a completely new Su Muqing? Did she think this was a marketplace where one could simply exchange for something fresh when the old was no longer desirable? Su Muqing, have you lost your mind? Guyan's voice was laced with suppressed fury and an irritation he himself was unaware of. This woman had an uncanny ability to disrupt the calm he had painstakingly established. I am perfectly lucid. Su Muqing lifted her chin, her swollen eyes ablaze with fiery determination. Guyan, let us reason. Since we have both been reborn, it implies that everything from our past lives has been reset. You cannot hold me accountable for the debts of our past. That is unjust. Guyan found her twisted logic laughable. Unjust? You dare speak to me of fairness? He stepped closer, his towering figure casting a shadow over her entirely. Did you consider fairness when you used the Su family's money, my money, to support that kept man? Did you contemplate fairness when you abandoned me alone at the restaurant on our wedding anniversary, leaving me to wait for you through the night? Did you consider fairness when you died beneath that bridge? The last sentence he nearly bellowed, the long-buried scar in his chest torn open, exposing the raw, seeping pain within. That rain seemed to pour once more, chilling him to the bone, drenching his memories from both lifetimes. Su Muqing's heart was gripped tightly by his roar, the pain rendering her nearly breathless. She understood now. This was the deepest anguish within him. It was not her betrayal, nor her harm, but her death. She reached out, yearning to touch his tightly clenched fist, but he violently swatted her hand away. Do not touch me. His voice was rife with vehement rejection and disgust. Su Muqing's hand froze in midair, her fingertips icy. Gradually, she withdrew her hand, yet the flame in her eyes blazed even brighter. Fine, I will not touch you. She inhaled deeply, as if making a monumental decision. I acknowledge the past debts. You can strike or scold me. I will endure it all. However, divorce is out of the question. With that, she tore the divorce agreement he had signed in front of him, ripping it in half, then into quarters, and finally into a multitude of irreparable fragments. She released her grip, allowing the white scraps to flutter around them like a desperate snowfall. Guyan, I have said it. In this life, you shall never be able to rid yourself of me. After completing her act, she turned and walked away, her posture erect as a warrior heading into battle. Yet, after just a few steps, she returned, extending her hand towards Guyan, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Could you lend me 200 yuan for the taxi fare? Guyan. He felt his blood pressure surge. This woman had just boldly declared her refusal to divorce. And the next moment, she could ask him for money without batting an eyelash. What was her skin made of? Ultimately, Guyan withdrew 200 yuan for his wallet, nearly thrusting it into her palm. Thank you, boss. Su Muqing's face lit up instantly, clutching the money as she dashed towards the taxi driver, who was nearly asleep by the roadside, her demeanor as sprightly as a cat that had just stolen a fish. Guyan stood rooted to the spot, watching her retreating figure, then glanced down at the scattered remnants of paper on the ground, his temples throbbing. He had returned to this life not to become enmeshed with this woman once more. He merely wished to rid himself of her as swiftly as possible. And then what then? He suddenly realized that aside from divorce, He could hardly conceive of a second course of action. In his past life, his existence had been consumed by vengeance and longing. In this lifetime, his enemies had yet to commit their misdeeds, while the person he yearned for was playfully defiant right before him. A profound sense of powerlessness, mingled with an indescribable irritation, enveloped him. He opened the car door, took a seat, and irritably tugged at his collar. His phone rang. It was his assistant, Zhang Ming. "Mr. Gu, regarding the board meeting at 9:30 this morning." "You. Postpone it," Gu Yin coldly interrupted, igniting the engine. At this moment, he craved solitude. Meanwhile, Su Muqing sat in a taxi. Her mood far from the facade of ease she projected. Torn up the agreement had offered a fleeting exhilaration. Yet she was acutely aware that this was merely the first step of a long journey. Gu Yan's hatred and rejection of her were ingrained in his very being. To win back his acceptance would be a Herculean task. She needed a strategy. Closing her eyes, she forced herself to regain her composure and began to sift through the memories of her past life, searching for the pivotal moments that could alter her fate. First on her agenda was Lu Xiao. In her previous life, it was during this very week that Lu Xiao returned to the country as a distinguished overseas returnee and initiated contact with her. Foolishly exhilarated, she had eagerly accepted his invitation, unwittingly stepping into the meticulously woven trap he had laid. This time, she must not allow herself to be entangled with him in any way. Moreover, she would ensure that he paid for his past transgressions. Next, there was the Su family company. In her previous life, her father's company had fallen victim to Lu Xiao's schemes, leading to a severance of the financial chain and ultimately resulting in a shameful low-price acquisition by him. The blow had been too much for her father, who succumbed to a heart attack, while her mother fell gravely ill as a consequence. She recalled that fateful project was set to launch at the beginning of the next month. She still had time. She needed to find a way to warn her father to avoid this disastrous pitfall. Lastly, and most crucially, was Gu Yan. How could she persuade him to believe in her? Mere declarations of love were patently insufficient. In her past life, she had uttered those words too many times, rendering them empty as the boy who cried wolf. Action was imperative. She needed to warm his heart, which had long been encased in ice, with consistent gestures of affection. Upon returning to the villa area, Su Muqing paid the taxi fare, pocketing the change. As she gazed at the familiar house before her, a tumult of emotions swirled within her. This place had once been her most despised prison. Now, it was a stronghold she was determined to protect. Lacking a key, she resorted to ringing the doorbell. After what felt like an eternity, the door finally creaked open, revealing Aunt Wong, the housekeeper. A flicker of surprise and awkwardness crossed Aunt Wong's face. "Madam, you're back?" Su Muqing understood the source of her astonishment. At this time in her past life, she had already moved out. "Yes, Aunt Wong, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat at home?" She forced a smile as she stepped inside. The living room was deserted, and the pile of paper scraps had been tidied away as if nothing had ever transpired. Aunt Wong prepared a bowl of noodles for her. Su Muqing was genuinely famished. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything since yesterday. Holding the bowl, she devoured her meal with abandon, shedding the airs of the once proud Miss Su. Aunt Wong observed her, hesitant to speak. "Aunt Wong, if you have something to say, please do," Su Muqing said without looking up. After a moment's hesitation, Aunt Wong quietly remarked, "Madam." When the Sir returned this morning, he was in a rather foul mood and locked himself in the study, skipping lunch. Su Muqing paused mid-bite. She set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. "I see." Rising, she ascended the stairs. The study door was firmly shut. She lifted her hand to knock, but paused midair. If she approached now, he would undoubtedly not wish to see her. After a moment's contemplation, she turned and made her way to the kitchen. Half an hour later, Su Muqing returned to the study door, a tray in hand. This time, she did not hesitate. She rapped on the door. "Go away," came Gu Yan's icy voice from within. "It's me," Su Muqing replied. "I brought you something to eat. You haven't eaten since morning. Your stomach won't feel good." There was no response. "Gu Yan, I know you don't want to see me. Just open the door, and I'll leave the food inside. I promise. I won't bother you." She softened her tone. Silence persisted. Taking a deep breath, she began to play the stubborn card. "If you don't open the door, I'll keep knocking until you do. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, 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 knock." She truly began to knock, not too lightly nor too heavily, but with a rhythmic insistence, like a tireless woodpecker. Finally, under her relentless persistence, the door was flung open. Gu Yin stood there, his expression dark as thunder, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Muqing, what on earth do you want? I brought you food, she replied innocently, raising the tray in her hands. The tray held a bowl of something dark and unrecognizable, accompanied by a glass of milk. Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the bowl of dubious contents, his lips twitching. What is this? It's red sugar ginger tea with boiled eggs, made by me, Su Muqing declared with a hopeful smile. I remember that your grandmother used to make this for you when your stomach was acting up. I specifically learned it from Aunt Wang. Gu Yan's expression froze. His grandmother, the beloved matriarch who had passed away many years ago, had indeed nurtured him through his stomach troubles with countless bowls of ginger tea. This was a detail he had nearly forgotten. How could Su Muqing possibly know? In her previous life, she and T even cared about his stomach, let alone remembered the names of his relatives. Seeing the dazed look on his face, Su Muqing felt a surge of hope. This could work. Seizing the moment, she thrust the tray into his arms. While it may not look appetizing, I assure you the taste is decent. Drink it while it's hot, and I promise I'll vanish afterward. Gu Yin instinctively caught the tray, the warmth from the bowl radiating against his fingers, causing them to curl involuntarily. He stared at the two cracked, misshapen eggs floating in the dark, herbal concoction, his brow furrowing in skepticism. Is this meant for consumption? Of course. It's made with love. Su Muqing beamed. Mr. Gu, just give it a try. With that, she truly turned to leave, doing so without hesitation. Gu Yin stood rooted, watching her retreating figure vanish at the stairwell, his expression a tangled web of emotions. He glanced down at the bowl of what could only be described as a noxious brew, and inexplicably, he did not discard it. Returning to the study, he shut the door behind him. After a lengthy moment of indecision, he finally picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of the soup. It was excessively sweet, cloyingly so, with a sharp ginger bite. Truly, it was horrid. He took another bite of the egg, which was as hard as a rock. Frowning, he nonetheless persevered, consuming every last drop of the utterly revolting concoction, even finishing the broth. Chapter 4. Lu Xiao. Early the next morning, Su Muqing rose at the crack of dawn. She was set to implement the second step of her plan to win back Gu Yan's heart, a heartfelt breakfast. Although yesterday's debut of the ginger tea had been nothing short of a disaster, she firmly believed that as long as her resolve remained steadfast, solutions would invariably outnumber the challenges. She had been bustling around the kitchen for half the day, and the result was that it looked as if it had been ransacked. In her hands, she held a plate containing merely 2 slices of charred toast and a fried egg that resembled an abstract work of art. Never mind. What mattered was the thought behind it. Su Muqing consoled herself. When Gu Yin descended the stairs, he was greeted by this sight. Su Muqing, clad in a pink cartoon-themed pajama set, her hair in a chaotic bun, a smudge of black ash on her face, gazing at him with eager anticipation while brandishing her culinary creation. Good morning, darling. She beamed, her smile radiant. The term darling made Gu Yin momentarily halt, his brows instinctively knitting together. He could hardly recall the last time she had addressed him so affectionately. During their 3 years of marriage, she either called him by his full name, Gu Yin, or referred to him mockingly as President Gu. His gaze fell upon the plate she held, his disdain unmasked. Take it away, he coldly uttered, circumventing her and making his way to the dining room. A sumptuous breakfast had already been prepared by Aunt Wang, a delightful blend of Eastern and Western dishes. No, wait, I made this especially for you. Su Muqing refused to give up, following him and thrusting the plate towards him. Look at this fried egg. Doesn't it resemble a heart that loves you? Gu Yin glanced at the charred, uneven mass with its burnt edges, and, with an unchanging expression, asked, Is your heart supposed to look like this? Su Muqing fell silent. We can't discuss this today. Gu Yin chose to ignore her, taking a seat and picking up a financial newspaper to read. Undeterred, Su Muqing placed her heart-shaped breakfast beside him and served herself a bowl of congee. Sitting across from him, sipping her porridge while unabashedly staring at him. Her gaze was fervent and direct, making it difficult for Gu Yin to ignore. His movements as he turned the pages of the newspaper grew increasingly agitated. Have you finished looking? He finally snapped, lifting his gaze from the paper to regard her coldly. Not yet, Su Muqing replied defiantly. My husband is so handsome. Is it wrong to admire him a little more? It's perfectly legitimate. Gu Yin realized that the reborn Su Muqing not only had a thicker skin, but had also honed her skills in relentless persistence. He resolved to ignore her, hastening his breakfast. Once finished, he stood, preparing to head to the office. I'll drive you. Su Muqing immediately set down her bowl and followed him. Not necessary. Gu Yin quickened his pace. Yes. Couple should be this sweet. Gu Yan's temples throbbed. He abruptly stopped and turned to look down at her. Su Muqing, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Just say it outright. I have no time for these tedious theatrics. I'm not acting, Su Muqing replied, tilting her head. Her eyes clear. Every word I say is true. Her gaze was so sincere that it momentarily left Gu Yin in a daze. For a fleeting moment, he saw the little girl from many years ago, with her ponytail and white dress, looking up at him with innocent eyes as she handed him a half-melted white rabbit candy, saying, Brother Yin, this is for you. It's my favorite. Back then, her eyes shone with that same pure light. When had that light extinguished, a subtle pain pierced his heart. Gu Yan's expression darkened. The momentary softness was swiftly replaced by deeper coldness. He would not fall for it again. He had witnessed how that light had ignited for another man and ultimately faded away, along with her very life. Uninteresting, he averted his gaze, his voice colder than before. He retrieved his coat from the entrance and departed without looking back. The engine of his car roared to life and quickly faded from the courtyard. Su Muqing stood there, staring at the empty doorway, her smile gradually fading. She had anticipated this outcome. A frozen 3 foot deep does not form in a single day. To melt the iceberg in his heart, there was still much work to be done. With renewed determination, she ascended the stairs to change her clothes and ventured outside. If he wouldn't allow her to drive him, she would seek him out herself. At the Gu Group, in the president's office, Assistant Zhang Ming was reporting today's agenda. Yet he keenly sensed that his boss was particularly irritable. The palpable low pressure surrounding him felt colder than the Siberian chill. President Gu, we have secured the land in the southern city. The signing ceremony is this afternoon. You are fully in charge, Gu Yin said, not lifting his head, swiftly signing his name on the documents. Understood. However, the lady, Zhang Ming hesitated, sensing the tension. What about her? Gu Yan's pen paused, leaving a glaring mark on the paper. She is here. She is currently at the front desk, claiming to have brought you lunch, Zhang Ming managed to say, steeling himself for the inevitable reaction. This was nothing short of absurd. In 3 years of marriage, the president's wife had visited the company so few times that he could count them on one hand, and each visit was either to demand money or to create chaos. When had she ever come to deliver lunch? Had the sun risen from the west? Tell her to leave. Gu Yan's voice held no warmth. Yes. Zhang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, preparing to exit. Wait, Gu Yan called out, halting him. Zhang Ming paused, looking back in confusion. Gu Yan remained silent for a few seconds before standing up and walking to the large floor-to-ceiling window. From there, he could see the scene unfolding at the company's entrance. A slender figure stood at the front desk, holding a thermos, seemingly conversing with the receptionist. Today, she wore a cream-colored dress, her long hair cascading, appearing gentle and serene, a stark contrast to the boisterous and defiant woman he remembered. President Gu? Zhang Ming queried, perplexed. Gu Yan said nothing, merely observing the figure below. He saw the receptionist shake her head, her expression apologetic yet professional. He witnessed her smile falter, only to be replaced by renewed determination, as if she were striving for something. For reasons unknown, witnessing this scene intensified the turmoil within him rather than alleviating it. Go down and bring her to my office, he finally commanded coldly. Zhang Ming was taken aback. He found his boss's actions perplexing. Hadn't he just ordered her to leave? Why now bring her up? Despite his confusion, Zhang Ming promptly followed orders and hurried out. A few minutes later, a knock echoed at the office door. Enter. Zhang Ming led Su Muqing inside. President, your wife has arrived. Holding the thermos, Su Muqing stood before the desk, feeling somewhat awkward as she gazed at the man seated in the imposing chair. His office, much like him, was cold, austere, and devoid of any superfluous decor. What brings you here? Guyan leaned back in his chair, arms crossed in front of him, regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. I came to bring you lunch. Su Muqing placed the thermos on the desk and opened the lid. I made your favorite mushroom chicken soup. It simmered for 3 hours. The fragrant aroma of the chicken soup instantly filled the frigid office. Guyan's gaze fell upon the soup, its clarity inviting, the combination of mushrooms and chicken perfectly harmonious, indeed a feast for the eyes. It was 100 times superior to the earlier dish. I love you. Who sent you here? He inquired. I came on my own accord. Su Muqing served him a bowl of soup, pushing it towards him. Do take a taste and see how it fares. Guyan made no move. He merely regarded her, his eyes sharp as a scalpel, as if he intended to dissect her very essence. Su Muqing, cease this charade. Do you suppose that by preparing a few meals and uttering flattering words, I would forget the transgressions of your past? His voice dripped with scorn. Your acting skills are truly deserving of an Oscar. Su Muqing's hand, which cradled the bowl, trembled slightly. Her heart felt as though pierced by a needle, an agonizing ache coursing through her. Yet, she did not weep, nor did she respond with the hysterics of yore. She simply gazed at him quietly, then gently nudged the bowl of soup closer to him. It will grow cold, she remarked. Her tranquility stifled the torrent of caustic remarks he had prepared, leaving them lodged in his throat, unvoiced. He despised this demeanor of hers. It was as if, no matter how vehemently he raged, or how deeply he wounded her, she remained impervious, perpetually observing him with those inscrutable eyes. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a knock resounded at the office door. Enter. Zhang Ming stepped inside, his expression peculiar. Mr. Gu, Mr. Liu has arrived, claiming to have pressing matters to discuss with you. Mr. Liu, Lu Xiao. Upon the utterance of those 3 syllables, the air in the office plummeted to a chilling freeze. Su Muqing's complexion drained of color. How would he be here? Was he not supposed to contact her first? Why was he seeking Guyan directly? The trajectory of her previous existence began to veer off course from this very moment. Chapter 5. Tokens of the Past. Lu Xiao's entrance was akin to a stone cast into a stagnant pond, sending ripples that lingered long after. Su Muqing lingered in the office for what felt like an eternity. It was not until Zhang Ming cautiously returned to tidy up the aftermath that she was jolted back to reality. The bowl of chicken soup, which she had simmered for 3 hours, remained untouched on the table, entirely cold. She was oblivious to where Guyan and Lu Xiao had gone or what they had discussed. The course of her previous life was being disrupted by an unseen force, sending her into a state of disquiet. She could not recall how she made her way back to the villa. She felt as though her very soul had departed. Aunt Wang, noticing her pallor, inquired anxiously, but she merely shook her head. She confined herself to her room. The first time she truly scrutinized this place she had inhabited for 3 years. The room was spacious, decorated in a style she favored. Yet every corner exuded a profound chill. The walk-in closet brimmed with designer brands she had never genuinely cherished, while the vanity housed premium skincare products she had discarded in her former life. These material possessions had been bestowed upon her by Guyan, yet in her previous understanding, they were shackles of burden. She wandered aimlessly within the confines of her room, her fingers gliding over the frigid surfaces of the furniture, devoid of warmth. Upon reaching the bookshelf, she halted. This shelf had been a spontaneous whim of hers, yet it housed only a sparse collection of fashion magazines, with a few untouched academic tomes still encased in plastic. How shallow her previous self had been. Her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a dusty wooden box nestled in the topmost corner of the shelf. She furrowed her brow, unable to recall when she had placed a box there. She fetched a chair, climbed upon it, and retrieved the unassuming box. It was quite old, a plain enamel box, lacking even a lock. Blowing off the dust, she opened the lid. Inside lay no jewels or finery, but rather 2 items, a yellowed photograph and 2 crudely carved wooden figures. The photograph depicted 2 children, around 7 or 8 years of age. The little girl sported 2 pigtails and wore a floral dress, her carefree laughter exposing a missing front tooth. The little boy, clad in a crisp white shirt, feigned seriousness, yet his upturned lips and bright eyes betrayed him. They were she and Guyan, captured by her grandfather when they were neighbors in the old Su family residence. Su Muqing picked up the two wooden figures, one a girl in a dress, the other a boy in a shirt. The craftsmanship was naive, even somewhat crooked, yet it was evident that the sculptor had poured all their clumsy earnestness into the carvings. This had been a gift from Gu Yan on her 10th birthday. She recalled that day vividly. She had thrown a tantrum because her parents were too busy to celebrate her birthday, retreating to weep beneath the old banyan tree in the backyard. It was Gu Yan who found her, pulling from his pocket the two wooden figures he had spent a week carving, awkwardly pressing them into her hands, muttering, "Su Mu, don't cry, happy birthday." Back then, he was her brother Yin, who saved his pocket money to buy her favorite candies, who would rush to her defense against any boy who dared to bully her, beating them black and blue. He patiently taught her the math problems she could never grasp, again and again. In those days, they were the sole light in each other's worlds. But then the Su family moved, and they were separated for a long time. When they reunited, she was an ignorant girl entranced by Lu Ziao, while he had become the composed heir of the Gu family. She had forgotten the boy who once called her Mu, and entirely neglected the existence of these wooden figures. How had they come to this villa? Su Muqing could not remember. Perhaps they had been inadvertently tucked away in a corner of a suitcase during a move. Clutching the two wooden figures tightly, the corners of the wood pressed painfully into her palm. It turned out she was not devoid of possessions. She had once possessed the finest treasures in this world, only to have lost them through her own hands. Tears fell unbidden, each drop scalding as they soaked the weathered wooden figures. She wept not for regrets of her past life, nor for the hardships of this life, but for that innocent, pure period of youth that she could never reclaim. Time lost its meaning, until the distant sound of a car engine approached, growing nearer. Gu Yan had returned. Su Muqing felt as though all her sorrow had been drained in an instant, her tears ceasing abruptly. She hastily wiped her tear-streaked face, inhaled deeply, and, clutching the wooden figures, bolted from her room. Gu Yan had just changed his shoes when he looked up to see Su Muqing's figure flash past him, rushing down the stairs. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having just wept. The irritation that had been simmering within him surged. After encountering Lu Ziao at the office, he was already disgusted by that man's hypocritical facade. Now he had to contend with her tearful visage as well. What now? Is your allowance insufficient this month? Or did you miss out on some limited edition item? His voice dripped with ice, each word a piercing barb. Su Muqing ignored his derision. She hurried to him, urgently opening her palm to present the two wooden figures before his eyes. Do you remember these? Gu Yan's gaze fell upon her outstretched hand. When he finally discerned the two crooked little wooden figures, he was left utterly frozen. In his frosted gaze, something stirred violently, so swift that it eluded capture. How could he possibly forget? This was the first, and indeed the only, time he had ever engaged in crafting. In the process of carving these diminutive figures, his hands bore several deep cuts from the carving knife, concealed in his pocket for days, lest she discover them. When he presented them to her, his palms were clammy with sweat, yet he feigned an air of indifference. He had presumed that these trinkets had long been discarded by her, just as she had effortlessly cast aside all remnants of their past, with a ruthless decisiveness. From which heap of refuse had she unearthed them? Gu Yan's Adam's apple bobbed violently, but the words he uttered were even colder and more piercing than before. Su Muqing, I warn you, cease these trivial antics. Using the past to elicit sympathy only renders you more pitiable and repugnant in my eyes. His words were laced with venom, striking precisely at her most vulnerable points. She should have anticipated such a reaction from him, yet her heart still ached painfully. Nevertheless, she did not falter. She had seen it, the flicker of shock and anguish that had briefly crossed his eyes. That was sufficient. I'm not playing tricks. She lifted her head, her reddened eyes stubbornly locking onto his. I merely recalled the past. I remembered when you used to call me not Su Muqing, nor Mrs. Gu, but Mu. The name Mu hung in the air like an inescapable spell, rendering Gu Yan's body rigid once more. How long had it been since he uttered that name? So long that he was nearly on the verge of forgetting. That name, along with the image of the girl in the floral dress, who smiled at him with a missing front tooth, had been the repository of all his unspeakable secrets during his youth. Yet later, That cherished collection was shattered by her own hand. Silence, he growled, as if some forbidden taboo had been breached, his eyes swirling with an anguish and rage that threatened to consume him. You are unworthy to speak that name. He swung his arm violently, forcefully breaking free of her grasp. With a sharp crack, the two little wooden figures clattered onto the cold, hard marble floor. The little girl in the dress was severed in two, her head and body splintering apart. Su Muqing's heart shattered alongside it. Guyan's chest heaved violently, his gaze fixed on the broken wooden figure on the floor, then darting to Su Muqing's face, now pale as a ghost. The fury in his eyes ebbed, replaced by a deeper, almost suffocating self-loathing. He had not meant to do that. He had merely lost control. He could not bear to look at her face, for it would conjure memories of unbearable pain and betrayal. It was as if he fled upstairs in a panic, his steps hurried and his demeanor disheveled. In the living room, only Su Muqing remained. Slowly, she crouched down, trembling hands reaching for the broken wooden figures, her vision blurred repeatedly by the torrent of tears. She could not pick them up, no matter how hard she tried. She found herself unable to retrieve them. Finally, she sank onto the icy floor, hugging her knees, burying her face deep within, releasing a suppressed sob that was desperate and fragmented, steeped in the tremors of being forsaken by the world. At the turn of the staircase, Guyan halted. He did not turn back, yet the sound of her helpless weeping pierced his ears, resonating in his heart, grinding against it relentlessly. It was an ache both sour and swollen, rendering him breathless. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, leaving crimson imprints. He loathed her, with a hatred that ran deep. Yet what he loathed more was this self, who, no matter the passage of time or the wounds inflicted, still felt pain upon hearing her cry. Chapter 6. Mrs. Gu, is your mouth laced with poison? The incident with the shattered wooden figures froze the air within the villa. Guyan began to spend his nights away from home. Despite Su Muqing adjusting her biological clock to awaken at 5 in the morning, she could only see the empty, cold seat across the dining table day after day. Her messages vanished into the void. Her calls met with the perpetual busy signal. He constructed an impenetrable wall with cold indifference, isolating her entirely. This time, Su Muqing did not resort to the hysterics of the past. She understood that the taut string could not bear further strain without snapping completely. She meticulously repaired the broken little wooden girl with special adhesive, placing it alongside the other on her nightstand. Each night before sleep, she would gaze at them for a long while. Those two crooked little figures seemed to silently remind her of her purpose for returning. She shifted her focus away from that man, channeling her energy into a more perilous battlefield. Financial news, the latest financial report from the Su Group, policy trends in the overseas new materials sector. Drawing from the lessons of her past life, she pinpointed the project in overseas new materials that would drag the Su family into the abyss. It was a perfect trap, tailored by Lu Xiao for her father. The one responsible for delivering this gift to the Su family was a woman named Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner. The name was like a poisonous thorn that pierced through her memories of 2 lifetimes. In her previous life, she had been her closest confidant, the chief witness to her foolish romance with Lu Xiao. Always so gentle and kind, she would rush to comfort her after every quarrel with Guyan, only to skillfully embellish her misfortunes and relay them to Lu Xiao, even packaging them for the media. When the Su family fell, she transformed into Lu Xiao's radiant fiancé. Su Muqing had been reborn with the sole intention of confronting this individual. She knew Lin Wanner would come, donning her fade of innocence. The opportunity arrived exactly a week later. The Gu Group hosted its annual charity gala, invitations flooding the upper echelons of society. In her previous life, Su Muqing had scoffed at such hypocritical gatherings, stubbornly refusing to attend, thereby granting Lin Wanner the perfect opportunity to make a stunning entrance as a return violinist, approaching Guyan. This time, she would not relinquish her rightful place. On the evening of the gala, Su Muqing stood before the mirror, shedding all ostentatious colors. No sequined, extravagant gown, only a sharply tailored champagne-colored dress. The design was exquisitely simple, with the sole embellishment being a line of shimmering diamonds at her waist, flickering with her breath, perfectly outlining her delicate figure. Her long hair was loosely pinned up, exposing her fair, slender neck, with only a hint of pearl's soft luster adorning her earlobes. Her makeup was translucent, enhancing her exquisite features, imbuing her with a serene beauty and detachment never before witnessed in her past life. As she descended the spiral staircase in her high heels, Gu Yan, who was receiving a call at the entrance, instinctively paused mid-sentence. He had not cast a single glance at this woman for an entire week. At this moment, she was a far cry from the image etched in his memory, a woman desperate to adorn herself with every possible brand, her makeup as vibrant as a painter's palette. The aggressive restlessness that once enveloped her had vanished entirely. In its place was an air of elegance and poise, befitting a true socialite, one he had never witnessed in her before. I understand. The meeting will proceed as usual. Gu Yan swiftly diverted his gaze, coldly concluding the call, as though his momentary distraction had never occurred. Are you attending the banquet? Su Muqing stepped in front of him, her voice steady. It is of no concern to you, Gu Yan replied, picking up his suit jacket from the sofa without lifting his eyes. I am your wife, your legal companion. How could it not concern me? Su Muqing interjected, blocking his path. Gu Yan, tonight, I must accompany you. Her tone held no hint of pleading, nor did it bear the marks of a tantrum. It simply stated an undeniable fact. Gu Yan's brow furrowed, an icy chill enveloping him. Su Muqing, do not compel me to call security. You may attempt it. Su Muqing met his gaze unflinchingly. Let us see tomorrow's headlines. Will it read President Gu and his wife appear lovingly, dispelling rumors of discord, or Madame Gu escorted out by security in the dead of night? Which scenario serves Gu Corporation's interest better? She was threatening him, wielding the reputation of Gu Corporation, the very thing he held in utmost disdain, as her weapon. Gu Yan's jaw clenched tightly, suppressed fury roiling in his eyes. He realized he was increasingly at a loss when it came to her. In the past, her only weapons had been tears and self-harm, foolish and tragic. Now, however, she had learned to use his vulnerabilities as her armor. The two stood in silent confrontation, the air thickening with tension. Ultimately, Gu Yan seemed to have exhausted the last of his patience, squeezing out two words through clenched teeth. Get in the car. A weight lifted from Su Muqing's heart as she complied. Inside the car, the atmosphere was oppressively low. The driver barely dared to breathe. Su Muqing attempted to speak several times, but caught sight of Gu Yan's sculpted, cold profile and the furrowed brow reflected in the window, swallowing her words. Forget it. There will be other days. The primary objective for tonight was to eliminate the impending unwelcome presence. The banquet was held in the most prestigious hotel ballroom in the city center, where the crystal chandeliers cascaded like a galactic waterfall, and the air was infused with the aromas of champagne and exquisite perfumes. Gu Yan's entrance instantly became the focal point of the event. When the attendees caught sight of Su Muqing nestled in his arm, their expressions morphed into a mixture of curiosity, surprise, and a hint of schadenfreude, as though they wished to see her unravel. Who was unaware of the superficiality in the Gu couple's relationship. Su Muqing's past antics in pursuing Lu Xiao remained a source of ridicule within their circle. Yet today, standing side by side, the tall, statuesque man and the strikingly graceful woman exuded an uncanny harmony. Su Muqing felt the weight of those scrutinizing gazes, yet she straightened her back and maintained an impeccable smile. That composure was something her former self could scarcely have mustered. Gu Yan too sensed her transformation. She moved beside him, engaging effortlessly with the business elite and socialites. Her every word and gesture faultlessly poised. Was this truly the same Su Muqing who once caused him endless trouble at social gatherings? Just then, a woman in a white chiffon dress, clutching a violin, hurried towards them. She seemed flustered, and in an unfortunate twist of fate, collided with a passing waiter. The wine in the waiter's tray arced through the air in a perfect trajectory. Watch out, the woman exclaimed. Here it comes. Su Muqing's gaze hardened in an instant. This familiar script, the clumsy performance, mirrored the beginning of a nightmare etched in her memory. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to, Lin Warner exclaimed, her expression teetering on the brink of tears as she fumbled for a tissue, attempting to blot the glaring wine stain on Gu Yan's chest. "Mr. Gu, I am terribly sorry." Her voice trembled, and as her eyes met Gu Yan's handsome, indifferent face, they revealed an unmistakable blend of awe and determination. Gu Yan's brow tightened, stepping back instinctively to evade her reaching hand. His well-known aversion to mess was common knowledge. "It's quite all right," he replied, his tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with detachment. Just as Lin Wanner was about to utter the classic line, "Let me take your suit to the dry cleaners," Su Muqing suddenly let out a soft laugh. The sound was delicate, yet resonated distinctly amidst the fragrant crowd. She stepped forward, her arm naturally slipping through Gu Yan's, affectionately pulling him closer by half an inch, using her body to entirely sever any lingering ambiguity between him and Lin Wanner. "This young lady." Su Muqing looked at Lin Wanner, her smile radiant, yet her gaze sharp as if she were observing a jester. "You seem to have missed a memo about offering apologies when you bump into someone, or even when you spill wine. It appears you didn't consult the almanac before leaving home today. Luck is not on your side." Lin Wanner's expression froze. She had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated that the fabled, brainless Mrs. Gu would respond in such a manner. "Mrs. Gu, my husband's suit was personally tailored by Master Federico in Italy. A one-of-a-kind piece, crafted from exquisite fabric that cannot be dry cleaned." Su Muqing interrupted with a sweet smile, her words laced with venom. "However, it's of little consequence. After all, my husband does not fancy wearing the same outfit twice." She paused, tilting her head, her smile growing more saccharine, but her words increasingly biting. "This stained piece shall serve as a welcoming gift for you, dear lady. After all, it's quite a bargain to see how carelessly one can reveal their true intentions with a mere garment. Wouldn't you agree?" At this, a few suppressed chuckles erupted from the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle. Everyone understood that Mrs. Gu was directly accusing Lin Wanner of intentionally seeking to allure her husband. Lin Wanner's complexion drained of color, shaking with rage, tears welling in her eyes, rendering her a pitiful sight. "Mrs. Gu, how can you slander me so? I truly did not mean it." "Oh, you didn't mean it?" Su Muqing arched an eyebrow, her tone feigning innocence. "That suggests you're simply inexperienced in your craft. I personally recommend beginning with splashing plain water in your practice. Red wine is too conspicuous, and the cost is high. Or perhaps opt for a more sophisticated script, like tripping on flat ground. That requires a higher level of skill and tests the actor's conviction." At this, someone could no longer contain their laughter. Lin Wanner's face fluctuated between crimson and pale, utterly humiliated, and she could only seek refuge in a glance towards Gu Yan, hoping this man would step forward and utter a word of fairness on her behalf. However, Gu Yan simply observed Su Muqing in silence. He watched as she wielded the softest tone to deliver the sharpest barbs, like a cat revealing its claws to protect its territory, mercilessly swatting away all who dared to approach. This sharp-tongued demeanor was entirely new to him. It was, in fact, quite intriguing. He discovered that the irritation rising in his chest from the stain on his clothes was significantly alleviated by her performance. "Let us go," Gu Yan finally spoke, his voice still low, but directed not at Lin Wanner, but rather at Su Muqing, instructing her to change into another outfit. He removed his damp suit jacket and casually handed it to Zhang Ming, who had followed him, leaving only a white shirt adorning his torso. The shirt accentuated his broad shoulders and robust chest, eliciting a collective gasp from those around him. He naturally wrapped an arm around Su Muqing's waist, guiding her through the crowd towards the lounge, never once glancing at Lin Wanner. Left standing in place, Lin Wanner clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. She watched the back of the perfect couple leaving, her previous softness and innocence evaporating, replaced solely by a deep-seated jealousy and resentment. Su Muqing. We shall see. Chapter 7 Secrets. Exiting the lounge, Gu Yan donned a spare suit. The banquet continued unabated. Su Muqing remained by his side, embodying the role of a devoted Mrs. Gu, gracefully mingling among the guests. However, this time, no one dared to regard her with disdain. The earlier scene of her tearing apart the innocent flower had spread through the banquet hall at lightning speed. This reputedly empty-headed Mrs. Gu seemed to possess quite the sharp claws. Guyan, too, sensed a shift in atmosphere. He had initially anticipated that bringing her along would be a disaster. Yet surprisingly, she not only refrained from causing trouble, but also deflected quite a bit of it. For instance, the greasy businessman who attempted to take advantage of her during a toast was swiftly silenced by her remark, "Mr. Wong, does your wife know about your drinking capacity?" The scene had been utterly comical. He observed the woman beside him. She was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a jewelry designer, discussing the latest cutting techniques. The professionalism and insight she exuded prompted frequent nods from her interlocutor. It was as if she possessed a smattering of knowledge about everything, deftly steering conversations without appearing ostentatious. Was this truly the same Su Muqing who had become flustered merely at the sight of contract? As the banquet concluded and they returned to the car, the atmosphere was no longer as frigid as it had been upon arrival. "Thank you for today," Guyan suddenly spoke, his voice sounding somewhat stiff within the quiet confines of the vehicle. Su Muqing, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape, was taken aback and took a moment to realize he was addressing her. She turned her head, the flickering streetlight casting shadows across his sharply defined profile. "For what?" She feigned innocence, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. "Are you thanking me for shielding you from alcohol or for confronting others?" Guyan remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her insinuation. "No need for thanks." Su Muqing's smile widened. "Protecting my husband is part of my duties as Mrs. Gu. Whoever dares to harbor designs on you, man or woman, I shall ensure they regret it." Her words rang with a sense of righteous indignation, imbued with an unreasonable audacity and dominance. Guyan's previously easing tension at his temples began to throb anew. This woman, undeniably, could not be shown even the slightest hint of favor. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Muqing alighted from the car, humming a tuneless melody, her spirits evidently buoyed. Guyan watched her retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Ming. "Investigate Lin Wanner." Regardless of Su Muqing's intentions, that woman named Lin Wanner induced a visceral discomfort within him. In the days that followed, Guyan surprisingly refrained from staying out late. Although he continued to sleep in the guest room and maintained a cool distance from Su Muqing, he at least returned home. For Su Muqing, this was a monumental improvement. She persistently prepared heartfelt meals for him daily, her culinary skills rapidly advancing under Aunt Wang's guidance. Guyan remained silent, yet the empty bowls and plates were the finest testament to her efforts. That evening, Su Muqing carefully calculated the time she would have to herself while Guyan dealt with matters in his study and chose not to disturb him. Instead, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and dialed a non-existent number. She intentionally left the door to the study ajar. "Hello, Lily? You won't believe the gossip I just heard. It's hysterical." Her voice was perfectly modulated, just loud enough to seep through the crack in the door. "Remember that opulent place we visited last time? I heard that Mr. Li's son from Hongfa Industries was cornered there a couple of days ago." Inside the study, Guyan halted his perusal of documents. "Hongfa Industries?" Su Muqing's voice continued, laced with exaggerated tone. "They say he owes a fortune, gambling debts. His creditors smashed his sports car to pieces, and apparently, Mr. Li is on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage from stress. You'd think a successful CEO would have fewer troubles at home." Guyan's brow furrowed tightly. He rose and opened the study door, finding Su Muqing with her back to him, her shoulders shaking with laughter. All right, I can't chat any longer. My husband's nearly finished, and I need to prepare a late-night snack for him. Bye." As Su Muqing ended the call and turned around, she met Guyan's penetrating gaze, feigning surprise as she clutched her chest. "You startled me. When did you get here?" Guyan's gaze bore into her face as he questioned, syllable by syllable. "Who did you hear that from?" "What?" Su Muqing blinked innocently. "Oh, just my friend Lily. She manages a club and is quite well informed. It's merely someone else's family affairs, just a bit of entertainment." She waved her hand dismissively, as if genuinely sharing trivial gossip. "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare some noodles for you?" With that, she hummed a tuneless melody and turned toward the kitchen, not uttering another word. Guyan stood rooted in place, watching her buoyant figure, yet turmoil surged within him. Hongfa Industries was one of Gu Corp's most crucial suppliers, with nearly a decade of partnership and Mr. Li was a man of integrity who had never faltered. Was this merely a coincidence? Yet this coincidence struck precisely at the heart of his commercial interests. Returning to the study, he could no longer focus on his reading. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Zhang Ming's number, his voice as cold as ice. Immediately investigate whether Li's son from Hongfa Industries is experiencing financial troubles, particularly regarding gambling debts. Utilize every connection. I require the most accurate information. Setting down the phone, Guyan moved to the window. The kitchen below glowed warmly with light, revealing a silhouette bustling about. He realized that the icebound fortress within his heart, long frozen, seemed to be fracturing ever so slightly under her unexpected influence. This realization stirred a potent mix of irritation and wariness within him. This must be her new strategy, more sophisticated than ever, adept at psychological manipulation. He could not afford to be deceived again. The following morning, Zhang Ming's call came through, his voice tinged with unprecedented astonishment. Mr. Gu, how did you know? We discovered that Li's son from Hongfa indeed owes 30 million in gambling debts in Macau, and the creditors have threatened his life if he fails to pay. Moreover, we unearthed a deeper connection. The one setting him up is linked to Lu Ziao. Gu Yan tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling streets. His eyes dark with an unfathomable chill. It was all true. Lu Ziao's move was swift and ruthless, akin to cutting off the enemy's supplies at the root. Had it not been for Su Muqing's gossip-laden call the previous night, by the time Hongfa was forced to breach their contract and halt production, it would have been too late. At that juncture, the Gu family would face immeasurable losses and a crisis of reputation. Yet, how did Su Muqing come by such information? How could a woman, whose days revolved around shopping and beauty, possibly know such clandestine business secrets with such precision? Coincidence? There are not so many fortuitous coincidences in the world. An absurd thought surged uncontrollably within him once more. Had she truly transformed into someone entirely different? He tugged at his tie in irritation, seized his suit jacket, and strode purposefully out of the office. He needed to return. He must confront her directly and ascertain the extent of the secrets she harbored. Chapter 8. You have no right to defile memories. Gu Yan's car roared back to the villa with an almost feral intensity. He stormed through the door, bringing a chill with him, only to find the living room devoid of life. Su Muqing, he bellowed, his voice laced with barely contained fury. In the kitchen, where Su Muqing was experimenting with a new soup recipe, she was startled and hurriedly wiped her hands before rushing out. What's wrong? Did something happen at the company? Seeing the storm brewing in his expression, her heart tightened. Gu Yan advanced step by step, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming pressure, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon her. How did you know about Hongfa Industrial? His voice was cold and heavy, akin to interrogating a corporate spy. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat. Had he uncovered the truth so quickly? Yet, she feigned innocence, even allowing a hint of indignation to creep into her demeanor. What Hongfa Industrial? I know nothing about it. You know nothing? Gu Yan scoffed, derision practically spilling from his gaze. That perfectly timed gossip call last night. Su Muqing, you play your part quite well. He had anticipated her to persist in her pretense of ignorance. Instead, Su Muqing suddenly smiled. She dropped the act, her gaze steady and unwavering, bright with sincerity. Yes, I intended for you to hear it. Her admission was so forthright that it left Gu Yan momentarily speechless, thwarting his barrage of questions. What exactly do you want? He forced out through clenched teeth, his wariness at its peak. What do I want? Surely you have seen it. Su Muqing stepped closer, looking up at him. I want to protect you, to safeguard the Gu family. Gu Yan, I will not allow anyone to harm you again, not even Lu Ziao. Protect? The word, uttered from her lips, was a bitter irony to Gu Yan. In a past life, who had stolen the land deed from his study for Lu Ziao, who had whispered his business secrets as pillow talk to that man. Put away your nauseating rhetoric. The warmth in Gu Yan's gaze vanished entirely. I have no interest in how you acquired this information. But remember, this is the last time. Do not test my limits with such tactics again. Once more, he trampled on her earnestness. Su Muqing's heart felt pricked, yet she had grown accustomed to it. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly changed the subject. her tone adopting a subtle lightness. "Let's take a walk this weekend?" Gu Yin furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden mental leap. "To that old-time CAF in the suburbs. Do you remember? It was our favorite place as children, and the owner made the best tiramisu." Her voice was soft, imbued with nostalgia. The phrase old times struck Gu Yin like a rusty key, unexpectedly unlocking the door to his long-buried memories. How could he forget? That quaint CAF held the most carefree memories of their childhood. He had saved his allowance for 2 months just to take her there for a slice of tiramisu she had longed for on her birthday. Yet now, hearing her mention this place only felt like a desecration. "Su Muqing." His voice was frigid enough to freeze. "You have no right to mention that place. You're even less entitled to tarnish that memory." Each word was like a dagger, piercing Su Muqing's heart with precision. The color drained from her face, and her smile froze. "Get out." Gu Yin could scarcely bear to cast her another glance, turning sharply and marching upstairs, his back resolute as an insurmountable iceberg. Su Muqing remained rooted to the spot for what felt like an eternity, until all her strength seemed to evaporate. On that weekend, Gu Yin did not return home. Alone, Su Muqing drove to the old-time CAF. The CAF appeared unchanged, vines cloaking the walls, and wind chimes resonating with a crisp sound beneath the eaves. Only the owner had changed, now a kind middle-aged woman, the daughter of the original proprietor. Su Muqing ordered a latte and a slice of tiramisu. She settled in her old spot by the window, sunlight streaming through the glass, warming her to the brink of tears. She took out her phone and snapped a photo of the lush old locust tree outside. Then, she sent the photo to the unmarked number that was etched into her very being. Beneath the image, she typed a single line. "Do you remember? The scenery here is just as beautiful as it was 20 years ago." Meanwhile, in the executive office of Gu Corporation, Gu Yin was listening to Zhang Ming's work report when his phone screen lit up. Instinctively, he glanced at it. Just one glance, and his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. The familiar window view in the photo, the very tree he had once climbed to pluck locust flowers for her, struck him like a heavy blow to the heart. Zhang Ming's voice continued in the background, but he heard nothing. His mind was overwhelmed by a flood of memories. The little girl with pigtails, sitting by the window, her legs swinging, her face smeared with cream, smiling at him like a little fool. The serious little boy in a white shirt, wiping the cake crumbs from her mouth, yet his ears betraying a subtle blush. "Yengij, this tiramisu is so delicious. Let's come here every year, okay?" "Okay." That clear, promise-laden okay still echoed in his ears. But what came after? Afterwards, she had strolled past the CAF, hand in hand with Lu Ziao, blooming with laughter. He had sat in the car, separated by a window, watching her feed the very tiramisu he had bought for her to another man. The pain of that moment remained as vivid as ever. With a sudden crash, Gu Yin slammed his phone face down on the table, producing a deafening sound. Zhang Ming jumped, his report abruptly halted. Gu Zone, get out." Gu Yin's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, his eyes glistening with a frightening red. He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Memories clashed with reality. Sweetness collided with betrayal, like two of the sharpest blades, repeatedly cutting through his heart, leaving it a bloody mess. "Su Muqing, why did you come back? Why remind me of how happy I once was, only to make me feel like a fool now?" He seized the glass on the table and hurled it violently against the wall. With a resounding crash, fragments scattered everywhere, much like his heart, which had long been shattered by her own hands, never to be pieced together again. Chapter 9. His stomach had ached for her for 2 lifetimes. Following the incident with the photographs, the atmosphere in the villa plummeted to an icy low. Gu Yin returned even less frequently. When he did venture home, it was invariably in the dead of night, reeking of alcohol and exuding an aura that repelled anyone who dared to approach. He constructed an even more formidable barrier between himself and Su Muqing, amplifying his indifference and emotional distance. Su Muqing refrained from assaulting that wall any longer. She understood that some wounds, when exposed too swiftly, would only fester more grievously within. Instead, she silently prepared a bowl of hangover soup for him each night he might return, though he had never once partaken of it. On this particular day, The Gu group was convening an exceptionally important quarterly strategy meeting. Halfway through, Gu Yan's expression suddenly shifted, his already stern visage paling further, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Discreetly, he lifted his left hand, pressing his knuckles firmly against his abdomen. A familiar, sharp agony surged through him, causing the world to darken before his eyes. Zhang Ming, seated nearby, was the first to notice his distress. "President Gu, are you all right? Would you like to take a break?" he inquired, his voice lowered with concern. "Continue," Gu Yan managed to utter through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed on the data projected on the screen, though his focus was wavering. His stomach ailment was an old affliction. When had it first begun? He recalled vividly. It was in his previous life, after Su Muqing had eloped with Lu Xiao. During that time, he had buried himself in work, numbing his pain with alcohol, often drinking to the point of oblivion. Ultimately, on a rainy night, he suffered an acute gastric hemorrhage and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Since then, this malady had haunted him throughout his life. To his astonishment, in this rebirth, this young and healthy body had inherited that deeply ingrained suffering, much like his unrelenting resentment towards Su Muqing forever shadowing him. The meeting concluded under a suffocating atmosphere. Gu Yan barely mustered the last of his strength to return to his office. He collapsed onto the sofa, neglecting to loosen his tie, curling up with his right hand pressed firmly against his abdomen, the pain making even his breath tremble. Zhang Ming rushed in with a cup of warm water, flustered. "President Gu, let me take you to the hospital." "There's no need." Gu Yan's voice emerged muffled from the crook of his arm. "It's an old issue. It won't kill me." He fished out some gastric medication from his drawer, haphazardly swallowing a few pills with warm water, then closed his eyes motionless, as if he had expended all his energy. That night, Gu Yan unexpectedly returned to the villa before dark. Su Muqing was arranging flowers in the living room when she heard the door open and turned around, her face lighting up with joy. "You're back." But when she beheld Gu Yan's pallor, her smile instantly froze. He appeared as if he had been washed by water, his complexion ghostly, lips devoid of color, his steps unsteady, as though he were about to topple over. Su Muqing's heart clenched painfully. This state, she recognized it all too well. In her previous life, every time his stomach ailment flared up, he bore this same lifeless visage. She dropped the flowers and hurried to support his swaying body. "Gu Yan, what happened? Is your stomach hurting again?" Her words spilled out, fraught with urgency and concern, utterly transparent. Gu Yan's body tensed at her touch. He lifted his heavy eyelids, and within his unfocused gaze swirled a mix of sickly agitation and vigilance. "How do you know?" His voice was soft yet edged with scrutiny. Su Muqing's heart sank as she realized she had let slip too much. This was the first time Gu Yan's gastric issue had manifested since her rebirth. She shouldn't have known it so intimately. Her mind raced, and she quickly devised an excuse. "I guessed. You look so unwell, holding your stomach. What else could it be?" As she guided him toward the sofa, she chattered incessantly. "Haven't you been eating properly? Have you been drinking again? Do you realize how bad your stomach is? Yet you still punish yourself like this?" She had said similar things to him in her past life, but back then, her tone had been filled with perfunctory obligation, impatience evident in her demeanor. Now, however, each word was saturated with regret and heartache from 2 lifetimes. Gu Yan was pressed against the sofa, the pangs in his stomach rendering him too weak to push her away. He could only endure her bustling around him. She first poured a cup of water at just the right temperature, bringing it to his lips. "Drink some water first, warm yourself up." Then she dashed into the kitchen and soon returned with a bowl of porridge. No, it wasn't Timir porridge. It was a finely cooked millet porridge, topped with finely chopped yam for gastric health. The steam wafted upwards, releasing a gentle rice fragrance. "I had Aunt Wang keep it warm for you. Please drink it while it's hot to settle your stomach." She extended the bowl towards him. Gu Yan did not take it. He simply raised his eyes to meet hers, observing her reddened eyes, her flustered yet earnest demeanor. His stomach had ached for her across 2 lifetimes. In the first, it was due to her betrayal and departure. In this life, it was because of his hatred and the uncontrollable emotional turmoil she incited within him. How ironic. "Take it away," he said, his voice hoarse yet still frigid. Su Muqing's hand, holding the bowl, trembled slightly, but she did not retreat. Guyan, you can hate me, you can ignore me, but you cannot mistreat your own body. She scooped a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it gently before bringing it to his lips, her eyes glistening like those of a rabbit. Please, just eat a little, all right? Her voice quaked with barely restrained tears and pleading. That pitifully humble demeanor made Guyan's heart ache more than his stomach. He abruptly turned his head, avoiding the spoonful of porridge. The scalding porridge splashed onto Su Muqing's hand, instantly burning a patch of red upon her skin. Yet, it seemed she felt no pain, persistently holding up the spoon. They remained locked in a stalemate, one curled up in agony on the sofa, expending every ounce of strength to resist, while the other, heartbroken to the point of shattering, could only plead in the clumsiest of ways. Ultimately, it was Guyan who capitulated first, not out of softness, but simply because he truly lacked the strength to continue the standoff. He snatched the bowl from her hands and tilted his head back, nearly pouring the warm millet porridge down his throat. He then slammed the empty bowl onto the coffee table, stood up, and without a backward glance, ascended the stairs to the guest room. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully shut behind him. In the living room, only Su Muqing remained. She gazed at her burned hand and then at the empty bowl. Tears cascaded down unexpectedly. He had eaten, despite the pain threatening to overwhelm him. He had consumed the food she had prepared. That was enough. Chapter 10. A tapestry of bitterness and sweetness that night. Su Muqing scarcely slept. She sat on the carpet outside the guest room, her back pressed against the cold wall, her ears pressed closely to the door. In the vast villa, silence reigned supreme. Yet she could hear it, the muffled groans that seeped through the thick door, suppressed deep within his throat, resonating like a blunt hammer, striking her heart, again and again. She was acutely aware that the gastric medications he always kept on hand were utterly ineffective against his long-standing ailment. In her previous life, he endured countless nights consumed by excruciating pain all alone. It was only later, through the prescription of a reclusive, old Chinese medicine practitioner, that he gradually restored his nearly hollowed-out body. That prescription, she remembered, not out of intent, but as an indelible imprint etched into her very bones. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky, Su Muqing silently rose. She retrieved paper and pen, and from memory, meticulously transcribed the intricate and elusive formula without missing a single character. Her handwriting was neat, each stroke devoid of hesitation. After changing her clothes, she clutched the prescription and, for the first time, boldly departed from the opulent cage that had held her captive. She did not disturb the driver, nor did she visit the luxurious boutiques she once frequented. Instead, she took a taxi to traverse the city, seeking out the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine shops. "Boss, I need the purple perilla stems to be cut long, the body should be dry, and the cross-section must be a yellowish white," she continued. "And this white atractylodes must be the kind with a cloud-like neck and chrysanthemum patterns." The old proprietor of the pharmacy regarded the young woman, adorned in finery, with a sense of intrigue as she displayed such expertise in herbal quality. However, Su Muqing paid no mind to the curious glances, focusing intently on the weighing scales, ensuring that each herbal ingredient was of the finest quality she could procure. Upon her return to the villa, she discovered that Guyan had already left. The bowl of millet porridge she had risen at 4 in the morning to prepare sat untouched before his seat, long cold. A sharp pang pierced her heart, yet she swiftly quelled the wave of disappointment and plunged into the kitchen. Washing, soaking, and simmering, she selected the most traditional clay pot, adjusting the flame to its lowest setting, pouring all her patience into the slow brew. A rich aroma, mingling bitterness with the fragrance of herbs, soon dominated every corner of the villa, dispelling the lingering solitude that had pervaded the space for far too long. By evening, Guyan's car rolled into the courtyard. Sleepless throughout the night, his stomach felt as though it housed a glowing ember, his entire demeanor shrouded in an aura that repelled others. Yet upon entering, he was immediately struck by the unfamiliar, potent scent of medicine that invaded his nostrils. His brow furrowed deeply as he spotted Su Muqing emerging from the kitchen, a tray in her hands. On the tray lay a bowl of opaque medicinal concoction, steam curling upwards in delicate tendrils. Beside it was a small dish of crystal-clear rock sugar. "You're back?" Su Muqing's eyes, dulled throughout the day, sparkled upon seeing him. "Come quickly. Drink the medicine while it's hot." Gu Yan's expression darkened abruptly. "What are you playing at?" "This is no trick. It's medicine," Su Muqing replied, placing the tray on a coffee table, her tone almost reverent. "I found a remarkable old Chinese doctor who specifically prescribed this formula for you. It's purely herbal. Good for your health." "An old doctor?" Gu Yan scoffed, a cold smile curling his lips, devoid of warmth. How could he possibly believe her fanciful words? "Su Muqing, do you think I'm not sick enough?" His voice dripped with ice, his gaze piercing like a dagger, fixed upon the dark bowl. "Who knows what lethal substances you've put in this concoction?" Each word was a stab to her heart. Su Muqing felt as though an invisible hand had clenched around her heart, the pain causing her to momentarily forget to breathe. She understood his disbelief, yet she was unprepared for the venomous thoughts he harbored about her. Her eyes reddened, tears pooling rapidly but stubbornly held back, refusing to fall. Saying nothing, she lifted the scalding bowl of medicine before his icy scrutiny and gulped down a large mouthful. The extreme bitterness erupted in her mouth, searing down her throat, forcing her to bend over in a violent coughing fit. Physiological tears finally streamed down her cheeks. Gu Yan's pupils dilated sharply. His body instinctively leaned forward for a moment, yet his feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, motionless. Su Muqing, her face flushed from coughing, finally caught her breath and pushed the remaining potion toward him, her voice hoarse from the earlier fit, yet imbued with resolute defiance. "Now, do you believe me?" She raised her tear-stained eyes, filled with stubbornness and hope, locking onto his gaze. "Gu Yan, Su Muqing, would never harm you, even if it cost me my life." Gu Yan stared intently at her, his gaze lingering on her darkened lips stained by the medicine, and on the whiteness of his own knuckles. Clenched in a fist, he noticed. He realized, to his astonishment, that he could not refute her. In that moment, he saw in her eyes a reflection of his own pain, one of betrayal by the world. Silence enveloped them. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yan finally spoke, his voice dry. He attempted a sardonic smile, trying to mask the undeniable tremor within him. "Mrs. Gu, is your medicine sweet? It seems you're quite eager to drink it." Su Muqing was taken aback, laughter mingling with her tears, her lips curving upward despite the moisture clinging to her lashes. "It's not sweet. It's excruciatingly bitter." No sooner had she spoken than she reached for a piece of rock sugar from the dish and, without warning, placed it in Gu Yan's mouth. The swift motion left him no time to react. The sugar's unexpected sweetness melted in his bitter mouth, rendering him momentarily stunned. The warmth of her fingertip, tinged with the remnants of the herbal brew, brushed against his lips, soft, cool, like a feather, stirring a subtle tremor within his long-dormant heart. "First eat the sugar, then drink the medicine, and it won't be bitter anymore," she said, watching his bewildered expression, her mood inexplicably brightening. Her voice imbued with the tenderness she had intended to convey. She pushed the remaining potion toward him once more. "Drink it. Regardless of what the future holds for us, let us first take care of your health, shall we?" She no longer spoke of love or forgiveness, only of his health, which became her irresistible Achilles heel. Gu Yan stared at the dark concoction, then back at her eyes, filled with determination and hope. In the end, he seemed to surrender, lifting the bowl and downing its contents in one swift motion. The bitter taste was even more difficult to swallow than he had anticipated. Yet strangely, as the warmth flowed into his stomach, the relentless pangs of pain seemed to be gently soothed by a tender hand, and the lingering sweetness left in his mouth stubbornly dispelled all remnants of bitterness from the medicine. The intertwining of the bitter brew and the sweetness melting in his mouth formed an exquisite juxtaposition, just like the suddenly incomprehensible Su Muqing. Chapter 11. The Jade Bracelet, a Silent Testament. After 3 consecutive days of consuming traditional Chinese medicine, Gu Yan's stomach cramps were finally subdued. Throughout these 3 days, the air in the villa remained cold. Yet beneath this chill, peculiar patterns began to emerge. Regardless of how late he returned, a dim yellow light was always left on in the living room for him. On the coffee table, There was invariably a bowl of medicine, its warmth perfectly suited. Whether he chose to drink it or not, by the next morning it would vanish, replaced by a new bowl. Su Muqing no longer flitted around him like a frightened butterfly, nor did she mention the past that would only infuriate him. She simply went about doing what she believed necessary, like a silent plant determined to take root in his frozen realm. This wordless infiltration unsettled Gu Yin far more than the frenzied entanglements of the past. This day marked the weekend and also the anniversary of Gu Yan's mother's passing. On this very day, in his previous life, the final straw that broke their relationship was laid. Gu's mother had bequeathed Su Muqing a pair of imperial green jade bracelets. Exquisite and translucent, worth a fortune, a token passed down to the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. On that fateful day, Lu Xiao's company faced a sudden financial crisis. In a moment of rashness, Su Muqing secretly took one of the bracelets to a pawn shop. The money she received was given entirely to Lu Xiao, without a single cent retained. When the truth came to light, Gu Yin was driven to madness. He confronted her, but she held her head high, justifying her actions. It's just a bracelet. Isn't Lu Xiao's future more important? Don't worry, I will make him repay you tenfold. Each word pierced Gu Yan's heart like a searing iron, obliterating the last remnants of warmth he held for his mother, leaving only charred remains. At this moment, Su Muqing stood in the upstairs dressing room. She opened a deep blue velvet jewelry box. Inside lay the pair of bracelets, quietly resting, their verdant luster soft and reserved, reminiscent of Gu's mother's impression. She gently picked one up. The cool touch of the jade spread through her fingertips, causing her to shiver slightly, as if it still bore the weight of past transgressions. She could not let this tragedy repeat itself, yet merely refraining from pawning it was far from sufficient. What she needed to do was to completely alter the indelible mark this incident had left in Gu Yan's heart. She donned a simple yet elegant black gown, loosely pinned her softly curled hair at the back of her head, and then raised her hand to wear the bracelets. As she descended the stairs, Gu Yan was seated on the sofa, his back turned to the staircase, a black and white photograph of his mother resting on the coffee table before him. His silhouette was elongated, desolate, and solitary. The entire living room was suffused with a heavy, suffocating sorrow. Upon hearing her footsteps, he did not turn around, his voice as cold as the inscription on a gravestone. You'd best behave today and not bother me. Su Muqing did not respond. She quietly walked to sit across from him. Gu Yin frowned in impatience, about to reprimand her, when his gaze inadvertently swept over her. His attention froze instantly. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the jade bracelets with a circle of translucent, warm green light. The hue stung his eyes painfully. In an instant, the images of the past flooded his mind. The betrayal, her audacity, and the heart he once had ground to dust. An overwhelming fury and hatred churned within him like lava, and he abruptly stood, his entire being radiating a volatile and dangerous aura. He looked down at her, a mocking smile curling at his lips. What is this? Did you wear it on purpose for me to see? Are you trying to remind me of how much you planned to exchange it for? To pave the way for your true love? His voice was low, each word laced with ice. He expected her to panic, to shed tears as she had countless times before. However, Su Muqing merely raised her head calmly, meeting his bloodshot eyes. Her gaze was clear and resolute, devoid of any evasion. I wore it today to accompany you to see Mother. She paused, her voice soft yet unmistakably clear. I want to tell her that I have always treasured the things she left me, and I will forever remember her kindness. All of Gu Yan's prepared words, meant to wound her, were abruptly stifled by her seemingly light statement. He was utterly taken aback. To see Mother? You. His throat constricted as he struggled to regain his voice, which came out hoarse and dry. What trick are you playing now? It's not a trick. Su Muqing stood and walked closer to him. She looked up at his reddened eyes, her tone carrying a hint of unrecognized tenderness. Gu Yan, I know today is significant for you. I don't want you to be alone. She extended her hand, her fingertips, cold from the jade bracelet, tentatively brushing against his. The moment her cool touch met his heated skin, Gu Yan stiffened, instinctively wanting to pull away. But this time, Su Muqing did not let go. Instead, she tightened her grip, her slender yet steadfast fingers enveloping his clenched fist, which was pale from the strain. "I know you don't trust me." She gazed into his eyes, each word deliberate. "Therefore, I don't need your trust. I only require an opportunity to prove myself through actions." Her gaze fell upon the warm, verdant circle around her wrist, her voice imbued with solemnity. "From this day onward, I will wear these bracelets until you believe. If one day I take them off my wrist, it will be because I have personally handed them to our future daughter-in-law." The phrase "our future daughter-in-law" struck him like a silent thunderclap, reverberating through his chaotic mind. Gu Yin stared at her, desperately searching her face for any trace of deceit, but found none. All he saw reflected in her clear eyes was a version of himself, disheveled, obstinate, and shackled by resentment. And, deep within her gaze, lay the ocean of profound love he once knew so intimately but had buried with his own hands. He suddenly felt like a foolish jester. He had wielded the memories of his past life as weapons, repeatedly judging and tormenting her. Yet she always managed to act in ways that caught him off guard, outside the confines of his anticipated judgment. She neither argued nor wept. She simply sought to piece together, clumsily yet determinately, all that he had once shattered. "Let us go." Su Muqing grasped his hand, leading him toward the door. "Mother must be missing us too." Guyan did not resist. His body felt rigid, as if he had lost his will, being led step by step out of the villa, which was steeped in indifference and hatred, into the warm sunlight he had not felt in ages. Inside the car, he continued to gaze out at the swiftly retreating scenery, silent. Yet his grip on the steering wheel was so tight that his knuckles turned a ghastly white. Doubt began to creep in, doubting the steadfastness of her own hatred. She wondered if it had begun to show signs of fracture. Chapter 12. The Family Dinner. The bouquet of white chrysanthemums before Gu's mother's grave was placed there by Su Muqing's own hands. She spoke little, merely bowing 3 times in reverence to the tombstone. Afterward, she quietly retreated behind Gu Yin, accompanying him in silence. Upon their return from the cemetery, the invisible wall of ice that had existed between them seemed to exhibit a hint of thawing. Though it had not collapsed, it was no longer unyieldingly impenetrable. Yet, this delicate tranquility was utterly shattered by a phone call. The caller ID displayed Zhao Wenpei, Su Muqing's mother. "Qingqing, what on earth is going on between you and Xiao Yan? There are rumors swirling outside that you two are getting a divorce." Zhao Wenpei's voice was laced with an anxiety that could not be contained. Although the Su family's company could not rival the Gu family's, it still held a respectable position in City A. The prospect of her daughter's divorce was nothing short of a minor earthquake for the Su family. Su Muqing felt her heart plummet. The news had inevitably reached home. "Mom, please don't worry. It's not as the outside world claims. Don't give me explanations." Zhao Wenpei's voice suddenly rose, cutting her off. "I don't care what quarrels you two are having. You must bring Xiao Yan home for dinner this weekend. Clarify everything in front of everyone." The call was abruptly terminated, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Muqing clutched her heated phone, her temples throbbing. She turned to the man on the sofa, engrossed in a financial magazine. Gu Yin seemed to have overheard the call. His handsome face bore little expression, yet the atmosphere around him plummeted back to a freezing point. "What are you looking at me for?" He did not even raise his eyes, his voice as frigid as ice. "Tell your parents that we have signed the divorce agreement. We are merely one step away from visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau." "No!" Su Muqing nearly shouted those 2 words. She quickly strode to him, snatching the magazine from his hands. "Gu Yin, I know you are impatient with my family, but right now we are in this together." Finally, Gu Yin lifted his gaze, mockery evident in the depths of his dark eyes. "What do you mean by that? You are well aware of my parents' personalities. If they learn that we are truly getting divorced, there will be chaos at home. My father has a weak heart. He cannot handle such a shock." Su Muqing's reasoning was frighteningly lucid. She did not plead or appeal to emotions. Instead, she pointed directly at the stakes involved. She understood that discussing feelings with Gu Yin at this moment was ludicrous. However, he would certainly listen when it came to interests. If things escalated, it would not bode well for the reputation of the Gu family or their stock prices, would it? Sure enough, Gu Yin's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. He despised entangled relationships more than anything else. Though the Su family was not large, their deep-rooted connections with the Gu family in the supply chain meant that an ill-handled union could indeed spark a series of unnecessary troubles. So, he leaned back against the sofa, crossing his arms in a scrutinizing manner. "So, let's make a deal." Su Muqing articulated her plan. "We will stage a performance. This weekend, when we return home for dinner, you will play the role of the perfect son-in-law to assuage their concerns. In return, for the next 3 months, as long as it is unnecessary, I promise not to appear before you, not to disrupt your life. One night of acting for 3 months of peace." This arrangement sounded remarkably advantageous. Gu Yin scrutinized her. The Su Muqing before him was composed and rational, akin to an unwavering opponent at the negotiation table, rather than the tearful woman she had been. This unfamiliarity loosened the tightly strung chord in his heart, if only slightly. "Are you certain this is merely acting?" He ultimately confirmed. "Of course." Su Muqing nodded, a hint of self-deprecation curling her lips. "Do you really think I would take advantage of you under the guise of acting?" This remark successfully chilled Gu Yin's expression further. He let out a cold snort, a tacit acceptance. "Remember what you said today." The weekend arrived, and the Su family's villa was ablaze with lights, yet the atmosphere was fraught with tension. As Gu Yin's Maybach glided smoothly into the courtyard, Zhao Wenpei and Su Jianhai emerged promptly to greet them. The car door opened, and Gu Yin stepped out first. Instead of approaching his in-laws directly, he walked around the front of the car to the passenger side, personally opening the door for Su Muqing and extending his hand to her. An exceptionally gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Su Muqing was taken aback. She gazed at that hand, so familiar and yet so distant, and only then did she realize the performance had begun. She placed her hand in his palm. In that fleeting moment when his warm, broad hand enveloped hers, a familiar current surged up her spine, and her heart raced chaotically. "Dad, Mom." Gu Yin wore a perfectly measured smile, his tone intimate yet laced with an unapproachable aloofness. "I've been so busy at the company lately that I haven't found the time to come back and see you. Just being back is good enough." Zhao Wenpei sighed in relief upon witnessing their affectionate demeanor, eagerly pulling them inside. Throughout the evening, Gu Yin played the role of the impeccable son-in-law flawlessly. He remembered Su Muqing's preferences, naturally serving her the squirrel fish she loved. When a bit of sauce accidentally touched her lips, he retrieved a tissue, gently wiping it away with the pad of his finger, his touch as tender as could be. When the elders joked about when they would have children, he casually draped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close while his eyes sparkled with a tenderness that would have seemed indulgent to any onlooker. Su Muqing felt as though she was drowning in this eerily realistic illusion. She stiffly played her part, her heart pounding violently within her chest. She could distinctly smell the crisp, clean scent of cedar emanating from him. She felt his warmth seeping through the thin fabric of his clothes. She could see the shadows cast by his long eyelashes as he looked down. Everything mirrored the countless moments of genuine affection from their past life, fitting together seamlessly. Yet she remained acutely aware that it was all a facade. Every one of his movements was precise and restrained, as if measured with a ruler, perfect yet devoid of warmth. After dinner, as was customary, Su Jianhai called Gu Yin to the study for a heart-to-heart. The living room was left with just the two women. Zhao Wenpei took Su Muqing's hand, speaking earnestly. "Qing, all couples argue at times. Xiaoyan is a good boy. You need to be more understanding of him and not be so willful." Su Muqing lowered her head, softly replying, "I understand, Mom." She did not argue. Deep down, she knew that in her past life, she did not deserve such understanding. When Gu Yin emerged from the study, his expression was far from pleasant. It was evident that his father-in-law's well-meaning advice had drained his patience. After bidding farewell to Su Muqing's parents, they got into the car. Almost the moment the door closed, the veneer of false intimacy shattered, leaving behind an oppressive silence in the vehicle. Gu Yin stared ahead. The contours of his profile as hard and unyielding as steel. Su Muqing turned to gaze out of the window, her jade bracelet glimmering with an ethereal glow against the vibrant night. "Thank you for today." She ultimately chose to break the silence. Gu Yin did not glance at her, a cold laugh escaping his throat. "Su Muqing, don't confuse politeness with genuine feelings. I am merely fulfilling the terms of our agreement. I understand. Su Muqing's voice was soft, yet she added, "Thank you. Thank you for agreeing to accompany me in this performance. Thank you for allowing me to once again experience the feeling of being cradled in your embrace, even if just for a fleeting moment, even if it is but a fabrication." The car sped along, returning to the villa. Guyan parked silently, passing her without a word as he made his way directly to the guest room. Just as they brushed past each other, his footsteps unexpectedly faltered. He turned slightly, speaking in a tone only she could discern. "That dress has a rather low neckline." With that, he made no further delay, entering the guest room and shutting the door with a soft click. Su Muqing stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. It took her several moments to fully grasp the meaning of his words. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze to the French black dress she wore that day. The square neckline indeed revealed a small patch of her delicate, fair collarbone. Thus, when he had wrapped his arm around her at the dining table, that seemingly intimate protective gesture was, in fact, shielding her from the subtle gazes of the other male relatives at the table. An absurd yet fervent thought erupted from the depths of her heart, defying all reason. On this frigid night, Su Muqing's heart quietly blossomed a searing flower, ignited by his ambiguous utterance. Chapter 13. The level of green tea is insufficient before her. Following the enforcement of a truce with Guyan, Su Muqing indeed kept her word. She no longer awaited him with unwavering punctuality each day. She ceased to chase after him to deliver those meticulously prepared soups to his office. Furthermore, she abandoned all clumsy or contrived attempts to awaken his sealed memories. It was as if she had entirely evaporated from his world. Su Muqing devoted all her energy to a more significant endeavor, paving a path to success for herself. She understood better than anyone how fragile mere emotional reconciliation could be. Only when she stood tall, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Guyan, or even shield him from storms, would she be worthy of discussing the respect and love that had come too late. Drawing upon memories from her previous life, she began to study several industries poised for rapid growth in the coming years. She utilized her savings from before marriage as startup capital, establishing a small investment consultancy that began to lay its groundwork quietly. Her first target was the obscure company Apex Ventures, which had soared to prominence in the renewable energy sector in her past life. This was precisely the occasion when Lin Wanner had photographed her. Meanwhile, Guyan's life had suddenly become tranquil, yet his heart was in disarray. He had once detested returning home to that bowl of ever-changing soup, and the haunting presence of her, like a specter, wandering the living room. He had grown weary of her eyes, always filled with hope, yet hesitant to draw near. However, when all of this vanished without warning, the emptiness of the villa enveloped him in a suffocating silence. He reminded himself that this was the tranquility he had desired. Yet, the restlessness and hollowness within him grew like rampant vines, impossible to dispel. On this day, the Gu Corporation's anniversary gala unfolded. The banquet hall was filled with the fragrance of perfume and the clinking of glasses. Guyan, the center of attention, remained aloof, shrouded in shadows in a corner, his aura heavy with low pressure. Soon, a woman clad in a champagne-colored mermaid dress, her figure swaying gracefully, approached him with a glass in hand. "Brother Yin, why are you sitting here all alone?" It was Lin Wanner. Guyan's brows furrowed slightly, imperceptibly. He held no particular fondness or disdain for this neighbor who had grown up alongside him. In his previous life, during the most tumultuous times with Su Muqing, she would appear at the most opportune moments, offering him the gentlest and most considerate words of comfort. In contrast to Su Muqing's hysterical entanglements, it often led him to believe that Lin Wanner was the one who truly understood him. However, upon being reborn and gazing upon her seemingly innocent face, he felt a sudden wave of physiological discomfort. "Is there something you need?" His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Lin Wanner appeared entirely oblivious to his distance. Sitting down beside him and feigning concern as she lowered her voice, "I heard that Sister Muqing has been busy starting a company lately. Alas, she has chosen to forsake her role as Mrs. Gu and venture into the world." After a brief pause, she shifted her tone, insinuating a few days ago. I saw her meeting a man at a CAF. They were sitting quite close, engaged in a lively conversation. Brother Yin, you must advise her. The world outside is treacherous, and a girl should be cautious not to be deceived. Her words were impeccably crafted, every sentence laced with concern for Su Muqing, yet each one was a precise jab, insinuating that Su Muqing was restless and entangled with others. In her previous life, she had employed this method of simmering suspicion, planting seeds of doubt in his heart without him realizing it. Guyan's grip on his wine glass tightened slightly. Yet, what flashed through his mind was not the anger of betrayal, but the email Su Muqing had sent him that day. FYI, preliminary contact with Mr. Wang from Apex Ventures seemed productive. The email included detailed information about Apex and a market prospect analysis report she had meticulously crafted. It was professional, thorough, and logically coherent. He had not replied at the time, but he had remembered the name Apex. Now, looking at Lin Wanner, whose expression exuded feigned concern, he felt for the first time that her acting was utterly clumsy and laughable. Her affairs are not for you to meddle in. Guyan set down his glass, his voice suddenly turning cold. Lin Wanner's smile froze, completely taken aback by such an icy response. Just then, a bright, cheerful voice called out from a distance, "Wanner, there you are. I've been looking for you." Both turned to see Su Muqing striding towards them, clad in a sharply tailored white suit. Her long black hair pulled back into a high ponytail. She wore no jade bangles, opting instead for a minimalist women's wristwatch, its face reflecting a calm and rational light under the glow of the chandelier. She exuded an air of competence and confidence, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, a stark contrast to the once submissive woman who had been reduced to dust for love. The moment she appeared, she captured the attention of the entire room. Guyan's pupils contracted at the sight. How long had it been since he had seen Su Muqing radiate such brilliance and vitality? "Sister Muqing?" Lin Wanner quickly adjusted her expression, rising to greet her warmly. "What brings you here?" "As Mrs. Gu, why shouldn't I attend the Gu Corporation's gala?" Su Muqing replied with a smile, her gaze shifting to Lin Wanner, an amused glint of insight in her eyes. "I believe I just heard you mention seeing me meeting a man at a CAF?" Lin Wanner felt a sudden jolt of unease, an ominous premonition creeping into her heart. "Yes, I was merely concerned for you." "Well, I truly appreciate your concern," Su Muqing interjected with a smile, her voice soft yet distinctly audible to the surrounding tables. She retrieved a document from her exquisite handbag, not bothering to glance at it, before presenting it directly to Guyan. Her movements were fluid as she directed her words towards the visibly pale Lin Wanner. "The gentleman you saw is Mr. Wang from Apex Venture Capital. We are discussing a collaborative project in the field of renewable energy. Oh, and by the way, we just signed a preliminary investment letter of intent this afternoon." At this point, she suddenly turned to Guyan, her smile bright and mischievous. "Mr. Gu, this is the first project our company has secured. Although it may seem like a modest deal, it marks a promising start. I look forward to your guidance moving forward." This series of maneuvers left Lin Wanner frozen in place. Her petty attempts at sowing discord were instantly rendered a complete farce in the face of Su Muqing's bold and transparent strategy. Not only did she fail to create a rift, but she also became the herald of Su Muqing's project announcement and a witness to her capabilities. The gazes of the surrounding business elites turned laden with significance, piercing Lin Wanner's face like 1,000 needles. Her complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, her fingers gripping the wine glass whitening from excessive pressure, wishing fervently to evaporate on the spot. Guyan held the slender letter of intent, yet felt an intense heat radiating from his fingertips. He gazed at the radiant Su Muqing before him, the woman he had shielded in his past life, yet who had yearned to break free and soar away from him. Now, she was attempting to stand beside him in a manner he had never envisioned. She was no longer the vine that depended on him. She was Su Muqing in her own right. "Congratulations," he managed to articulate, his throat constricting as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Su Muqing acknowledged his response with a sly wink, her eyes clearly conveying the message. "Look, your little accomplice is far too inexperienced." With that, she lifted a glass of champagne, elegantly turned, and effortlessly blended into the circle of business magnates. She engaged in light banter, exchanged business cards, and exuded an undeniable aura of strength that commanded attention. Gu Yin remained seated, his gaze fixated on her dazzling white figure, unable to tear his eyes away. He suddenly realized that the woman he had loathed for 2 lifetimes seemed to have transformed into an entirely new and unfamiliar stranger, one he could no longer define merely by hatred. A dangerous stranger. Chapter 14. An escape named the turmoil of the heart. The confrontation at the soir left an indelible ripple within Gu Yin's psyche. Su Muqing's final wink, imbued with the cunning of a victor, replayed in his mind incessantly. He attempted to convince himself with phrases such as feigned demeanor and attention-seeking antics. Yet, reason screamed at him about the investment letter presented to him. Its logic was sound, and its data was indisputable, leaving no room for deception. He shattered his own principles, instructing his assistant to delve deeply into Apex Venture Capital. The feedback he received aligned perfectly with Su Muqing's report. His assistant even added an intriguing detail. Mr. Wang, the founder of Apex, was notorious in the industry for being a technical maverick, notoriously difficult to negotiate with. Many capital giants had met their match with him. How had Su Muqing managed to persuade him? This question became an irremovable thorn, causing a dull ache in his thoughts. He found it impossible to reconcile the woman before him with the memory of the naive girl who had once wept and pouted, even resorting to stealing property deeds for Lu Ziao. How could that girl possibly sit at the negotiation table and leverage commercial logic to sway a stubborn expert? Sleep eluded him. The tranquility of the villa transformed from sanctuary into an expanse that made his heart race with unease. The medicated concoctions he had grown accustomed to had vanished. The gaze that always bore a hint of fear, yet was resolutely steadfast, had also disappeared. Su Muqing had indeed kept her word, evaporating completely from his life. She had not returned to the villa. Initially, he felt a sense of liberation, but soon, a more tempestuous agitation engulfed him. He found himself unconsciously glancing at the empty living room upon returning home late at night. He noticed that when his stomach ached, he would inexplicably wander into the kitchen, staring blankly at the cold countertop. He loathed this lack of control. Hatred had been his sole pillar of strength since his rebirth, his only armor against the painful memories of his past life. Now, Su Muqing had carved multiple fissures into his very armor. She had not resorted to tears or love. Instead, she wielded the weapon of intellect and prowess, his most familiar and proud asset. This was far more challenging than any form of entanglement. He could no longer crudely label her as a traitor or a foolish woman. She was evolving into a complex individual that he no longer recognized or could control. To escape, Gu Yin chose the most primal means: work. He transformed himself into a perpetual motion machine, attending back-to-back meetings, drowning in a mountain of documents, filling every crevice of his thoughts with extreme fatigue. He forbade himself from contemplating anything regarding Su Muqing. That afternoon, after concluding a multinational video conference, he pressed his aching temples in exhaustion. His assistant knocked and entered. Mr. Gu, the legal department has forwarded a document from Miss Su's company, Qing Tian Capital, for your review. Qing Tian Capital. Even the name exuded unabashed ambition. Gu Yan's temples throbbed violently. He took the document, intending to discard it, but the mention of the legal department quelled his irritation. Upon opening it, a mere glance caused his pupils to constrict in shock. It was a supplementary agreement on the independence of marital assets and the non-interference of business activities. The terms, crafted by top-tier attorneys, were airtight. The crux was singular. Su Muqing, in her capacity as the legal representative of Qing Tian Capital, would undertake all commercial activities, regardless of profit or loss. And any future liabilities would bear no relation to him, Gu Yin, or the Gu Group under his name, and vice versa. This was a definitive severance in business. Not only had she cut ties in life, but now she was also erecting a formidable barrier in her career. In their past life, she had desperately sought to extract sustenance from him to nourish Lu Ziao's wild ambitions. Now, she was intent on severing all connections herself. Gu Yin gripped the pages tightly, his knuckles turning white. A peculiar sensation seized him. Not anger, nor hatred, but a disorienting feeling of abandonment. Despite being the one seeking divorce, the one pushing her away, he felt a pang of panic as she began constructing her own world, erecting a cold legal barrier that excluded him entirely. He snatched his phone, dialing the all-too-familiar number he had not touched in a week. The ringing persisted for what felt like ages, long enough for him to believe it would go unanswered. Until finally, the call connected. The background noise was chaotic, mingled with the crisp sound of keyboard strokes. "Hello." Su Muqing's voice emerged, coldly detached and purely businesslike. As she didn't even glance at the caller ID. "I received the agreement." Gu Yan's voice was hoarse, laden with urgency. "What do you mean by this?" On the other end of the line, there was a brief pause of 2 seconds before Su Muqing seemed to recognize his voice. Did President Gu not comprehend the legal terms? The literal meaning. Her tone was devoid of any fluctuation. "This is the most responsible course of action for both parties. I wish for my future business decisions to pose no potential risk to Gu Corporation. Likewise, I aspire for my career to be wholly my own." "Wholly your own?" Gu Yan was incensed by her tone, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "Wasn't the seed capital provided by me?" "Yes." Su Muqing readily acknowledged this, her voice suddenly sharp as a blade. "Therefore, rest assured, President Gu, I shall return every single penny to you with interest. Until then, this agreement serves more as a unilateral guarantee of risk avoidance from me, Su Muqing, to Gu Corporation. I do not wish, nor need, to hear anyone claim that I, Su Muqing, stand on my feet solely through the charity of the Gu family." Her words were like a precise, surgical scalpel, instantly slicing through all his dark speculations, exposing them to the glaring light of day, revealing their grotesque nature. Beep beep. The call was decisively terminated. Gu Yan stood frozen, gripping his phone. For the first time, he realized that in this game of his own making, he was utterly powerless. He abruptly rose and rushed to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The bustling city below shimmered with vibrant lights. This was the commercial empire he once dominated, yet could not dispel even a fraction of the turmoil within him. He needed to leave. He required a place devoid of any trace of Su Muqing to reassemble his crumbling resentment. He seized the intercom, his voice cold and distorted from suppression. "Book the earliest flight to Zurich. All meetings for the coming week conducted online." He had to escape. Escape this city. Flee from the fortress of chaos that woman had erected for him. Chapter 15. A Confession, a Covenant for the Future. As Gu Yan returned to the villa in the dead of night, carrying a simple suitcase, he was certain it would be like every other night of the past week. Awaiting him would be only the coldness and darkness of the room. However, as the headlights swept across the courtyard, a figure pierced his line of sight. The silhouette was crouched on the cold steps of the villa. She was slender, clad in a thin beige trench coat, appearing particularly forlorn in the autumn night breeze. She hugged her knees, burying her head deep within her arms, like a stray cat abandoned by the entire world. It was Su Muqing. Gu Yan's heart plummeted, as if he had missed the last step on a staircase, followed by an even greater surge of agitation. How could she be here? Had she not declared her disappearance with a mere agreement? He turned off the engine and stepped out of the car, the crisp crunch of leaves breaking under his polished shoes. Approaching her, his tall figure cast a shadow that enveloped her entirely. His voice was colder than the night wind. "What are you doing here? The agreement clearly stated that you are not to appear in my life." Su Muqing's body stiffened imperceptibly before she slowly raised her head. Her face was drained of color by the night wind, her nose red with cold, and her eyes were bloodshot, clearly having waited for quite some time. When her gaze fell upon the suitcase in his hand, her pupils contracted slightly. "Are you leaving?" She steadied herself against the wall as she stood up, her body swaying slightly from having crouched for too long. Gu Yan offered no reply, bypassing her to open the door, his impatience nearly spilling over. "It's none of your business. It concerns me." However, Su Muqing was quicker than him, stepping inside and firmly shutting the door behind her, using her slender frame to block his path. Her gaze was no longer filled with past pleas or grievances, but rather a chilling and terrifying resolve. "Gu Yan, I know you're avoiding me." Gu Yan's actions to unlock the door halted. He turned around, the darkness in his eyes palpable enough to solidify, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Su Muqing, do not test my limits. I am not here to plead with you, nor to entangle you. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she adjusted her breathing. Then she met his fierce gaze directly, each word articulated with chilling clarity. I am here to inform you of my plans. Your plans? Gu Yan responded, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. A sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Isn't your plan merely to take my money, establish a shell company, and engage in a childish game of proving yourself? No. Su Muqing shook her head. In that moment, her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, exuding a sense of determination as if she were all in. My plan is to elevate Qingtian Capital to an industry-renowned status within 3 years. My plan is that when Gu Corporation faces the same supply chain crisis as in the past, my company will serve as an alternative on your negotiation table, rather than having you shoulder it all alone. My plan is that when I repay you the principal along with interest, I can stand on equal footing with you as Su Muqing, not as Mrs. Gu, to discuss our future anew. Her voice softened suddenly. Yet each word struck Gu Yan's heart like a hammer. Gu Yan, I love you. This is not an empty declaration, nor a superficial claim of possession from past life. Rather, it is my determination to become a better person for you, for our family. After recognizing my own foolishness and shortcomings, she regarded his astonished expression and continued, I will no longer plead for your belief in me because the past me was unworthy. Thus, my signing of that agreement was not a severance, but rather a means to provide you with peace of mind. To let you know that every step I take is independent of the Gu family, reliant solely on myself. I am here to stop you, not to prevent your departure, but to personally hand you this covenant before you leave. She pulled out a document from the pocket of her trench coat. It was not a cold legal document, but rather a handwritten piece resembling a life plan. It detailed the 3-year development strategy, goals, and key milestones for Qingtian Capital in elegant yet powerful handwriting. This is my declaration of intent. She forcefully thrust the still-warm document into Gu Yan's hands. You may leave, flee, or continue to hate me, but none of that will hinder me from steadily moving towards this goal. I will, through my actions, gradually rebuild the sense of security, trust, and the family that I personally destroyed in our previous life. When that day comes, whether you wish to return is your choice. But until then, I shall not release my hold. With her words concluded, she resolutely stepped back, casting him one final, deep gaze. In her eyes lingered unbreakable affection, heavy guilt, and a determination to burn bridges, yet not a trace of retreat. Then she turned, opened the door, and left. The entire process was swift and decisive, void of any hesitation, vanishing quickly into the depths of the night. The villa fell once again into a profound silence. Gu Yan stood rigidly at the entrance, clutching that thin yet weighty declaration of intent in his hand. The ink on the paper, each stroke meticulously inscribed, felt as though it were etched into his very soul with a chisel. What was this? A confession wagered against the future? A marriage contract secured by the promise of career? The memory of Su Muqing, once a mere child who would cry and cling to him, lay utterly shattered, reduced to ashes. She did not weep, did not protest, nor utter a single plea for him to stay. Instead, she calmly and assertively proclaimed her vision for the future, one that firmly included him. He cast his gaze downward at the suitcase by his feet. What had once been an unwavering resolve to escape suddenly appeared absurd and laughable in that moment. Was he truly seeking to flee from Su Muqing herself, or from the crumbling prison of hatred that was wavering under her influence? For the first time, he realized the immense toll that hating someone exacted. When the object of that hatred no longer resembled the image held in memory, the animosity lost its foundation, becoming hollow and ludicrous. That night, Gu Yan did not travel to Zurich. He sat alone in the empty living room, illuminated by a solitary lamp, poring over the handwritten plan throughout the night. As dawn broke, the first light pierced through the darkness. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his assistant. Cancel the flight. After a brief pause, he sent a second message. Additionally, have Manager Chun from the Venture Capital Department arrive at the office by 9. I wish to convene a meeting. Avoidance is the game of the weak. He was determined to witness firsthand how this new Su Muqing would realize her audacious and beguiling vision of the future. Chapter 16. A Crisis, the Prelude of Standing Together. Gu Yan's return infused the entire Gu Corporation with a surge of vitality. This young and ruthless leader was the steadfast anchor in the hearts of all employees. Yet, beneath the surface of calm waters, a storm brewed. As predicted by Su Muqing, an insidious assault on the Gu Corporation approached silently. The most crucial technology subsidiary of Gu Corporation engaged in the development of a groundbreaking chip, found its lifeblood choked by a rare earth composite material. The sole global supplier of this material was a South American company named Cordia Mining. A week prior, Cordia Mining unilaterally tore up the contract, citing an irresistible production incident in the mining area, thereby indefinitely suspending all material supplies to Gu. The news leaked, and Gu Corporation's stock price plummeted. This marked the beginning of the catastrophe experienced in his past life. Gu Yan recalled every detail. At that time, he was caught off guard by this sudden betrayal, retreating at every turn. Cordia refused all communication. The chip project halted for nearly 6 months, missing the golden window, resulting in losses worth hundreds of billions for the group. He later discovered that the so-called production incident was a complete fabrication, a carefully orchestrated hunt devised by his competitor, Hongfa Industries, in collusion with Wall Street Capital. In this lifetime, he had already laid an intricate web to ensnare Hongfa. Yet he did not anticipate that the knife would once again plunge into the same wound. In the president's office, the air was so oppressive it felt as if it could be wrung out. Cordia remained unreachable. Emails vanished into the void, and phone calls fell on deaf ears, as if the entire company had evaporated from existence. Chen Jing, the director of the venture capital department, a woman known for her astuteness and competence, now wore a frown. Her voice laced with despair. I have dispatched someone to South America, but it is highly likely that we won't even catch a glimpse of their executives. Gu Yan remained silent, his expression somber, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the expensive wooden desk. The muffled sound echoed like a relentless drumbeat against the hearts of everyone present. He understood that this was not a mere breach of contract. This was a premeditated war. What are the backup suppliers? He finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Chen Jing shook her head in despair, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. None. The patent for the purification technology of this composite material is entirely monopolized by Cordia. While a laboratory can replicate it, the cost is astronomical, rendering mass production impossible. Silence enveloped the room. One could hear a pin drop. All present were senior executives, elite among elites. Yet they were acutely aware of one undeniable truth. The Gu Corporation was ensnared, gasping for breath with no means of retaliation. A familiar, piercing pain surged from his stomach, causing Gu Yan's back to tense involuntarily. He suppressed his discomfort, but his mind raced at an accelerated pace, calculating every possible solution. Yet the memories of past devastation loomed like a vast black vortex, swallowing all avenues of escape. This path was a dead end. Just then, his private phone vibrated faintly. On the screen was a message from an unknown number, brief in content. The Pepper Pig's stomach chicken at the old alley in the southern city warms the stomach. Additionally, the 112th academic journal from Japan's Nichiya Chemical last month may be worth a glance. Gu Yan's pupils constricted suddenly. The tone, the style, it was Su Muqing. He instinctively overlooked the concern in the first half of the message, but every word in the latter half struck like thunder, cleaving through the fog of confusion in his mind. Nichiya Chemical? A company specializing in basic chemical materials, leagues away from cutting-edge chip materials. In his previous life, he had never considered this company at all. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze electrifying as it bore into Chen Jing. Immediately, retrieve last month's 112th academic journal published by Japan's Nichiya Chemical. All versions, digital, printed, every single one. Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why her boss's thoughts had leaped to a seemingly unrelated company. Yet, she dared not question him. Nodding earnestly, understood. I will take care of it at once. While waiting, The pain in his stomach intensified, and beads of cold sweat formed on Gu Yan's brow. He opened the drawer, reaching for his usual bottle of medicine, only to find it empty. Just as he was about to send his assistant to fetch some, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in." It was not his assistant who entered, but a delivery person carrying an exquisite thermal container. "Good day. Are you Mr. Guyen? Miss Su has ordered Pepper Pig's stomach chicken soup for you, insisting we deliver it hot within half an hour." In an instant, the entire room of executives froze, exchanging incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting the absurdity of the moment. At such a tense juncture, with the company's fate hanging in the balance, someone had dared to deliver a pot of chicken soup? Guyan's heart was unexpectedly struck by a warm wave of emotion. He gestured for the delivery person to set down the container and leave, his gaze lingering complexly on the thermal container. He needed no guesswork to know who had sent it. She had anticipated his stomach pains. She had calculated that he would have no medicine nearby. Just how much did she know? He refrained from touching the soup, yet the faint, commanding aroma of pepper seemed to act as a warm hand, strangely soothing the turmoil within his stomach. Moments later, Chun Jing rushed in, tablet in hand, her footsteps hurried. "Mr. Gu, I found it." Her voice brimmed with excitement and disbelief. In the 112th Quarterly Journal of Nikkei Chemical, on the final page of the appendix, there lies an inconspicuous technical paper authored by a researcher from one of their fringe laboratories. The paper reveals an accidental discovery of a novel catalyst capable of efficiently purifying a specific industrial waste into a quasi-compound, whose molecular structure bears an uncanny resemblance to the rare earth materials produced by Cordia. Chun Jing's breath quickened, her eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. This paper, deemed overly ambitious in its theoretical assertions and lacking commercial data to substantiate its claims, had been disregarded as academic detritus, attracting little attention. However, Mr. Gu, if this is indeed true, if this theory holds water, it would mean we could entirely circumvent Cordia and establish an entirely new supply chain, potentially at an even lower cost. Boom! The atmosphere in the office surged from frigid to boiling in an instant. All eyes converged on Gu Yan, filled with reverence and fervor, as if they were gazing upon a deity orchestrating grand strategies. Only Gu Yan understood that this miraculous insight stemmed from a mere text message. Su Muqing had not provided him with an answer, nor had she mentioned Cordia at all. She resembled a masterful chess player, subtly placing an apparently irrelevant piece in the most obscure corner of the board. Following her lead, he glimpsed the sole path to break the stalemate. Unlike in her previous life, she did not foolishly attempt to steal trade secrets and invite calamity upon herself. Instead, she chose a more astute, discreet, and potent method, standing behind him and presenting him with the key to unlock the impasse. This was not salvation, it was solidarity. Gu Yan leaned back into the generous embrace of his chair, his body, which had been taut all day, finally releasing a hint of relaxation. He gestured to Chun Jing, issuing orders with clarity. Immediately, she was to organize the technical department to verify the paper within 24 hours. Simultaneously, make clandestine contact with Nikkei Chemical and procure the researcher along with his technical patents at any cost. Yes, Chun Jing accepted the mandate, departing the office with a group of revitalized executives, their steps imbued with urgency. The world once again fell silent. Gu Yan's gaze rested upon the pot of peppered pig's stomach soup, still emitting wisps of steam. He approached, lifted the lid, and served himself a bowl. The rich, creamy broth slid down his throat, enveloping his cold stomach with a comforting warmth. He took out his phone and, for the first time in his life, dialed that familiar number with intention. The call was answered almost instantaneously. "Did you receive the soup?" Su Muqing's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor, as if she had anticipated his call. Gu Yan felt his throat constrict. "Thank you." The words emerged from his lips with great difficulty, yet they were imbued with a sincerity that felt foreign to him. On the other end of the line, Su Muqing let out a soft laugh. The sound traversed the electrical currents, carrying an understanding and a tenderness he could not quite decipher. "Gu Yan," she said, "this is merely the beginning. I promised I would become your backbone." Chapter 17, Silent Guardianship. Su Muqing's declaration of becoming his backbone struck Gu Yan's heart with the force of each word, sending ripples through the still waters of his soul. Backbone. One audacious term, yet how tantalizingly dangerous. In his previous life, she had been a blemish upon his existence, a source of ridicule within the business community. In this life, however, she claimed she would be his strength. The call ended, and Gu Yan lingered for a long moment. The bowl of peppered pig's stomach soup now devoid of warmth. The warmth in his stomach clashed with the tumultuous waves in his heart, creating an almost absurd dissonance. He admonished himself, reminding that this was merely her more sophisticated strategy. A web woven from kindness was far more inescapable than a cage forged from love. He needed to remain vigilant. Yet, as he plunged back into work, attempting to drown his swirling thoughts in cold data, he found everything spiraling out of control. The lead from Nikia Chemical struck like a precise lightning bolt, cleaving through the monopolistic shroud surrounding Cordia Mining. The Gu Group's technical team labored tirelessly for 3 days and nights, ultimately confirming the paper's absolute feasibility with uncontainable joy. The Gu Group had obtained the trump card to overturn the table. However, new predicaments swiftly followed. In the conference room, Chun Jing's expression was grave. The flames of hope extinguished as if doused by a bucket of ice water. Mr. Gu, we contacted the paper's author, Professor Tanaka Shin, but he has declined our offer. Declined? Gu Yan's brow furrowed in an instant. Was it a matter of insufficient funds? Or had Hongfa's team preempted them? Neither. Chun Jing shook her head, her expression perplexed. Professor Tanaka is an eccentric individual. He insists that his research is an art form, a poetic tribute to chemistry, and must not be tainted by the stench of commerce. He claims we, as businessmen, cannot comprehend the aesthetic within his theory. Aesthetic? One executive could not suppress a derisive snicker. Discussing aesthetics in the context of a multi-billion-dollar business? Has this Japanese man lost his mind? Yet Gu Yan's countenance darkened. Those who could not be swayed by money or power were the most formidable adversaries. They dwelled within their own mental fortresses. Any worldly assault would only tighten their defenses. Chun Jing's subsequent words confirmed his worst fears. Hongfa Industries has also faced a shut door. However, they remain undeterred, now pressuring high-ranking officials within Japan's political and business circles to coerce Nikia Chemical and Professor Tanaka into submission. I worry that if this drags on, even if we succeed, the cost will be astronomical. This was a race against time. Not only did they need to conquer the lofty peak of Professor Tanaka Shin, but they also had to outpace the bloodthirsty wolf that was Hongfa. Gu Yan's stomach began to ache anew. Su Muqing's face flashed uncontrollably through his mind. The moment the thought surfaced, he forcefully extinguished it. He could no longer rely on her. He had returned from his rebirth for the sake of vengeance, to seize control of everything, certainly not to be led around by the same woman once more. He resolved to personally fly to Japan. He refused to believe there existed a door that Gu Yan could not open. However, just as his assistant booked the tickets and he prepared for departure the following evening, an email silently slipped into Professor Tanaka's private inbox. The next morning, as Gu Yan stepped into the company, he was intercepted by Chun Jing at the office door. Her face bore a complex expression of ecstasy intertwined with utter confusion. Mr. Gu, tremendous news. Chun Jing's voice trembled with excitement as she presented her tablet to him. Professor Tanaka has agreed. He reached out to us, expressing his willingness to exclusively transfer the patent technology of the catalyst to our Gu Group. Gu Yan's footsteps abruptly halted. His gaze pierced the screen. The message from Tanaka Shin was humble, his tone a complete reversal, imbued with a palpable excitement of having found a kindred spirit. Why? Gu Yan's voice was alarmingly dry as he fixed his stare on Chun Jing. Why did he suddenly change his mind? That is the most astonishing part. Chun Jing's eyes sparkled with disbelief. He received an anonymous email late last night. The email did not discuss money or collaboration. Instead, it elaborated in 5,000 words on the formation of the glaze color of the Song Dynasty Jianyao bowls, drawing parallels to his catalyst theory. Gu Yan's heart was seized by an invisible hand, gripped tightly. The rare and exquisite glaze of the Yao Biantian Mu cup flashed in his mind. He recollected that Su Muqing's grandfather, the reclusive elder of the Su family, had devoted his life to the study of ancient ceramics. Influenced by this, Su Muqing possessed an understanding of these artifacts that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Jing, still brimming with excitement, reported, Professor Tianzhong stated that the sender of the email not only pinpointed an undisclosed flaw in his theory, but also proposed an entirely novel optimization direction derived from the serendipity of crafting the Yao Bian Mu cup. He declared this to be the most profound love letter he has ever received. Moreover, he remarked that only companies capable of appreciating such art deserve to possess his technology. President Gu, please tell us, which department is harboring this genius? It's simply a stroke of luck, transforming a business negotiation into a premier academic exchange. This single email holds more value than our entire negotiation team. Executives in the corridor turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, their eyes filled with a blend of awe and curiosity. Everyone believed this to be yet another of Gu Yan's enigmatic strategies. Yet, only Gu Yan himself felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place, unable to move. He understood. That was not him. He could scarcely pronounce the words, Yao Bian Mu. That woman had once again, from behind the veil, cleared all obstacles from his path. There were no calls, no messages, no gestures of self-congratulation, not even a trace left behind. She was like a specter, infiltrating the most perilous battleground, dismantling the most crucial fuses, and silently retreating into the shadows. She had indeed signed that non-interference agreement, yet every action she undertook was redefining that very agreement, stroke by stroke. It was not a severance. It was a one-sided, silent guardianship. A sense of dislocation, abandoned by the world, collided violently with a profound sense of security she had firmly provided, two starkly contrasting emotions wreaking havoc within his chest, nearly tearing his rationality asunder. He abruptly turned and hastened into his office, slamming the door shut, shutting out all prying eyes from the outside world. He needed to regain his composure. He pulled out his phone, the number hovering at his fingertips. Yet, he could not bring himself to press the buttons. What could he possibly say? Accuse her? On what grounds? As an independent entity, she engaged in academic discourse with a Japanese professor. What did that have to do with him, Guyen? Express gratitude? That word had already been spoken once. Repeating it would only serve to render it more pallid. Moreover, the scant pride he harbored within would not permit him to repeatedly bow to the woman he had resolved to forsake. In the midst of this internal turmoil, his assistant knocked and entered. President Gu, the legal department has successfully liaised with Professor Tianzhong's lawyer. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The assistant's voice lowered, cautiously presenting a report. As per your instructions, we attempted to trace the source of the anonymous email. Guyan's breath hitched for a moment. The result, the sender is a top-tier expert. Our team exerted immense effort to barely trace it back to the original IP address, located in a private art gallery in the western part of the city. The assistant's voice dwindled. We couldn't delve any deeper, but we managed to decipher the sender's signature. Guyan's head snapped up, his gaze icy. The assistant felt a shiver creep down his spine, swallowing hard. The signature bore but one character, Mu. The name, though uttered in silence, detonated a nuclear explosion within Guyan's mind. He waved his hand, dismissing the assistant. The office door closed gently, and the world fell back into silence. Guyan slumped in his chair, staring up at the pale ceiling, a wave of unprecedented exhaustion washing over him. It turned out that harboring hatred was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor, when your object of disdain no longer resembled the loathsome figure of your memories, and began to forge a path through thorns for you. Your hatred became a castle built upon shifting sands, ready to collapse at any moment. He had believed that Su Muqing established Qing Tian capital to hastily prove herself to him. Only at this moment did he awaken to the realization. She was not constructing her own kingdom. She was quietly fortifying his walls. Why? What did she truly desire? This question constricted his throat, rendering him breathless. For the first time, Guyan discovered that in this rebirth game he thought he controlled, he had seemingly never been the true master of the script. Chapter 18. A confession named repayment. The Kodia crisis came to a close in an almost legendary fashion, concluding flawlessly. The Gu Corporation not only emerged unscathed but, in fact, profited from the misfortune, acquiring core technology that was both more cost-effective and efficient, thereby liberating itself from the constraints of the supply chain. The stock price soared, not only reclaiming all losses, but even setting a new high in recent years. Gu Yan was once more elevated to the pedestal of deity. At the celebration banquet, glasses clinked amidst the scent of fine clothes and bustling figures. Everyone surrounded him, showering him with compliments and praises. President Gu truly possesses a mind for strategy, orchestrating everything with finesse. Indeed, who could have imagined that a catastrophic disaster would be transformed into a monumental opportunity by President Gu? Hongfa Industries suffered a double loss, losing both fortune and face, failing to achieve their aims. Ha ha ha. Gu Yan held his wine glass, his expression stoic, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the accolades. Yet his gaze traversed through the facade of insincere smiles, staring into the boundless night outside. A mind for strategy, orchestrating everything? Only he knew that behind this resplendent victory stood a shadow he dared not confront, the woman who signed his moo. After the banquet, he declined all invitations for further celebrations, driving alone on the road back to his villa. A week had passed. Since that day, Su Muqing had seemingly evaporated from the world. There were no calls, no messages, no warm bowls of chicken soup, nor any presence in any corner of his life. She had executed her plans flawlessly, as if that world-altering email had truly been the casual act of a stranger. Yet, the more she distanced herself, the more agitated Gu Yan became. He loathed this sensation, a sense of unrepayable debt. In the past life, she had owed him much, allowing him to hate her with righteous indignation, to torment and exact revenge upon her. Yet now, the scales were tilting in uncontrollable pace. The tires screeched against the ground, and he abruptly swerved the steering wheel, the car tracing a sharp arc in the darkness, changing course. He could no longer continue like this. He had to seek clarity. He needed to tear away her facade of nonchalance, to uncover what secrets lay within her heart. The car sped onward, ultimately halting beneath a skyscraper. Qing Tian Capital. The four characters emitted a cold glow in the night. It was nearly midnight, yet a light still burned in the corner of the top floor. Gu Yan's heart inexplicably sank. He turned off the engine, remaining in the car, silently gazing at that solitary light in the darkness. He imagined her at that moment. Was she furrowing her brow over a pile of monotonous data, leaning over her desk? Still engaged in a video conference with her team, her voice exuded a calm decisiveness. This demeanor was a stark contrast to the woman in his memories, one who would nestle in his embrace, weeping for handbags and jewels. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until the light finally extinguished. Moments later, a slender figure emerged from the revolving door of the building. It was Su Muqing. She was clad in a sharp business suit, draped in a beige trench coat, and carrying a laptop bag. The night breeze tousled her long hair, revealing a visage that, though unadorned, was etched with fatigue. She appeared even more emaciated than during their last encounter. Gu Yan felt his throat tighten involuntarily. He opened the car door and strode towards her with long strides. The crisp sound of his leather shoes against the ground resonated in the silent midnight, each step echoing the rhythm of his heartbeat. Su Muqing heard the footsteps and turned, her expression vigilant. Upon recognizing Gu Yan, the fleeting shock in her eyes quickly gave way to an air of composure. "Mr. Gu?" Her voice bore a hint of hoarseness from her recent work, polite yet distant. "Is there something you need at this late hour?" As Gu Yan stood before her, his imposing figure overshadowed her completely. He gazed down at her, his bottomless black eyes swirling with the tumult of emotions he had suppressed for an entire week. "Get in the car." His command was devoid of warmth, a sheer exertion of authority. Su Muqing remained unmoved, her clear gaze fixed upon him beneath the glow of the streetlight, resembling a tranquil pool of water. "If this is about Professor Tian, I believe there is nothing to discuss. It was merely a matter of personal academic interest, unrelated to you, Mr. Gu." She dismissed it entirely. This cold, businesslike demeanor ignited a fuse deep within Gu Yan's heart. He suddenly reached out, gripping her wrist. Her wrist was astonishingly delicate, her skin cool to the touch, devoid of any warmth of life. Unrelated to me? He forced the words through clenched teeth, a blend of fury and an inexplicable panic coursing through him. Su Muqing, are you toying with me? He shoved her roughly into the passenger seat, followed by himself, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The confined space instantly brimmed with a tense atmosphere. Why are you helping me? Guyan fixated on her. Resembling a cornered beast, his questions relentless. First it was Rie Chemical, then Professor Tian. You've gone to great lengths, leveraging the Su family connections, burning the midnight oil to write those incomprehensible documents. What on earth do you want? Is it to make me owe you a favor? To enhance your standing in the boardroom? Or do you intend to bind me with gratitude to rescind that property agreement? Su Muqing, what is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. He would rather she had ulterior motives. He would prefer her to be the greedy, selfish woman from his past life. For only then could he continue to harbor his justified hatred for her. However, Su Muqing's reaction once again surpassed his expectations. In the face of his towering rage, she exhibited no fear, no retreat, not even a hint of panic. She simply regarded him quietly, a layer of sorrowful glimmer gradually forming in her weary eyes. Guyan, she finally spoke, her voice soft, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, striking heavily upon his heart. What I owed you in my past life was not money, nor status, but peace of mind. Each syllable resonated clearly within his ears. I stole your business secrets for Lu Xiao. I squandered your resources for Lu Xiao. Every time I stabbed you in the back, every time I reduced you to a laughingstock, it was all for another person. I turned you into a complete joke. Guyan's breath caught sharply in his throat. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles blanching from the strain. This was the deepest scar of his past life, the root of all his hatred since his rebirth. And now, she calmly revealed this bloodied wound, laying it bare before them both. In this life, Su Muqing's tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. But they were not for soliciting sympathy. They were a profound act of contrition. I help you, not for you, nor for myself, but for us. For the trust named Guyan that I personally shattered. Her voice trembled, yet remained resolute. I do not seek repayment, nor gratitude, nor do I require you to rescind any agreements. Because these were debts I owed you. I'm merely repaying that debt. The phrase repaying a debt struck like two invisible mountains, crashing down and obliterating all of Guyan's pointed inquiries and dark suspicions. He opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless. Su Muqing raised her hand, wiping away her tears, her gaze piercing through the mist of sorrow, locking onto his with an unwavering determination. I will assist you with Kodia and resolve matters concerning Professor Tian, not to showcase my prowess, nor to change your perception of me. I merely wish for you to understand that from this moment forth, there stand a person behind you, a person who will never betray you, no matter what happens. You need not express gratitude. You merely need to grow accustomed to my presence. Having spoken, she unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and resolutely turned away, walking into the enveloping darkness, never glancing back. Guyan remained frozen in the driver's seat, as if ensnared by a spell. You merely need to grow accustomed to my presence. This phrase resonated more powerfully than any declaration of love, more overwhelming than any other sentiment. She was not seeking his forgiveness. Instead, she was redefining their relationship through her actions. She aimed to become a presence he would come to rely on, subconsciously, an inseparable part of him. This was not merely a repayment of debts. It was the most profound and assertive confession, inscribed through her actions. He slammed his fist down upon the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. The car's horn blared, shattering the stillness of the night with a piercing sound. He had lost. In this self-righteous interrogation, he had been utterly defeated. Just as he was about to drive away, his phone rang suddenly. It was an unfamiliar number, yet he recognized it as the phone of the steward who attended to the old master of the Su family. Hesitating for a moment, he answered. On the other end, the steward's aged voice, tinged with concern, reached him. Young Master Gu, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but I felt a sense of unease. Zhang Bo, is something the matter? The steward sighed. Miss Su has been preoccupied lately, and she appears to have lost considerable weight. Recently, She has been scouring every private museum and collector in the capital for a rare book on the Song dynasty's glaze-changing techniques. That book is a unique edition, and the collector is quite eccentric, not yielding to anyone. Gu Yan tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles cracking slightly from the pressure. In the end, she had no choice but to seek the old master's help. As you know, the old master has long since retired and is no longer involved in worldly matters. To obtain that book, Miss Su stood at the door of the old master's study for an entire night. The old gentleman, with profound affection for his granddaughter, ultimately had to intervene personally, leveraging his most treasured connections to secure the book. Young Master Gu, if I may intrude, is there some discord between you and the young lady? Her relentless efforts, what exactly are they for? With a resounding thud, an epiphany detonated in Gu Yan's mind. It was not merely a single sleepless night or a solitary email. Behind it lay her tireless endeavors traversing the city. Her heartfelt pleas as she stood before her grandfather for an entire night, and the invaluable goodwill she had summoned from the Su family. It was an immense sacrifice beyond his wildest imagination. Yet, she had uttered not a single word regarding it. He believed he had grasped the depth of her sacrifices. But in reality, what he perceived was merely the tip of the iceberg. Gu Yan ended the call and parked the car by the roadside. Resting his elbow on the steering wheel, his palm pressed against his face in anguish. For the first time, he felt with startling clarity that the woman he had once loathed in his past life was, in an irresistible manner, inch by inch, reclaiming her place within his heart. And he found himself with nowhere to escape. Chapter 19. The Counterattack Named Protection. Su Muqing's debt repayment confession was akin to a deep-sea bomb dropped into the lake of Gu Yan's heart, the aftershocks of which still lingered. He began to suffer from insomnia more acutely than ever before. When he closed his eyes, the image of her cold, resolute face during her betrayal began to fade, replaced by the strikingly tearful yet luminous eyes she possessed under the streetlights in the dead of night. You just need to get used to it. These 5 words became a new nightmare, haunting him day and night. Hatred was beginning to dissolve. A feeling he desperately resisted, yet could not deny, was burgeoning uncontrollably from beneath the rubble. He found himself obsessively monitoring Qing Tian Capital. The daily reports from his assistant regarding public sentiment and project progress were prioritized above all else. He observed her leading a small startup team, navigating the treacherous landscape of capital with painstaking difficulty, yet managing to tread firmly with each step. The project she secured bore the unmistakable hallmark of Su Muqing, precise, ruthless, leaving no room for retreat. In the deep of night, he would drive to the base of her company, an addiction he could not shake off, concealed in the shadows. Like a clandestine voyeur, he sought merely to glimpse that familiar window, still aglow. He loathed this version of himself, a failure easily swayed by a woman, devoid of principles. Yet he could not control it. This conflicting tension lowered the atmosphere of pressure around him to a bone-chilling degree. Yet there were those like Lin Wanner, who simply could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. To her, the crisis at Gu's had been resolved, making it the perfect moment for her to shine as the delicate flower of understanding. As for Su Muqing, merely a foolish woman, oblivious to the company's collapse, long since discarded by Gu Yan. At a business banquet hosted by Gu's, Lin Wanner, adorned in an enchanting manner, gracefully approached Gu Yan, who was surrounded by admirers. "Brother Yan," her voice was sweet enough to draw tears, perfectly interrupting Gu Yan's conversation with several prominent figures. "I see you've been busy. You must be exhausted. Have a drink to soothe your throat." The prominent figures exchanged knowing glances and tactfully excused themselves. Gu Yan accepted the glass with an impassive expression. Just a single syllable, as cold as a stranger. Lin Wanner, undeterred, leaned in closer, lowering her voice, her tone dripping with concern and adoration. "Brother Yan, I was so worried when the company was in such peril. Thankfully, you're so capable, handling everything on your own." Observing Gu Yan's lack of rebuttal, her audacity grew bolder. Unlike some people, she sighed pointedly, her voice laced with disdain, as a wife, when you needed her most. She was too busy with her own company, indifferent to you. "I truly don't understand what you saw in such a selfish woman." She was certain her words would strike a nerve with Gu Yan. In his past life, he had been moved by her perceptiveness. However, this time, the response she received was not one of agreement, but rather a gaze capable of freezing souls. Gu Yan turned his head, his bottomless eyes devoid of warmth, exuding nothing but unabashed, cutting disdain. Miss Lin. The three words were like nails driven into Lin Wanner's heart. He referred to her as Miss Lin. The smile on her face instantly stiffened. Brother Yinyu, my family matters. When did it become your place as an outsider to judge? Gu Yan's voice was low, yet it tightened the surrounding air, each word laden with a chilling sense of oppression. Lin Wanner's complexion drained of color. Gu Yan did not relent. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, peeling back her veneer of hypocrisy inch by inch. And how do you know she was indifferent? His voice descended further, darker, carrying a cruel inquiry. What makes you think I could solve all problems without her contribution? Lin Wanner's mind buzzed, blanking out. What did he mean? That foolish Su Muqing had genuinely assisted him? No, that was impossible. Seeing her expression akin to witnessing a ghost. Gu Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile, the kind that cut deeper than the winter night as chill. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, his voice low and deliberate, delivering the final verdict. In my past life, I fell for your deceitful words, foolishly for an eternity. In this life, do you think I'm still the same? Thunderclaps. A revelation reverberated in her mind. Past life, he too had been reborn. This realization struck terror deeper than any humiliation. It shattered her. All her scheming, all her performances, in his eyes, had merely been the antics of a foolish jester. Gu Yan straightened up, no longer casting her a glance, as if even looking at her would dirty his eyes. He slammed the glass he held onto the table, the liquid splattering forth, and then turned on his heel to leave. Silence enveloped the room. Only Lin Wanner remained, frozen in place, her face as pale as a ghost. Nailed to the pillar of shame amidst countless gazes, some sympathetic, some scornful, others merely spectators. Upon exiting the banquet hall and settling into his car, Gu Yan did not immediately start the engine. Publicly defending Su Muqing had utterly shattered Lin Wanner's facade. This act brought him a long-forgotten sense of ease, as if he had broken free from a heavy shackle that had bound him from his past life to this one. He was no longer the fool blinded by hatred. He had finally begun to live for this life. He took out his phone, his finger hovering over the number he knew by heart, yet he hesitated to press it. What would he say? Inform her that he had just stood up for her, chastising Lin Wanner like a schoolboy wagging his tail for praise? Absurd. Ultimately, he set the phone aside and started the car. Navigating through the traffic, fate inexplicably led him once more to the base of Qing Tian capital. He could not even count how many times this had happened. Like a devoted believer, he was worshipping at his own sacred ground. He looked up. The window remains illuminated, and she is still there. This realization brings his restless heart, which has been anxious all night, back to a state of grounding. He neither ascends the stairs nor makes a call. Switching off the car lights, he immerses himself entirely in the darkness. He gazes at that beam of light as if it were his sole anchor. Perhaps he is guarding it, protecting the light that arose because of him yet shines not for him. Or perhaps he seeks atonement for the version of himself in a past life who extinguished all her brilliance with his own hands. The midnight bell tolls. The light extinguishes. That familiar figure emerges from the building, enters a rideshare vehicle, and vanishes into the depths of the night. He feels as though he has awakened from a protracted dream. Starting the car, preparing to leave. Just then, his phone emits a faint chime. A text message from an unfamiliar, encrypted number. His heart skips a beat. He opens it. On the screen, there is merely a photograph. The perspective of the photo is from a window of the Qing Tian capital office, looking down. The subject of the photograph is his black Bentley, resembling a silent, loyal beast, quietly lurking in the shadows by the roadside. Below the photo, a line of text appears and signed. Without greetings, just a simple phrase. It's cold. Head home early. Don't catch a cold. Gu Yan's grip on the phone tightens suddenly. A powerful current surges from his fingertips, instantaneously numbing his entire being. She knows. She has always known he is here. He believed himself to be a guardian lurking in the shadows. Yet in reality, his every move has long been under the gaze of his prey. He thought he was the one staring into the abyss, oblivious to the fact that he had already become part of it. Who is guarding whom? Who is observing whom? At this moment, the boundaries dissolve entirely. Gu Yin slowly raises his head, gazing at the window that has fallen into complete darkness. His face displaying for the first time an expression he himself cannot control, a bittersweet smile tinged with shock, frustration, resignation, yet also a hint of warmth. In this game of pursuit, he is lost from the very beginning. Moreover, it seems he does not even wish to win. Chapter 20. He sets a trap, yet she embraces it as a royal flush. That phrase, "it's cold." Head home early pierces through the hard exterior Gu Yin has constructed with hatred and vigilance. Like an invisible needle, what follows is not warmth, but a surging tide of agitation and loss of control. He has become the passive party. The woman he once toyed with has now become the master of the game. She remains in the shadows while he stands in the light. She perceives his every move, while he remains oblivious to her true intentions. This sensation is more debilitating than the betrayal he faced in his past life. He cannot continue like this. He must reclaim the initiative. Gu Yin sits in his office, unconsciously tapping his fingers rhythmically on the cold tabletop, producing a dull beat. He requires an opportunity, one that will allow him to reassess Su Muqing. A test. Soon, the opportunity presents itself. Assistant Jing places an urgent report on his desk. Her expression grave. President Gu, the final assessment from the technical department regarding Xingxing technology has come through. Gu Yin's gaze lifts slightly. Xingxing Technology is a startup specializing in drone AI algorithms, boasting cutting-edge technology, yet is burning through capital at an alarming rate, with its funding chain already severed. Founder Professor Zhou demands a high price while insisting on retaining absolute control, making negotiations exceedingly challenging. Jing flips to the last page of the report, pointing to a section highlighted in red. Crucially, the technical department has discovered a fatal flaw in their core algorithm during the code review, which is irreparable. If deployed on a large scale, the entire system will collapse instantaneously. She summarizes, "Our conclusion is that this is a beautifully packaged scam, rated at the highest risk level. We recommend permanent abandonment." Gu Yan's fingers falter. He picks up the report, his gaze lingering on the words "fatal flaw" for an extended moment. A project that appears glamorous and promising on the surface, yet harbors peril within. Just then, Jing adds, "By the way, President Gu, we just received news that Qing Tian Capital has been in frequent contact with Xingxing Technology lately. It seems President Su is quite interested in this project." Gu Yan's heart clenches tightly at this revelation. Su Muqing. She is about to step into this trap. A thought instinctively surges from the depths of his being. Warn her. He cannot allow her to suffer the same fate as the investors she has deceived in her past life, losing everything. Yet another darker voice roars in his mind. Why warn her? Is this not the perfect opportunity? An opportunity for her true nature to be revealed. If she stumbles and falls into despair, he will see everything clearly. He will discern whether she possesses the extraordinary talent she seems to have, or if she merely relies on the memories of her past life to exploit opportunities. He will uncover whether she will seek his help in her moment of desperation or revert to her selfish nature from their previous life. This thought fills him with self-loathing. Yet he cannot resist the temptation. He needs an answer to quell the relentless turmoil within him. Regarding the Xingxing Technology project, Gu Yin's voice is hoarse and dry. From our project database, seal and destroy all traces of contact and assessment reports. Jing is taken aback. President Gu? If anyone inquires, say we have never assessed this project. Gu Yin commands emotionlessly. He gazes out the window at the city skyline, sharply defined and cold. Su Muqing, this is my final opportunity for you. Whether you are a dragon or a snake, do not let me down. At Qing Tian Capital, the atmosphere in the conference room is electric. President Su, the founder of Xingxing Technology, Professor Zhou, is willing to meet with us. The project manager wears an unmistakable expression of excitement. Securing this deal would catapult Qing Tian Capital to prominence in the AI sector. Indeed, I've heard several major players wish to invest. They just can't agree on the price. The project itself is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. Su Muqing listens quietly, saying nothing. Before her lies a lavishly acquired assessment report from a top consulting firm. The report's conclusions align closely with her team's judgments. Top-tier technology, boundless prospects. Everything appears seamless, too seamless. Yet flashes of long-buried memories flicker through Su Muqing's mind. In her past life, long after her death, Guyan had struck down an AI company with fierce resolve, utterly dismantling it. That company was Xingxing Technology. At the time, financial news flooded the media, dubbing it the most extravagant technological bubble in history, with its underlying algorithm's fatal flaw leading several top investment firms to bankruptcy. Had her memory betrayed her? Or had the trajectory of this life altered? Su Muqing closes the report with an impassive expression, her cold gaze sweeping over every excitable employee in the room. Regarding stellar technology, I require the most fundamental and original code review report. It must be meticulously detailed. Engage 3 distinct top-tier technical teams for an anonymous cross-examination. I expect to see the results within 48 hours. The project manager hesitated momentarily. Mr. Su, this will incur excessive costs, and the timeline is exceedingly tight. The consulting report already includes a technical assessment. That report was intended for investors. Su Muqing's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What I wish to see is a report meant for programmers. Execute it. After the meeting adjourned, Su Muqing remained alone in the empty conference room. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling traffic below. The overly flawless consulting report had aroused a familiar scent within her. Was it Guyan? This thought made her heart constrict slightly. With his capabilities, it was impossible for him to overlook the vulnerabilities of stellar technology. He was aware, yet refrained from alerting her. He was observing, waiting, employing the situation to test her. Su Muqing had signed that agreement. She had vowed to be his strength, not his burden. In this game, she must rely on herself to dismantle it honorably. She stowed her phone away, the last vestige of hesitation fading from her eyes, leaving only a cold, star-like resolve. 2 days later, 3 code review reports from various sources were simultaneously placed on her desk. The conclusions of these reports were astonishingly consistent. In line 7834 of the algorithm model, there existed an irreparable recursive logic flaw. At the report's conclusion, a notable technologist had inscribed a shocking evaluation in crimson. This is not a technology. It is a meticulously crafted deception. Su Muqing leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. As expected, slowly, she opened her eyes and picked up her phone, dialing her assistant. Please arrange a meeting with Professor Zhou. Mention it concerns his daughter's application to Stanford. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The assistant, slightly perplexed, promptly agreed. After hanging up a cold, sharp smile curved her lips. Guyan, do you believe this is a trap? No. To me, this is merely a prey awaiting disassembly. The chessboard you have laid out, I have accepted, but how the game unfolds will be dictated by me. Chapter 21. An Elegant Counterattack. In the industry summit's lounge area, the air was thick with mingling fragrances and animated conversations. Guyan held a glass of whiskey, the warmth of his fingertips failing to penetrate the chilled liquid within. He navigated through a sea of eager business cards and smiling faces, yet his thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. At the end of his gaze, in a secluded corner, sat Su Muqing. Today, she was adorned in a sharply tailored white suit, her long hair meticulously styled into an elegant updo, revealing a beautifully curved, icy neck. Unlike other female entrepreneurs preoccupied with socializing, she quietly engaged in a low conversation with a somewhat awkward middle-aged man. The man, Guyan recognized, was Professor Zhou, the founder of Stellar Technology. 3 days had passed. The game he had meticulously orchestrated remained eerily silent. Qingtian Capital had neither publicly announced an investment nor indicated any signs of withdrawal. It was as though a stone had been cast into the depths of the ocean, failing to disturb even a single ripple. What was Su Muqing truly up to? Had she uncovered the trap? Or was she already ensnared, grappling with astronomical figures of investment? Guyan found himself utterly unable to ascertain. This long-forgotten sense of loss of control made his grip on the glass tighten, his knuckles paling with effort. Just then, The host of the summit took to the stage, announcing the next segment, the showcase of innovative technology projects. The first to present was, astonishingly, Professor Zhou. Guyan's brow furrowed sharply. Professor Zhou, evidently uncomfortable in the spotlight, nervously introduced the extravagantly packaged AI algorithms of stellar technology. The investors below displayed predominantly detached expressions, conveying understanding but disinterest. This project was no secret within the industry. While the technical concepts sounded impressive, the founder's asking price and terms were enough to deter any rational capital. As the unremarkable presentation neared its conclusion, the host cheerfully took the microphone. "Thank you, Professor Zhou, for your enlightening presentation. Are there any investors interested in the stellar technology project? If not, wait." A cool female voice sliced through the air, resonating clearly in every corner of the venue. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of that voice. Su Muqing stood, gracefully making her way to the stage. She took the microphone from Professor Zhou, nodding slightly to the audience, exuding an air of composure as if stepping onto her own stage. Guyan felt as though his throat had been constricted, his breath momentarily halted. What was she planning? Would she announce an investment publicly? Had she lost her mind? "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Su Muqing from Qing Tian Capital." Her voice was calm and powerful, infused with a tranquility capable of soothing anxious hearts. What Professor Zhou just introduced was the A-plan of stellar technology, a grand blueprint aimed at creating an all-scenario drone dispatch system. However, today, I wish to present to you the B-plan. The audience erupted in murmurs, a wave of whispers cascading through the room. Even Professor Zhou himself was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. Guyan felt those two words pierce his eardrums like needles. Su Muqing paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding her. She pressed the remote control in her hand, and a large screen behind her shifted, no longer showcasing impressive drone clusters. It displayed a torrent of complex code flowing like a cascading waterfall. This was the foundational architecture of stellar technology's core algorithm. Su Muqing's gaze swept across the audience, ultimately landing on Guyan's face for a brief, poignant moment. The grandeur of the A-plan is predicated upon this architecture. Regrettably, following an uninterrupted 48-hour review by 3 independent technical teams, it has been confirmed that this architecture harbors a fatal flaw, rendering it incapable of supporting the commercialization of the A-plan. A collective gasp erupted throughout the room. What? Their SA flaw? I knew this project was dubious. Is Qing Tian Capital being duped into sabotaging this? Professor Zhou's face flushed a deep crimson as he rushed forward, attempting to seize the microphone, only to be halted in place by Su Muqing's icy, unyielding gaze. Guyan sat below, feeling as if the blood in his veins had reversed its flow. She knew. Not only did she know, but she had also chosen to explode everything in the most intense, public, and unyielding manner possible. However, Su Muqing skillfully redirected the focus of the audience. A failed structure does not imply that every brick within it lacks value. Pressing the remote once more, the massive stream of code on the screen revealed a small section highlighted, resembling the lone star in the night sky. This section recounts a serendipitous subsidiary module pinned by Professor Zhou while constructing the principal algorithm, a sub-algorithm concerning dynamic image capture and edge recognition. This sub-algorithm is nothing short of perfection, a masterpiece akin to a cold piece of art, though it may not sustain the drone scheduling system. If isolated and applied in the realm of early cancer cell screening within medical imaging, its accuracy would surpass the most advanced technologies currently available on the market by at least 30%. Silence enveloped the room, palpable as a pin drop. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the blueprint she had just delineated. To transmute a drone algorithm into the medical imaging sector? What a fantastical leap of imagination. And what astute commercial acumen. Guyan sat frozen in his seat, the mental scripts he had meticulously crafted shattered in an instant. He had envisioned countless outcomes. She might confront him in anger, or perhaps quietly relinquish her stake, allowing him to witness a self-righteous farce. Yet, he had never anticipated that she would wield a scalpel, precisely extracting the soul diamond, the most resplendent among a heap of what he deemed commercial refuse. She had not fallen into his trap. Rather, she had transformed it, along with the entire landscape, into her own spoils. Su Muqing's gaze finally met Gu Yan's. Devoid of hatred, resentment, or even a hint of provocation. It held only a pure, almost compassionate calmness belonging to a victor. Thus, Qingtian Capital officially announced. She raised the microphone, her voice resonating throughout the hall. We shall forego the comprehensive acquisition of stellar technology, as Plan A, and instead, in the form of a technology equity investment, we will jointly establish a new medical technology company with Professor Zhou, focusing on the commercial transformation of this sub-algorithm. We need not expend billions in pursuit of an elusive dream. Her voice paused, imbued with an unprecedented sense of power. We shall seize a future that can truly save countless lives, at merely 1/10 of the cost. Upon concluding her statement, she deeply bowed to the audience. In the next moment, thunderous applause erupted, echoing endlessly, a sincere tribute to her extraordinary commercial wisdom. Gu Yan sat amidst the sea of applause, yet felt as though he were an isolated island, cut off from the world, with only the drumming of his heart resounding in his ears. He had lost, utterly and completely. The carefully orchestrated test had not only failed to expose her vulnerabilities, but had instead become her stepping stone to unparalleled success. As the summit concluded and the crowd dispersed, Gu Yan remained motionless, quietly seated, gazing at the empty stage, lost in thought. Su Muqing approached and took a seat beside him. The vast venue was now reduced to just the two of them. That consulting report was commissioned by you, wasn't it? She inquired, her tone calm, as though stating a fact. Gu Yan swallowed hard, unable to deny it. Why? She pressed, tilting her head, her clear gaze fixed upon him. Testing me? Gu Yan remained silent for a long while. The dust swirling in the air danced in the light. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a few dry words from his throat. I need an answer. Now, have you received one? Gu Yan did not respond. Had he truly received one? What he obtained was a Su Muqing who felt even more foreign and terrifying, a woman he could no longer control, one he had to look up to. Su Muqing observed the storm in his eyes and suddenly smiled gently. Her smile bore a hint of relief, mingled with the fatigue of having shed a burden. Gu Yan, do you remember the Lego castle we built together when we were children? She asked abruptly. Gu Yan was taken aback. How could he forget? It was their unique dream, crafted over an entire summer. I always thought it was you who knocked it down. Su Muqing said softly, almost as if sighing, but now I understand it was actually I who embedded a bomb within the castle's foundation. Everything I did today was not to prove anything to you. She stood, looking down at him. I am merely dismantling the bomb I buried myself. She paused, seemingly allowing him time to digest her words. The patent for that sub-algorithm from Stellar Technology was registered in the old science park in the west of the city. I will be going to handle the transfer procedures tomorrow. She looked at him, her eyes devoid of the heavy sense of debt that had once clouded them, replaced instead with a hint of a tentative invitation. It's south quite close to our old school. Would you like to join me? Chapter 22. The Prelude to Reconciliation. Would you like to join me? This question was not merely a hook, but rather a probe, piercing through Gu Yan's seemingly impenetrable defenses. It calmly shattered all of his facades. After he had exchanged a commercial ambush for a complete and utter defeat, Su Muqing did not mock or interrogate him. Instead, she extended a calm, equal invitation to him, embodying the posture of a victor. To go to that place, their former starting point, would mean he would have to acknowledge his loss, admit that this woman, once so easily manipulated by him, now stood on equal footing, even commanding his admiration. To refuse would render him a coward, incapable of accepting defeat. Pride and an unwarranted flutter of emotion churned within him like a tempest. After a long while, Gu Yan heard himself utter a nearly unfamiliar, crushed, hoarse syllable. Fine. The following afternoon, at the old science park in the west of the city. This place was once the dream of the city, the cradle of high-tech industries. Now, it lay desolate, overrun with vines and empty streets, silently lamenting its obsolescence in the wake of time. Gu Yan parked his car in front of an inconspicuous office building. Su Muqing had already arrived. She was conversing with her assistant Shun, she, and Professor Zhou's lawyer at the entrance. She had changed from the sharp white suit of yesterday into a soft beige cashmere sweater and washed denim jeans, her long hair cascading casually, making her appear as though the warm sun had melted away her edges, revealing a softness reminiscent of bygone days. Guyan stepped out of the car. When she glanced over, her typically tranquil eyes momentarily narrowed in surprise, clearly not expecting him to actually show up. Su Muqing whispered something to her companions, instructing them to go inside first, before walking toward Guyan. "I thought you were just saying that," she stated as she stood before him, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. The president of Gu Corporation does not deal in empty words. Guyan's voice remained as cold and hard as ever. Only he knew that his fingers, gripping the steering wheel on the way here, had turned white from the effort. An uncanny silence hung between them. The air was thick with the unique scent of moss from the old building, mingling with the languorous aroma of the afternoon sun. "The procedures will take a while." Su Muqing finally broke the silence. "Shall we take a stroll?" Guyan swallowed, responding with a faint, almost imperceptible sound of agreement. They walked side by side along the long, plain, tree-lined avenue of the science park. Sunlight fragmented into golden flecks, filtering through the leaves and casting a dappled dance of shadows on the ground. Countless times they had traversed this path in their blue and white school uniforms. Back then, their debates revolved around an unsolvable math problem or which newly opened arcade to visit on the weekend. "Do you remember that internet CAF?" Su Muqing suddenly raised her hand, pointing to a shop on the corner that had long since changed its sign. "It was there that we first played truant." Guyan's footsteps momentarily faltered. How could he possibly forget? That day, she had been scolded by her father and had run out of the house in tears. He had frantically searched the entire city, only to find her curled up in a smoky corner of the CAF, crying while playing a mindless game. He hadn't uttered a single harsh word. Instead, he sat down and played with her for the entire afternoon. Then, with his savings accumulated over 6 months, he bought her the most expensive pair of virtual wings in the game. In his memory, she had laughed through her tears, wrapped her arms around his, and sweetly called him Brother Yin. Those images, which he had forcefully buried under resentment, now surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. "You were so foolish back then." Guyan's voice was dry as sandpaper, lamenting how he could make himself weep over a simple matching game. He used sarcasm to mask the tumult within. Yet, Su Muqing tilted her head to look at him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Indeed, back then, it always felt like, no matter how the sky might fall, you would be there to hold it up. This light-hearted remark, though airy, pierced Guyan's heart like a burning needle. Yes, once upon a time, he had been her sky. Later, she had pierced that sky herself, creating a gaping wound. The atmosphere suddenly chilled. Su Muqing realized her slip of the tongue, biting her lip as she awkwardly changed the subject. "Up ahead is our middle school. It has changed so much." Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of their former school. The gate had been refurbished, now grand and resplendent, adorned with a gilded plaque proclaiming it a provincial key demonstration high school. Inside the iron railings were boys and girls clad in modern uniforms, the playground echoing with the raucous noise unique to youth. Everything had changed, yet nothing had changed at all. "You used to wait for me here every day." Su Muqing gazed at the school gate, her voice barely above a whisper, rain or shine, unwavering. Guyan's gaze fell upon a boy in white shooting hoops on the playground, memories intertwining with reality. He recalled leaning against the wall at the entrance every day, feigning impatience as he checked the time, while his periphery frantically searched the throngs of students for that familiar ponytail. When she bounced towards him, the satisfaction in his heart at that moment was incomparable, even surpassing the joy of signing a billion-dollar contract later in life. Because Guyan heard himself speak in a tone laced with self-mockery. Someone is directionally challenged. Without a guide, they could walk from the west to the north of the city. Su Muqing was amused by this long-forgotten tease, her eyes crinkling into crescents, like a new moon reappearing in the night sky. "Indeed," she instinctively responded, "which is why I have to follow you everywhere." As the words fell, both of them froze simultaneously. At that moment, the phrase felt like the most absurd prophecy. The smile on Su Muqing's face gradually faded, and the air thickened with an almost palpable tension. Just then, bang, a basketball slipped from someone's hands on the playground, soaring in a high arc over the fence, heading straight for the back of Su Muqing's head. "Watch out!" The words barely escaped his throat. Guyan's body reacted before his mind could catch up. There was no thought, no hesitation. He swiftly pulled Su Muqing into his embrace, shielding her with his own back while extending his right hand. The motion was as swift as lightning. The basketball, propelled by a gust of wind, was caught firmly in his grasp. The entire world fell silent. Su Muqing's nose collided solidly with his hard back. In an instant, her nostrils were filled with a domineering, yet familiar scent of cedar. It was his scent. Her heart momentarily stopped. The boy who had caused the mishap hurried over. Panic etched on his face as he called out from behind the fence. "Senior, I'm so sorry." It was only then that Guyan seemed to come back to reality. He released his grip on Su Muqing and tossed the basketball back with a voice as cold as ice. "Be more careful next time." He turned away, meeting Su Muqing's wide, bewildered eyes. Their gazes locked. He noticed the faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Meanwhile, his own heart was pounding wildly in his chest, as if trying to break free. It dawned on him, after years of hatred and resentment, when danger struck, his primal instinct to protect her remained etched in his very being. You. They both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. Guyan's throat moved awkwardly as he averted his gaze, shattering the almost suffocating tension with a frigid tone. "Your assistant is calling." He pointed at her phone, which had been vibrating in her pocket. Su Muqing snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving her phone. It was Chun-Shi, informing her that the paperwork was complete. I should head back." Her tongue tripped over the words. "Yes." Guyan said nothing further, turning on his heel and walking away, his posture upright but betraying a hint of urgency, as if he were fleeing. Su Muqing stood rooted to the spot, watching his car disappear into the distance, before belatedly lifting her hand to touch her flushed cheeks. She knew something had shifted. The wall built over 7 years of resentment and vigilance had, in that fleeting moment, been breached by him, creating a crack. Light had seeped through. Chapter 23. The warmth within the crack. Su Muqing stood beneath the old plane tree in the science park. Guyan's car merged into the traffic, vanishing from sight. The haste with which he had turned away left an unusual mark upon her heart, like a dull knife tracing a strange line. It did not hurt. Rather, it was a heavy, resonant tremor. She raised her hand, fingertips lightly brushing her still heated cheeks. It seemed as though his firm touch lingered there, while the scent of cedar continued to swirl in her nostrils. In the instant the basketball had come hurtling towards her, her mind had gone blank. Yet he had, in a flash of instinct, enfolded her in his arms without a moment's hesitation. That was a deeper instinct than the 7 years of animosity, one that belonged to him. The wall he had built himself had been forcefully cracked open by his own doing. Light truly had seeped through. In that moment, Su Muqing no longer pondered over past regrets nor calculated present gains and losses. She simply stood still, quietly savoring the familiar warmth that had been reignited within her heart. "Mumu, are you all right?" Chun-Shi's concerned voice called out from a distance. Su Muqing snapped back to reality, shaking her head at her friend, a faint smile gracing her lips. This smile lacked the sharpness of recent days, instead radiating a youthful innocence. On the way back to the office, Su Muqing recalled Guyan's quip about being directionally challenged, the fleeting nostalgia in his eyes, and the tenderness he concealed behind his harshness. She had once believed that love was about grand sacrifices. Now she understood that love was also about seeing him enveloped in layers of animosity, that weary heart still beating for her. The handover of stellar technologies proceeded remarkably smoothly. Professor Hung, while signing the agreement, cast a gaze filled with gratitude towards Su Muqing. Qing Tian Capital not only resolved the company's predicaments, but also provided financial support in the form of scholarships for his daughter studying at Stanford. This timely assistance left the old professor genuinely appreciative. The new medical technology company was christened Spark by Su Muqing, symbolizing hope ignited from the ruins. Late at night, Su Muqing returned to the villa, weary. In the garage, Guyan's car was parked. He had returned. The living room was silent. Presumably, he was in the study. She glanced at the time. It was 9 in the evening. His stomach ailment could hardly withstand such relentless work. Su Muqing entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Foregoing those culinary experiments that challenged the limits of human taste, she skillfully rinsed rice and began to simmer millet porridge. She added a few slices of nourishing yam and a handful of red dates. Slowly, the warm aroma began to fill the kitchen. She also quickly prepared a plate of lightly steamed sea bass and a stir-fry dish of seasonal vegetables, all of which were among the few edible options he had mentioned during his bouts of illness. With the meal ready, she carried the tray to the study door. The door was slightly ajar, with only the crisp sound of the keyboard echoing from within. Knocking gently twice, she called out softly, "Come in." Guyan's voice, tinged with fatigue, responded. Su Muqing pushed the door open. He was seated before the computer screen, brow furrowed in concentration. "Midnight snack," she announced, placing the tray on the edge of his expansive desk. Guyan looked up. Upon seeing her, his fingers hesitated on the keyboard for a brief moment, an emotion flickering in his eyes. "No need, I'm not hungry," he replied, his tone as cold and unyielding as ever, though his gaze lingered on the tray for a heartbeat. Su Muqing chose not to argue. Instead, she nudged the warm bowl of porridge closer to him. "When your stomach is upset, you should eat something light. Don't stay up all night." She turned to leave, but paused to retrieve a small glass bottle from her pocket, placing it beside him. "This is a stomach-soothing tea prepared by a friend. Brew a cup daily." Guyan's gaze fell upon the unadorned bottle. Within it lay dried herbs emitting a subtle fragrance. He remained silent, returning his focus to the screen, fingers resuming their dance across the keyboard. Su Muqing understood his temperament and did not press further. She simply fulfilled her role and left him the space and choice. Quietly, she closed the study door behind her. At the moment the door clicked shut, Guyan's fingers hovered in the air. The fragrant scents of porridge and fish wafted through the air, delicate yet enticing. He picked up the small bottle and opened it, confirming it contained indeed the herbs for stomach care. Whispering the words, "stomach-soothing tea," images of her clear, pure eyes flooded his mind. He did not eat, at least. That was what he convinced himself. The following morning, Su Muqing awoke to the enticing aroma of food. On the dining table lay a simple yet exquisite breakfast. 2 slices of slightly charred whole-grain toast, a perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg, and a cup of warm milk. Guyan had prepared it. She was taken aback. In their previous life, he had made her breakfast during their happiest times, but that had ceased long ago. Something within her chest began to warm slowly, yet resolutely. "Awake?" Guyan's voice came from behind her as he descended the stairs in casual attire. Su Muqing turned to meet his deep gaze. "The milk is warm. Please eat," he stated matter-of-factly, as though this were an inconsequential matter. Seating herself, she picked up her knife and fork. The toast was crisp, the egg tender, and the milk was at the perfect temperature. Each bite carried the unspoken tenderness he never voiced. "Did you eat the porridge last night?" She couldn't help but ask. Guyan lifted his coffee cup, turning his back to her, his steps momentarily faltering. It was a mere syllable. Yet, the corners of Su Muqing's lips involuntarily turned upwards. "As long as you did." In the days that followed, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the villa. Guyan remained taciturn and aloof, yet that icy barrier was undeniably thawing. One day, while handling documents for the SPAR project, Su Muqing accidentally nicked her fingertip on the sharp edge of a paper, a droplet of blood oozing forth. "Ouch," she gasped softly. Guyan, passing by, halted and looked down at her bleeding fingertip, remaining silent. In the next moment, he retrieved a Band-Aid from his suit pocket and handed it to her. Su Muqing was utterly taken aback. She stared at the slender fingers holding the Band-Aid, her heart tightening with a mix of sweetness and sorrow. In her previous life, she had wounded his heart deeply. Yet in this life, he would offer her a Band-Aid for her trivial injuries. "Thank you," her voice came out hoarse. Guyan offered no reply, withdrawing his hand and continuing forward, his silhouette still tall and indifferent. Yet, Su Muqing felt as if a small portion of that towering wall had been shattered by his own hand. She understood that he still harbored resentment towards her, but it seemed that bitterness was beginning to intertwine with something else. Habits etched into his being, an uncontainable concern, and those long-buried fragments of tenderness that belonged solely to her elder brother, Yin. Chapter 24. Reunions with old friends. Memories resurface. At the pinnacle of the Gu group, the dazzling lights of the entire city unfolded beneath him like a silent river of stars. Gu Yin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. The coffee between his fingers had long lost its warmth. He had not taken a sip. Ding! The phone screen suddenly lit up. A WeChat message appeared. Brother Yin. Same place, 9 o'clock tonight. Don't be late. The sender was Shunzhe. That name caused Gu Yan's gaze to pause momentarily. Shunzhe, his best friend from university, had witnessed every aspect of his past with Su Muqing. In his previous life, he had urged Su Muqing to turn back more than once, only to watch in disappointment as they fell apart. After his rebirth, Gu Yan had deliberately distanced himself from everyone, including Shunzhe. He did not wish to drag anyone else into the mess of his and Su Muqing's past. His fingertip lingered over the screen for quite some time before he ultimately replied with a single word. Okay. He understood Shunzhe well. If he did not attend, that fellow would wait until dawn. At 9 o'clock that evening, in a quaint bar named Old Times, the air was thick with the rich aroma of whiskey and aged wood, and under the dim yellow lights, time seemed to slow. Shunzhe spotted him and broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of white teeth as he patted the barstool beside him enthusiastically. Rare guest, President Gu. I thought you had soared to great heights and would have deleted someone of my insignificance from your contacts. Busy, Gu Yin replied succinctly as he took a seat. Even the busiest need a breather, right? Shunzhe slid a glass of whiskey with ice towards him, the amber liquid swaying gently in the glass. I have heard whispers of the audacious move you made at the business summit, practically rubbing the face of stellar technology into the ground. Shunzhe's tone carried a hint of mischief. By the way, you also personally elevated Su Muqing from Qingtian capital to that position? Gu Yin lifted his glass, the ice clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. He tilted his head back and took a sip, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat without a flicker of emotion on his face. Shunzhe, observing his taciturn demeanor, chuckled. What is this? Are you displeased at my praise for your wife? What kind of act are you two putting on? You signed the divorce agreement. Yet here you are performing this poignant business drama of I'll help you, but I want to say a word? Shunzhe leaned in closer, lowering his voice. President Gu, your tactics are more intricate than those acquisition deals you've orchestrated. Gu Yin set down his glass with a thud, the bottom clattering against the table. He raised his gaze, his eyes as cold as if they were forged from ice. Do not speak nonsense. Nonsense? Shunzhe scoffed, though his laughter bore an air of resignation. Brother Yin, how long have we known each other? Your thoughts cannot elude me. Do you truly believe that by sealing and destroying the confidential report that toppled Stellar, Su Muqing would forever remain oblivious, unable to discern anything? Do you really think that by wearing that sour expression that resembles someone owed 8 million, you can deceive everyone, including yourself? Shunzhe sighed heavily, his expression finally turning earnest. Brother Yin, what has transpired between you and Muqing? I've heard you both have changed. She is no longer that little girl who hid behind you, and you, the wall within your heart, has only grown taller. Gu Yin remained silent, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold glass. The truth? How could he articulate it? To say that Su Muqing had been reborn and returned to atone for his past? It was utterly preposterous. In truth, I did not seek you out today merely to discuss your troubles. Shunzhe's eyes suddenly grew complex. Muqing came to see me a few days ago. Gu Yin's grip on the glass tightened abruptly. He lifted his head, something tumultuous swirling within his dark pupils. She did not divulge the specifics of your relationship. Shunzhe began cautiously. She only inquired about your childhood and your past together. She asked me if you truly hated her. Shunzhe's gaze bore into Gu Yin, each word striking with clarity. Hate to the extent of leaving no room for reconciliation. Gu Yin felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around his chest, his breath caught in his throat. He recalled Su Muqing at the Civil Affairs Bureau, crying as she tore the agreement to shreds, and her scathing words from their previous life, questioning whether he truly loathed her. She has genuinely changed, Brother Yin. Shunzhe's voice was soft yet resolute. The Su Muqing of the past, sheltered under your wings, was innocent, carefree, and to put it bluntly, somewhat oblivious to the struggles of the world. But now, She possesses a light in her eyes, as well as the sharpness of blade. Yet more than that, there is a weariness in her that evokes profound sympathy. She said she wants to reclaim everything she once lost, piece by piece. She wants to become someone who can stand alongside you, a source of strength rather than a burden. Each word from Shunzai felt like a molten brand searing into Gu Yan's heart. Brother Yan, I cannot fathom what monumental misunderstanding has transpired between you. But I have watched you both grow up, and I know better than anyone that you are fated to be entwined. Shunzai's gaze drifted away, lost in memories. Do you remember? During the 5th grade spring outing, Muqing insisted on sitting next to you on the bus. She ended up car sick and threw up all over you. Your face was as dark as a pot bottom, cursing her for being a fool. But in the end, you took off your jacket to cover her, frowning as you fanned her and offered her water. The image flooded Gu Yan's mind. The small girl, pale as a ghost, resting against his shoulder. The unpleasant scent wafting through the air while he felt a tumult of irritation. Yet his hands moved with an unexpected tenderness. And in middle school, you climbed a tree to retrieve the kite she had snagged at the top and fell from a great height, breaking her leg. She was so terrified, crying more than you, clutching your hand, and refusing to leave your side in the hospital. Shunzai's voice was tinged with laughter, yet laced with a sigh. Back then, everyone knew Gu Yan was Su Muqing's guardian angel, and Su Muqing was the little tail that Gu Yan couldn't shake off. Brother Yan, I did not know what transpired later to bring you to this point, but everyone makes mistakes, don't they? Muqing is trying. She is changing through her actions. Are you truly going to remain cold, refusing to even glance at her? Shunzai's words transformed from mere persuasion into a key, forcibly prying open the door to Gu Yan's sealed memories. Those pasts buried deep under layers of resentment. Those sweet, nauseating moments now surged forth like a tidal wave, drowning him in their wake. He remembered the first time she called him Brother Yan, her bright, sparkling eyes. He recalled how she stayed up late to keep pace with him, her quiet profile resting on the desk as she fell asleep. He had loved her so profoundly, willing to present the world at her feet. Yet, it was also she who had cleaved his heart open, mixing all that beauty with his trust into a bloody mess. He loathed her betrayal, her heartlessness. But now, as she stood before him, her defiant yet weary gaze declaring that she wished to start anew, the towering wall of hatred he had constructed began to tremble. Brother Yan, I am not urging you to forgive. Shunzai observed his struggle, his voice softening. I simply wish to remind you, some people, some emotions, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. Do not wait until nothing remains to regret. Gu Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the melting ice in his glass, as if watching his own heart disintegrate. He envisioned Su Muqing standing on stage, passionately presenting the Spar project, her eyes alight with ambition and a brilliance he had never witnessed before. She was no longer merely the little tail trailing behind him. She was evolving into a woman capable of standing beside him. This new version of Su Muqing felt foreign to him, yet stirred an uncontrollable flutter within his heart. Suddenly, he stood, draining the remaining liquor in his glass. The fiery spirit scorched his throat, but it could not quell the tumult of bitterness roiling within him. I'm leaving. Watching his almost frantic retreat, Shunzai raised his glass, clinking it gently against the air. He understood. Gu Yan's heart, long encased in ice, had begun to crack. Chapter 25. Intertwined Nightmares, Quivering Heartstrings. Upon returning to the villa from the bar, it was already deep into the night. The alcohol had not dulled his senses. Rather, every word Shunzai uttered echoed painfully in Gu Yan's mind. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he pushed open the bedroom door. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the moonlight streaming in, outlining the cold contours of the furniture. He did not turn on the lights, but walked straight to the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of the city below. Yet, that splendor failed to penetrate even a fraction of the desolation within his heart. I am merely disarming the bomb that I buried with my own hands. Su Muqing's words infiltrated his ears without warning. He had once believed that the explosive was planted for Lu Xiao, aimed at him, Gu Yan. Yet now, everything had become chaotic. Exhaustion gnawed at his limbs and bones. After finishing his ablutions, Gu Yin collapsed onto his bed, forcing himself to shut his eyes. The man who used to fall asleep in an instant now found his mind taut as a bowstring, resisting any form of slumber. He lost track of time and eventually plunged into a bizarre dream. The dream began with his wedding to her. Su Muqing donned a pure white wedding gown, linking her arm with his, her eyes brimming with scattered starlight and utter dependence. She tilted her head back, whispering his name, Brother Yin, in a voice only he could hear over and over again. It was the most perfect moment of his life. Yet, in the next instant, the scene tore apart abruptly. He saw her in a corner, whispering intimately with Lu Xiao, witnessed her slipping the deed to the Gu family's estate into Lu Xiao's hands. Her face etched with a resolute expression he had never understood. Those images he thought had long been buried under hatred now resurfaced vividly, cruelly replaying in his mind. Then came the heart-wrenching plea at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, echoing with thunderous intensity. Gu Yin, I beg you, don't divorce me. In the dream, she knelt before him in disarray, tears smudging her makeup as she clung desperately to his leg. The icy tears seemed to seep through his pants, penetrating his skin. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. I was just too foolish. Her cries were sharp, imbued with a childlike helplessness. He yearned to break free, to escape this suffocating scene. Yet her hands are like shackles, anchored to his leg, unyielding. I hate you. He heard himself roar, his voice trembling with pain. I hate you for being so foolish. Before his words could settle, the scene shifted again. She stood atop a skyscraper, before a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Clad in a white dress, it danced wildly in the wind. Her expression conveyed a calmness that seemed to extinguish all hope, a tranquility that sent shivers down his spine. Su Muqing. He screamed her name in terror, rushing toward her as if possessed. But she appeared isolated in another realm, indifferent to his presence. Then, she opened her arms and leaned back, like a wingless white butterfly, resolutely plunging into the abyss. No! Gu Yin jolted upright in bed, his chest heaving, gasping for breath. The room remained shrouded in darkness, the moonlight cold and distant. He raised a hand to his forehead, feeling the clammy sweat coating his skin. His heartbeat thudded heavily against his eardrums. The dream had been so vivid that it left him feeling icy all over. He could still sense the weightlessness of his heart being hollowed out as she fell. Betrayed in a past life, entangled in this one. Did he hate her? Yes. He hated her ruthlessness, hated how she had dragged him into hell. Yet her desperate cries in the dream, along with that final, unhesitating leap, transformed into an invisible drill, piercing through the armor forged from his hatred. The pain was no longer the fury of betrayal, but a more primal, profound fear of loss itself. He recalled her defiance when she ripped apart the divorce agreement. He thought of the light in her eyes during the summit as she introduced the Spark Project, a light he had never witnessed before. He remembered the stomach-soothing porridge she had prepared for him, the complex emotions reflected in her gaze as she handed him a Band-Aid. She had truly changed. She had become strong, independent, and unfamiliar to him. He had once thought that by forcing her into a corner and watching her repeat the mistakes of their past lives, he would find his ultimate liberation. But now, the trap he had set was met with her triumphant acceptance. The pitfall he had envisioned had yielded treasures she had unearthed. The tests he had presumed to impose were met with her beautiful counterattack, turning the tables on him. The hatred he had relied upon was crumbling piece by piece. Could he truly let go of Su Muqing, the little tale that had followed him since childhood? The woman who had once turned his world upside down and now emerged from the flames reborn. Could he really remain indifferent to her? The dream had pried open the box deep within him that he had long been unwilling to confront. Love and hate had twisted into a tangled mess in his heart, indistinguishable from one another. But one thing was crystal clear. He could no longer hate her with the same purity as before, nor remain cold toward her. Her existence had long since etched itself into his very being, impossible to extricate. Gu Yin rolled out of bed and walked to the window. At the horizon, a faint glimmer of dawn was striving to tear apart the darkness before daybreak. He needed an answer, a genuine resolution that could put an end to this relentless internal conflict. And perhaps only she could provide it. Or perhaps it was something he alone could discover. Chapter 26. Awakening from the dream, old love strikes back. Guyan abruptly sat up in bed, his chest rising and falling violently, gasping for air. The room remained cloaked in darkness, the moonlight chilling. He raised a hand to his forehead, feeling the sticky, cold sweat. The sound of his heartbeat thudded heavily against his eardrums. The dream had been so real that it left him feeling frigid. He could still feel the weightlessness of his heart being hollowed out as she fell. Su Muqing, he whispered softly, his voice tinged with a hoarse quality he hadn't even noticed. Betrayal in a past life, entanglement in this one, love and hate intertwined in his heart, indistinguishable from one another. The dream had pried open the box deep within him that he had long been unwilling to face. He could no longer hate her with the same purity as before, nor remain indifferent to her. Her presence had long since seeped into his very essence, impossible to sever. He recalled Shunzai's words from the previous night. She truly is different now, Brother Yen. She wishes to stand alongside you, to be your strength, not your burden. Those words sliced through him like a dull knife, repeatedly cutting at his heart. He had once thought that by driving her into a corner, compelling her to repeat the mistakes of their past, he would find his ultimate emancipation. Yet now, the deadlock he had constructed was met with her triumphant acceptance. The trap he had envisioned had revealed treasures she had unearthed. The test he had thought he was imposing had been turned against him by her brilliant counterattack. The hatred he had relied upon was disintegrating inch by inch. Could he truly let go of Su Muqing, the little shadow that had followed him since childhood? The woman who had once turned his life upside down and now emerged from the ashes reborn. Could he truly remain unperturbed by her? Guyan rolled out of bed, his bare feet touching the cold floor. He did not turn on the lights, allowing the moonlight to outline his tall, slender figure. He exited the bedroom, his steps heavy, pausing before Su Muqing's door. There was no light seeping through the crack, only silence within. He knew she was asleep. He did not knock, but stood quietly, as if he could hear her breathing through the door. Was she truly there? A powerful impulse surged within Guyan, urging him to push open the door, to confirm her existence with his own eyes. This impulse felt foreign to him, evoking a sense of fear. He was apprehensive about this joy of regained affection, even more so about the possibility that it was merely a figment of his own desires. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within his chest. After a prolonged moment, he turned around and descended the stairs quietly. In the living room, on the dining table, lay the breakfast that Su Muqing had prepared for him: 2 slices of slightly charred whole wheat toast, a perfectly fried egg, and a cup of warm milk. He approached the table, his fingertips brushing against the cool porcelain of the milk cup, finding it at the perfect temperature. "Did you eat the congee from last night?" Her somewhat hoarse voice echoed in his ears. He had only replied with a single word. Yet in truth, he had not only consumed that bowl of congee, but had also finished the steamed perch and stir-fried vegetables entirely. His stomach felt warm, but his heart was achingly empty. He recalled the complex glimmer in her eyes when she handed him the Band-Aid, and the fragrant aroma that enveloped the kitchen as she cooked for him. These fragments of care seeped into the defenses he had constructed from resentment, gradually dismantling the hardest barriers of his heart. He sat down and picked up his knife and fork. The toast was crisp, the egg was tender, and the milk was at just the right temperature. Each bite carried the tenderness he had never articulated. He suddenly found it somewhat amusing. He had been pursuing her, seeking to make her pay for the betrayals of their past life. Yet now, he realized he was the one being pursued, cornered by her actions, with nowhere to escape. "I need an answer," he murmured to himself, a definitive answer that could put an end to this relentless internal strife. And perhaps that answer could only come from her. Or maybe it was something he must discover for himself. After finishing breakfast, Guyan drove towards the Gu Corporation. Throughout the journey, his mind remained tumultuous. Images of Su Muqing, radiating confidence as she presented the Spark project at the summit, flashed through his mind. In her eyes, he saw a brilliance and ambition he had never witnessed before. She was no longer the little tail that merely followed him. She was evolving into a woman capable of standing beside him as an equal. This new version of Su Muqing rendered him unfamiliar, yet it stirred an uncontrollable flutter in his heart. He admitted to himself that he was indeed moved. This sensation was intertwined with the pain of their past life and the confusion of this one, yet it felt strikingly genuine. At the top floor of the Gu Corporation, Gu Yan sat behind his expansive desk, yet he found it difficult to immerse himself in work. Frustrated, he pressed his fingers to his temples and, almost unconsciously, opened WeChat. Su Muqing's avatar lay quietly on the screen, devoid of new messages. He stared at the icon, his fingers hovering, tempted to click, but ultimately he restrained himself. Meanwhile, in the office of Spar Capital at the old tech park in the western part of the city, Su Muqing was facing her computer screen, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue that could not mask the sparkle within. She was diligently reviewing the latest progress report on the Spark project. Following the incident with Stellar Technology, Spark's recognition and reputation had surged. Her team was growing increasingly robust, with each member brimming with enthusiasm. President Mu, here is the schedule for next week. Her assistant, Chun Shi, knocked and entered, handing her a document. Just place it there, Su Muqing replied, accepting the file and setting it aside on the corner of her desk. By the way, President Mu, you look a bit pale. Did you not rest well last night? Chun Shi inquired with concern. Su Muqing smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, just burning the midnight oil with the projects. Yet deep down, she was contemplating that it was not merely the workload. It was the dream she had again endured last night. In that dream, Gu Yan's resentment had engulfed her like a tidal wave, and once more, she found herself pushed towards the abyss by Lu Ziyao. Such dreams made it impossible for her, even in her rebirth, to completely escape the shadows of her past life. Ding! At that moment, her phone vibrated. She picked it up to see an unfamiliar number on the screen. Hesitating for a moment, she answered, "Hello, Mumu, long time no see." The familiar male voice on the other end sent a shiver down her spine, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Su Muqing's fingertips quivered, nearly causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Lu Ziyao. The name struck her like thunder, reverberating through her mind with a deafening roar. The shadows of her past life surged back, wrapping around her limbs with an iron grip. Her breath hitched. Lu Ziyao seemed to relish her silence, chuckling softly, his tone dripping with malicious provocation. "What is the matter? Are you so overwhelmed to hear my voice that you can't respond? Or has Gu Yan kept you so tightly bound that you dare not answer a call from an old friend?" His tone was frivolous, each word like a needle dipped in poison. Su Muqing suppressed the rising nausea, her voice icy. "Lu Ziyao, what do you want? Don't be so tense. I merely wish to invite you for a cup of coffee, to reminisce." Lu Ziyao's voice held an irresistible authority, coupled with his usual fade of insincerity. "After all, we have a great many old accounts that need discussing." He deliberately emphasized the term old accounts, his tone laden with provocation and threat, utterly transparent. Su Muqing tightened her grip on the phone, her knuckles turning white. She understood that Lu Ziyao's appearance was not merely for the sake of nostalgia. The betrayals of their past life and the entanglements of this one loomed large. She gazed out the window. The sunlight was blinding, yet it failed to dispel the chill creeping within her heart. Chapter 27. A narrow encounter under current surge. After hanging up on Lu Ziyao, the office fell into a profound silence. She stared at the unfamiliar number on her phone, a wave of nausea washing over her. Lu Ziyao. This name encapsulated all the betrayals, injuries, and despair of her past life. She had thought that by avoiding him in this rebirth, everything could return to its rightful course. Yet it seemed that some destinies were inescapable. She took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within. The current version of her was no longer the naive and foolish Su Muqing of her past life. She would not be ensnared by Lu Ziyao's honeyed words and duplicitous mask. What she needed to do was confront him head-on, severing all ties that bound them. "President Mu, are you all right?" Chun Shi, observing her pallor, asked with concern. Su Muqing shook her head, a cold smile curling her lips. "I'm fine. Just encountered a rather repugnant fly." "A fly?" Chun Shi queried, puzzled. "Yes, a fly that will soon be swatted away." Su Muqing's gaze sharpened. She recognized that Lu Ziyao's invitation to meet was not simply for old-time sake. He had certainly caught wind of something and aimed to extract advantage from her or manipulate her once more. But this time, she would not let him succeed. She glanced at the time. Lu Xiao had suggested an afternoon team meeting. Perfect. It also allowed her time to prepare thoroughly. She opened her computer and began to search for recent developments concerning Lu Xiao and Hongfa Industrial. In her past life, Lu Xiao had exploited Hongfa Industrial as a springboard, gradually encroaching upon the Gu Corporation, ultimately plunging it into crisis. In this life, she would ensure he would not have that opportunity again. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Muqing arrived punctually at the CAF where Lu Xiao had arranged to meet. This is a tastefully decorated CAF, nestled in tranquil surroundings, perfect for discussing matters best kept in shadows. She stepped through the door and immediately spotted Lu Xiao, who was seated by the window, clad in a tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, and a gentle smile gracing his face. He still exuded the charm of an aristocratic scion. However, to Su Muqing, that smile was nauseatingly insincere. "Mu, you've arrived," Lu Xiao said, rising to perform a gentlemanly gesture inviting her to take a seat. His tone bore a hint of feigned intimacy, as if no rift had ever existed between them. Su Muqing chose not to respond, coldly taking a seat opposite him, her gaze piercing and devoid of emotion. "What's this? After such a long absence, you can't even muster a greeting?" Lu Xiao chuckled lightly, lifting his coffee cup for a sip. "Or have you forgotten your old friends now that you've become the president of Xinghe?" "Lu Xiao, we are not friends," Su Muqing replied bluntly, her voice frosty. "Please, state your purpose directly." A flicker of discomfort passed across Lu Xiao's face, his smile momentarily faltering, revealing a glint of unrecognizable malice in his eyes. He set down his coffee cup, leaning slightly forward, his tone taking on a more significant weight. "Mu, why must you maintain such distance? I've heard that your recent establishment of Xinghe is thriving. However, the business world is akin to a battlefield. One often encounters numerous challenges when fighting alone." He paused, his gaze coiling around her like a serpent. "Hongfa Industrial is currently seeking new collaborations, particularly in the field of medical technology. If you're willing, I could spare me." Su Muqing interjected with a cold laugh, decisively cutting him off. "Lu Xiao, I am no longer the fool I once was. I cannot afford your assistance." Her eyes, sharp as daggers, pierced Lu Xiao's innermost being. "Every step I take is to rectify the mistakes of my past, while you remain the one who seeks to exploit me." Lu Xiao's expression soured, yet he quickly donned his mask of deceitful charm once more. He attempted to evoke Su Muqing's guilt, even mentioning Gu Yan's resentment. "Mu, why must you speak so definitively? After all, we share history. Moreover, do you truly believe Gu Yan can forgive you? His hatred for you runs deep. You know this better than anyone." His tone softened, laced with a hint of seduction. Su Muqing's body stiffened momentarily, but soon regained her composure. She recognized Lu Xiao's ploy to provoke her into wavering. "I will bear the consequences of my actions. It is none of your concern." She decisively interrupted, her voice resolute. "Gu Yan's love and hatred are not your pawns to manipulate." Suddenly rising, her gaze swept over Lu Xiao's face, which was now darkening with anger. "I have come here today solely to inform you that I will no longer tolerate your interference. Our past is irrevocably concluded." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving no room for regret. Lu Xiao watched her resolute silhouette fade, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He murmured, "Gu Yan does not share your perspective. His hatred for you is profound." Su Muqing paused for a moment, but did not turn back. She understood that Lu Xiao's words were merely a ploy to plant seeds of doubt in her mind. But she would not be fooled again. Outside the CAF, Gu Yan's assistant, Lin, sat in the car, holding a phone and quietly reporting to Gu Yan. "President Gu, Miss Su has just exited the CAF. Lu Xiao is still inside." In his office, Gu Yan listened to Lin's report, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the desk. He did not inquire about the specifics of the conversation between Su Muqing and Lu Xiao, but simply instructed, "Continue monitoring. Do not let her notice." He hung up the phone, his gaze drifting out the window. Lu Xiao's emergence, like a venomous serpent, had once again placed a relationship with Gu Yan in jeopardy. He knew that Su Muqing was striving, taking actions to enact change. Yet, deep within, the fear of loss lingered, refusing to dissipate. He had to become faster and stronger to protect both himself and Su Muqing. As Su Muqing departed the CAF, alarm bells rang in her mind. Lu Xiao's appearance served as a stark reminder that the grievances of their past were far from resolved. She needed to grow stronger and quicker to safeguard herself, Xingho, and Guyan. She looked up at the sky. The glaring sun could not dispel the shadows lurking in her heart. Chapter 28. The game of business, crisis emerges. The coffee had long since lost its warmth, much like Lu Xiao's current emotions. He fixated on the direction Su Muqing had vanished, his malevolence coalescing in his eyes. Su Muqing, you have truly changed, he murmured to himself, a blend of resentment and a perverse excitement intertwining in his voice. Far more intriguing now. But do you think you can escape me like this? How naive. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, his voice chillingly icy. Initiate Plan B. The following day, a storm descended. The headlines of business media were dominated by the announcement of a strategic partnership between Hongfa Industrial and a company named Tianji Technology. The press release exuberantly proclaimed that the two companies would join forces in the realm of AI for medical imaging, even unveiling a so-called groundbreaking early cancer cell screening technology. Their intent was unmistakable, to launch a suffocating assault on Xingho, just as it was beginning to emerge. Under Lu Xiao's clandestine machinations, Tianji Technology's stock price soared, fueled by a barrage of fabricated positive news, ensnaring unsuspecting retail investors and small investment firms. In the Xingho capital office, a sense of urgency permeated the air. President Mu, something's gone awry. You need to see the news. Chen Shi burst in, her face etched with unprecedented gravity. Su Muqing took the tablet from Chen Shi, her eyes swiftly scanning the screen. There was no trace of panic in her gaze. Instead, a steely resolve ignited within her. Lu Xiao, as expected, remains as impatient as ever. But President Mu, the news is exaggerated, claiming their technology is superior and more cost-effective, backed by Hongfa Industrial. Chen Shi's voice trembled with suppressed anxiety. Should we issue a statement in response immediately? Unease began to spread like a virus within Xingho. Several new investors had already called, hinting at their wariness towards Tianji Technology. Su Muqing set the tablet down and walked to the whiteboard in silence. Grabbing a marker, her presence instantly sharpened. Why the panic? She began, her voice calm yet commanding, bringing an immediate hush to the room. Lu Xiao's tactics remain as predictable as ever. The louder he shouts, the more it reveals his insecurity. Chen Shi, notify all project leaders. We will convene an emergency meeting in half an hour. In the conference room, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Su Muqing's gaze swept over each anxious face. I am well acquainted with Tianji Technology's technology, she stated forthrightly, instantly steadying the group's morale. Their so-called revolutionary claims are built upon a critical flaw. Their image recognition algorithms yield alarmingly high false positive and false negative rates when processing complex human images. Utilizing such technology in medicine is not healing. It is a recipe for disaster. Moreover, Hongfa Industrial's financial chain is far from as pristine as it appears. She gestured towards several pieces of data on the whiteboard, clandestine information that she had the foresight to gather, drawing from her memories of a past life. Lu Xiao, in this instance, merely sought to ride the coattails of public opinion to swindle a sum of money for his own benefit. Thus, we shall refrain from retaliation. Su Muqing's gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, incisively dissecting the battlefield. A direct confrontation would only play into his hands, amplifying his publicity. Our strategy must be to undermine him from the roots. Her voice was resolute and clear, each word striking the hearts of those present. First, we will present a unified front to the outside world, emphasizing the stability and safety of Xingho technology, while making no mention of our competitors. Second, we shall leak whispers of our new technological breakthroughs, obscuring key details to whet the market's appetite, drawing all eyes towards us. Third, we must immediately reach out to the most authoritative medical institutions to arrange for clinical validation of our technology. We will let data speak for itself, and facts deliver a resounding rebuttal. Fourth, Chen Shi, contact the media. Within 3 days, I want to hold a technology launch conference. A launch conference? She was taken aback. Yes, a launch conference. The corners of Su Muqing's lips finally curled into a confident and radiant smile. I want the entire market to witness that the prowess of Xingho is never merely a matter of empty words. At the Gu Corporation's executive office, the news headline on the screen pierced Gu Yan's eyes like a needle. Lu Xiao's actions were swifter and more malicious than he had anticipated. President Gu, there are indeed anomalies in the recent cash flow of Hongfa Industries. Assistant Lin placed a confidential report on the table. Our investigation indicates that they may be involved in high-risk, illegal fundraising. Guyan picked up the report, scanning it rapidly. Yet, what filled his mind was the image of Su Muqing, spirited and assertive at the summit, along with her resounding declaration that she would become his backbone. He could not allow her to face this murky situation alone. Dig deeper. I want a thorough investigation into all financial ties associated with Hongfa Industries. Guyan's voice was devoid of warmth. Additionally, have someone reach out to those medical institutions that Tianji Technology has been using as promotional bait, and inform them that the Gu Corporation is willing to upgrade their equipment at no cost. Understood, President Gu. Once Assistant Lin departed, Guyan leaned back in his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table in an unconscious manner. He knew that Su Muqing was no longer the lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but he also understood the unscrupulousness of Lu Xiao, the rat lurking in the gutter. Anyone who dared to provoke him must be prepared for annihilation. 3 days later, the Xingho Technology Launch Conference commenced as scheduled. When Su Muqing stood under the spotlight, displaying images of early lesions identified with precision by the Xingho algorithm, details that even seasoned physicians might overlook, the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. This was not mere theory presented on a PowerPoint. It was unassailable truth. Within an hour of the conference concluding, public opinion had completely reversed. The market was rife with skepticism regarding Tianji Technology's so-called revolutionary innovations, leading to a sharp decline in stock prices, leaving previously invested shareholders in despair. In Lu Xiao's office, he stared intently at the image on his phone screen, Su Muqing radiating brilliance at the conference. His knuckles turned white from the force of his grip. That woman, with her confident smile and piercing gaze, exuded a light he had never witnessed before. Su Muqing, he bellowed, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he hurled the phone against the wall, shattering the screen into fragments. He had lost the first round. He had underestimated her. Yet this war had only just begun. Chapter 29. Reopening Old Wounds, Unraveling Hearts. Outside the CAF, Guyan's assistant, Lin, sat in the car, reporting softly, President Gu, Miss Su has exited, while Lu Xiao remains inside. The upper echelons of the Gu Corporation, with its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooked the twinkling lights of the city. Guyan listened intently, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the smooth surface of the table, producing a dull thud. He did not inquire about their conversation. It was unnecessary. Continue to monitor and ensure she remains unaware. After ending the call, Guyan's gaze pierced through the glass, staring into the depths of the night. Lu Xiao's presence was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. He recognized Su Muqing's efforts, her determination to demonstrate her transformation. Yet, deep within, the fear stemming from his past life, utterly destroyed, still gripped his heart. He needed to be faster, stronger. This was not only for his protection, but also for hers. As Su Muqing emerged from the CAF, the evening breeze could not disperse the alarm bells ringing in her heart. Lu Xiao's appearance was like a thorn embedded in her flesh, a stark reminder that the grudges of their past were far from settled. She had to be swifter, more formidable, for herself, for Xingho, and for the person to whom she owed a lifetime. She lifted her gaze towards the Gu Corporation building, standing tall against the night sky. A true contest was just beginning. Inside the CAF, Lu Xiao watched Su Muqing's resolute silhouette fade from view, the malice in his eyes almost tangible. He refrained from smashing his phone again. Rage was the mark of the weak. Now, he merely wished to relish the sight of his prey struggling in a trap. He leisurely lifted his now-cold coffee, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Su Muqing, do you think this is the end? He murmured to himself, his voice laced with amusement. Your deepest pain will always be Gu Yan's hatred. As long as Gu Yan does not trust you, does not forgive you, you shall forever remain ensnared in the shadows of your past life, unable to rise. He picked up another phone, dialing a number, his voice chilling as ice. Advance the plan. I want her and Gu Yan to return to square one. Gu Yan received the anonymous email during the evening hours. There was no sender, only a shocking subject line. President, do you truly know your wife? He did not even bat an eyelash. He had seen too many crude media tactics. However, as he prepared to delete it, his finger inexplicably clicked on the attachment. A faded photograph suddenly confronted him. In it, Su Muqing smiled radiantly, nestled intimately in the arms of a young man. That man was Lu Ziao. The backdrop was a picturesque island resort, sunlight glinting off the beach, with the sea breeze gently caressing. Everything appeared so idyllic, and yet so blindingly painful. Gu Yan's heart constricted abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He could almost smell the tobacco scent, belonging to another man, lingering on his own couch from memories of a past life. He could feel the cold touch of the divorce agreement brushing against his fingertips. He could hear the rushing wind as she fell from the high-rise, and the deafening silence that followed as his heart felt hollowed out. He saw through Lu Ziao's scheme at a glance. But so what? These pieces of evidence, these images, were all genuine. He fought to suppress the nausea rising in his stomach as he opened the other attachments. Image after image, explicit conversations, and detailed bank transfer records flashed before him. Some even depicted Su Muqing and Lu Ziao together in their marital villa while he was away on business. In the chat logs, her concern for Lu Ziao overflowed, love almost spilling off the screen. The bank transfer records, each transaction flowing from the Gu family's account to Lu Ziao's personal one, were staggering in their magnitude, a sight that could not be ignored. Gu Yan's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of blue, ultimately settling into a profound silence. All the hatred he had forcibly suppressed, all the betrayals he had intentionally forgotten, erupted at that moment like a volcano, incinerating any flicker of doubt or warmth he had recently felt for Su Muqing. He had believed she had changed. He had thought her remorse was genuine. He had even allowed himself to entertain hopes for her once more. Yet these illusions were akin to a dull knife laced with poison, repeatedly carving into his already battered heart. Su Muqing. He forced her name through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with bitterness. Her defiance in tearing up the divorce agreement. The tenderness she displayed while cooking porridge for him. Her radiant presence at the press conference. The soft utterance of Brother Yan by his sickbed. All of it was a fade, a meticulously crafted web of lies, a performance of unparalleled skill. He abruptly rose, seizing his phone and car keys, leaving without uttering a word to Assistant Lin, and stormed out of the office. The villa was ablaze with light. Su Muqing, clad in delicate-rimmed glasses, sat on the sofa, her brow slightly furrowed as she studied documents. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up, and a faint smile blossomed on her wearied face. "You're back. Just in time." Before she could finish her sentence, a phone was hurled onto the coffee table with a resounding crash, the sound causing her heart to skip a beat. She gazed up in shock, meeting a pair of icy, bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to devour her whole. "What do you have to say for this?" His voice was terrifyingly low, each word clawing its way from the depths of hell. Su Muqing's eyes fell upon the screen of the phone. The intimate photograph of her, with Lu Ziao on the island, struck her like a slap, rendering her smile rigid. The color drained from her face in an instant. Trembling, she picked up the phone and began to flip through the images, photos, chat records, transfer details. Each one was a dagger, precisely piercing the most painful parts of her heart. This was the most foolish, wretched, and guilt-ridden past of her previous life. Lu Ziao had struck, revealing her bloody scars in the most vicious manner before Gu Yan. Su Muqing set the phone down and lifted her gaze to meet Gu Yan's. Her eyes brimmed with boundless guilt and anguish, yet there was no trace of evasion. "Gu Yan, these." Her voice trembled but was remarkably clear. "They are all true. They are all foolish acts committed by the former me." Gu Yan's body quaked violently. He had envisioned her denying, arguing, or weeping in despair, blaming others for her plight. He had even prepared 1,000 harsh words to hurl back at her. But she did not. She admitted it. Her honesty extinguished his towering rage, dousing it with a bucket of ice water, leaving only a well of unexpressed bitterness and agony. I acknowledged that in my past life, I was blinded by Lu Ziao, foolish beyond redemption. Su Muqing's voice dwindled, as if she were judging her former self. I betrayed you, harmed you, and misappropriated the Gu family's funds for him. Silent tears cascaded down her cheeks, only to be stubbornly wiped away. She raised her head once more, her expression pained yet imbued with an unprecedented determination. I will not shirk responsibility, Gu Yan. I have returned to atone, to mend all the harm I caused you. I know you hate me, perhaps even wish me dead. Su Muqing gazed into his bloodshot eyes, her voice hoarse. But I beg you, grant me one more chance to prove that the Su Muqing of now is not the same as that despicable person from the past. Gu Yan fixed his gaze upon her. Her repentance, her suffering, felt achingly real. Yet the betrayal captured in the photographs and the greed recorded in the transfers were equally tangible. Love and hate, trust and suspicion, hope and despair. These opposing forces tore violently within him, threatening to rend him asunder. He could not discern whether this woman before him was a masterful actress or genuinely laying bare her soul. A wave of anguish gripped his chest, suffocating him. He could not confront this version of Su Muqing, nor could he face the chaotic and wretched self he had become. You. He opened his mouth, his voice gravelly and alien to him. Let me be for a moment. He uttered this line, scarcely daring to look at her again, turning away and stumbling out of the living room, fleeing from the suffocating confines of the villa. The door slammed shut behind him. Su Muqing watched his resolute departure, unable to hold back her tears any longer as they streamed down her face. Lu Ziao had succeeded. He had effortlessly torn open the wounds that had only just begun to heal for Gu Yan, and she, left with no other choice, could only endure it all. This path of atonement was 1,000 times more arduous than she had ever imagined. Chapter 30. Unexpected injury, tenderness resurfaces. As night descended, the villa stood empty, echoing with silence. Gu Yan's determined retreat was imprinted in Su Muqing's mind, shattering the flicker of hope in her heart. She understood that Lu Ziao had triumphed. The sins of her past life were indelibly etched into her very being. Even rebirth could not easily sever those ties. She did not pursue him. In that moment, he was a volcano on the brink of eruption. Any approach would result in being seared to ashes. She could only wait, hoping he would find his calm. Su Muqing bent down, gathering the glaring photographs and documents from the coffee table, one by one. She would not evade her truth. This was her sin, and she must bury it with her own hands. The following morning, she forcibly suppressed all her emotions, channeling her energy into the Xingho project. Given Lu Ziao's temperament, retaliation would inevitably come swiftly and viciously following the disastrous launch of his Qinji Technology press conference. As anticipated, a phone call from Chun, she arrived in the morning. Her voice tinged with unprecedented panic. President Mu, it's terrible. The laboratory in the west of the city has been breached, and all the equipment has been destroyed. Su Muqing's blood ran cold. Lu Ziao. She did not need to ponder the identity of the perpetrator. Grabbing her car keys, she hurried to the old technology park in the west of the city. Inside the laboratory, chaos reigned. Several core image processors imported from Germany lay cracked, their screens shattered, and countless data cables severed. What pained her most was the sight of several notebooks, filled with the team's hard work, torn to shreds and soaked in water. Security personnel were on site gathering evidence, but the assailants had clearly been professionals, leaving almost no valuable clues behind. Chun Shi, her eyes red-rimmed, spoke with a trembling voice. I'm fine. Su Muqing shook her head, forcing herself to remain composed. Anger would solve nothing. The priority now was to mitigate losses. She donned sterile gloves and bent down, beginning to assess the damaged equipment herself. The hard drive-based structure of this server was independent. Perhaps the data could still be salvaged. Su Muqing pointed to a deformed cabinet, attempting to extract the hard drive. In that fleeting moment of exertion, a metallic creak echoed above her head. It was the ventilation duct in the ceiling. During the previous violent destruction, its supporting brackets had long since loosened. At that instant, a colossal metal panel tore through the ceiling, accompanied by a howling wind, plummeting directly toward her head. "Ms. Mu, be careful." Chun-Shi's scream elongated, reverberating through the air. Su Muqing instinctively sidestepped, raising her arm to shield her head. Bang! A deafening crash ensued as the metal panel struck her left arm with immense force, sending her sprawling onto the cold floor. A heart-wrenching agony radiated from her left arm. Su Muqing let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on her forehead. She glanced down to find her sleeve torn by the sharp metal edge, blood gushing forth and swiftly staining her white shirt crimson. "Quick, call an ambulance. Get her to the hospital." Chun-Shi's voice was now laced with a sob. En route to the hospital, Chun-Shi trembled so violently that she could hardly grip her phone, dialing the only number that came to mind. In the upper-level conference room of Gu Corporation, the atmosphere was stifling. Gu Yan listened to the reports with an impassive expression, yet his vacant gaze betrayed a night spent without sleep. Su Muqing's words echoed painfully in his heart, like a venomous thorn, causing each breath to be a dull ache. Suddenly, his phone vibrated violently. It was Chun-Shi. Instinctively, he considered hanging up, his finger hovering over the red button, but ultimately, it glided toward the green. "President Gu, something terrible has happened." Chun-Shi's frantic cries pierced his eardrums like an electric shock. Ms. Mu was injured in the lab. She's bleeding profusely. "What did you say?" Gu Yan shot up, his powerful motion causing the high-back chair behind him to topple to the ground with a thunderous crash. All the executives in the conference room stared at him in horror. In an instant, his eyes were bloodshot, and the atmosphere around him plummeted to a suffocating low. "Which hospital?" He bellowed into the phone, his voice brimming with fury and chaos, a tempest he had yet to recognize within himself. After obtaining the address, he hung up abruptly, neglecting to glance at the people in the conference room, snatching his car keys and bolting out. "Pause the meeting," he commanded his assistant Lin, who had caught up with him, each word dripping with ice. "I want every resource devoted to uncovering the identity of the person who caused the lab accident. I want them alive." The sports car roared to life, speeding away like an arrow released from the bowstring. Red light. Another red light. Gu Yan pressed the accelerator, screeching past amidst blaring horns. When he stormed into the emergency room, the chill of dread enveloped him as he spotted Su Muqing sitting on a hospital bed. Her left arm was suspended in thick bandages, her complexion as pale as parchment, lips devoid of color, radiating fragility as though she could shatter with the slightest touch. Gu Yan's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, the suffocating pain rendering his vision momentarily dark. Lu Xiao. This name ground against his teeth. Imbued with a bloody hatred, he strode decisively to her bedside, his gaze fixated on the bandages encasing her arm, his voice hoarse and nearly unrecognizable. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor, startled by his intimidating aura, quickly responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Gu, she has an open fracture in her left arm. Fortunately, the main nerves were not affected. It has been treated, but she will need to be hospitalized for observation." "Fracture." Gu Yan repeated the word, his jaw clenched tightly, betraying the tempest of emotions he struggled to suppress. Wordlessly, he turned and proceeded to arrange for her hospitalization, demanding the entire top-floor VIP suite. Upon returning to the room, Gu Yan gazed at the frail figure of Su Muqing lying in bed, his chest brimming with unspent agitation and fury. He picked up a water jug, poured a glass of warm water, and awkwardly extended it toward her lips. "Thank you." Su Muqing's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with surprise. He hadn't even the time to unleash his anger or utter a single question. Gu Yan ignored her gratitude, silently watching her drink, then picked up the medication left by the nurse, attempting to break it open, but almost crushing it due to his excessive force. His actions were clumsy and uncharacteristic, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Observing his tense profile and the trembling hands trying to maintain composure, a hardened corner of Su Muqing's heart unexpectedly softened. The bloody wounds torn by Lu Xiao seemed, in that moment, to be gently soothed by his awkward tenderness. Compelled by an impulse, she softly called out, "Brother Yan." Gu Yan's towering figure jolted. The hand holding the medication froze midair. That address was a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of memory. He recalled years past when a little girl trailing behind him had scraped her knee, tearfully calling him Brother Yin, while he clumsily tended to her wound and offered her candy. Gu Yin swallowed hard, ultimately saying nothing. He merely offered the medication to her lips, then retrieved a towel, wetting it with warm water and awkwardly placing it on her cold forehead. As if by doing so, he could suppress the surging memories and the complex emotions swirling within. As night deepened, Gu Yin remained by her side, seated in the chair beside her bed. He watched her sleeping profile, her breaths light, yet her brow slightly furrowed. As if even in dreams, she remained troubled. He reached out, intending to smooth the creases on her forehead. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against her skin, he abruptly halted, slowly clenching his hand into a fist, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. He feared awakening her. More so, he dreaded that this uncontrollable compassion would transform into yet another mockery when dawn broke. Chapter 31. Wounds Unhealed, Trouble Approaches. In the early morning, Gu Yin awoke on the sofa in the hospital room, having not slept a wink. He looked up to see Su Muqing's face, pale and fragile. Her left arm was wrapped in thick bandages. A dull ache surged in his chest. Su Muqing's words from last night echoed relentlessly in his mind. She appeared so delicate now, a stark contrast to the betrayal stored in his memory, tightening his heart. A gentle knock interrupted the silence. Assistant Lin entered briskly, a document in hand. President Gu, he spoke softly, handing over the file. We have results from the investigation regarding the West City laboratory. Gu Yin accepted the report without a word. He flipped it open, his eyes scanning the text. The photographs depicted the damaged equipment and some torn records. The on-site investigation indicated that the methods employed were highly professional. The evidence points to deliberate sabotage. Assistant Lin continued. We have uncovered some leads pointing to a small team under Lu Ziyao. As Gu Yin listened to Lin's report, the knuckles of his gripping hand turned white. Lu Ziyao's ruthless tactics had once again redefined his understanding of malice. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. What is it, President Gu? Assistant Lin inquired. Gu Yin withdrew his gaze, placing the report on the table. Continue the investigation. Keep a close watch on everyone connected to Lu Ziyao. Understood, Assistant Lin replied. On the bed, Su Muqing's eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her eyes. She beheld Gu Yin seated at the bedside, while Assistant Lin stood nearby. You are awake, Gu Yin remarked. Su Muqing stirred her left arm, a flicker of pain causing her to furrow her brow. She directed her gaze towards Gu Yin, her eyes betraying a myriad of complex emotions. What has become of the laboratory? Su Muqing inquired softly, her voice tinged with frailty. She refrained from inquiring about her own injuries. Gu Yin's tone bore a hint of rigidity. Everything has been arranged for handling, he stated. The equipment is undergoing urgent repairs, and a loss assessment is also in progress. He paused momentarily, then solemnly admonished Su Muqing, in the future, do not place yourself in perilous situations. Su Muqing remained silent, merely watching him. Gu Yin's expression was marked by exhaustion, mingled with a trace of wariness. Observing this, Assistant Lin gently cleared his throat. Mr. Gu, I shall attend to the subsequent matters, he announced. Gu Yin nodded, and Assistant Lin exited the room. After a while, a nurse entered, pushing a cart laden with breakfast. Miss Su, your breakfast, the nurse announced. Gu Yin accepted the meal. He carefully scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Su Muqing's lips. His movements were cautious yet imbued with an indescribable sense of detachment. Su Muqing opened her mouth and consumed the porridge, her gaze fixed upon Gu Yin's face. The weariness in his eyes, coupled with an unshaken sense of vigilance, stirred a pang of sorrow within her heart. This fleeting tenderness resembled a flickering candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. Thank you, Su Muqing whispered. Gu Yin remained silent, continuing to feed her porridge. The room was filled only with the subtle sound of the spoon grazing the bowl. After a few bites, Su Muqing shook her head. I am full, she declared. Gu Yin set down the bowl and reached for a nearby wet wipe, gently cleaning the corner of Su Muqing's mouth. His actions remained soft yet devoid of warmth. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. Lu Ziyao appeared at the threshold, cradling a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in his hands. A feigned concern adorned his features. Moo, I heard you're injured, Lu Xiao said as he stepped inside. I came to see you. His gaze fell upon Gu Yan, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Gu is here too. It seems that Mu's injury has garnered your concern. Gu Yan ignored Lu Xiao, merely fixing him with a steely stare. What brings you here, Lu Xiao? Su Muqing interjected, her voice laced with coldness. Lu Xiao disregarded her. Is it not normal for an old friend to visit you? He countered, shifting his focus back to Gu Yan. Mr. Gu, please do not blame Mu. She is simply too kind-hearted. Lu Xiao approached the bedside, placing the white chrysanthemums on the nightstand. Mu, do you remember? He continued, a mocking tone infiltrating his voice. You are not always like this with me. He cast another glance at Gu Yan. Mr. Gu, you may not be aware, Lu Xiao said. Mu has done many foolish things for my sake. He deliberately emphasized the word foolish. She even risked, before he could finish, Gu Yan abruptly rose from his chair, fury simmering in his eyes. Assistant Lin, Gu Yan barked. Assistant Lin rushed in from outside. Mr. Gu, I am here, he replied. Call security, Gu Yan commanded, pointing at Lu Xiao with an icy demeanor. Throw this man out. Lu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. Gu Yan, what do you mean by this? He protested. I merely came to visit a friend. My hospital does not welcome scum like you, Gu Yan retorted, his voice laced with menace. Mr. Gu, do not act impulsively. Lu Xiao urged. Do you not wish to hear what Mu has done for me? Gu Yan refused to grant him further opportunity to speak. Security, he shouted once again. Several security personnel charged in, seizing Lu Xiao by the arms. Let go of me. Lu Xiao struggled. Su Muqing. Do you stand by and watch Gu Yan treat me this way? The security dragged Lu Xiao out, his voice receding into the distance. Gu Yan turned back to face Su Muqing, his eyes reflecting a restrained fury mingled with profound disappointment. Lu Xiao's presence seemed to reaffirm her past betrayal. Gu Yan uttered not a single word more. He turned, thrusting the door open with force, striding out of the room. The door slammed shut behind him, plunging the room into silence. Su Muqing was left alone, the bouquet of white chrysanthemums glaringly conspicuous on the nightstand. She gazed at the flowers, a sharp pain gripping her heart. She understood that each of Lu Xiao's appearances was a brutal laceration to the fragile trust that had just begun to blossom between her and Gu Yan. Chapter 32. Confrontation in the hospital room. Shadows of doubt resurface. Gu Yan burst from the hospital room, slamming the door with a resounding crash. The glaring white chrysanthemums resembled offerings at a grave, searing his eyes. Lu Xiao's venom-laced words acted as an invisible chisel, carving a new fissure into his recently healed heart, flooding it with an icy gust. He leaned against the cold corridor wall, his chest heaving violently, each breath laced with searing agony. The exhaustion from a sleepless night collided with a tempest of rage and disappointment, nearly consuming him whole. Within the hospital room, Su Muqing fixated on the closed door, as if the entire world had fallen silent. Lu Xiao's intrusion felt like a precision strike, utterly shattering the glimmer of hope that she and Gu Yan had painstakingly forged through blood and suffering. The wound in her left arm throbbed more intensely, accompanied by a growing dizziness in her head. She did not pursue him. She recognized that Gu Yan, in this moment, was a cornered beast, enraged by the memories of past lives and the sting of betrayal in this one. Any explanation would only add fuel to the fire. She grasped her phone, her fingertips turning pale with pressure as she dialed Chun Shi's number. Chun Shi, what is the status of the laboratory? Upon speaking, she realized her voice was hoarse, as though sandpaper had grazed her throat. On the other end, Chun Shi's voice was frantic. Mu director, the losses are catastrophic. The core image processing server has been utterly destroyed. All data cables have been severed, and many original manuscripts and records have been torn to shreds. Su Muqing closed her eyes, forcing down the wave of metallic sweetness, threatening to rise in her throat. List the ruined equipment immediately. I will devise a solution. Salvageable items must be sent for repair at once. All data cables need to be reinstalled. As for the destroyed records, we will reconstruct as much as we can from memory. Her voice regained its steadiness, devoid of any tremor, as if she were addressing a matter unrelated to herself. Chun-Shi listened, her heart tightening. Mu director, you are still injured. Leave these matters to me and focus on resting. That is not an option. Su Muqing's tone was resolute. The spark of progress must not be extinguished. Lu Xiao will not afford us any respite. She paused, then asked, each word carefully articulated. I need to know, what is the fastest time frame for recovery? Chun-Shi fell silent for a few seconds, calculating if the necessary components can be procured immediately. Basic functionality could be restored in 3 days at the earliest. However, several custom superconducting chips are out of stock domestically. Sourcing them from abroad might take over half a month. I will personally contact the suppliers for the custom chips. Su Muqing instructed, activate all operational segments immediately. Furthermore, elevate the security level to its highest. I refuse to endure a second occurrence. Understood, President Mu. The call ended. At the corridor's terminus, Guyan had not moved an inch. Through the door's crack, Su Muqing's frail yet remarkably clear voice reached his ears, articulating her discussions about the defunct servers, directing the severed data lines, and calmly orchestrating every subsequent step of the SPAR project. There was not a single lamentation, not a hint of complaint, nor any mention of her bleeding, injured arm. Guyan's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, tightening with every moment. He had expected her to cry, to show weakness, to seize this opportunity, to seek his comfort and protection. Yet she did not. She resembled a tireless, pain-insensitive machine, perpetually focused on her objectives, always aware of her desires. This steely fortitude instilled in him a strange sense of panic, even a tinge of loss, as if he had been rendered invisible. It seemed she did not need him at all. Guyan pushed open the door and returned to the hospital room. Su Muqing had just set down her phone, her brow furrowed, her already pallid complexion now resembling pure paper. The blood-soaked bandage on her left arm was a shocking sight. He approached the bedside, and his pent-up fury erupted. Is there anything in your mind besides work? Look at what you've become. Su Muqing lifted her gaze to meet his fiery eyes. Though her voice was weak, it bore an unmistakable defiance. Guyan, Spark is my labor of love, my everything. I cannot allow it to be destroyed. Labor of love? Everything? Guyan felt a painful pang in his chest at these words. He pointed at her bandaged arm, his voice trembling. So this is your way of protecting your labor of love? Rendering yourself half-dead? Is this what you wish to prove? Su Muqing did not flinch from his gaze. Her eyes were filled with an unwavering stubbornness. I have no choice. As long as Lu Xiao is around, he will not spare Spark. She paused, each word seeming to be squeezed from between her teeth. I must be independent. I must stand on my own merits. I can no longer rely on anyone. Independent? Not relying on anyone? Guyan's gaze turned frigid. Those words felt like poisoned needles, piercing the most painful scars of his past life. It was this very phrase. In his previous life, she had said the same to him for Lu Xiao. From her words, he discerned a resoluteness that mirrored their past, alongside a chilling indifference that excluded him entirely. Is your so-called independence just a path to self-inflicted wounds? Guyan's voice brimmed with disappointment. Do you think this will make me believe in you? Su Muqing's face grew even paler. She opened her mouth, but any defense seemed utterly ludicrous. A wave of profound grievance and bitterness surged within her, choking her breath. Guyan turned away from her, striding towards the window. He felt the flicker of softness towards her, which had just begun to rekindle, crushed once more by her own hands. Lu Xiao's appearance was merely a prelude. What truly despaired him was her current attitude, indistinguishable from her past self. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He retrieved it, an anonymous email. The sender was listed as a friend concerned for President Gu. His heart sank. He opened the email. Inside was a meticulously edited initial financing plan for the Spark project. All sections utilizing the Gu Group's background resources and connections were highlighted in bold red. At the end of the email, a cruel truth was appended. President Gu, your notion of independence is merely a more sophisticated form of parasitism. What she desires has always been your resources, not you. Buzz. Guyan's mind went blank. The light from the screen reflected in his suddenly constricted pupils, casting an ominous shadow. This email, these words were like a key, instantly unlocking the Pandora's box of memories from his past life. He envisioned his former self, how he had been deceived by her, and Lu Xiao, gradually hollowed out, ultimately left with nothing. It was not doubt, it was confirmation. A profound fear of history repeating itself and an overwhelming fury at being deceived surged within him. Holding his phone, he approached the bedside once more, each step echoing like a hellish march. He did not shout. His voice was terrifyingly low, each word as if drawn from the depths of an ice chamber. Is this what you call independence? Is this your way of proving yourself? He thrust the phone screen before Su Muqing's eyes, as if presenting evidence of a crime. Su Muqing's gaze fell upon the screen. The altered plan bore no resemblance to its original form, the twisted phrases glaringly magnified. Lu Xiao. He had once again nailed her to the cross of betrayal with the most insidious, malicious means. And Gu Yan. She gazed into his eyes, now devoid of warmth. Only cold judgment remaining. He believed her. Once more he believed. Su Muqing offered no defense, nor did she shed tears. At that moment, all her grievances and powerlessness morphed into an acute, chilling clarity. She slowly extended her uninjured right hand to accept the phone. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet she firmly grasped its cold metallic exterior. She looked at him, and the last glimmer of hope in her eyes was extinguished. In its place emerged a near-destructive resolve. She understood. Expecting Gu Yan's trust was the most foolish luxury of her life. From now on, the only one she could rely on was herself. She would retaliate. She would make Lu Xiao pay a blood price. She would ensure Gu Yan witnessed how spark would ignite the world. Chapter 33. Wounds Unhealed, Retaliation Approaches. Su Muqing took Gu Yan's phone. A dull pain radiated from her injured left arm, yet her right hand remained remarkably steady. On the screen, the altered financing plan bore every bolded word like bloodstains drawn by Lu Xiao between her and Gu Yan. His icy gaze, his judgmental stance, constricted her chest. Once again, Gu Yan had chosen to trust others. Su Muqing wasted no breath on explanations. It was the most futile course of action. Her fingertips lightly tapped the screen. The movement slow, yet imbued with an undeniable precision. The air in the hospital room was stifling, almost suffocating. Gu Yan. Su Muqing finally spoke, her voice hoarse from weakness. Yet each word was distinct. My phone contains the original, unedited financing plan for the SPAR project, along with a detailed flow of every fund. She lifted her gaze, calmly meeting his scrutinizing stare. Gu Yan remained still, silent, yet the tension in the room felt even more oppressive. Su Muqing did not look at him again. She directly opened an encrypted folder and handed her phone to him. The version you received was meticulously edited by Lu Xiao. He deliberately magnified the portion of the Gu family as the initial investment, while erasing my subsequent detailed profit repayment plan and risk hedging agreement entirely. Her fingers pointed towards several critical areas on the screen. Here lies the dividend pledge agreement for the project. Should Xingho fail to generate profits within the stipulated time, the Gu family will acquire a permanent 30 dividend right to the project. And here is the portion securing my personal assets. All financial transactions are overseen by a third-party law firm, ensuring every single transaction is legal and compliant. Gu Yan's pupils contracted slightly. He took the phone, and the dense data and terms on the screen collided and tore at the content of that email in his mind. Lu Xiao's email was taken out of context, even fabricating data. In contrast, the information provided by Su Muqing was logically coherent, with a complete chain of evidence. He had been made a fool by Lu Xiao, a mere pawn wielded like the sharpest knife. This realization sent an indescribable chill and fury surging through Gu Yan's limbs. Su Muqing leaned weakly against the headboard, her face as pale as parchment. I accepted the investment from the Gu family to seize a market opportunity. I never intended to take advantage of you. She gazed directly at him, her eyes clear and open, leaving him nowhere to hide. You may choose not to believe me. Su Muqing's voice was soft yet resonant. But data cannot lie. Gu Yan clutched both phones, his palms burning with intensity. One contained Lu Xiao's conspiracy, the other Su Muqing's candor. Just then, the hospital room door was flung open. Assistant Lin had even forgotten to knock as he strode in, his expression grave. President Gu, the legal department has completed its preliminary investigation into Hongfa Industrial. We have results. He handed a document to Gu Yan. Gu Yan set down his phone and took the document, scanning its contents. Hongfa Industrial exhibited significant financial anomalies within the Tianji Technology Project, suspected of illegal fundraising and commercial fraud. Assistant Lin's report struck Gu Yan's heart like a heavy hammer. They had fabricated cash flows, concocted methods of collaboration, and the logic behind the anonymous email sent to you was eerily similar. The ice within Gu Yan's gaze shattered, replaced by an inferno of fury. He finally understood. Lu Xiao's target was never merely Su Muqing. It was Gu Yan himself. Lu Xiao was exploiting the hatred from his past life, transforming him into a jealous, irrational madman, a weapon against Su Muqing. This was mockery, provocation, and humiliation. Gu Yan's fingers tightened around the report, his knuckles turning white. He remained silent for a full half-minute. The air in the hospital room seemingly drained. Then, in front of Su Muqing, he picked up his phone. Assistant Lin. His voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. Notify the legal, finance, and risk control departments to initiate the highest level of assault on Hongfa Industrial. I want Lu Xiao and the Hongfa behind him to vanish from this world within 3 days. Understood, President Gu. Assistant Lin bowed and left without hesitation. The hospital room fell into an eerie silence. Gu Yan stood rigidly, his back straight. He did not turn around, yet he could distinctly feel Su Muqing's gaze upon him. That gaze bore no mockery or resentment, merely observing quietly. This was more uncomfortable than any accusation. After a long pause, he finally turned around. His expression was complex, sweeping over her pale face, finally resting on her left arm, thickly wrapped in bandages. A flicker of pain, unnoticed even by himself, flashed across his eyes. He approached the bedside, filled a cup with warm water, and silently offered it to her. No apologies, no explanations. Yet this gesture itself was a silent capitulation. Su Muqing looked at him, extending her right hand to accept the cup. The touch of their fingertips was light, yet charged with electricity. Thank you, she whispered. Gu Yan swallowed hard, offering no response, merely turning to gaze out the window. His thoughts had already woven into a web, ensnaring Lu Xiao. He intended to make that person pay 1,000-fold for his foolishness and malice. Su Muqing sipped the water, the warm liquid sliding down her throat, seemingly warming her cold heart. She observed Gu Yan's cold, hardened profile, knowing the storm within him had been thoroughly ignited. And this time, the blade was finally aimed at the true enemy. That was enough. The pain in her arm seemed to ease slightly. She understood this was merely the beginning. What she sought was never his guilt, but the right to stand alongside him. Gu Yan suddenly withdrew his gaze, looking back at her. His eyes were deep, filled with inquiry, and a hint of embarrassment he was reluctant to acknowledge. Rest well. He dropped this line before turning to sit on the sofa in the hospital room, his tall figure swallowed by shadows. He had not left. Su Muqing glanced at the illuminated phone screen, aware that while this man remained silent, the battle within him had just begun, and she, too, needed to heal quickly, for Lu Xiao's counterattack would soon arrive. Chapter 34. His apology? What she desired was Lu Xiao's life. Gu Yan sat on the hospital sofa, the light from his phone screen casting a cold, pale glow across his face. He did not look at the content on the screen. Those words, Lu Xiao's email, Assistant Lin's report, had long transformed into 2 poison blades, incessantly slicing at his heart, revealing his own foolishness. The hospital room was eerily quiet. Su Muqing leaned against the headboard, feeling a dull ache from her left arm's wound. As if a nerve was being repeatedly tightened, she watched the tall figure on the sofa, engulfed in shadow, like a mountain on the verge of collapse. She knew the storm raging within him was far more painful than her arm's injury. At last, Gu Yan moved. He rose, picked up several documents from the coffee table, and walked step by step to the bedside. He said nothing, merely placing the documents on the bedside table before her. This action was a silent test. Su Muqing met his gaze, extending her uninjured right hand to take the report. She did not ask why. She understood he wanted to see how she would respond. Or rather, he wished to witness the woman he had harmed with his own hands. As she opened the report, a deluge of dense numbers and analyses flooded her vision. With each page turn, the wound in her left arm tugged at her nerves, sending sharp pangs that drew beads of cold sweat from her forehead. She bit her lower lip fiercely, stifling any sound. Gu Yan's gaze remained glued to her pale face, observing the subtle tremors as she endured the pain, his throat tightening. Su Muqing did not look up. Her focus was like the most precise surgical scalpel, slicing through Hongfa Industrial's layers of deception. The deadlock in the funding chain. The lies surrounding the technological barriers were laid bare in her eyes. The funding chain of Hongfa is fabricated. Her voice was hoarse from the injury, yet every word was clear and resonant. She pointed with her right index finger to a specific data chart in the report. The funding gap here is at least 3 times that estimated in the report. They are orchestrating a colossal Ponzi scheme, wagering on the project of celestial technology. Gu Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the spot she pointed to. The core algorithm of celestial technology harbors a fatal flaw. Su Muqing turned to the next page, her tone growing increasingly frigid. Their so-called groundbreaking breakthrough is not a product at all, but merely a concept, a hollow shell designed to deceive investors. Gu Yan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. The conclusions he had painstakingly uncovered at great cost were laid bare before her, merely through a single report. Su Muqing finally set the report aside. She lifted her head, her eyes, once perceived by him as merely delicate, now ablaze with a sharp, awakening fire that pierced directly into the depths of Gu Yan's soul. We cannot afford to wait. Someone like Lu Ziao, a desperate rogue, will not grant us 3 days' grace. Gu Yan observed her, noting the almost frenzied calmness in her gaze. My intention is to leave him no opportunity for retaliation. Su Muqing articulated with deliberate precision, to erase him and his Hongfa Industries entirely from the commercial landscape in one fell swoop. How do we erase him? Gu Yan instinctively inquired, his voice tinged with a dryness he had not even recognized. He had not anticipated that her choice of words was not about striking, nor about targeting, but rather about obliteration. 3 steps. Su Muqing extended her finger. First, using the destruction of the Xingho laboratory as a pretext. The Gu Legal Department will promptly initiate criminal proceedings against him for willful destruction of commercial property, thus ensnaring him legally. Second, rather than launching a direct assault, we shall employ the tactic of elevation and destruction. The Gu Public Relations Department will engage all collaborating financial media to exalt celestial technology to the heavens, questioning why such a magnificent project has such mysterious funding sources and why the technical details are yet to be disclosed. We will ignite the market's greed and skepticism. Third, and most lethal of all, Su Muqing fixed her gaze upon Gu Yan, suggesting that the National Information Security Technology Association be contacted, requesting them to conduct a public, impartial, and authoritative certification of celestial technology in the name of the Gu Corporation. Gu Yan's breath caught for an instant. This plan was not merely ruthless, it was venomous. The elevation of public opinion, the ignition of market doubts, culminating in execution by the most authoritative institution. Each step intricately linked, every move deadly, leaving Lu Ziao no room to breathe. Once the accusation of technological fraud is firmly affixed, the stock price of Hongfa Industries will evaporate in an instant. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Su Muqing's lips. Those duped investors would tear him apart like rabid dogs. We possess evidence of Hongfa's fabricated cash flow. Gu Yan interjected hastily, his mind now fully attuned to her rhythm, able to provide it anonymously to the media and the association as a pretext. A glimmer of approval flickered in Su Muqing's eyes. Excellent. He is keeping pace. Commercial fraud, illegal fundraising, willful destruction. She softly enumerated Lu Ziao's crimes, each word like a nail, collectively sufficient to ensure he would languish in prison. Gu Yan fell into complete silence. He gazed at the pale, injured woman before him. She appeared so weak, as if she might collapse at any moment, yet her mind was sharp as a blade, calmly crafting a tomb for their adversary. In that moment, the ludicrous pride he had harbored as a formidable man was utterly shattered. In its place arose a complex mlang of emotions he had never experienced before, a blend of shock, disarray, and a hint of fervent admiration. He finally comprehended the extent of his egregious error. He had thought her a flower sheltered from the storm, unaware that she was, in fact, a fierce wolf of the snowfield. Nguyen abruptly seized his phone and dialed Assistant Lin. "Come immediately." His voice was steady, yet surged with an uncontainable, thunderous force. Assistant Lin practically rushed in, taking in the tense yet oddly harmonious atmosphere of the hospital room, his eyes filled with inquiry. Nguyen offered no explanation, issuing a direct command. "Execute Miss Su's plan immediately." Assistant Lin's pupils constricted sharply, shock evident as he glanced between Su Muqing and Nguyen. Legal Department, initiate criminal proceedings. Public Relations Department, contact the media. Risk Control Department, prepare the evidence chain of Hongfa's finances for submission to the association. Nguyen's orders were clear, resolute, and devoid of hesitation. "I want Lu Xiao to witness the crumbling of his empire before dawn." "Understood, President Gu." Assistant Lin bowed deeply, and as he turned to leave, cast a new, reverent glance at Su Muqing on the bed. The door closed. The hospital room fell silent once more. Nguyen stood still, not turning back. He could feel that gaze resting upon him calmly from behind. He understood that the command of this counterattack had silently been placed in her hands, and he willingly became her sharpest blade. Su Muqing slowly closed her eyes, conserving her strength. Lu Xiao's counterattack would be ferocious. Chapter 35, The First Round of Confrontation. Lurking Peril. Morning. Nguyen's directives surged through the Gu Corporation like a precise electric current. The legal department had worked through the night to compile the prosecutorial materials, piling them high, awaiting only a single command. The public relations department, like seasoned hunters, discreetly cast bait regarding the unusual funding chain of Hongfa Industries and Celestial Technology to major financial media outlets. The moment the signal was released, the stock price of Hongfa Industries plummeted, a shocking green that was hard to overlook. The market was in disarray. In Lu Xiao's office, a crystal ashtray was smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Nguyen's counterattack had come swifter than he had anticipated, each strike aimed at his lifeblood. With bloodshot eyes, he summoned his team, initiating the previously prepared smear campaign. He intended to drag both Nguyen and Su Muqing into the mire using the bluntest yet most damaging weapon of public opinion. By noon, the narrative had turned. Headlines such as capital monopolies stifle innovative technology and the aristocratic abandoned wife's malicious revenge spread across the internet like a virus. The hired trolls and collaborating media deliberately obscured the incident involving the destruction of the Xingho laboratory, insinuating that it was a self-directed ploy by Su Muqing. In the hospital room, the air was tranquil. Su Muqing scrolled through her phone screen, the glaring phrases causing her left arm's wound to throb anew. She handed the phone to Nguyen, her gaze as tranquil as the depths of the ocean. "He intends to muddy the waters." Nguyen accepted the phone, the term self-directed ploy pricking his pupils like a needle. The veins on the back of his hand stood out, and the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Su Muqing paid no heed to his fury, merely gesturing for him to raise the bed slightly. Using her still-functioning right hand, she took up paper and pen, beginning to write. He is astute, entirely evading the core issues of illegal fundraising and technological fraud. Su Muqing's voice was soft, yet every word was clear. He is attacking our motives, attempting to incite the public's natural aversion to capital hegemony. She pointed her pen at the paper, circling several keywords. We cannot follow his tempo, sinking into a quagmire of self-justification. Su Muqing raised her gaze to Nguyen. We must let the facts speak for themselves. Nguyen looked at her pale face, the rational fire burning in her eyes evoking both strangeness and a rekindled attraction within him. He retrieved his phone and dialed number. Contact the SGS evaluation team I asked you to reach out to before. Have them come immediately. He had long since prepared a contingency plan for Lu Xiao's shameless actions. In the afternoon, a team of elite laboratory accident assessment experts arrived at the Xingho laboratory in the western part of the city. The preliminary site investigation report was relayed back by evening. The report unequivocally indicated that the destruction of the laboratory was the result of highly professional external intrusion, with methods strikingly similar to those employed by a commercial sabotage team that had previously emerged in Europe. The crucial traces extracted from the scene pointed directly to individuals in Lu Xiao's circle. Guyan placed the printed report on Su Muqing's bedside. Her gaze swept over the conclusion, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Guyan then handed her a cup of warm water. "Drink some water," he said, his voice instinctively lowering as his gaze lingered on her bandaged arm for a fleeting moment. Su Muqing accepted the cup, the gentle warmth relaxing her taut nerves. Since he wished to wage a war of public opinion, Su Muqing set the report aside, her eyes gleaming with sharp determination. "Let us provide him with a grander and more transparent battlefield." She proposed a new plan, to hold a press conference, jointly featuring Gu Corporation and Xinghe. Gu Corporation would unveil the evidence chain of Hongfa Industries' illegal fundraising, while Xinghe would showcase our technological achievements on-site and announce clinical collaboration agreements with top-tier hospitals. She fixed her penetrating gaze on Guyan. Let technology and data speak for themselves, shifting the focus from this sordid mudslinging back to true value, effectively shutting down all avenues for his slander. Guyan paused for a moment, then picked up his phone, dialing Assistant Lin directly. "Prepare for the press conference." His command was crisp and decisive. "Time, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Location, Gu Corporation International Conference Center." He ended the call and turned to Su Muqing. "At the press conference, I will personally stand by your side," he stated deliberately. Simultaneously, he announced the establishment of a billion-level medical technology venture capital fund by Gu Corporation, aimed at supporting genuinely valuable innovations. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Muqing's eyes, quickly replaced by calm. She understood that Gu Yan's pledge of support meant he would endorse her and Xinghe with the full weight of Gu Corporation's reputation. She did not utter a word of thanks, merely nodding gently. In her bright eyes, it was as if starlight had been reignited. Guyan moved to the window, the city illuminated by its evening lights. He knew that tomorrow's press conference would sound the clarion call for a decisive battle. The next morning, at the Gu Corporation International Conference Center, major media outlets had already poised their cameras, the flashing lights converging into a shimmering sea of silver. When Guyan and Su Muqing made their entrance, the entire venue fell into immediate silence. The bandage on Su Muqing's left arm stood out starkly against her sharp professional attire, yet did nothing to diminish her poise and professionalism. Guyan walked beside her, his tall frame naturally creating a barrier against any potential crowding. Together, they presented an undeniable spectacle. As the press conference commenced, Guyan was the first to approach the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice, though not loud, instantly eclipsed all murmurs in the room. "We are not here to argue. We are here to unveil the truth." His gaze swept across the audience, imbued with an undeniable air of authority. Hongfa Industries has engaged in substantial financial irregularities within the Tianji technology project, suspected of illegal fundraising and commercial fraud. He refrained from unnecessary elaboration, as behind him, a large screen displayed bank statements, forged cooperation agreements, and fictitious investment return promises with clarity. Each document served as a dagger aimed at Lu Xiao's heart. All evidence has been submitted by Gu Corporation's legal department to the relevant authorities. A collective intake of breath resonated throughout the venue. Guyan raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Next, I would like to invite the project leader of Xinghe, Ms. Su Muqing." He stepped aside, granting her the center stage. Su Muqing approached the front, facing the multitude of flashing cameras with unwavering composure. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Muqing." Her voice was clear and resolute. "Xinghe has a singular goal: to achieve high-precision screening of early-stage cancer cells, buying time for lives." The screen behind her transitioned to reveal a complex lung CT image. "Please observe this minuscule nodule, less than 2 millimeters in diameter, which is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye." Su Muqing pointed to a dot encircled in red by the system on the screen. However, the Xinghe system can identify and mark it with a 99.7 accuracy within 0.3 seconds. The data demonstrated live, alongside the scrolling images of clinical collaboration agreements with top institutions like West China Hospital and Union Hospital, spoke more persuasively than any words could. "We believe in the power of technology, not in false prosperity." Finally, she addressed the issue of the laboratory's destruction. The report from the International SGS assessment team indicates that this was a professional and malicious act of commercial sabotage. Su Muqing's voice remained calm, yet carried immense weight. The key evidence extracted from the scene has been handed over to the police. We reserve the right to pursue all legal liabilities. The atmosphere of the press conference ignited a media frenzy. Reporters frantically clicked their shutters, their lenses fixated on the irrefutable evidence. The lies of Hongfa Industries were shattered in the face of absolute fact. Under the spotlight, Su Muqing's figure appeared extraordinarily upright, exuding calmness, professionalism, and resilience, radiating an irresistible brilliance. Gu Yin stood below the stage, watching her, the woman he had once pushed forward, now reclaiming her rightful place at the pinnacle of the world through her own strength. For the first time, he realized that beneath the veil of animosity lay a surging admiration and affection. As the press conference concluded, reporters surged forward. Gu Yin quickly approached Su Muqing, using his body to create a safe haven around her. "You did exceptionally well," he murmured, his voice imbued with a tenderness he was unaware of. Su Muqing did not respond, merely catching sight of his protective arm amidst the throng. At the same time, in Lu Xiao's office, he watched the live feed quietly, observing Gu Yin and Su Muqing exiting together. The sight was so glaring it ignited a desire for destruction within him. All his meticulously orchestrated plans lay trampled beneath their feet. Su Muqing, Gu Yin, Lu Xiao whispered these names, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. He picked up an encrypted phone and dialed a number. As the call connected, he spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. "Initiate Plan B. I don't care what method you use. Car accident, or something else." His fingers lightly drummed on the table, as if sounding the death knell for someone. "I want both of them to pay the price for today's press conference." Chapter 36. The press conference takes a turn, risking everything. The Gu Corporation International Conference Center was filled to capacity. The magnesium lights flashed like daylight, illuminating the entire venue. Gu Yin, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood tall at the side of the podium, resembling a steadfast pine. His gaze remained steady, occasionally drifting to Su Muqing beside him, imbued with a subtle curiosity and contemplation. Clad in a tailored beige professional suit, Su Muqing's figure was perfectly accentuated, embodying both elegance and strength. Though her left arm remained swathed in thick bandages, it did not diminish her grace in the slightest. Her demeanor was composed and professional, her eyes ablaze with unwavering conviction for the Spark project. She was the first to approach the podium, her voice clear and resolute as it resonated throughout the venue. "Good day, everyone. I am Su Muqing. The singular aim of Spark is to achieve high-precision screening for early-stage cancer cells, thus granting time back to life." As the large screen behind her transitioned, a complex lung CT image appeared. "Ladies and gentlemen, observe this minuscule nodule, less than 2 millimeters in diameter, which is exceedingly difficult to discern with the naked eye." Su Muqing pointed to a spot marked by the system with a red circle. Her voice exuded undeniable confidence. "However, the Spark system can identify and mark it with an accuracy of 99.7 in just 0.3 seconds. The live demonstration S data, along with the scanned agreements of clinical collaborations with top institutions such as West China Hospital and Union Hospital, spoke more persuasively than any words could. Journalists scribbled furiously in their notebooks, and flashes from cameras became increasingly frequent. Su Muqing refrained from unnecessary dramatics, instead showcasing the value of Spark with the most professional terminology and the most intuitive data. When she mentioned the destruction of a laboratory, her tone was calm, yet imbued with gravity. The report from the International SGS assessment team indicates that this was a professional and malicious act of corporate sabotage. The key evidence collected at the scene has been handed over to the police. We reserve the right to pursue all legal liabilities. Subsequently, a representative from GU's legal department presented preliminary evidence of unusual funding activities by Hongfa Industrial, suggesting illegal fundraising. Bank statements, forged collaboration agreements, and fabricated investment return promises were displayed with clarity. Each document was a dagger aimed at the heart of Lu Xiao. Gasps echoed throughout the venue as reporters raised their hands to question, the tide of public opinion beginning to turn. Lu Ziyao's lies were shattered in the face of irrefutable facts. Gu Yin raised his hand, signaling for silence. He prepared to take the microphone and publicly unveil Gu's strategic plan against Hongfa Industrial. Yet, just as his fingertips grazed the microphone, a deafening bang erupted. The lights in the venue abruptly extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. The immense void and silence instantly engulfed the entire space, followed by a cacophony of startled gasps and the jarring sound of chairs scraping against the floor. Several individuals clad in black, masquerading as journalists, surged towards the podium like phantoms. Their target was clear, the laptop positioned before Su Muqing. "Be careful!" Gu Yin's roar pierced the darkness as he instinctively enveloped Su Muqing in his embrace, striving to buy her time with his own body. Yet the assailants moved with alarming swiftness. One forcefully shoved Gu Yin, causing him to stagger several steps back. Another brandished a pre-prepared iron rod, whistling through the air as it swung violently towards Su Muqing. Quick to react in the darkness, Su Muqing clutched the laptop tightly to her chest. The iron rod, propelled with lethal intent, seemed poised to strike her. "Muqing!" Gu Yin shouted in fury, adrenaline surging through him. Ignoring the force pushing against him, he turned sharply, positioning himself in front of Su Muqing. Thud! The iron rod crashed against Gu Yin's back with a sickening thud, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. He let out a muffled groan, his body jolting in response. Yet, he did not release Su Muqing. Instead, he drew her closer, forming a protective barrier around her. The venue erupted into chaos, screams rising and falling. Security personnel struggled with the assailants in the darkness, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing throughout. Gu Yin, despite the agonizing pain, shielded Su Muqing and the laptop beneath him, erecting a flesh and blood wall. Su Muqing, undeterred by Gu Yin behind her, clung to the computer with fierce determination. Within it resided not only the culmination of Spark's efforts, but also her final bargaining chip to prove herself to Gu Yin. She caught sight of one of the assailants attempting to unplug the power cord, illuminated only by the faint glow of a cell phone. That slender cord was the lifeline of Spark. Without hesitation, she extended her injured left hand, pressing firmly against the power socket, her fingertips paling from the exertion. A faint crackle of electricity resonated in the dark, strikingly clear. The assailant seemed taken aback by her audacity to use her injured hand to thwart him, momentarily thwarting his efforts. At that critical juncture, the power surged back to life in the venue, the lights flooding the space with blinding brightness. The sudden glare prompted everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Assistant Lin, accompanied by several uniformed special police officers, burst into the hall. "Freeze! Police!" The officers, well-trained, swiftly regained control of the situation. The assailants were subdued, their wrists locked in cold handcuffs. Gu Yin scrambled to his feet, disregarding the searing pain in his back, immediately searching for Su Muqing. Her pale visage, the fine beads of cold sweat on her forehead, and the fresh blood seeping from her left arm sent a pang of anguish through him. His gaze fell upon the laptop she clutched protectively. He extended his hand, gently taking the computer from her grasp and scrutinizing it. The screen glowed brightly, the data intact. She had safeguarded everything with her injured arm. Gu Yan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, a tumult of guilt and sorrow intertwining. He turned to face Su Muqing, who leaned wearily against him, yet managed to offer him a reassuring smile. That smile bore the relief of survival and gratitude for his unhesitating protection. The press conference concluded abruptly, and Su Muqing was swiftly transported to the hospital. Gu Yin remained steadfastly by her side, watching as the doctor meticulously tended to her wounds. The bandages, stained crimson, tightened his chest as they were cut away. The pain in his back paled in comparison to the guilt gnawing at him. He was acutely aware of Lu Ziyao's treacherous methods, yet still allowed Su Muqing to risk herself. He reached out, gently clasping her uninjured right hand. The warmth of her fingertips offered a modicum of solace, solidifying his resolve regarding the feelings brewing within him. Su Muqing did not pull away. Her hand, though cool, was enveloped in his warm grasp. Weary, she simply closed her eyes, as if every ounce of strength had been depleted during the recent crisis. Lu Xiao's attack had irrevocably transformed Gu Yan's animosity into a protective instinct. He gazed at her pale, sleeping form, silently vowing, "Lu Xiao, I shall make you pay a price more excruciating than life itself." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiao was clandestinely orchestrating an even more calamitous plan. A financial storm targeting Gu's company, and Su Muqing was on the horizon. Chapter 37. Stripping the fuel from the fire. A technical coup de GRC. The night following the financial storm was eerily silent. The stock price of the Gu Corporation had stabilized, and Lu Xiao's financial assault had been forcefully repelled. Yet, Su Muqing, lying on her hospital bed, could not savor even a fraction of victory's sweetness. The pervasive scent of disinfectant was inescapable, and the plaster encasing her left arm felt like a silent instrument of torture, inflicting a dull ache with each breath. She understood all too well that a man like Lu Xiao would never relent as long as there was breath in his body. Having suffered defeat in the financial arena, what would his next move be? An invisible string tightened in her heart, banishing all semblance of sleep. With great effort, Su Muqing propped herself up and reached for the laptop on her bedside. The cold light of the screen cast a pallor over her ashen face. She adeptly accessed the back-end surveillance system of the Spark Laboratory. Lines of green data flowed smoothly, as tranquil as a still pond. Just as she was about to close the interface, her gaze froze. At the very bottom of the system log, a login record, almost perfectly disguised, appeared like a fine scratch etched into jade, imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Time: 3 minutes ago. Target: Core Algorithm Database. Status: Access denied. A chill coursed from her tailbone to the crown of her head. This was not an attack. It was a probe. A surgical strike, executed with such precision that it left almost no trace. Aside from her, no one else at Gu Corporation would likely have detected this minor intrusion. Lu Xiao. He had arrived. This time, he sought not merely financial gain, but the very life of Spark. Su Muqing grasped her phone, her icy fingertips dialing a number. The call connected almost instantaneously. "What's wrong? Is the wound painful?" Gu Yan's voice, still imbued with the warmth of a meeting not yet adjourned, resonated with concern, burning into her ear. Suppressing the dryness in her throat, her voice emerged hoarse from a sleepless night, yet it bore an icy calmness. "He is coming." A momentary silence enveloped the other end of the line. That brief stillness was more oppressive than any shout. Targeting the core technology of Spark, she added, "Understood." Gu Yan replied, his tone frosty enough to freeze. "Stay in the hospital. You are not to go anywhere. Leave the rest to me." "No." Su Muqing interrupted him, each word unmistakably clear. "That is my battlefield. I must return." She did not afford Gu Yan another chance to speak. Abruptly severing the call and throwing off the covers to rise. The movement tugged at her injury, and cold sweat beaded at her brow, yet she felt nothing. Doctors and nurses rushed in at the sound of her commotion, flustered and frantic. "Miss Su, you are far too weak. Your wound requires rest. You absolutely cannot exert yourself." Su Muqing paid them no heed. With her functioning right hand, she methodically donned her clothes. As she pushed open the hospital door, Gu Yan burst from the elevator. His impeccably tailored suit, chilled by the late-night air, bore witness to his concern, which ignited into anger upon seeing her pallid face. "Su Muqing, have you lost your mind? Return." He advanced, reaching out to stop her. Su Muqing merely sidestepped him, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Gu Yan, you cannot stop me. Spark is my labor of love, my sole bargaining chip. If the technology is stolen, we will truly have nothing left." The final words escaped her lips softly, yet they struck Gu Yan's heart like a hammer. His outstretched hand froze midair. He gazed into her eyes, where he found no madness, only a resolute clarity that spoke of desperation and an unwavering trust he had never witnessed before. Ultimately, he was the first to capitulate. "Get in the car." He ground out through clenched teeth. The black Bentley carved a silent path through the midnight streets. Inside the Spark Laboratory, the lights blazed. Upon seeing Su Muqing, Chun-Shi and several core technicians were momentarily taken aback. President Su, what are you doing here? Activate the highest level of defense and upgrade the firewall, Su Muqing commanded. Approaching the control panel, her face even paler than the lights illuminating the room. Chun-Shi, bring up the hive system. Understood. The entire team's nerves tightened. Springing into action, Gu Yin did not enter. Instead, he stood outside, separated by thick soundproof glass, watching the frail yet resolute figure within. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, issuing commands with clarity and precision, devoid of hesitation. She resembled a queen defending her fortress, orchestrating her legions. The foremost network security experts of the Gu Corporation were on standby, yet he refrained from allowing them to intervene. He knew this was her domain. What he could do was safeguard everything beyond the castle walls. Assistant Lin, he dialed a number, his voice betraying no emotion. Monitor the technology department of Hongfa Industries closely. I want to know the gender of every fly that enters. As the night deepened, a war without gunpowder quietly commenced in the virtual realm. Here it comes, a technician exclaimed softly. Countless disguised IP addresses surged towards Spark's firewall like a swarm of locusts from all directions. Hold the first line, don't panic. Su Muqing's voice, though soft, anchored everyone's hearts like an anchor. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, moving with such swiftness that they became mere afterimages. Create an opening. Let one line through, she commanded coolly. President Su? Chun-Shi gasped. That's too dangerous. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Su Muqing's gaze remained fixed on the screen, a cold smile gracing her lips. What I desire is not merely to defend against him, but to ensnare him. She had laid a trap, a labyrinth constructed from a multitude of genuine and false core data. Once the adversary stepped inside, the hive system would mark him at every turn, rendering him unable to conceal his whereabouts. Time ticked away. The laboratory was filled only with the crisp sounds of the keyboard and the low hum of the servers. Gu Yin stood outside, listening intently to Su Muqing's every directive through encrypted lines. The bait has been released. The opponent has taken the hook and is downloading the false data packet A03. Excellent. Chun-Shi used the redundant data flow from B07 to slow his speed. By me, 3 more minutes. Her voice was calm, professional, laced with a lethal allure. Gu Yin found himself entranced by her demeanor. What other facets of her remained hidden from him? At 3 in the morning, just as the opponent was about to complete the download and prepare to withdraw, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Muqing's eyes. Reel it in. On the screen, a massive data web tightened instantaneously, a blinking red dot pinned firmly to the electronic map. Locked in, Chun-Shi exclaimed excitedly. IP physical address reverse tracking successful. At the Hongfa Industries headquarters building, 17th floor, technology department. Success. Su Muqing's taut nerves suddenly relaxed at that moment. She sent the location information to Gu Yin. Almost simultaneously, she felt a wave of dizziness. The flowing code before her eyes dissolving into a pitch-black void. The world, along with all sound, sank into darkness. The last thing she heard was the terrified screams of her team members. President Su, regaining consciousness once more, she was greeted by the familiar, acrid scent of disinfectant. It was pungent and overwhelming. With great effort, she managed to open her eyes, revealing the stark, pallid ceiling of the hospital. The wound on her left arm throbbed with a fierce intensity, clamoring for her attention. As she stirred, she discovered her right hand firmly clasped in a warm, strong grip. Turning her head, she found Gu Yin seated beside her, his presence a mixture of concern and weariness. Stubble adorned his chin, and his expensive suit was wrinkled, a testament to his distress, while dark circles under his eyes hinted at sleepless nights. He gazed at her silently, as if he had been waiting for an eternity. Upon seeing her awaken, the tautness in his expression shattered, morphing into a profound, bottomless sorrow. How do you feel? He inquired, his voice hoarse and raspy, as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. Su Muqing shook her head, attempting to convey that she was fine, but her throat was too parched to produce a sound. Without hesitation, Gu Yin rose to pour a glass of warm water, moistening a cotton swab to gently wet her lips before carefully assisting her to drink. The water soothed her dry throat, as if it were a balm for her weary heart. "What about Lu Xiao?" she asked softly. Caught. Gu Yan tightened his grip on her hand, as if channeling all his strength into her. He has been apprehended along with the evidence. This time, he cannot escape. A faint, fragile smile broke across Su Muqing's face, bringing a sense of relief, though it was tinged with vulnerability. That smile pierced Gu Yan's heart like a needle, igniting a turmoil of guilt and fear that threatened to consume him. Each of Lu Xiao's assaults had resulted in victories for this woman, paid for with her blood and health. And yet, time and again, he had placed her in such perilous situations. He could no longer numb himself with hatred, nor could he turn a blind eye to her suffering. "Su Muqing," he murmured, bowing his head to rest his forehead against her warm hand, his voice trembling with an emotion he hadn't even realized he possessed. "From now on, you must not do this again. You mustn't sacrifice your body for these victories, because I cannot bear to lose." Little did he know that Lu Xiao, cornered and desperate, would next retaliate not through business or technology, but with the most venomous of blades, aimed straight at the fragile emotional chasm that had only just begun to heal between them. Chapter 38. Old love revisited, trust fractured. On the day of her discharge, the sun shone brilliantly. Su Muqing sat in the car, her left arm encased in a cumbersome white cast, a constant reminder of that harrowing night. Gu Yan sat beside her. The car was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by their steady breaths. Upon returning to the villa, the familiar scent of disinfectant was diluted by the sunlight, momentarily leaving her in a daze. The days that followed seemed to unfold in slow motion. Gu Yan had changed. No longer was he the CEO, cloaked in indifference and resentment. Each morning at the breakfast table, a bowl of perfectly warmed millet porridge awaited her, accompanied by a few light dishes he had prepared himself. He would watch her take her medication, his demeanor not quite gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable forcefulness. He even made appearances in the Xingho laboratory, standing tall in the corner, ostensibly there for inspections, yet his gaze would invariably linger on her. This late and clumsy affection ignited a warmth in Su Muqing's heart, yet she hesitated to draw near, fearing it was merely an illusion snatched from her dreams. She would often catch glimpses of fleeting shadows in his occasional moments of distraction, especially when she unwittingly mentioned Lu Xiao. His warmth would abruptly chill, the nascent tenderness swiftly turning to ice. The crimson abyss that lay between them had not vanished. It was simply masked by a temporary calm. That afternoon, Su Muqing was engrossed in handling the subsequent agreements for Xingho in her study when Gu Yan entered. His countenance was grim, a harbinger of the storm to come, with emotions roiling beneath the surface, teetering on the brink of chaos. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat. "Come here," he commanded, his voice frigid and harsh, like ice scraping against stone. She set down the documents and followed him into the living room. He slammed a tablet onto the cold marble coffee table with a resounding crack that reverberated painfully in her ears. The screen illuminated, silently playing a video. The figure depicted within was her from a past life, laughing in a dimly lit bar, her smile directed at a man just off camera, Lu Xiao. The video, maliciously edited, exaggerated every infatuated glance and every casual proximity, amplifying them into something grotesque. Even more devastating were the audio edits, where her voice, laced with nauseating intimacy, professed to Lu Xiao, "I would do anything for you as long as I could help." Below the video were fabricated chat logs, laden with explicit phrases that coiled around her heart like icy serpents, constricting her breath. The final frame froze on a bolded note, a term of endearment she had once reserved for Gu Yan, brother Yan. Lu Xiao had weaponized it, transforming it into a blade aimed straight for Gu Yan's heart. Su Muqing's fingertips grew cold, inch by inch. In an instant, she comprehended the architect behind this treachery, Lu Xiao. Having lost in business and technology, he sought to dismantle her emotionally. He aimed to use the remnants of her past to obliterate her present. "Explain." Gu Yan's voice crashed down upon her, each syllable sharp as ice. His bloodshot eyes bore into her, filled with a tempest of rage, disappointment, and the agony of betrayal. Su Muqing slowly lifted her gaze. She met his furious stare, observing the tremors in his fingers, her heart constricted by an invisible hand, aching to the point of suffocation. Yet she did not cry, nor did she, like in her previous life, frantically defend herself or plead helplessly. Calmly, she regarded him, this man she had loved across 2 lifetimes. That was the past me, but it is not the present me. Her voice was soft yet crystal clear, like a pebble dropped into his tumultuous heart. Guyan, which version of me do you choose to believe? There were no explanations, no arguments. She laid the choice raw and bleeding in his hands. Guyan's body jolted violently. He had envisioned her tears, her denials, her hysteria, yet he had never anticipated her tranquility, so calm it felt almost cruel. To him, this serenity was the most exquisite form of manipulation, a taunt of certain victory. Rage surged through him, incinerating the last vestiges of his reason. Fine. He spat the word through clenched teeth, as if he were crushing bones. Su Muqing, you are remarkable. He turned abruptly, striding towards the study before slamming the door shut with a thunderous crash that echoed through the empty villa. The sound shattered the flickering glimmer of hope that had just ignited in Su Muqing's heart. In the living room, silence reigned, thick and oppressive. On the tablet screen, the version of herself that had smiled so foolishly and pathetically continued to mock her in silence. The wound on her left arm began to throb anew, but no pain could rival that of the fresh fissure he had carved in her heart. She believed that they had traversed the darkest of tunnels. Yet, it turned out that Lu Xiao merely needed a whisper of shadows from their past lives to reduce her to her former self in an instant. Su Muqing did not linger in that spot for long. Silently, she returned to her room, shutting the door to isolate herself from that frigid world. Her eyes brimmed with tears, the ache unbearable, yet she forcefully suppressed them. Crying was the most futile endeavor in this world. She grasped her phone, the cold glow of the screen reflecting off her pallid face. She dialed the number for Qingtian Capital. Please investigate Lu Xiao, all financial transactions from the past week, and any records of private meetings. Yes, all of them. Since he enjoyed playing in the shadows, she would unveil every hidden card he possessed, one by one. In the study, Gu Yin leaned against the door, his body sliding weakly to the floor. The words Brother Yin from the video echoed in his mind like a haunting incantation. Those 3 syllables, once a source of his unique sweetness, had transformed into nails piercing through his temples. Pain, jealousy, and rage threatened to tear him apart. Yet, another vision intruded uncontrollably into his mind at the press conference. She resolutely protected the computer with her injured arm. In the laboratory, she calmly commanded with one hand on the keyboard, safeguarding the spark of hope for him. When she collapsed into his embrace after being struck by an iron rod, her weak yet reassuring smile. Which one was the true her? Hatred and that damned heartbeat clashed violently within him. Driven to madness, he roared, delivering a furious punch to the nearby wooden bookshelf. The sharp pain in his knuckles brought a fleeting clarity to his chaotic thoughts. He picked up his phone and called Assistant Lin, his voice hoarse. Investigate. Trace the source of a video. Look into everyone Lu Xiao has interacted with recently, especially in the media and tech teams. Dig deep, I want the truth. No matter how brutal that truth might be, he demanded it. The following morning, Su Muqing had not slept a wink. As she descended the stairs, Guyan was already seated at the dining table. There was no breakfast, the air cold as a crypt. Su Muqing avoided his gaze, walking directly to him and placing a thin folder before him. Guyan lifted his eyes, the dark circles under her eyes painfully striking him. He opened the folder in silence. Inside lay several sheets of paper. The first was a record of Lu Xiao's recent meetings. One name belonging to the head of a team specializing in public relations videos. The second was a bank transfer record. The day before the video was released, Lu Xiao had transferred a 7-figure consultation fee from an overseas account to that individual's private account. The evidence was irrefutable. Guyan gripped the papers, his fingertips turning white. Slowly, he raised his gaze to meet Su Muqing's. There she stood, clad in a thin loungewear, her complexion pale. Yet her eyes burned with a fiery resilience, weary but astonishingly tenacious. She had spent the entire night providing him with answers, while he had inflicted doubt upon her. A wave of regret and fury crashed over Gu Yan in an instant. He was enraged at how easily Lu Xiao had manipulated him, and more infuriating was that he had, once again, harmed her. The words "I'm sorry" felt woefully inadequate at that moment. He simply picked up his phone and, in her presence, dialed a number. Once connected, he uttered a single sentence, his voice chilled enough to freeze icicles. "Notify the legal department to prepare all materials. I want Lu Xiao and his Hongfi industry to vanish completely." After hanging up, he turned to Su Muqing, aware that the chasm of mistrust between them would require time to mend. But before that, he had to eradicate the source of the chaos that continually sowed discord. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, out on bail, gazed at a new message on his phone, a cruel smile creeping across his face. The message was simple: "Boss, Su Muqing's parents have been brought to the location we arranged as planned." Chapter 39, Achilles' Heel. The 48 hours following Lu Xiao's departure felt like an interminable and bizarre fever dream. The intense struggle of high fever had subsided, leaving behind a sense of frailty and unreality. Su Muqing lay in the hospital, the scent of antiseptic infiltrating her nostrils, a relentless reminder of that harrowing night. Gu Yan remained by her side, mostly silent, occasionally peeling an apple. His technique was unrefined, the skin coming off in jagged strips. Yet he neatly cut the flesh into uniform pieces, skewering them with toothpicks and placing them beside her. His patience was unlike him. This stifling silence in their shared space felt alien to Su Muqing. As the tide of hatred receded, an invisible wall seemed to rise between them, allowing them to glimpse each other's contours, yet devoid of any tangible emotions. She understood well that this was merely the calm before the storm. A person like Lu Xiao, as long as he drew breath, would inevitably reveal his fangs from the darkest corners once more. Indeed, the calm shattered on the third day with a phone call. It was her mother. The moment the call connected, her mother's choked scream pierced through the phone. "Ching Ching, something has happened. You must return quickly. Your father, he's going to be taken away." Su Muqing's heart constricted sharply. The wound on her left arm, just healed, throbbed painfully. "Mom, please don't panic. Take a deep breath and tell me what happened." "The tax bureau has come. They say our company is involved in tax evasion. There are also unexplained financial transactions." "Ching Ching, your father and I can't understand those documents. They're all stamped in red. They say they're going to arrest people." Su Muqing's fingertips turned icy with each passing second. Tax evasion? Unexplained funds? Lu Xiao. It could only be him, unable to outmaneuver her in business. He resorted to the dirtiest, most underhanded tactics imaginable. He had pinpointed her sole weakness, her family. "I'll be back immediately." She hung up, tossing aside the covers and attempting to rise. Gu Yan pressed his hand firmly on her shoulder, his brow furrowed. "Where are you going?" "I have to go home." Her voice was quiet yet remarkably composed. Gu Yan scrutinized her ghostly complexion. Her eyes, deepened by anxiety, pained him. Swallowing hard, he finally uttered two words: "I'll take you." The journey was silent. The black Bentley sped through the traffic, the interior resonating with the sound of Su Muqing's increasingly erratic heartbeat. The Su family villa had lost its former warmth. Su Muqing's mother sat on the sofa, weeping profusely, while her father paced the living room, chain-smoking, the air thick with acrid smoke and despair. Upon seeing Su Muqing, her mother clutched her hand tightly, as though she were a lifeline. "Ching Ching, you're finally back. What are we going to do?" "Mom, Dad, don't panic." Su Muqing grasped her mother's cold hand, forcing herself to remain calm. "Please gather all the documents." On the coffee table lay a thick stack of investigation notices and so-called evidence. Su Muqing sat down and began to sift through the pages. With each turn, her heart sank deeper into an icy abyss. Lu Xiao's methods were more insidious and sophisticated than she had ever imagined. He did not crudely forge documents. Rather, he meticulously orchestrated a series of authentic, yet cunningly designed contracts and financial flows through trusted confidants already embedded within the Su family subsidiary. Each transaction was intricately interlinked, and every contract bore the signature of her father, creating an impenetrable faade. This was a deadlock, a trap so profound that it could lead the Su family to irreversible ruin. A wave of intense dizziness washed over Su Muqing, as if her left arm's wound were being ruthlessly torn open, causing her vision to darken. She had never felt so powerless. This was not a mere business rivalry that could be countered with skill and cunning. It was a brutal assault on her heart, wielded through the people she cherished most. Gu Yin remained at the threshold, refraining from entering the living room. He stood there like a cold, lifeless statue, his gaze fixed on the woman who feigned composure before her parents, yet trembled slightly under the weight of her burdens. A heavy stone lodged in his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. He observed her pressing her uninjured right hand firmly against her wounded left arm, her knuckles pale from exertion. He retrieved his phone, stepped outside, and dialed assistant Lin. "Engage our finest legal and tax teams," he instructed in a low, steely voice, each word imbued with ice. "Investigate all accounts of the Su Group's subsidiary over the past 3 years. I demand to know the whereabouts of every single penny. This must remain confidential. No one can be alerted." He stared at the door, his chest tightening with anxiety. Why? Why was it that the Su family could compel her to exhibit such a desperate expression, fragile yet strikingly resilient? An inexplicable fury mixed with bitterness ignited in his throat. Su Muqing spent a sleepless night in the living room. Financial reports, tax records, and bank statements were strewn across the floor, and she knelt amidst them, meticulously comparing and analyzing each detail on her tablet. Her parents, unable to endure the strain any longer, had retreated to their room at her insistence. The vast living room was now a sanctuary of solitude, filled only with her despair. At 4 a.m, her mind was muddled, her eyes stinging to the point of tears. Just as hopelessness threatened to consume her, the screen of her tablet flickered to life. An encrypted email lay silently there. The sender anonymous. The content contained a mere line. "Investigate the third-party payment platform Xuanjia Payment for the Su family's corporate bank transfer records from March 7th of last year, between 4:15 p.m. and 4:20 p.m. Su Muqing's body jolted, all fatigue instantly vanishing. That particular timestamp coincided with the deposit of one of the largest sums of illicit money. It must be Gu Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her privileges and accessed the internal resources of Qingtian Capital, forcibly connecting to Xuanjia Payment's backend database. A torrent of data cascaded across the screen, her eyes unblinking, scanning for a needle in a vast ocean. Finally, she found it. Within those 5 minutes, Xuanjia Payment's system had recorded a maintenance log lasting a mere 0.3 seconds. The substantial funds deposited into the Su family's subsidiary were time-stamped precisely within that minuscule window. This was a flaw so minute that an ordinary person, or even a top accountant, would not perceive it. It indicated that the transaction record had been surreptitiously implanted during an abnormal system state, an act of forgery. This loophole could overturn the entire chain of evidence. "I found it," Su Muqing murmured, her taut nerves finally relaxing after a day and night of tension. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the sofa, tears unexpectedly spilling forth. As dawn broke, she submitted this pivotal evidence alongside supplementary materials provided anonymously by Gu's legal team to the tax authorities. The evidence was irrefutable. The crisis facing the Su family was averted. In the evening, Su Muqing returned to the villa. Gu Yin sat on the sofa in the darkened living room, the city's myriad lights twinkling through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Upon seeing her enter, he noticed the profound, weary smile of relief on her face, and the immense boulder that had lodged in his chest for a day and a night finally came crashing down. He rose, poured a glass of warm water, and offered it to her. As she accepted it, the warmth flowed from her fingertips, spreading a comforting heat to her very core. She gazed at him, her voice soft and hoarse from the ordeal. "Thank you, Gu Yin." Gu Yin remained silent, turning his head away to avoid her gaze, instead staring out at the dazzling nightscape. The city's neon lights shattered into a kaleidoscope of colors within his pupils. He could not deceive himself. His heart ached for her, became chaotic for her, would defy everything for her. That hatred had long been consumed by an even more fervent and uncontrollable emotion. Su Muqing sipped her warm water, observing his silent profile, clarity washing over her mind. Lu Xiao's attack using the Su family, while vicious, had ultimately exposed his desperation. What a madman pushed to the brink concoct next. He had assailed her career and attacked her family. Whom would his blade target next? Su Muqing's gaze fell upon Gu Yan's upright silhouette, her heart inexplicably tightening. Chapter 30, Never Let Go. In the days following the resolution of the Su family's crisis, the villa was eerily tranquil, a silence that bespoke the calm after a storm. The air was still thick with the earthy scent of damp soil, and though the skies appeared clear, heavy clouds loomed low, making every breath feel burdensome. Lu Xiao lay in wait like a coiled serpent. Everyone was aware that he was still alive, lurking in the shadows, poised for the next strike. Guyan had ramped up security measures almost brazenly, surrounding the villa, and on Su Muqing's route to the office, she frequently spotted a black car trailing her at a respectful distance. It was one of his men. Su Muqing remained silent, fully aware that this was not surveillance, but rather a form of Guyan's clumsy yet resolute protection. In the evenings, she sat on the sofa, addressing the follow-up documents for the Xingho project, the wound on her left arm still sending sharp pangs of pain. Guyan occupied the single sofa across from her, holding a financial newspaper that remained untouched for ages. His gaze repeatedly strayed to the glaring bandage on her arm, a simmering agitation brewing in his eyes. One he was yet to recognize. What will he do next? Eventually, Guyan threw aside the well-worn newspaper, his voice low. Su Muqing raised her head, meeting his unfathomable gaze. He will strike at your most cherished and least expected vulnerabilities. Her words pierced through the heavy air like a shard of ice, sending ripples of silent chill across his darkened eyes. The most cherished vulnerabilities. Guyan's throat constricted, and he fell silent. The atmosphere within the villa thickened, as oppressive as mercury. This heavy stillness shattered abruptly when an urgent phone call rang out in the evening. Guyan's personal phone. He answered, uttering nothing more than a single hello. On the other end of the call, the words spoken were incomprehensible, and in an instant, Guyan's facade of nonchalance shattered. Su Muqing observed as his grip on the phone tightened, his knuckles turning pale, veins bulging, presenting a ghastly hue reminiscent of oxygen deprivation. He abruptly straightened, the muscles in his shoulders tensed, straining against the fine fabric of his expensive shirt, creating a taut arc. The address. His voice was a low murmur, each syllable ground out as if through gritted teeth, imbued with a metallic resonance. After hanging up, he rose and strode towards the door, a chilling wind swirling in his wake. What transpired? Su Muqing felt her heart lurch, rising to her feet without a moment's hesitation. Clutching the coat, draped over the sofa, Guyan paused but did not turn back, leaving behind a silhouette as unyielding as iron. Assistant Lin, car accident. In that instant, a deafening buzz filled Su Muqing's ears, and the world around her faded into silence. Assistant Lin, the ever-reliable, calm, and capable man who had always stood by Guyan's side. Lu Xiao, he truly made his move. I will go with you, she declared resolutely, without a hint of doubt, seizing her coat. Guyan's form stiffened momentarily, yet ultimately, he did not refuse. At the hospital, the acrid scent of antiseptic invaded her nostrils. The long corridor echoed with hurried footsteps and muffled sobs. Assistant Lin lay in the emergency room, his life hanging in the balance. Guyan stood outside the closed door, like a statue nailed to the spot. He remained silent, motionless, but Su Muqing could feel the overwhelming fury radiating from him, searing the air around them, causing a prickling sensation on the skin of all who approached. He had targeted those he cared for. Lu Xiao had dared to touch his absolute Achilles heel. A nurse approached, holding several photographs and a report, her voice trembling in fear at the sight of Guyan's grim visage. Mr. Gu, these are the photos taken by the police at the scene. Su Muqing reached out to take them. In the images, Assistant Lin's vehicle was contorted, crushed into a grotesque shape, having shattered through the guardrails of the mountain road, half of the car precariously hanging over the edge. The skid marks, the impact points, The tire tracks all appeared deceptively normal. Yet, after a mere glance, the warmth in Su Muqing's fingertips evaporated. She presented the photographs to Gu Yan, her voice steady and devoid of emotion. This was no accident. It was murder. She pointed to a detail in one of the pictures. The angle of impact was too precise, exactly aligning with the driver's blind spot. The force had been calculated, enough to send the vehicle into a spin, yet insufficient to deliver an immediate fatal blow. The assailants had anticipated that this stretch of mountain road was devoid of surveillance and had timed their attack to coincide with Assistant Lin's departure from work. She lifted her gaze, meeting Gu Yan's eyes, ablaze with a desire for destruction. They wished to compel you through the lives of those close to you, to force your hand, to make you relinquish Xingho, or Su Muqing left the sentence unfinished, but the unvoiced conclusion hung between them like an invisible blade, or to compel him to forsake her, to use the blood of others as a means to erode his resolve, plunging him into a tormenting hell of indecision. How vicious! Gu Yan's fist clenched, the knuckles cracking under the strain. He fixed his gaze upon Su Muqing, observing her eyes, which, under the harsh fluorescent light, reflected no fear, only clarity and resilience. Those eyes shone like a beam of light piercing the depths of despair, instantly anchoring his surging anger and darkness. He pivoted sharply, dialing a number. Initiate the highest level retaliatory protocol. His voice regained its usual calm, yet bore an oppressive weight capable of crushing all in its path. I want every connection Lu Ziao has exposed to the light of day from this moment forth. Additionally, safeguard every core personnel in the company. I wish to avoid any further mishaps. The voice on the other end, that of Assistant Lin's deputy, responded with respect and urgency. Understood, President Gu. After hanging up, Gu Yan turned back, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Muqing's face. The red light of the emergency room cast a crimson shadow deep within his pupils. He spoke each word with the gravity of a sworn oath. I will not abandon anyone, and I shall never let go of your hand. Su Muqing's heart was jolted by the simplicity of his declaration. A wave of warmth surged from the depths of her being, dissipating the chill that had enveloped her. She looked at him, nodding emphatically. This battle they would face together. 2 hours later, the lights of the emergency room finally dimmed. The doctor reported that, thanks to the timely intervention of the bodyguards Gu Yan had arranged, Assistant Lin, despite suffering multiple fractures, was no longer in mortal danger. The enormous weight that had hung over Gu Yan's heart was finally alleviated by half. In the subsequent 24 hours, Gu Corporation and Qing Tian Capital transformed into a high-speed war machine. Su Muqing set up a temporary command center in the VIP lounge of the hospital. She integrated fragmented police leads, real-time information from Gu Corporation Security Department, and the vast data streams from the city's traffic system into a formidable model designed for Xingho. A deluge of data scrolled rapidly across the screen, being dissected, analyzed, and reassembled. Gu Yan sat beside her, making call after call. His directives were succinct, precise, and lethal. Trace this financial flow. I want its ultimate recipient account. Identify this individual. Retrieve all of their call records from the past 3 years. Send this evidence directly to Captain Wang of the Economic Investigation Unit. The two exchanged barely a word, yet shared an unspoken understanding that was seamless. She would extract a thread from the chaotic sea of data, and he would immediately unravel the bloody web concealed behind it. Finally, in the early hours of the following day, Su Muqing's fingers struck the final key on the keyboard. On the screen, a blood-red web diagram materialized abruptly. All clues pointed to a handful of desperate individuals entangled in covert financial dealings with Hongfa Industries. We found it, Su Muqing whispered. Gu Yan swiftly compiled all evidence and sent it anonymously to the police. As dawn broke, the news arrived. All implicated individuals had been apprehended. Another pawn placed by Lu Ziao was uprooted. Gu Yan gazed at Assistant Lin, pale yet out of danger on the hospital bed, and the simmering intent for retribution within him gradually subsided. Later that night, they returned to the villa, both weary to the bone. Su Muqing sank into the sofa in the living room, devoid of energy to move. Gu Yan approached her side, leaving the lights off. Merely illuminated by the city, Muqing's neon glow seeping through the floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly observing her profile. He extended his hand, gently clasping her right hand. The warm, dry touch radiated from his palm. Su Muqing lifted her gaze, a hint of inquiry in her eyes. In the darkness, his silhouette was both profound and distinct, his voice laced with a rare uncertainty. Su Muqing, what do you believe is Lu Xiao's ultimate objective? He has laid traps, only to have them dismantled time and again. He employs the foulest of tactics to attack your family and harm his subordinates. Is all of this merely for revenge? Guyan did not believe it. Su Muqing looked into his deep-set eyes and softly replied, he seeks to destroy you, to obliterate everything you hold dear. Your career, your pride, your confidant. Her gaze fell upon the hand he tightly grasped in his own, and then upon me. He intends to render you as destitute as he is. Guyan fell into silence, acutely aware that her words bore a painful truth. This war was far more intricate and brutal than he had ever imagined. At that moment, his phone vibrated softly. It was an encrypted email from his deputy, detailing an in-depth investigation into the backgrounds of those captured. Guyan opened the email and skimmed through its contents. As his eyes glided to the end of the message, his fingertips paused delicately on the screen. That line of small text pierced his vision like a cold needle. One of the main perpetrators has had a minor financial transaction with a mysterious organization known as the Ouroboros. This information has been classified as top secret by Interpol. Ouroboros? A name he had never encountered before. Guyan felt his heart plummet. He realized that Lu Xiao might not merely be a desperate madman. Behind him lurked an even larger, more terrifying shadow. A genuine tempest may have only just revealed the tip of its iceberg. Chapter 31, Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Su Muqing's eyes were fixed on the 3 words on Guyan's phone screen, a chill creeping over her fingertips. The name itself exuded an unsettling sense of self-consumption. The smoke from the previous night's pursuit and counterattack had yet to dissipate. The air in the villa still bore the acrid scent of caffeine and the anxiety of sleeplessness. Lu Xiao's pawn had been removed. Yet the invisible hand behind him had cast a far larger, more sinister shadow through this email. The highest secrets of Interpol. Guyan's voice was grave, laced with a menacing edge. He switched off his phone. The room was left with only the low hum of the server unit. His gaze settled on the overcast skyline of the city outside, yet Su Muqing could clearly sense that every muscle in his body had tensed, poised for imminent action. This was not the end. It was merely the beginning. I will investigate. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muqing turned and walked towards the supercomputing system berthed for Xingho. Her left arm throbbed with residual pain, but her right hand danced over the keyboard with a speed that seemed to blur the air. A torrent of data cascaded across the screen. The name Ouroboros was like a specter, leaving no trace in any public network. Yet Su Muqing knew that the accounts of those desperate fugitives, like filthy tentacles, would inevitably leave subtle disturbances in the depths of data. She inputted all the information regarding Assistant Lin's car accident, the police reports, the trajectory of the offending vehicle, the background of the suspects, into Xingho's AI analysis model. She sought not a name, but a pathway. Guyan stood a short distance behind her, silent, merely observing her slender yet resilient silhouette. He watched as she pieced together a chaotic array of fragments to form the outline of a demon. Time flowed in silence. Finally, the model emitted a crisp alert. On the screen, a complex diagram of financial flows began to materialize. A seemingly innocuous red line connected one of the suspect's overseas accounts to an international logistics company named Shadow. I found it. Su Muqing's voice was hoarse from fatigue. This Shadow company, while appearing impeccably legitimate, was nothing more than an ordinary multinational enterprise. Cross-reference it with the data from Hongfa Industries and Tianji Technology. Guyan's command was short and icy. Su Muqing's fingertips flew once more. The moment the new data model materialized on the screen, her breath hitched. It was a dense, shocking web of financial transactions. Over the past year, Shadow Logistics had funneled astronomical sums into Lu Xiao's Tianji Technology through hundreds of seemingly unrelated shell company accounts. Disguised as investments, Those funds, having circled through the glitzy AI project of Tianji Technology, flowed through increasingly complex and obscure financial derivatives to destinations around the globe. Emerging sparklingly clean, money laundering, an international money laundering operation of staggering proportions. Lu Xiao was no commercial genius. He was merely a puppet thrust into the spotlight. From its inception, Tianji Technology had served as a colossal laundering machine for dirty money. A cold sweat trickled down Su Muqing's back as the realization dawned upon her. She finally understood why Lu Xiao had ascended so rapidly, and why he could reveal his trump cards even after being targeted. His backing was not a commercial empire, but a cold, vast, and inhumane criminal organization lurking in the dark corners of the world. They were no longer facing a vengeful madman, but a true behemoth from the abyss. Guyan's expression darkened to an extreme. The cold aura emanating from him felt as though it could freeze the very air around them. He too finally comprehended why Lu Xiao's methods were so ruthless and devoid of boundaries. For that organization, both the Su family and assistant Lin were merely ants to be crushed when obstacles arose. I will meet with them. In the oppressive silence, Su Muqing suddenly spoke. Guyan turned sharply, his eyes ablaze with fury, locking onto her with an intensity that could scorch. What did you say? With Lu Xiao fallen and Tianji Technology's laundering machine on the verge of shutting down, they desperately required a new channel or a partner capable of reviving Tianji Technology. Su Muqing calmly analyzed as she met his piercing gaze. Qingtian Capital is currently the brightest rising star in the entire venture capital circle. I can go. They have no reason to refuse me. No, Guyan blurted out, his tone resolute and unyielding. Do you have any idea what you're saying? They are a band of desperate fugitives. The mere thought of her facing such peril alone twisted his heart in anguish, rendering his breath erratic. I know. Su Muqing stood, walking towards him, gazing up into his eyes. Her pallor from sleeplessness was stark, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. This is the fastest way. By the time the police conduct their investigations, they will have already vanished without a trace. She paused, her voice softening with an unrecognized hint of dependence. Will you protect me? Those words shattered the last of Guyan's defenses. He looked at her, at the trust and bravery in her eyes, at the scar on her arm that had yet to fully heal. The words of refusal lodged in his throat, burning him with their intensity. He realized that she was no longer the little girl who had once needed to hide behind him. She possessed the strength to stand beside him at the eye of the storm, and he, shamefully, felt a surge of fervent pride because of it. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter two words through gritted teeth. I'll accompany you. No. Su Muqing shook her head. You cannot go. The Gu Corporation's ambitions are too vast. Your presence will only alert the enemy. You must remain in the shadows, serving as my eyes and my steadfast support. Guyan's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the turmoil and fury within had transformed into an unfathomable calm. Very well. In the following days, Su Muqing, under the guise of the founder of Qingtian Capital, seamlessly engaged with the head of Shadow Company in the Asia-Pacific region at an upscale business gala. He was a gentleman of refined demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his conversation laced with wit, embodying perfection akin to a soulless automaton. Su Muqing exchanged pleasantries with him, discussing the global macroeconomy and the future of the AI industry. Her expertise, ambition, and keen sense for profit successfully piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Guyan deployed the elite security team and intelligence experts of the Gu family, forming an invisible web of protection around Su Muqing. Each meeting was surrounded by his people within a kilometer radius. The brooch Su Muqing wore was a miniature listening device, and her tablet was equipped with the world's most advanced data sniffing programs. During the third negotiation, seizing the opportunity to showcase Qingtian Capital's investment portfolio, Su Muqing connected her tablet to the internal presentation network of the opposing party. In those fleeting seconds of data exchange, the disguised sniffer, masquerading as a mundane document, silently implanted itself into the core server of Shadow Company. Every action took place under Guyan's vigilant remote surveillance. When Su Muqing safely exited the building, Guyan, seated before the monitoring screen, realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. In the dead of night, within the study of the villa, an overwhelming surge of encrypted data streamed incessantly from Shadow's servers. Su Muqing sat before the computer, tirelessly deciphering and analyzing the information day and night. The shocking data revealed a sprawling criminal network that spanned the globe, far surpassing their wildest imaginations. Lu Xiao was merely a discarded pawn cast aside by the Ouroboros. As the final, complete chain of evidence regarding money laundering was compiled, Su Muqing felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. She leaned back in her chair, wearily closing her eyes. A warm, dry hand gently covered her cold, right hand resting on the mouse. Su Muqing opened her eyes to meet Gu Yan's profound and complex gaze. The cold, sinister data on the screen reflected tumultuous waves in his jet-black pupils. He observed her pale face, the red veins in her eyes, and the intelligence and courage she had invested into this endeavor. The hatred that once terrified him had, unbeknownst to him, been supplanted by a more fervent, passionate emotion. It was admiration. It was heartache. It was the euphoric joy and trepidation of rediscovery. His Adam's apple bobbed as, ultimately, all the tumultuous waves coalesced into a husky, subdued whisper. "Thank you, Moo." In that instant, Su Muqing's body froze. Her heart felt as though it had been seized by an invisible hand, abruptly halting its rhythm. Moo. He called her by that name, not as a drunken murmur nor a dreamlike whisper, but in the present moment, with a clarity that pierced through the air, uttered in a deep, gentle voice that summoned a long-buried name. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. A long-anticipated storm was finally upon them, and the awakened beast, known as the Ouroboros, was slowly opening its blood-red eyes. Chapter 32. Moo. He called her Moo. Those two syllables pierced through her eardrums, like a searing wedge driven into the long-silenced heart of Su Muqing. This was not a drunken mumble, nor an echo of a hallucination. It was now. This man, with a voice imbued with a low timbre, hoarse yet tinged with a tremor, uttered that name. Su Muqing's body became utterly rigid. Her heart skipped a beat, only to be followed by a thunderous rhythm that reverberated in her ears. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, colliding with Gu Yan's fathomless eyes. The cold, incriminating data on the screen reflected flickering lights in his pupils, akin to a desolate sea after a storm. In the stillness at its heart, she discerned something both familiar and foreign. It was regret. It was fear. It was a burning affection that could no longer be concealed, nearly bursting forth from his eyes. The hatred that had once chilled her to the bone had, she realized, been completely melted away by this fervent warmth. Su Muqing's lips quivered, yet her throat felt constricted, producing no sound. She merely withdrew her hand from his warm grasp, her fingertips still tinged with the searing heat of his palm. She forced herself to redirect her gaze back to the vast and suffocating web of financial entanglements. She reminded herself that this was not the time to settle old scores. Outside, the thunder had escalated from a distant rumble to a deafening roar overhead. The true storm had arrived. The beast, known as the Ouroboros, had been thoroughly awakened. "I am here to ensnare." Gu Yan's voice shattered the momentary tension, instantly regaining its metallic coldness and sharpness. His gaze shifted from her face to pick up the encrypted phone on the table. "Activate dust." His voice was low, yet it bore an oppressive weight that seemed to freeze the very air. "The evidence shall be sent in 3 directions. To the International Criminal Police's Anti-Money Laundering Division, the Swiss Financial Markets Supervisory Authority, and Alan Smith of the Wall Street Journal. Before dawn, I want to see that this net leaves no survivors." It was a command. Su Muqing listened quietly, observing the sharp lines of his profile. The light cast deep shadows on his face, and the aura of control he exuded brought her an unfamiliar sense of security. This time, she was no longer the troublesome burden he had scorned. She was his blade, his sole accomplice. The call ended. A global net of entrapment had silently been cast. In the study, only the low hum of the server units remained. Just then, Su Muqing's phone screen erupted in blinding red light, the alarm shrillness piercing through the air. "Warning! High-intensity, multi-source violent intrusion detected. Core database at risk of leakage. The Ouroboros was striking back. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous crash echoed from downstairs. Not the sound of shattering glass, but the dull explosion of some heavy object smashing through the door. The floor of the entire villa trembled in response. Su Muqing's blood ran cold. Gu Yan reacted with lightning speed. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his arm, lifting her from the chair, shielding her behind him. "They're coming for me," he whispered, each word laced with ice. "They want to destroy the evidence, and they want my life." He held Su Muqing tightly behind him, while his other hand pressed heavily on a concealed panel beneath the desk. The entire wall of the study slid open silently, revealing an elevator door glinting with a metallic sheen. "Get in." He practically thrust Su Muqing inside, following closely behind. The elevator door sealed shut behind them, descending rapidly and silently, isolating them from all external sounds. When the doors reopened, they emerged into a metallic fortress imbued with a chilling sense of advanced technology. In the very center of the expansive surveillance wall, dozens of screens displayed real-time footage from both inside and outside the villa. A group of individuals clad in black had infiltrated the premises, their movements professional and their equipment formidable, advancing in tactical formation towards the study on the second floor. Their objective was to obliterate evidence. Su Muqing observed the frantically scrolling intrusion codes on the main control panel, her voice taut with anxiety. "Delusional," Gu Yan scoffed, pressing her into the chair while he approached the control console, his fingers dancing over another keyboard with such speed that they seemed to leave behind mere shadows. The firewall he had personally crafted now bore 3 additional locks on Su Muqing's system, resembling a silent behemoth that devoured all incoming data streams. Concurrently, he donned a headset and issued succinct commands into the microphone. "Team A, clear the area. Team B, leave no survivors." On the surveillance screens, another squad, equipped with even more terrifying armaments, emerged from the shadows of the villa, encircling their targets silently. The gunfire was completely muffled by the heavy security doors. Yet the silent confrontation was far more harrowing than any sound. Minutes later, all the intruders captured on the screens lay prostrate. In the next heartbeat, all surveillance feeds extinguished simultaneously. This was not due to destruction. It was Gu Yan's deliberate act of severance. He wished for her not to witness the ensuing bloodshed. Within the safe house, silence reigned once more. Su Muqing felt a chill creeping up her spine. Yet, Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged as he switched on the international news channel within the safe house. Time ticked away, each second akin to a torture. Finally, a crimson emergency alert scrolled across the bottom of the screen. Interpol simultaneously launched Operation Dust in Geneva, London, and Hong Kong, sealing off Shadow Company and its many affiliated enterprises. Numerous executives from Hongfa Industries were detained domestically. The company is implicated in massive illegal money laundering, and all overseas assets have been frozen. Breaking news. The president of Hongfa Industries, Liu Xiao, was intercepted and arrested at Pudong International Airport while attempting to board a private plane for departure. As the television displayed, Liu Xiao being handcuffed by 2 detectives. His hands twisted behind his back. Su Muqing's taut nerves finally snapped. The camera zoomed in on him, revealing a face devoid of its former vigor, now only a mask of desperation and resentment. Through the screen, his gaze seemed to penetrate everything, fixating on them with an intensity that felt as though he wished to devour them whole. Su Muqing's body trembled involuntarily. A warm hand gently enveloped her in an embrace. She did not resist, instead leaning submissively against Gu Yan's broad, solid chest. Through the thin fabric, she could distinctly feel the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, each beat dispelling the last remnants of her chill. All fear and tension evaporated in that moment. "It is over," Gu Yan's voice resounded above her, tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness. She replied softly, inhaling the crisp, pleasant scent that clung to him. She watched as Liu Xiao was escorted into a police vehicle on the television. The intertwined hatred, anguish, and pain of 2 lifetimes finally severed in that instant. The safe house was enveloped in silence. save for the sound of their shared breaths and heartbeats. Gu Yin understood that the remnants of the Ouroboros remained, and danger was far from extinguished. Yet at this moment, he solely wished to hold close the treasure he had lost for far too long and nearly lost forever. He lowered his head, taking in her pale visage and the redness of her weary eyes. He whispered, "Mumu, we have one. We, not just I, nor just you, but we." Su Muqing slowly lifted her gaze, locking onto his fathomless eyes. Those eyes, once filled with profound animosity, now brimmed only with an unbreakable affection. She realized she had finally reclaimed him. In the warmth of their survival, amidst the burgeoning ambiguity of their tranquility, his phone vibrated inappropriately, ringing insistently. Once then again, persistent and urgent. Gu Yan's brow furrowed slightly as he released her and retrieved his phone. A mere glance at the screen froze the once relaxed atmosphere around him into ice. This coldness surpassed even that of facing the Ouroboros, a deeper, more complex chill. Su Muqing keenly sensed this shift. She noticed the knuckles of his hand gripping the phone, turning white from pressure. The glow of the screen illuminated his taut jawline. He remained silent, merely turning the phone screen towards her. "Sender, Assistant Lin. Mr. Gu, Miss Lin Wanner has arrived in Yunqing. She insists on discussing matters regarding your mother from years past in person." Lin Wanner. That name pierced Su Muqing's heart like a rusted, blunt knife, cruelly twisting in the barely healed wound. The warmth that had just begun to thaw the atmosphere dissipated entirely. Chapter 33. Old Scars Uncovered, New Wounds. The phone's vibrations echoed in the quiet safe house, sharp as an alarm. Once, again, insistent and urgent, shattering the fragile warmth that had just begun to blossom. Leaning against Gu Yin, she could distinctly feel the tremors in his chest, a vibration that seemed to carry an ominous portent, sending chills coursing through her recently warmed body once more. Gu Yan's arm around her stiffened momentarily. He released her and took out his phone. With just one glance, the last remnants of warmth on his face vanished entirely. This was not the coldness encountered in facing the Ouroboros, nor the harshness displayed towards Lu Xiao. It was a chilling sensation that seeped from the marrow of his bones, intermingled with agony, loathing, and a profound sense of powerlessness. His knuckles, gripping the phone, bulged grotesquely, turning a ghastly pallor, while the veins on his hand stood out like coiling dragons. He said nothing, simply turned the screen towards her. "Sender, Assistant Lin. Mr. Gu, Miss Lin Wanner has arrived in Yunqing. She insists on discussing matters regarding your mother from years past in person." Lin Wanner. That name struck Su Muqing's heart like a poisoned ice pick, precisely piercing the softest part of her soul. The wound, recently warmed by Gu Yan's embrace, instantly tore open, bleeding profusely. The cold light of the screen reflected off Gu Yan's taut jawline, his strikingly handsome face now shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Su Muqing's gaze shifted from the words on the screen to his eyes. The warmth that had just blossomed was replaced by a volatility akin to touching a raw nerve, coupled with an excruciating familiarity that stemmed from a past life, a pain steeped in self-imposed isolation. A wall, an invisible yet impenetrable wall, surged up between them. Lu Xiao's downfall should have heralded their new beginning. Yet Lin Wanner's arrival became the most discordant pause in this symphony of rebirth. Gu Yin abruptly snatched back his phone, the movement swift enough to stir the air. He did not glance back at Su Muqing, nor did he offer her a single look of explanation. He turned and strode purposefully toward the exit of the safe house, his silhouette resolute as if he were heading into a battle he was destined to lose. The tall figure was suffused with suppressed rage and the fragile vulnerability that had been forcibly concealed. The metallic door slid open silently and closed behind him, effectively sealing off two worlds. Su Muqing neither moved nor uttered a word to retain him. She merely stood there in silence, waiting until she confirmed that Gu Yan had departed before she slowly approached the control panel. With delicate taps of her fingertips upon the keyboard, she brought up the surveillance footage of the villa's living room. She understood Gu Yan. She knew him better than anyone else in this world. The death of his mother was a taboo etched deep within his soul, an indelible wound that he could never heal. And Lin Wanner was the one most adept at unearthing this scar, pretending to mend it with feigned compassion. In their past life, she had methodically breached his defenses. But in this life, she would not prevail. As the screen illuminated, everything in the living room came into sharp focus. Lynn Warner was already seated there, adorned in a pristine white dress, immaculate and untainted, rendering her akin to a fragile white rose. Her makeup was subtle, yet perfectly accentuated her pallor. With red-rimmed eyes that appeared to have waited in silence for an eternity, anxious for the impending reunion. On the coffee table lay a bouquet of white lilies, their fragrance seemingly capable of transcending the screen, wafting a veneer of hypocritical purity into Su Muqing's nostrils. A meticulously calculated flower of eloquence. The corners of Su Muqing's lips curled into a cold arc. In the surveillance footage, Guyan's silhouette emerged. Upon hearing his footsteps, Lynn Warner trembled slightly, her gaze snapping upwards. The moment she beheld Guyan, her eyes brimmed with tears, as if on the verge of spilling over, yet she managed to suppress them. Her expression a vivid portrayal of grievance, longing, and delicate sorrow. Gidge, her voice was soft enough to draw tears, laced with an intentional huskiness and tremor. This term of endearment, intimate yet ambiguous, silently proclaimed the uniqueness of their bond. Guyan stood a few paces away, refraining from approaching her. An aura of chill enveloped him, almost as if it could frost the surveillance footage. It was a raw and unmasked disdain, coupled with an instinctual wariness. Lynn Warner appeared oblivious to his detachment, continuing her performance unabated. "I have longed for an opportunity to clarify matters regarding my mother," she said, her gaze fleetingly darting toward the nondescript surveillance camera in the corner of the living room. That glance was swift, almost imperceptible, yet Su Muqing caught it, imbued with a subtle provocation. She was conveying to Su Muqing, "I know you are watching. But what of it? Only I can touch the deepest pain of this man." Su Muqing's grip on the mouse tightened abruptly. The show was about to commence. Guyan's gaze, like two surgical blades, coldly dissected every inch of Lynn Warner's expression. His voice emerged from between clenched teeth, low and gravelly, each word encased in ice. "What do you want?" An unsettling premonition stirred within him, growing rapidly. He knew Lynn Warner had never come to clarify anything. She had come to disrupt, to drag him back into the dark abyss concerning his mother from which he had barely begun to emerge. A fleeting glimmer of triumph flickered in Lynn Warner's eyes, quickly eclipsed by a heavier sorrow. She raised her misty gaze to meet Guyan's, her voice quivering with a newfound intensity, as though summoning every ounce of courage within her. "Gidge, regarding my mother's past, there are actually deeper implications." Her words trailed off at a critical juncture, leaving her thoughts tantalizingly unexpressed. This was Lynn Warner's greatest art. She never spoke in absolutes, merely casting out a series of irresistible bait, like an invisible thread drawing Guyan's rationality into her meticulously laid trap. Guyan's countenance darkened, the weight of his expression nearly palpable. A familiar pain gripped his chest, rendering him breathless. Medication? He stood there, his imposing figure casting a vast and distorted shadow beneath the brilliant lights of the living room. He resembled a beast ensnared within a cage, fully aware of the trap ahead, yet compelled to step into it by the name he could never release. In the safe house, Su Muqing watched Guyan's agonized and struggling visage on the surveillance screen, her heart tightening in sympathy. She knew that Lynn Warner's true aim was never about the so-called truth. She was there to seize Guyan, wielding his mother's death as her sharpest weapon. The air in the villa's living room grew thin and suffocating, drained by Lynn Warner's unfinished words. The fragrance of the white lilies became overwhelmingly nauseating. Sweet yet corrupt, Guyan's eyes betrayed no emotion, a darkness devoid of stars. Yet the taut lines of his jaw and the hand hanging loosely at his side, knuckles whitened from strain, revealed the tempest brewing beneath his seemingly tranquil surface. He remained silent, not even pressing for further explanation. He was waiting for Lynn Warner to unveil the truth she had brought, a truth that could potentially pierce both him and Su Muqing with its venomous sting. Lynn Warner, summoning every ounce of her strength, finally raised her water-laden eyes. Each word she uttered was articulated with remarkable precision, yet bore an unmistakable weight. Gidge, I have always known about my mother's past. She paused, allowing her brief silence to suspend everyone's heartbeat in the air. I simply did not dare to speak of it, for the individuals involved are ones I fear you may not accept. Her gaze darted swiftly, almost casually, towards the direction of the stairs on the second floor. A fleeting glance, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 implications. Then, in a flurry of panic, she returned her focus to Gu Yan, as if that brief moment had been an uncontrollable lapse. A subtle suggestion, a precise entrapment. While it was true that Gu Yan's uncle's company upheaval contributed to his mother's depression, the more lethal blow stemmed from the betrayal of someone she had trusted most. Lin Wan-er's voice lowered further, each syllable morphing into a poison needle, piercing Gu Yan's most vulnerable nerves. A dual strangulation of spirit and emotion. She regarded Gu Yan with a semblance of pity, her eyes flickering with vengeful delight. She had cherished that person as her own, nurturing her like a daughter, teaching her etiquette, guiding her into high society, paving every path for her. Yet that very person, in pursuit of her selfish desires, had used Gu Yan's mother's affliction as leverage, disclosing it to his uncle's commercial rivals. Lin Wan refrained from naming names. A skilled hunter never directly exposes the target, but weaves an invisible net with words, allowing the prey to ensnare itself, exhausting its strength in panic. Every word she uttered found its bloody counterpart in Gu Yan's past memories. His breath hitched abruptly, the air in his lungs vacuumed away. In the past life, in a secluded corner of the soir, Su Muqing and Lu Xiao engaged in hushed conversation. A crucial overseas acquisition deal for the Gu Corporation was precisely targeted by a rival on the eve of signing, with every detail laid bare. In the dead of night, his mother grasped his hand, murmuring, "There's a traitor in the family. Xiaoyan, you must exercise caution." One incident after another. The animosity he thought had been buried with his rebirth was rekindled by Lin Wanner's words. Fiery magma surged through his veins, consuming his fraying sanity. Yet, an uncontrollable image flashed in his mind. Su Muqing, in his study, tore apart the divorce agreement he cherished as a treasure, her gaze resolute. In the hospital, with blood seeping from her abdominal wound, her pallor resembling that of parchment, she stubbornly reviewed documents, her brow furrowed. For the project named Spark, she contended fiercely with a group of elderly gentlemen in the conference room, her eyes sparkling with an astonishing light that nearly blinded him. Two starkly different Su Muqings. One, sinister, treacherous, and ruthless. The other, resilient, composed, and radiant. They tore at his mind, inducing a splitting headache. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from the staircase. Su Muqing descended, clad only in a silk nightgown, her inky hair cascading softly over her shoulders. She walked barefoot, treading silently on the cold, hard marble steps. She resembled a cat prowling in the night, graceful yet dangerous. There was no trace of fatigue on her face, her beautiful eyes clear, calm, and even bearing a hint of condescension. She stood quietly in the shadow of the staircase, the light dividing her into realms of brightness and obscurity, rendering her enigmatic and elusive. She appeared as an outsider, coldly observing the farcical solo performance unfolding in the living room. Lin Wanner's body momentarily stiffened imperceptibly. A fleeting glimpse of resentment flashed through her tear-filled eyes, too swift to grasp. Instantly, that resentment was perfectly masked by panic and innocence. She resembled a fawn startled by a sudden beast, instinctively shrinking towards Gu Yan, her lips white from being bitten, exuding a fragile demeanor of wanting to speak yet refraining. "Look, she has arrived. She has heard. I dare not speak." All the unvoiced accusations morphed into a heavy indictment, striking Gu Yan's heart with a fierce blow. Gu Yan turned abruptly. The moment he beheld Su Muqing, his gaze was a tapestry of complexity. Old wounds stirred within him. A tempest of suspicion brewed, yet, most peculiarly, a sense of comfort washed over him, one he was not even aware he sought. The heart, once in turmoil due to Lin Wanner's words, found an inexplicable fulcrum upon her arrival. He yearned to see a flicker of panic, a hint of embarrassment at having secrets unveiled on her face. Yet, all he beheld was tranquility, a deathly stillness. This very serenity unnerved him, while simultaneously offering an odd sense of relief. Su Muqing did not cast a single glance at Lin Wanner, as if the latter were merely a figment of air capable of weeping and speaking. Barefoot, she descended the steps, walking directly to Gu Yan's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, though a mere fist's distance separated them. An invisible barrier instantaneously isolated Lin Wanner from their world. Her voice, though soft, resonated like ice shards striking the ground, clear and cold. "Are you finished?" she inquired of Lin Wanner. Without waiting for a response, she turned to Gu Yan. Her profile, illuminated by the light, sculpted a flawless curve, her chin slightly raised, exuding an innate pride. A hint of mockery laced her tone. "Gu Yan, how much of what she said do you believe?" This was not a defense, not a rebuttal. It was an interrogation, a coercion. She thrust the choice, like a searing knife, directly into Gu Yan's hands. Lin Wanner's expression finally shifted. The carefully maintained facade of sorrow cracked, her eyes betraying a flicker of triumph, washed away by indignation. Su Muqing was defying all expectations. She was not supposed to be flustered and defensive, nor was she meant to retort with bluster. How dared she directly question Gu Yan? Lin Wanner immediately turned to him, tears cascading down her cheeks, each drop sliding along her flawless visage like a meticulously crafted punctuation mark. "Brother Yan, are you really going to believe her?" she began, only to choke on her words, swallowing the rest back. She shook her head in agony, her voice breaking into a sob, as if an unspeakable injustice weighed heavily upon her, leaving her to silently endure. Gu Yan's heart tightened under this voiceless accusation, a suffocating weariness engulfing him. He felt trapped. On one side lay the grim truth of his mother's tragic demise, a nightmare he could not escape in this life or the next. On the other stood Su Muqing, an enigma he could no longer comprehend, yet was unable to avert his gaze from. And Lin Wanner was the one tightening the noose around him, weaving a cage called the past with her tears and lies. Su Muqing regarded Lin Wanner's tear-streaked face, a cold smile curling her lips. She was acutely aware of Lin Wanner's tactics, speaking half-truths with the most innocent expression while harboring the most venomous words. She understood that Lin Wanner's true weapon was never the so-called truth, but rather the paltry, fragile trust that was just beginning to blossom between her and Gu Yan. Lin Wanner sought to obliterate their present and future. The true performance was only just beginning. Chapter 35, Undercurrents in the Workplace. At the top floor of the Gu Corporation, in the president's office, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows fragmented the myriad lights of Cloud City into silent patches of illumination, scattered, yet refusing to cast any warmth. Shadows danced in Gu Yan's eyes, unfathomable depths. Lin Wanner's lament and Su Muqing's inquiries reverberated through his mind, stirring a searing restlessness within him. Click! The steel pen between his fingers emitted a soft, crisp sound. Again, the sound was not loud, yet it stubbornly tapped against his fraying nerves, one beat after another. His gaze eventually settled on the open document before him, a market analysis report. In it, Qingtian Capital and the Spar project were brutally circled in red, accompanied by handwritten notes. Recently faced with unfounded public attacks, some investors have turned cautious. This was no coincidence. Lin Wanner's return was never about rekindling old ties. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. An assistant Lin entered, his steps hurried, the gravity on his face unmistakable. "President Gu," he began, urgency lacing his tone. "We have discovered that someone within the company is assisting Miss Lin Wanner." Assistant Lin swiftly scanned Gu Yan's expression, his speech unconsciously hastening. Recently, a trove of highly sensitive information regarding the Spar project, including undisclosed financial forecasting models and certain core technical details, has been leaked to several financial media outlets. The intention behind this wave of public scrutiny is unmistakably aimed at suppressing the valuation of Spark. The atmosphere in the office has abruptly plummeted to a chilling degree. Gu Yan's gaze tightened. The pen in his fingers emitted a lamenting creak under the weight of his grip, distorted beyond recognition. Investigate, he rasped, his voice devoid of emotion, yet more terrifying than any thunderous wrath. Extract this parasite from me. I care not for the process, only the outcome. Yes. Assistant Lin trembled at the command, immediately taking action. Having served Guyan for many years, he was acutely aware that the CEO was genuinely furious. This tempest had transcended the realm of mere commercial rivalry. Simultaneously, in the brightly lit conference room of Qing Tian Capital, Su Muqing stood before a vast smart whiteboard, which was densely populated with intricate data charts and public sentiment analysis curves, resembling an elaborate web of traps already set. Despite the fatigue etched on her face from sleepless nights, her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Lin Wanner's intentions were transparent. Su Muqing's voice, calm and devoid of any tremor, pierced through the eardrums of everyone present, imbued with an undeniable authority. The delay of Spark's public offering, the dampening of its valuation, and the installation of panic in the secondary market were all tactics designed to pave the way for a low-cost acquisition by the capital lurking behind her. Without a word of superfluous dialogue, her icy gaze swept across the room, issuing commands with unwavering decisiveness. First, the Public Relations Department. Immediately activate the A-level crisis response plan. Contact the editor-in-chief of Financial Frontier. I require an in-depth feature interview. Utilize the most authoritative voice to shatter all false rumors. Second, the technical department. Expedite the release of our Phase 2 clinical report originally scheduled for next quarter. I want the market to witness the true value of Spark, impervious to any slander. Third, the legal department. Her gaze landed squarely on the legal director, carrying a metallic resonance. Compile all evidence, trace the source, and issue a legal notice. Hold each individual accountable until they are bankrupt. Let all who contemplate machinations against Qing Tian Capital understand they must first weigh their own worthiness. Her directives were issued one by one, precise and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. The atmosphere of calm and efficiency instantly dispelled the gloom hanging over the conference room. No complaints, no fury, only absolute rationality and a potent counterattack. She understood all too well that when dealing with a serpent like Lin Wanner, who lurked in the shadows, any emotional display would merely serve as ammunition for her adversary's assault. Her objective was to employ the utmost professionalism and the most stringent measures to extinguish Lin Wanner's schemes before they could take root. Guyan was among the first to receive Su Muqing's comprehensive response plan from Assistant Lin. The encrypted email's attachment laid out each strategy in meticulous detail. He observed in silence, yet something within him stirred quietly, foreign and fervent. He had once perceived Su Muqing as a vine that could only survive by clinging to him, a woman who would only bring him trouble, necessitating his protection. Yet now, the crisis management plan displayed on the screen, exemplifying her commercial acumen and formidable resolve, was dismantling his previous, laughable, and arrogant perceptions piece by piece. He did not reach out to Su Muqing, nor did he adopt any condescending stance of support. Instead, he simply picked up the internal phone on his desk and dialed the director of the group's public relations department. Reallocate our annual strategic partnership resources with several mainstream financial media outlets to focus on the Spark project. The director's astonished response came through the line, but Guyan did not afford him the opportunity to question. His voice was low and authoritative. Remember, execute this discreetly. I do not wish for anyone to associate this matter with Gu Corporation. He understood that Su Muqing no longer required his protection. What he needed to provide was the confidence that she would never have to worry about her footing. He aimed to be an unyielding, unwavering support as she charged forward into battle. Days later, Lin Wanner reappeared on a prestigious financial talk show, clad in a flowing white gown, her makeup flawless. Her smile gentle and poised, she exuded a subtle air of triumph. Gu Corporation has been actively exploring collaborations with top-tier international tech companies, such as the recently renowned Tianji Technology. She casually introduced a new name, artfully attempting to divert the market's attention away from Spark. Tianji Technology's advancements in medical imaging AI are revolutionary. I believe the formidable alliance between Gu Corporation and Tianji Technology represents the future of the industry. Every word served to elevate Tianji technology while simultaneously undermining Spark, her charming smile directed at the camera, radiating an air of composure and confidence. As if she were the true matriarch of Gu Corporation, announcing the future business landscape on Gu Yan's behalf. The flickering light of the television screen cast shifting shadows across Gu Yan's face. He observed Lin Warner's resolute expression, his eyes a tranquil sea of ice. Devoid of ripples, yet imbued with an undeniable chill. The game had only just begun. He picked up his phone and dialed Assistant Lin. Investigate Tianji technology. I want all available information from its inception to the present. A cold curve graced Gu Yan's lips, devoid of warmth, especially regarding the origins of their core technology patents. Lin Warner, do you truly believe I could be deceived by you a second time? Chapter 36. The mystery of the relics the night was thick, akin to spilled ink, obscuring the floor-to-ceiling windows of Gu Corporation's upper management office without leaving a sliver of light. Gu Yan stood alone before the window, the myriad lights of the city fracturing in the depths of his dark eyes, unable to coalesce, much like the chaotic thoughts swirling within him. The investigative report, delivered by Assistant Lin, lay open on his expansive desk, detailing Tianji technology. Every word within the report silently chastised him for his previous folly. The company that Lin Warner had elevated to the pedestal of salvation, which he had regarded as a lifeline, exhibited murky records regarding its core technology patents, while the founder's resumes gleamed as if meticulously scripted, utterly unworthy of scrutiny. They appeared more like finely crafted puppets thrust into the limelight by capital. The final page of the report prominently featured names of venture capital funds active in Europe, their connections curiously echoing the money-laundering network that had previously ensnared him. Lu Xiao had fallen, yet the shadow cast by that serpent had never truly dissipated. Who then was Lin Warner? What role did she play within this vast web? Just as his mind spiraled into turmoil, his phone screen suddenly illuminated. It was Lin Warner. Brother Yin, do you have time tomorrow? I wish to meet you at the Jingxin Tea House. There are some relics of Annie S. that I believe it's time to hand over to you. The name of the tea house pierced through Gu Yan's heart like a heated needle, unannounced. It was his mother South's favorite place during her lifetime. The white tea there was crisp, and the Su-style pastries were exquisite, providing her with rare solace during her years of suffering from illness and depression. After his mother resolutely leaped from the top floor, he could never again set foot in that place. Her belongings? Gu Yan's fingers tightened around his expensive phone, the pressure so intense it seemed he might crush it to pieces. He understood this was a trap, a meticulously woven snare crafted from his mother's warmth and memories, yet filled with venom. Yet he was determined to step into it. Everything concerning his mother had once been the shackles that bound him, his most vulnerable weakness. But now, he sought to forge that weakness into armor. He yearned to see what so-called relics Lin Warner could present to substantiate all her past and present lies. Gu Yan's gaze instinctively drifted to the tightly shut door of the study. Behind that door was Su Muqing. In recent days, she had operated like a finely tuned war machine, coolly diffusing the public relations crisis. By day, they were allies with a shared goal. By night, they were strangers sharing the same roof. The invisible wall erected by Lin Warner remained resolutely intact between them, cold and impenetrable. He withdrew his gaze, his fingertips tapping a single word on the screen. Good. The following day, at the tranquil tea house, the antique private room exuded an air of elegance, with the scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. Gu Yan sat on a pearwood chair, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, the chill radiating from him contrasting starkly with the warmth enveloping the room. Lin Warner sat opposite him, dressed in a flowing white gown, her makeup delicate and pure, like a lily untouched by the mundane world. Before her lay a deep blue velvet box, meticulously positioned. "Brother Yin, you've lost weight again," she spoke softly, her eyes glistening with just the right amount of concern and tenderness. "I know, the matter of your mother has always been a knot in your heart. It has been for me as well." Gu Yan remained silent, his gaze like an ice pick fixed on the box. Lin Warner appeared unfazed by his indifference. As she slowly and reverently opened the box, inside lay a jade pendant of sheep fat white, its luster warm and inviting, adorned with exquisite cloud patterns. Unmistakably a cherished antiquity. "This is my aunt's jade pendant," Lynn Warner said, her voice thickening with emotion, tears welling in her eyes, ready to spill. She cherished it above all else and rarely parted with it. Just days before her death, she summoned me to her ward and entrusted this pendant to me. Guyan's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized the pendant. It held great significance for his mother, a treasured heirloom passed down from her own mother. Before her death, she grasped my hand and said, "The person I have wronged the most in this life is you." She lamented that she had misjudged people, that her sincere heart had been exploited, leading her to a dead end. She expressed a wish for me to care for you in her stead. This pendant is her final wish, and she insisted I hand it to you only when you truly find happiness. Each of Lynn Warner's words struck like the sharpest blade, piercing through the scars of his memory. Fragments of past lives surged forth. Su Muqing's cold betrayal, the despair in his mother's eyes as she fell, the creditors surrounding the Gu Corporation building, all of it intertwined with Lynn Warner's current words, forming an irrefutable piece of evidence. It was you who misjudged people. It was you who loved the wrong person. Thus, your mother met her demise due to the betrayal of the one you loved. A searing pain erupted from the depths of his mind, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision, the familiar, suffocating grip tightening around his chest once more. He could scarcely breathe. Lynn Warner observed his agonized expression, her lowered gaze concealing a fleeting glimmer of triumph. This was the effect she desired. She aimed to use the death of Guyan's mother to drive the final nail into the coffin of his relationship with Su Muqing, ensuring he would never rise again. At that moment, the bamboo curtain of the private room was lifted gently by a pale hand. Su Muqing entered, lacking the intricately crafted appearance of Lynn Warner. She wore a neatly tailored beige trench coat, her long hair casually gathered at the back, without a trace of makeup. Her skin radiated a cool luminescence beneath the soft lighting of the tea house. Her bright eyes calmly swept over the jade pendant on the table, ultimately resting on Guyan's ashen face. On his way to the tea house, he had received her text message, containing just 3 words, "Where are you?" Almost instinctively, he had replied with the address. In that moment, he could not discern whether he hoped for her arrival or wished to avoid it. Lynn Warner's expression froze for a second upon seeing Su Muqing, quickly transforming into a deeper, pitiable demeanor as though her territory had been encroached upon. Like a startled rabbit, she instinctively drew the velvet box closer to herself, her eyes brimming with accusation and grievance. "Miss Su, how could you possibly be here?" Her voice trembled, as if Su Muqing's presence were a desecration of the deceased. Su Muqing did not spare her a glance. She walked directly to Guyan's side, standing quietly without taking a seat. Her gaze moved slowly from Guyan's pained profile to Lynn Warner's innocent visage, devoid of warmth. Lynn Warner felt a chill under her scrutiny, but forced a breath, raising her voice as if to address Guyan. And yet it felt like a trial of Su Muqing. "Your aunt cherished you dearly, but before she passed, she lamented that her greatest regret was letting a wolf into her home. Miss Su, how disappointed she must have been in you." Her words were sharp and venomous, a provocative sting aimed directly at Su Muqing. Guyan's body stiffened like a statue. Hearing Lynn Warner's words, his bloodshot eyes struggled to lift, seeking any sign of guilt or remorse on Su Muqing's face. Yet he found nothing. Her expression was as calm as a still, deep pool, betraying no hint of turmoil. Slowly, she extended her hand, reaching over Guyan's shoulder. Under Lynn Warner's astonished gaze, she picked up the jade pendant. Her fingertips were icy, yet her movements were gentle, as if she were brushing dust off a rare treasure. She cradled the pendant in her palm, lowering her head to examine it closely, her focused demeanor suggesting that the world had shrunk to just her and this pendant. The room fell into an eerie silence. Guyan could hear the thunderous beat of his heart echoing in his chest. After a lengthy pause, Su Muqing finally raised her head. Her cool gaze pierced through the rising steam of the tea, returning to Guyan's face. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable intensity. "This pendant was your aunt's favorite. It symbolizes protection." She paused, her gaze shifting like a drawn sword towards Lynn Warner, whose face had drained of color. her lips curling into a cold smile. Yet, she never bestowed it upon anyone. As light as a snowflake, it fell into the dead silence of the private room, yet ignited an avalanche. Lin Warner's complexion drained of color in an instant. In her tear-filled eyes, genuine, unmasked panic flickered for the first time. She clenched her fists, her meticulously manicured nails digging deep into her palms. The piercing pain barely kept her from losing her composure on the spot. "You're talking nonsense." Her voice sharpened, shattering the gentle facade that had previously enveloped the atmosphere. "This was clearly given to me by my aunt. On what grounds do you claim otherwise?" "On what grounds?" Su Muqing interrupted her, the icy curve of her lips devoid of any warmth. She raised the jade pendant in her hand, her ivory-white fingertips gliding softly over a remarkably concealed groove on its side. The gesture exuded an undeniable authority. "My aunt has said that this pendant was a keepsake from her grandmother. Jade is sentient and follows its owner throughout life. Unless she passes away, it shall never leave her side, nor be bestowed upon another." Her gaze shifted from the imitation jade pendant to Gu Yan, her voice losing some of its frigid edge, becoming calm and clear, as though she were divulging a secret understood only by the two of them. "Do you remember?" Gu Yan sat rigidly, every muscle in his body taut with excruciating pain. He listened to Su Muqing's words, his mind engulfed in a deafening roar. His aunt had a mild obsession with cleanliness. The jewelry she wore was polished daily with a special soft cloth. Su Muqing's voice was unhurried, each word striking precisely at the depths of Gu Yan's memory. Between the 9th and 10th cloud patterns on this jade pendant, there existed a faint scratch, finer than a strand of hair, left inadvertently during the carving process years ago. Her voice paused, affording Gu Yan ample time to recall. Due to years of polishing, the edges of that scratch were smoother than the surrounding areas. She presented the pendant before Gu Yan's eyes. In that moment, the warm jade appeared to him like a searing iron. Her fingertip was poised at the almost imperceptible flaw. Gu Yan's breath caught in his throat. Deep within his mind, a long-sealed door to memory burst open. It was during his childhood, on a sunlit afternoon, when his mother sat by the window polishing this very jade pendant. Curiously, he leaned in, pointing at the tiny imperfection. "Mom, this is broken." His mother laughed softly, gently ruffling his hair, placing the pendant into his small hand. "Yin, this is not broken. It is its unique mark. Just like each of us, we all possess imperfections that make us more authentic, more truly our own. This secret that belonged solely to him and his mother. How could it be?" Gu Yan's heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, the suffocating pain nearly rendering him breathless. He abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Muqing. He sought any hint of a flaw in her expression, yet he found nothing. Her gaze was clear and sincere, resembling a deep autumn pool reflecting his predicament, devoid of any murkiness of deceit. This secret, it turned out, was known to a third person besides him and his mother, Su Muqing. In their past life, during the years when their relationship flourished, she had been like a little tail, almost a steward, assisting his mother in managing her treasured jewelry. His mother harbored no distrust towards her, treating her as her own, sharing all her cherished possessions, including the secret of this jade pendant. Lin Warner's complexion shifted from pale to a deathly gray. She never expected. She had spent a fortune hiring the most elite antique craftsmen to replicate this jade pendant, based on countless photographs and documents, believing it to be flawless. Yet, she never imagined that in a detail so minute that even she was unaware of, Su Muqing would strike a fatal blow. I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Warner's voice suddenly turned hysterical, completely shredding the delicate pretense, leaving only the raw emotion of indignation. "This was clearly given to me by my aunt. Yinji, don't let her deceive you. She is the master of sweet words and deceitful appearances." Her defense, in that moment, seemed utterly feeble and laughable. Su Muqing could scarcely be bothered to glance at her again. She withdrew her hand, gently placing the warm jade pendant back into Gu Yan's cold, rigid palm. Her fingertip inadvertently brushed against his curled knuckles. A fleeting contact. That bit of soft warmth, however, sent a violent tremor through his fingertips. A faint warmth surged through his frozen veins, directly colliding with his heart, which had long been encased in ice. His aunt's guardianship was a wish for the safety and smoothness of her loved ones' lives, not a tool for some to sow discord and scheme. Su Muqing's voice regained its usual chill, each word striking the pearwood floor with clarity and weight. To weave lies with the belongings of the deceased, Lin Wanner. You are unworthy to utter the words, aunt. You. Lin Wanner trembled with rage, every pretense disintegrating in that moment, leaving only resentment and disarray on her face. Guyan slowly tightened his grip on the jade pendant. The cold, hard texture instantly cleared the chaos swirling in his mind. He observed Lin Wanner, frantic and distorted in fury, and then turned to Su Muqing, calm and composed, with words that pierced the heart. Past life, present life. Two utterly distinct faces intertwining in his mind, tearing apart. Ultimately, it froze upon the clarity of Su Muqing's bottomless eyes. He had been wrong. He was wrong again. He had nearly been deceived once more. Deceived by the same lie concerning his mother, by different actors employing the same clumsy performance, fooled twice over. A sharp, acute regret morphed into a venomous dagger, piercing through his chest. He abruptly stood up. The shadow cast by his tall, upright figure completely enveloped Lin Wanner, carrying an oppressive force akin to a mountain pressing down. He did not look back at Lin Wanner. The mingling of disgust and coldness in that final glance was the ultimate verdict. He turned to Su Muqing, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Let us go. Upon finishing, he strode forward, not once glancing back as he exited the private room. He left Lin Wanner with not a single word. He afforded her not another glance. A complete, unyielding dismissal. Su Muqing followed in his wake. As they passed Lin Wanner, she didn't even turn her head, merely whispering in a tone soft enough for only the two of them to hear, "The game is over." Lin Wanner stood frozen in place. She watched the resolute figures of the two retreating, hearing that light yet weighty warning, a lump lodged firmly in her chest, her vision blurring. Her carefully orchestrated grand performance. She had thought to drive the final nail into Su Muqing's coffin using the death of Gu Yan's mother, ensuring that she would never rise again. Yet, it had been so effortlessly dismantled by the other party. She was nothing but an unadulterated clown. Her nails dug deep in her palms, blood seeping out, sticky and warm. Su Muqing, this is not over between us. Chapter 38. A collaborative counterattack strategy. The chilling glow of the crystal chandelier illuminated the living room, leaving no place for concealment. Between the two, an expensive carpet stretched 3 meters wide, serving as a silent barrier. Su Muqing poured herself a glass of warm water, her fingertips gliding across the tablet, fixating on the scrolling financial data that was her sole focus at that moment. The afternoon's farce seemed to have left no discernible mark on her. Gu Yan stood in the shadow of the entrance for an extended period, long enough to regain his composure, before changing his shoes and stepping inside. He did not ascend the stairs, but instead settled onto the sofa opposite Su Muqing, exposing himself to the harsh light. Lin Wanner, he finally spoke, his voice dry, tinged with an enduring sense of self-loathing. She was an orphan sponsored by my mother during her lifetime. My mother was fond of her, finding her obedient, even considering adopting her as a goddaughter. Su Muqing paused her scrolling, lifting her gaze to meet his with starkly defined black and white eyes, as though she were listening to a tale entirely detached from her own life. After my mother passed away, she received a sum from the Gu family trust and went abroad, vanishing without a trace. I never anticipated her return. The bewilderment and undeniable guilt in Gu Yan's eyes were palpable. I investigated Tianji Technology. Its backing leads to an organization known as the Ouroboros. I failed to comprehend her motives, money, or revenge. Revenge against him, against Su Muqing, against this world. Perhaps it was never about what she desired to do. Su Muqing set down the tablet, a single statement tearing through Gu Yan's tangled conjectures. Rather, it is about what the individuals behind her intend to achieve through her. She turned the tablet towards Gu Yan. On the screen was an urgent report freshly generated by the Risk Control Department of Qing Tian Capital. Lu Xiao was responsible for technical strangulation, targeting Xingho. Su Muqing's fingertips traced several glaring red lines across the screen. And Lin Wanner is tasked with psychological warfare, with you and the entire Gu Corporation as her targets. My team analyzed all financial flows since her return. She has been using offshore accounts to accumulate Gu's circulating shares. Simultaneously, she has been courting discontented minority shareholders and executives. Her gaze conveyed a surgeon's precision and coldness. She exploits your mother's death to shatter your reason, creating rifts between us. Concurrently, she is ruthlessly suppressing Xingho in public opinion, undermining the Gu Corporation, inciting market panic, and driving down stock prices. Once the stock plummets to a certain level, the capital colluding with Ouroboros will swiftly initiate a malicious takeover. After a brief pause, she delivered her final conclusion. It is not revenge she seeks. Her aim is to consume your Gu Corporation. Gu Yan's body tensed instantaneously. It was not merely a chill, but a harrowing sensation as though his very essence had been drained in an instant. He had believed Lin Wanner to be a pitiable creature twisted by jealousy, an emotional disruptor. He had never fathomed that beneath her seemingly fragile facade lay a grand conspiracy capable of dismantling his entire commercial empire. Once again, he had nearly propelled the Gu Corporation into the abyss, swayed by provoked personal emotions. A profound sense of dread and guilt gripped his heart like two powerful hands. He turned to Su Muqing, this woman whom he had once despised, yet who had repeatedly pulled him back from the precipice. Her expression bore no hint of triumph, no mockery, only an unwavering focus, reminiscent of a comrade in arms. What must I do? Gu Yan's voice was low, stripped of all extraneous emotion, leaving only the absolute calm of one prepared for battle. Utilize your Gu Corporation's intelligence network to investigate the years Lin Wanner was absent. Su Muqing's thoughts were terrifyingly lucid. Who did she associate with abroad? What experiences did she undergo? Particularly, what is her relationship with the founder of Tianji Technology and the actual controllers of those European funds? I need to know whose pawn she truly is. Understood. Gu Yan immediately seized his phone and dialed Assistant Lin. His commands were precise, cold, and devoid of hesitation, akin to a recalibrated precision machine. The call ended. The study fell into a brief silence, but this stillness was no longer a barrier. It was a tacit understanding of shared objectives, a camaraderie. Gu Yan regarded Su Muqing's focused profile beneath the light. Her eyes, once solely used to chase after superficial vanity, now sparkled with a glimmer he had never comprehended. That radiance outshone the neon lights of the entire city outside, causing his heart to race erratically. I am sorry, he suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet resonating in the still air. Su Muqing paused, lifting her head. I apologize for all my prior doubts. In Gu Yan's eyes was a clumsy sincerity, foreign to his identity. He was not a man accustomed to apologies. Yet at this moment, it was imperative. Su Muqing gazed at him and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, yet in an instant, it transformed the frigid air of the room into something breathable. No need for apologies. She redirected her attention, her fingers once again dancing across the keyboard, calling forth another intricate data model. Her voice now carried a genuine, predatory interest. Let us reciprocate with tangible action. Lin Wanner has employed numerous trolls to disseminate a plethora of false news, attempting to muddy the waters. In the spirit of reciprocity, we should present her with a grand gift. On the screen, a plan for public opinion counterattacks and capital strikes was rapidly taking shape. Gu Yan observed her confident demeanor, his lingering guilt quietly supplanted by a burning admiration and a thrilling fervor. He understood. In this war, he was no longer alone. Just then, Su Muqing's fingers halted. She pointed to a recently highlighted company name on the screen, her attractive brow furrowing. Found it. Her voice bore the weight of discovering a trace of prey. The puppeteers manipulating public opinion are a small company called Reborn Media. She slowly pushed the investigative report towards Gu Yan. And you would never guess who the largest shareholder is. Her ambitions are even grander than we imagined. Su Muqing's gaze turned frigid, sharp as ice. Exploiting the chaos within the Gu Corporation to profit in the capital market, Reborn Media is merely the most inconspicuous cog in her vast scheme. Chapter 39. The Gu Corporation crisis resurfaces. The morning sun had yet to pierce through the towering skyscrapers of the financial district when a silent strangulation commenced. The stock price of the Gu Corporation plummeted at the opening, crimson figures leaping frantically across every screen, akin to gushing wounds, heralding the giant's exsanguination. Gu Corporation's chemical plant is polluting, poisoning the local environment. Interns' blood and tears expose. Gu Corporation is a blood-sucking sweatshop. Exclusive revelation. Environmental debts crush Gu Corporation's last straw. A series of venomous headlines, paired with meticulously edited videos and images, ignited a tsunami of public opinion across social networks. Panic spread among retail investors like a plague. A sell-off was imminent. In the top conference room of the Gu Corporation, the air was so oppressive it felt as if it might solidify into a tangible entity. Gu Yan sat at the head of the table, his expression impassive. His slender fingers gently tapped the cold tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound that reverberated in the hearts of every executive present, akin to the ticking of death's clock. The public relations director, Mr. Wang, an elder statesman of the group with graying hair, felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The report in his hand was dampened by perspiration, and his voice trembled. Mr. Gu, this wave of public opinion is too fierce, too sudden. The materials they have thrown out, though exaggerated and distorted, are not entirely baseless. The environmental processes at the South City chemical plant indeed have flaws, and there are still several unresolved disputes regarding labor contracts. Tap. Gu Yan ceased his rhythmic tapping. He raised his gaze, his calm eyes striking terror into Mr. Wang, compelling him to instinctively lower his head. Mr. Wang, Gu Yan's voice was soft yet sharp, piercing through Mr. Wang's eardrum like an icicle. 30 minutes before the market opens, 300 marketing accounts published articles simultaneously. Within 5 minutes, we were in the top 10 trending topics. Tell me, how can this possibly occur without an unseen hand at play? His gaze swept across the room. I do not wish to hear excuses. My question is, where is your early warning system? The Public Relations Department has an annual budget in the tens of millions, solely to inform me, after a crisis erupts, that there's a reason behind it? Since his rebirth, he had been tirelessly mending the gaping wounds of the Gu Corporation. Yet the tangled internal issues, coupled with these rigid, old courtiers, remained his greatest vulnerability. Mr. Wang was a loyalist of his father, steadfast and devoted. Yet his strategies were still rooted in the bygone eras of newspapers and television. Faced with this multifaceted public opinion battle, intertwined with the strangulation of capital, his reactions were as sluggish as an old diesel engine that required warming up. Mr. Wang's face flushed crimson as he stammered a proposal. Mr. Gu, I suggest we immediately hold a press conference to clarify, and then sue those defamatory media outlets. To combat a cruise missile with a broadsword, foolish and ineffective. The disappointment in Gu Yan's eyes nearly overflowed, and just as he was about to speak, the conference room door swung open. Su Muqing entered, clad in a sharp white suit, her long hair elegantly tied back, radiating like a sword drawn from its sheath. Ignoring the room full of silent executives, she strode directly to Gu Yan's side, placing a tablet in front of him. Her arrival seemed to create a barrier, shielding the room from its pervasive anxiety and panic. This is not a public relations attack, she stated, her voice cool and resolute, akin to a calming balm that settled into the hearts of everyone present. This is a precise financial strangulation. Public opinion is merely the opening shot. The tablet screen displayed a crystal-clear logic chart. The opponent's assault consists of 3 waves. Su Muqing's fingers glided across the screen. The first wave is occurring now, instilling panic through environmental and labor issues, driving down stock prices. Gu Yan's gaze fixed on the chart, continuing, the second wave will target the supply chain, spreading rumors about our strained financial situation to undermine our partners. Su Muqing nodded, adding, the most lethal will be the third wave. They will forge an insider, presenting so-called core evidence of financial fraud, utterly obliterating market confidence and clearing the path for a malicious takeover. Their dialogue was electric, yet vividly outlined the enemy's sinister overall plan. The conference room fell into a profound silence. The elders, who had previously dismissed Su Muqing, now wore expressions of shock and contemplation. Gu Yan observed Su Muqing beside him. Her eyes reflected neither panic nor fear, only calm wisdom and a burning fighting spirit. His inner turmoil and irritation miraculously subsided. He understood she was right. In his past life, he had been ensnared step by step into a quagmire, exhausted from the struggle, ultimately facing irretrievable doom. "What's your plan?" Gu Yan's voice unconsciously softened. "2 steps," Su Muqing responded, holding up 2 fingers with clarity and decisiveness. "First, do not clarify or hold a press conference. That would be a passive defense. The legal department will issue a letter, not suing the media, but applying for criminal charges against the sources of the news for commercial defamation and theft of trade secrets. We must show the market that we wield a knife and are willing to use it. Second," her gaze sparkled with intensity, "we will turn the tide in our favor. Gu Corporation has invested $300 million in sand control and afforestation over the past 5 years, providing interest-free housing loans to thousands of employees. And we're the first in the industry to commit to using biodegradable materials. These accomplishments, which your public relations department only records in annual reports to gather dust." She directed her assertive tone toward the stunned Mr. Wong. "Must be communicated. Immediately contact our partnered environmental foundations and all mainstream authoritative media to orchestrate a series of in-depth reports titled the Invisible Guardians. We will not argue that we have done no wrong. Instead, we will use facts to demonstrate that we have always been doing good. We will overwhelm lies with a greater truth." Gu Yan's previously taut jawline relaxed, a smile reminiscent of thawing frost gracing his lips. This was her, Su Muqing, reborn from the ashes, standing resolutely at his side. "Let us proceed, as Muqing suggests." He turned to Mr. Wong, his voice regaining its cold firmness. "From this moment on, all actions of the Public Relations Department will be directed solely by Ms. Su Muqing. You and your team will comply unconditionally, should there be any further missteps." He did not continue, but the warning in his gaze left Mr. Wong drenched in cold sweat. "Yes, Mr. Gu, I assure you we will accomplish the task." As the meeting adjourned, the executives filed out, their gazes toward Su Muqing transforming from disdain to reverence. The expansive conference room was left with only the 2 of them. Gu Yan approached the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling traffic below. Stock prices continued to plummet, yet his heart felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. "Lin Wanner is more anxious than I anticipated," he murmured. "It is not her urgency. It is the impatience of those behind her," Su Muqing replied, standing beside him. This war of public opinion was merely an appetizer. Their appetite was for the entirety of Gu Corporation. Gu Yan turned to her, sunlight casting a gentle glow upon her. He suddenly felt a moment of disorientation. Was the woman who once only wept and wielded a knife in the shadows truly the same as the radiant figure before him? At that moment, Su Muqing's phone vibrated. She glanced at the unfamiliar number and stepped aside to answer. On the other end, a processed, hoarse voice, imbued with a metallic chill, uttered a single sentence. "Some games are beyond your reach." The call ended abruptly. Su Muqing held her phone, her expression unchanged. Yet her clear eyes gradually deepened with an unfathomable chill. Chapter 40. The Veiled Warning. Su Muqing ended the call and turned around. Her face revealed no discernible emotion as she presented the phone to Gu Yan, the unfamiliar number glaring under the lights. "An anonymous warning," she stated flatly. Gu Yan's gaze lingered on the numbers for a moment, his jaw tightening. He did not inquire about the content of the call, just observing Su Muqing's unnaturally calm demeanor. He had already surmised the malice lurking on the other end. This was not the extortion of street thugs, but rather a silent, predatory threat emerging from deeper shadows. Understood. Gu Yan retrieved his phone, aimed it at the number, and took a discreet photo. He promptly sent it to Assistant Lin with a directive as unyielding as iron. Utilize all resources to trace its origin. Highest priority. After addressing this matter, he turned back to Su Muqing, his voice significantly more somber than before. "We have struck at their Achilles heel." Su Muqing approached the conference table and poured herself a glass of water. The coolness of the glass allowed her tumultuous thoughts to settle. This phone call was intriguing. She spoke, her voice clear. It was not a threat designed to intimidate me into retreat. Had it been so, the caller would have directly revealed their leverage. perhaps by threatening my family. Instead, this call resembled a demonstration of power. Lifting her gaze, she saw Gu Yan's figure reflected in her clear eyes. Or rather, it was a condescending reminder. The other party wished to convey that Lin Wanner was merely a pawn pushed to the forefront. The true players had yet to enter the fray. They were unafraid of our targeting Lin Wanner. In fact, they welcomed our expenditure of energy on her. The purpose of this call was to plant a nail in my heart, instilling hesitation in my actions. Gu Yan silently approached her side. He took the glass from her hand, turned, and filled it with hot water from the dispenser, testing the temperature before returning it to her. His movements were fluid and exuded an undeniable, forceful care. Unfortunately for him, they had chosen the wrong target for their intimidation. Su Muqing accepted the glass, the warmth reaching her palm just right, dispelling the last remnants of chill from her fingertips. She looked into Gu Yan's eyes, where there was no trace of fear. Only a fierce battle spirit ignited within, accompanied by a pure concern that existed solely for her. The more they acted this way, the more it affirmed that our path was correct. Su Muqing took a sip of water. The threat involving Lin Wanner must be thoroughly investigated. Moreover, the opponent's methods of attack were professional and meticulously organized. This was not something Lin Wanner could orchestrate alone. The public relations crisis at Gu Corporation was merely the beginning. I understand, Gu Yan nodded. Assistant Lin will make the necessary arrangements. From today onward, the security around you will be doubled. Exercise caution in your movements. His concern was direct and forthright, devoid of superfluous words. Su Muqing felt a subtle relaxation in her heart and softly acknowledged him. This sensation of being steadfastly protected and unconditionally trusted was a luxury she had never experienced in her 2 lifetimes combined. In the following 2 days, a war of public opinion surrounding Gu Corporation escalated to a fever pitch. Under Su Muqing's command, the public relations department transformed from its usual sluggishness into a finely tuned war machine, sharp and efficient. They did not mire themselves in the quagmire of self-justification regarding pollution and exploitation. Instead, they launched a direct and elevated counteroffensive. A deeply impactful documentary titled Gu Corporation and the Decade-Long Pact with the Gobi, released by National Environmental Foundation, went viral overnight. The footage showcased the vast green barrier against desertification built by Gu Corporation, a stunning green wall on the Gobi. The local herders, smiling earnestly at the camera, expressed heartfelt gratitude that shattered all slander to pieces. Subsequently, several authoritative financial media outlets began to dissect Gu Corporation's employee welfare system from various perspectives. An article titled "The Corporate Warmth Behind an Interest-Free Mortgage Contract" featured interviews with several young employees who had established their lives in big cities thanks to the company's interest-free loans. Their vivid stories rendered accusations of sweatshop conditions into the biggest joke of the year. With Su Muqing's precise maneuvering, the tide of public opinion swiftly reversed, visibly shifting the public eye from dubious allegations to a responsible and compassionate local industry leader. Gu Corporation's stock price halted its decline and began to recover slightly. However, the opponent's counterattacks grew increasingly venomous. They began to target Su Muqing's personal identity, fabricating rumors of a jilted aristocrat seeking revenge against her ex-husband by undermining his family business. An anonymous source even alleged that Su Muqing had exploited Qing Tian capital to illegally profit by short selling and buying low during fluctuations in Gu's stock price, amassing billions. Although these attacks were malicious, they failed to stir any genuine turmoil, primarily due to Gu Yan's stance, which spoke volumes. He not only granted Su Muqing the highest level of authority to manage the crisis within the corporation, but also, during a small media briefing, quashed all speculation with a single statement. Miss Su Muqing is Gu Corporation's most important and trusted partner. Any unfounded attacks against her will be pursued to the fullest extent by our legal department. That one sentence silenced all the sordid whispers. Late at night, the upper echelons of Gu Corporation remained brightly lit. In the presidential office, repurposed as a wartime command center, Su Muqing was analyzing the latest data streams across multiple screens. She had been working for over 30 hours straight, fatigue etched on her face, yet her eyes remained astonishingly bright. The office door creaked open gently. Guyan entered, carrying a tray, and the aroma of food instantly filled the air. On the tray was a steaming bowl of mushroom chicken noodle soup, accompanied by a small dish of exquisite pickles. Even the strongest need sustenance, he remarked, placing the tray beside her, his tone neither soft nor harsh, yet impossible to decline. Su Muqing rubbed her aching eyes and looked up. Guyan still wore his suit from earlier, his tie loosened, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. He bore faint shadows beneath his eyes, evidently having not slept through the night either. "You too," she replied. Guyan pulled up a chair and sat across from her, maintaining a silent, steady gaze. The only sound in the office was the occasional light tapping of the keyboard. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, Su Muqing picked up her chopsticks and took a strand of noodles to her mouth. The rich flavor of the chicken soup blended with the chewy noodles, instantly warming her empty stomach and seemingly smoothing out the fatigue that weighed upon her limbs. It dawned on her that she had been ravenous, feeling as though her front was pressed against her back. "Slow down," Guyan observed, a faint smile briefly gracing his lips as he watched her eat somewhat hastily. Su Muqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively slowed her pace. "Any clues on the source of the anonymous call?" she initiated, breaking the overly quiet atmosphere. Guyan's smile faded, his expression returning to somberness. It was made using an offshore virtual server with layered redirects, making it difficult to trace. However, Assistant Lin did manage to uncover some traces. The counter-surveillance technology employed bears the mark of the Ouroboros. Su Muqing's chopsticks froze midair. The Ouroboros again. This persistent organization resembled a decapitated venomous serpent, its remaining body still writhing, poised to unleash its most lethal venom. It seemed that Lu Xiao and Lin Wanner were merely the tendrils they extended into the domestic sphere. Su Muqing set down her chopsticks, her expression darkening completely. "Do not worry," Guyan reassured her, his gaze deep as night, yet harboring a spark. "I will not allow you to face this alone." His voice was gentle, yet it resonated like a stone precisely cast into the lake of her heart. This was not a mere platitude. It was a promise transcending all past grievances, belonging solely to this moment, a vow from Guyan to Su Muqing. She met his gaze, and deep within her eyes, something resembling hardened ice began to quietly melt. At that moment, Guyan's personal phone emitted a soft ping, an encrypted email. He opened the email, his gaze fixing on screen. In the next instant, a chill enveloped him. The email contained no text, only a compressed, slightly blurry photograph. The backdrop of the photograph is an outdoor CAF abroad, where Lin Wanner is positioned side-on to the camera, her smile radiant and bright as she engages in conversation with someone opposite her. The man, shrouded in mystery, is only visible from behind. He possesses a tall stature and an extraordinary demeanor. In the lower left corner of the image, an automatically generated watermark pierces Guyan's gaze like a poisoned needle. Location: Zurich, Switzerland. Chapter 41. The Emergence of Overseas Forces. Guyan extends his phone to Su Muqing, the warmth in his eyes evaporating, leaving behind a chilling silence. Su Muqing takes the phone, and as her eyes meet the screen, her pupils constrict ever so slightly. She refrains from asking further questions, turning instead to upload the photograph to the computer beside her. Her fingertips dance across the keyboard like fleeting shadows, lines of code cascading down the screen in a waterfall of rapid refresh. The Xingho system is activated instantaneously. The blurred image on the screen disintegrates into billions of data points, swiftly reconstructed and sharpened under the might of the super sampling algorithm. The CAF sign, the texture of a passerby's collar, and even a distant bird perched on a building becomes strikingly clear. The background aligns perfectly with the century-old CAF on Bahnhofstrasse in Zurich. Su Muqing's voice remains calm, devoid of any tremor. The focus is on this man. She magnifies the image, fixating intently on that enigmatic silhouette. The system begins a vast feature comparison across a global database. Physique, hairstyle, the Patek Philippe on his wrist, even the habitual motion of his pinky rising as he lifts his coffee cup. Every detail is meticulously dissected and analyzed. 3 seconds later, a profile emerges in the center of the screen, boasting a matching rate of 987. The photo depicts a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, a refined smile gracing his features. Yet, the accompanying resume is steeped in blood. Alexander Soros. Su Muqing utters the name, each syllable seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. A vulture of Wall Street, the most infamous hedge fund manager. His track record is a chronicle of economic collapses across numerous small nations, adept at orchestrating regional financial turmoil to maliciously short-sell and devour everything in sight. Her fingertips press firmly against the screen, forcibly retrieving a flowchart marked as top secret. 3 years prior, during an investigation into the money laundering network of the Ouroboros organization, Interpol briefly captured the tale of a massive fund, which, shrouded by dozens of offshore companies, ultimately funneled into a fund under Alexander's control. However, the interest groups backing him are vast and powerful. The trail ends here. The final piece of the puzzle falls into place. Guyan's hand, hanging at his side, tightens, the joints cracking subtly. From Liu Xiao to Lin Warner, and now to Alexander Soros, the remnants of the Ouroboros weave a colossal web extending across borders, drawing ever closer to him. They exploit Lin Warner's animosity towards the Gu family, using her mother's connections as a wedge. Their objective has never been revenge, but rather consumption. A clever ploy of resurrection. The cataclysmic tragedy that once dragged him into hell in a past life converges with the conspiracy of this life in that moment. The images completely overlapping. He finally sees clearly. What he faced back then was not merely a business rival, but a colossal criminal organization wielding capital as its fangs, preying upon national economies. What now? Su Muqing glances at him. The enemy has surfaced, their terrifying strength surpassing all expectations. An international financial titan like Alexander, with resources and methods far beyond the likes of Liu Xiao. To strike a snake, one must aim for its 7 inches. Turmoil churns in Guyan's eyes, yet his mind is clearer than ever. Alexander's foundation lies overseas, his weapon is capital. Our task is to close the door on the dog, to eliminate Lin Warner as a line of attack domestically, while simultaneously venturing into his stronghold to sever his financial lifeline. Su Muqing instantly comprehends his intentions. The domestic media war is nearing its conclusion. If we unveil evidence of Lin Warner colluding with Alexander, it will strike a final blow. As for abroad, she ponders for a moment, a bold plan rapidly taking shape in her mind. The Xingho project is ready for its voice to be heard globally. She lifts her head, her gaze astonishingly bright, locking eyes with Guyan. I am prepared to launch the Xingho Overseas Roadshow with the first stop set in Europe. Guyan's heart skips a beat. This is far from a mere commercial roadshow. It is a gambit, a bait to infiltrate the enemy's lair. At a time when the Gu family faces crisis, if the Xingho project, a pinnacle of technological innovation, can shine on the international stage, it will serve as the strongest endorsement of the Gu family's strength, instantly stabilizing market confidence. Simultaneously, Su Muqing, in her dual capacity as the founder of Qingtian Capital and the mother of Xingho, can rightfully engage with the local financial and tech circles in Europe, gather intelligence on Alexander, and even turn his allies against him. To confront evil with righteousness. To pierce through the darkness of capital plunder with the light of value creation. A daring move, yet a brilliant strategy. It's perilous. Guyan's voice is taut. He cannot allow her to face a financial demon like Alexander alone, one who devours without leaving bones. The true danger lies with the rats lurking in the shadows, not with us standing in the spotlight. Su Muqing's tone is unwaveringly resolute. The technology of Xingho is revolutionary. It represents the future. When it blossoms on the international stage, anyone contemplating a clandestine strike must weigh the consequences of opposing the future. Guyan gazes into the light in her eyes, a light that brooks no opposition or denial. He knows he cannot impede her. She is no longer the parasitic flower in need of his protection, but an eagle soaring with him through the skies. Very well. He swallows hard, finally uttering that word, but also stipulating his conditions. Assistant Lin will arrange for a top-tier global security team to accompany you 24/7. You will have the highest level of authority over all resources, connections, funding, and channels at Gu's disposal in Europe. He pauses, adding, I will have an old friend at Interpol keep a special watch on Alexander. Remember, you are not alone. A wave of warmth surges quietly within Su Muqing. She nods vigorously. I understand. With consensus reached, they immediately part ways to act. Gu Yin personally instructs Assistant Lin to transmit the photograph and Alexander's profile through encrypted channels directly to a senior contact within Interpol, along with the Ouroboros case file number. Meanwhile, Su Muqing leads her team into a relentless final sprint, preparing for the Xinghe Overseas Roadshow. Digital invitations are dispatched to leading medical institutions, tech giants, and investment banks across Europe. The date is set for 1 week later. Everything is set into rapid motion. The afternoon before departure, Su Muqing is in her office, finalizing the last speech draft. Suddenly, the front desk calls, the voice tinged with urgency. Miss Su, we have an anonymous parcel for you, with no sender information available. Her intuition tells her that this package is anything but ordinary. After being scanned through 3 layers of security equipment, confirming its safety, it is finally delivered to her. An ordinary cardboard box, light in weight. Su Muqing carefully sliced open the tape, revealing within it a solitary object enveloped in protective foam. As she peeled away the foam, her eyes fell upon a letter, an old missive, its envelope yellowed with age and corners severely worn. Upon gazing at the familiar, elegant, and slightly slanted handwriting gracing the envelope, her breath caught in her throat. This script, she had seen it countless times on the front pages of antique books in Gu Yan's study, and on the back of dusty photographs in the Gu family's ancestral home. It belonged to Gu Yan's mother, Sun Manjun, a letter from the deceased, a missive shrouded in the mists of time, its origins unknown. Why had it been sent to her? And who, at this critical juncture, had placed it before her? Su Muqing felt her heartbeat echoing in the silent office, resonating like the sound of a war drum. An ominous premonition washed over her. Within this letter lay a secret potent enough to upend everything. Chapter 42, The Letter of the Deceased. Su Muqing sensed a chill creeping into her fingertips, a sensation not born of illusion, but a penetrating cold that seeped from her very bones. There were no explosives, no poisons within the parcel, only a letter. This correspondence, more daunting than any hazardous substance, constricted her heart. Her gaze remained fixated on the familiar handwriting on the envelope, rendering her breathless. Elegant and delicate, the strokes bore a slight slant. She had encountered this script innumerable times on the front pages of Gu Yan's old tomes, and on the backs of dusty albums in the Gu residence. It belonged to Sun Manjun, a woman long departed. How could someone who had been gone for years send a letter? And who, at such a perilous moment, would present it to her in this manner? Su Muqing felt her heartbeat thundering in the quiet office, heavy as a rolling storm. She did not call out to Gu Yan. Instead, with hands that felt like ice, she slowly, almost sacrilegiously, peeled back the envelope. Inside lay a sheet of yellowed paper, equally aged. There were no lengthy proclamations, just a brief poem. The handwriting matched that on the envelope, indubitably Sun Manjuan's. The lake of Zurich hides the tears of the snow-capped mountains. The winds of distant journeys cannot carry away those who return to the shore. If you see that light, please ask, how fares the old dream? The poem's beauty was marred by an unmistakable undercurrent of sorrow. Su Muqing's pupils constricted suddenly. Zurich, the returnee. This poem, along with the photograph of Lin Wanner and Alexander taken in a Zurich CF, fused together like 2 pieces of a treacherous puzzle. One was a financial giant stirring up trouble overseas. The other, a letter from a deceased mother pointing towards foreign shores. Together, they hinted at a singular truth concealed in Europe. This was a trap woven from familial ties and old dreams, both the gentlest and deadliest of snares. With the letter in hand, Su Muqing spun around abruptly. Gu Yan stood not far behind her, evidently having witnessed her unsealing of the letter in its entirety. He asked no questions, merely observing her with an inscrutable gaze. She said nothing, merely extended the thin, yet weighty, sheet of paper towards him. This was his mother-s. He held the right to be the first to judge its authenticity. The moment Gu Yan took the letter, Su Muqing distinctly noted a fleeting relaxation in the taut aura surrounding him. A flicker of unmasked sorrow crossed his eyes as he brushed his fingertips over the familiar script, his touch gentle as if caressing a rare treasure. However, as his gaze swept over the lines of poetry, she watched in dismay as his demeanor shifted dramatically. The transient sadness was swiftly replaced by a chilling intensity that seemed to freeze the very marrow of her bones. The air in the office stilled. "Fake," Guyan declared, his voice unwavering and flat, eliciting a jolt in Su Muqing's heart. He pointed at the word return on the letter, emphasizing, "When my mother wrote this character, the final stroke never had a hook." His voice was soft yet unmistakably clear, striking Su Muqing's heart with each syllable. This was the first correction she made when teaching me to write. She said that returning home should bring peace, that it should signify the settling of dust, devoid of any extraneous thoughts or flourish. This detail, a secret known only between mother and son, shared during countless afternoons spent practicing calligraphy, was irreplaceable. No imitator, no matter how skilled, could ever replicate this inherent habit and memory woven into their very being. Fragments of past memories surged like a sudden tsunami, engulfing Guyan. He remembered. It was just like this. Years ago, he had been similarly ensnared by a series of overseas clues and evidence. A barrage of forged letters. A multitude of fictitious accounts had diverted his attention and the majority of the Gu family's elite resources abroad. He had expended immeasurable energy and wealth in Europe, pursuing those phantom masterminds. By the time he finally discerned the ruse and returned home, Gu Corporation had already been hollowed out from within. The edifice was crumbling beyond rescue. The same stratagem, the same handwriting imitation, the same bait, exploiting the memory of his beloved mother. Su Muqing watched as his face drained of color, his eyes suddenly ablaze with indignation. She quickly grasped the implications. "This is a diversion." Her voice quickened, tinged with a tremor of fear. They intentionally released the photograph of Alexander as the first layer of bait, anticipating our investigation would lead us to the Ouroboros. Then, they utilized this forged letter as the second hook. This letter was not meant for us, but for you. They aimed to exploit your mother's death, your obsession, to divert your attention, and all of ours, to Europe. Once Gu Yan leaves a city, personally venturing abroad, the Gu Corporation, navigating through this storm, would lose its captain. At that point, the true enemies, hidden within the domestic shadows, could methodically dismantle and devour the Gu family. What a vicious scheme it was. Gu Yan closed his eyes momentarily, reopening them to reveal only a storm of fury and a palpable intent to kill. He uttered no words, merely tightened his grip around the forged letter, slowly and deliberately. With a sharp sound, the letter, laden with conspiracy, was crumpled into an unsightly ball in his palm. The noise echoed in the stillness of the office, akin to a blade slicing through bone. They wanted to leave the field. Gu Yan's voice emerged from deep within his throat, each word imbued with the scent of blood. "This proves that the true enemy is not abroad. They are right here, within the confines of a city, perhaps even within the Gu family itself." As his words hung in the air, a low hum began to fill the room. His personal phone, resting atop the desk, vibrated abruptly. The ringtone resonated like a death knell. Both of them turned their gazes simultaneously. On the screen, the caller ID displayed just 4 words: Gu family old residence. Gu Yan's pupils constricted sharply as he answered the call, activating the speakerphone. The voice on the other end belonged to the venerable butler of the Gu family, imbued with a respectful yet almost subservient tone. "Young master, the second master has instructed me to convey that he has missed you dearly, having not seen you for quite some time. He wishes to invite you and the young mistress to return home tomorrow evening for a simple meal." Chapter 43, The Closest Enemy. The call ended, and the faint beep echoed ominously in the oppressive silence. Within the office, only the low hum of the Xingho Systems server remained, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait in the darkness. Gu Yan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned to Su Muqing. His silhouette was rigid, every muscle taut to the brink, emanating an aura of imminent danger. Outside, The vibrant lights of city, it cascaded like a river of brilliance. Yet not a single ray penetrated the shadowed world he inhabited at that moment. Gu Jinghong, his own uncle, the sole biological brother of his father and the second in command of the Gu Corporation. The man who always wore a genial smile while patting him on the shoulder, praising him for surpassing his predecessors, perpetually exuding the demeanor of a benevolent elder. Gu Yan's knuckles whitened as they protruded with tension. The crumpled letter in his palm, searing his flesh with its oppressive weight. Su Muqing refrained from intruding upon his silence. She understood that he was like a cornered beast on the brink of losing control. Any words of comfort would be utterly ineffectual. Instead, she quietly turned and resumed her seat, her clear eyes reflecting the screen's dim azure glow. Her fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, moving so rapidly that they left traces in the air. No tears, no consolation. A tempest was brewing, and emotions were the most futile of commodities. Only unyielding rationality would serve as the blade to carve a path through the chaos. Commands were entered in quick succession. The vast database of the Xingho system was instantaneously activated. Lu Xiao, Lin Wanner, Tianji Technology. Each instance of public criticism against the Gu family, every fluctuation in stock prices, and every suspicious financial transaction, the anonymous warning from Switzerland, and the recently uncovered forged letter. All seemingly isolated incidents were interconnected on the screen, linked together by countless luminous threads, reforming into an intricate web of relationships that was both unprecedented and disconcertingly complex. In the office, the only sound that remained was the crisp clatter of her keystrokes. Calm, resolute, like the ominous tolling of a bell heralding an impending trial, drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, feigning an attack from the east. Su Muqing finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet it sliced through the silence with precision. Every step they take is upon your soft underbelly. They are acutely aware of your obsession with your aunt's death, thus using a fake letter as bait to lure you to Europe. Gu Yan's shoulders twitched imperceptibly. Su Muqing's gaze remained fixed on the screen as she spoke rapidly, dissecting the logical chain with a clarity that bordered on ruthlessness. To be able to so precisely mimic his aunt's handwriting, even knowing her unique way of writing the character for return, one must have had prolonged and close contact with her numerous manuscripts. Lin Wanner could not accomplish such a feat. To stir up turmoil within the Gu family, to pinpoint the breaking point of public opinion, and to place their own people strategically would require someone of considerable standing within a corporation, someone who wielded absolute influence. The ability to detect my counterattack and immediately issue warnings via an overseas call, seeking to disrupt our momentum, proves that they are not obtaining information through external channels. They are right beside us. They are constantly monitoring our every move. At this juncture, Su Muqing paused, finally raising her eyes to meet the back of the man who remained turned away from her. Gu Yan, this individual knows your vulnerabilities even better than you do. He understands your emotional ties, thus using familial bonds as a trap. He is aware of your pride, hence employing betrayal to provoke you. He is cognizant of your nostalgia, thus wielding memories to wound you. He is the most cunning of hunters, and you, from the very beginning, have been his coveted prey. As her words resonated, the Xingho system emitted a soft, buzzing sound. Analysis complete. In the center of the screen, the sprawling network of connections. All the glowing points and threads converged like rivers flowing into the sea, ultimately leading to a singular core. A clear suspect profile was generated by the system. Permission level, extremely high, capable of directly mobilizing internal resources of the corporation. Information channels, familiar with all internal relationships of the Gu family, able to access the Ouroboros organization. Behavioral traits, expert in disguise, possesses strong psychological resilience, and has a profound psychological profile of the target, Gu Yan. A series of characteristics were enumerated, cold and objective. Beneath the profile, a line of crimson text seared into Gu Yan's retinas. Name, Gu Jinghong. In the photograph, the man, now in his 50s, well-preserved and perpetually wearing a gentle smile, appeared unervingly sinister and eerie at this moment. Gu Yan finally turned slowly, achingly, to face her. The instant Su Muqing caught sight of his face, her breath hitched. The striking visage, once handsome, was now drained of color, leaving only a deathly pallor. In his deep-set eyes, veins of rage spread like cracks in fragile blood-colored glass, swirling with shock, fury, and an unbearable, earth-shattering agony akin to being stabbed in the heart by a beloved one from behind. So it was him. Fragments of memories from a past life exploded within him at that moment, obliterating all the barriers he had constructed from 2 lifetimes of enmity. He remembered. After the fall of the Gu family, everyone had shunned him as if he were a viper. It was Gu Jinghong, his dear uncle, who had been the first to step forward. Under the pretense of cleansing the family and tidying up after his elder brother, he had, with minimal cost, rightfully seized control of the Gu family's most vital assets. He recalled how Gu Jinghong had approached him then, patting his shoulder with a look of profound sorrow. "Ayan, do not blame uncle for being heartless. You are too young and too naive to protect this family business. Uncle is doing this for the good of the Gu family." The expression of pity, the sigh of regret, all at the time appeared as the helplessness of an elder. Yet now, they seemed to reveal the unmasked delight and mockery of a hunter relishing the plight of its ensnared prey. From the very beginning, it was he, the hunter who had led him to his doom, cloaked in the guise of the most trusted kin. 2 lifetimes of betrayal, 2 lifetimes of schemes, converged at this moment. A metallic, sweet taste of rust surged violently from deep within his throat. Guyan gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to prevent himself from losing composure at that instant. The overwhelming hatred and absurdity threatened to incinerate his sanity entirely. He stared at the familiar smiling face on the screen. Every word he uttered felt like it was squeezed through clenched teeth, hoarse and strained. "I need evidence." He could not. He could not condemn his own uncle to death based solely on memories from a past life and the deductions of the system. That man was his father's own brother, the uncle who had watched him grow up. He needed irrefutable, undeniable evidence that would shatter the facade of warmth completely. Su Muqing gazed into the depths of his eyes, where crimson despair resided, tightening her heart as if it were gripped by an iron hand, causing her pain. She understood that this truth was 1,000 times more brutal than Lu Xiao's betrayal or Lin Wanner's scheming. It was a complete upheaval of his bloodline, kinship, and the very trust he held in the world. She turned off the glaring image on the screen and stood up, stepping closer to him, wordlessly reaching out to gently grasp his cold, trembling hand, which had become icy from excessive strain. Her hand radiated warmth, imbued with a stabilizing force. Gu Yin's body stiffened momentarily, yet he did not pull away. Su Muqing lifted her gaze, her usually bright and composed eyes now reflecting the myriad lights outside, shining with astonishing brilliance. He had already placed the opportunity before us. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unyielding determination. The family banquet tomorrow evening would serve as the ultimate test. Gu Yin finally spoke, his voice laced with icy shards, rough and alarming. He shook off Su Muqing's grasp and abruptly turned away, his blood-red eyes locking onto hers with a feral glint, brimming with the fury of a cornered beast. He was neither Lu Xiao nor Lin Wanner. He was a venomous serpent that had coiled within the Gu family for decades, cunning and malevolent, with thoughts as meticulously intricate as they were terrifying. Each word from Gu Yin seemed to pour forth from a gaping wound in his chest, infused with the exhaustion and loathing of being betrayed by those closest to him. Any deliberate probing would be instantly detected by him, leading to a retaliatory strike that would leave one without a place to perish. He spoke the truth. Gu Jinghong, that old fox, could render any scheme before him into nothing more than a child's futile jest. Su Muqing's heart sank further. Yet, as she observed the precarious crimson world in Gu Yan's eyes, she knew retreat was not an option. A step back, and he would plunge into an abyss. Thus, we shall not probe. Suddenly, Su Muqing spoke, her voice calm and devoid of any tremor, akin to a frozen lake. Gu Yan froze in surprise. He beheld the subtle, cunning glimmer that flickered in her usually frost-like eyes, reminiscent of a fox silently traversing the snow at night, its eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. We shall perform. What he wished to see, we would present to him unaltered. Gu Yan's brow furrowed in confusion, his crimson gaze filled with perplexity. In the next moment, Su Muqing's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The cool decisiveness and sharpness that could confront him seemed to evaporate instantaneously. Her shoulders sagged slightly, and her expression morphed into one of timid innocence, imbued with an unreserved dependency and a tinge of cautious appeasement. She took a small step forward, nearly pressing against him, tilting her fair face upward to meet his gaze. That look, Gu Yan's breath caught in his throat. He was all too familiar with it. It was the Su Muqing of his past life, the one who regarded him as her world, treating every word he uttered as sacred decree, a foolish, timid girl whose existence revolved solely around him. Then she blinked. Her long eyelashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, trembling with unease. Her voice became soft and mellifluous, sweet as if coated in melted honey, inducing a flutter in his heart. Brother Yan. Boom. Gu Yan's mind felt as though it had been struck by thunder, blanking out in an instant. He froze, a shiver racing up his spine, erupting in a cascade of goosebumps. That address. As Su Muqing observed his instantly petrified form and the sudden constriction of his pupils, she knew her gamble had paid off. She continued in that overly sweet tone, intensifying her approach, playfully tugging at his sleeve with 2 fingers. Her voice brimmed with a sense of grievance and playful coaxing. For tomorrow's family banquet, I'm a bit afraid that you want to accompany me, right? Would you say yes? Gu Yan, his temples throbbed wildly, an absurd, nearly nauseating sensation engulfing him. He instinctively took a half-step back, as if confronted by some creature clawing its way out of hell. Observing his repulsion, the glimmer of mischief in Su Muqing's eyes intensified. She swiftly retracted her nauseating facade, standing tall once more, reverting to her previously composed and rational demeanor, as if it had all been an illusion. Did you see that? She spoke lightly, her voice returning to normal, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Gu Yan remained frozen for several seconds, struggling to recover from a sensation that had sent chills down his spine. He gazed at her, his expression riddled with complexity. The external rumors suggested that we had long since fallen out and were on the brink of divorce. Su Muqing spoke rapidly, her logic as sharp as a scalpel poised to dissect its target, while Gu Jinghong's version would likely still depict her as the weeping figure trailing behind him, wounded by a mere word, devoid of understanding beyond love. He deemed me foolish. Yet now, this foolish woman had unexpectedly transformed into a shrewd and capable individual, not only failing to be discarded, but also becoming the founder of a burgeoning movement capable of standing by his side, even aiding him in unearthing the true puppet master behind it all. Su Muqing's gaze sharpened, piercing into Gu Yan's depths. What do you think he would think? Gu Yan's breath grew heavier with each passing moment. He understood. He would only be wary. Su Muqing articulated his thoughts. He would regard me as the most significant variable, an uncontrollable pawn. He would scrutinize me with the utmost vigilance, examining the true nature of our relationship. In such circumstances, every action we took would be magnified under his microscope, rendering any form of exploration futile. He comprehended Su Muqing's scheme entirely. How utterly audacious, yet how remarkably precise. Thus, Su Muqing's voice lowered further, imbued with a cold, reckless determination. I must revert to that foolish woman. A woman who, upon her husband's sudden change of heart, would become elated, tearful with gratitude, and revert to a lovesick fool, a mere accessory who dared not defy his directions. A person who would only serve to hinder him, distract him, and could easily be employed as a weapon against him. She paused, articulating the final 2 words with gravity, a soft spot, a being devoid of threat, possessing only utilitarian value. A fool so malleable that he could manipulate her at will, even use her as a tool to sow discord between them. Such a person would not provoke Gu Jinghong's suspicion. He would only condescend, disdain, and inwardly mock Gu Yan's benevolence. And when the hunter completely lowered their guard, focusing solely on the folly of their prey, it would be the opportune moment for the prey to reveal its fangs. The entire plan was clear, complete, calculating the darkest contempt and arrogance within human nature to perfection. The office lay in a suffocating silence. Gu Yin observed the woman before him, witnessing the glimmer of cunning insight flickering in her eyes. Had she reborn with an enhanced intellect? He remained silent for an extended period, so long that Su Muqing began to believe he would reject this ludicrous plan. Very well. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse and strained. He nodded, signifying his agreement. Yet, the gaze he cast upon her bore an unprecedented gravity, imbued with a subtle warning of which he himself was unaware. However, you must ensure that you do not become too engrossed in the role, he stated, his tone frigid and commanding. Yet, Su Muqing astutely discerned an unfamiliar hint of disarray etched upon his typically stoic visage. Was it embarrassment, or something else entirely? Her heart inexplicably raced. She suddenly found the prospect of teasing this lion, teetering on the brink of fury yet restrained, rather intriguing. A smile unfurled upon her lips, reminiscent of a cat that had just pilfered a morsel of meat. Without forewarning, she leaned closer to him, her cool, fragrant essence enveloping his senses. Gu Yan's body stiffened once more. He could feel her breath, a caressing whisper against his ear, warm and slightly tantalizing. Rest assured, Brother Yin, her voice transformed, dropping to a sultry, low timbre laced with allure. Gu Yan felt his throat constrict involuntarily. After all, I am quite the professional when it comes to acting. Her gaze lingered meaningfully upon his tightly pressed, sharply contoured lips. Perhaps, she mused, there are additional benefits to be had. Chapter 45. The turmoil of the Gu family banquet the night enveloped the Gu ancestral residence like a heavy cloak of black velvet. This traditional Chinese manor, standing proudly in the heart of the city, with its soaring eaves and ancient timbers, emanated an aura of timelessness amidst the surrounding skyscrapers. The air was thick with the scent of aged sandalwood mingled with damp earth, oppressive to the point of stifling. A black Bentley glided silently into the courtyard, halting before the main entrance. The door swung open, and Gu Yan emerged first, clad in an impeccably tailored black suit that accentuated his tall, austere frame. A chill emanated from his handsome face, sharp enough to slice through frost, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He circled to the other side and opened the door. A delicate hand reached out, revealing Su Muqing, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. She wore a cream-colored Chanel tweed suit, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her makeup refined yet understated, radiating an air of gentleness devoid of aggression. She glanced up at Gu Yan, her eyes betraying a hint of timidity. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she linked her arm tightly with his. For a fleeting moment, Gu Yan's body stiffened, his arm muscles instinctively tensing. He could distinctly feel the softness and warmth of her arm, the heat penetrating through the layers of fabric, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Let us proceed, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Su Muqing obediently nodded, almost leaning against him as they ascended the heavy stone steps together. Upon pushing open the ornately carved wooden door, a wave of warmth, infused with the sense of delectable dishes and lively chatter, washed over them. The living room was ablaze with light. The massive round table of mahogany already filled with relatives from the Gu family's extended branches. As Gu Yan and Su Muqing appeared at the threshold, their intimate posture silenced the previously boisterous gathering in an instant. Dozens of gazes, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, fixated upon their entwined arms, revealing surprise, scrutiny, and a hint of confusion. More prominently, a sense of intrigue akin to the anticipation of a spectacle was palpable. Seated at the head of the table was Gu Jinghong. In his 50s, he was well-preserved, always adorned with a gentle smile, his attire a dark tang suit exuding an air of cultured amiability. Upon seeing the couple, his smile deepened, yet his eyes, akin to finely tuned instruments, discreetly appraised Su Muqing from head to toe, weighing and valuing her. "Ian, Muqing, we've been waiting for you. Come, take a seat," he beckoned warmly. Gu Yan nodded impassively, guiding Su Muqing toward the dining table. He sensed that nearly everyone was casting sidelong glances at Su Muqing, the niece-in-law rumored to have severed ties with him, even to the extent of contemplating divorce. "Muqing, long time no see. You seem to be in better spirits, Gu Jinghong remarked, his gaze landing upon her. The tone of his voice akin to that of a typical elder. Every ear perked up. Su Muqing appeared startled by the attention, instinctively shrinking back behind Guyan, half her face concealed within the crook of his arm. Her voice was soft and meek, almost deferential. "Thank you, uncle. It's primarily due to brother Yan's kindness." Upon realizing her words were perhaps too forthright, she blushed and tightened her grip on Guyan's arm. She even playfully traced her fingers against the sturdy fabric of his suit, as if akin to a kitten's paw, teasingly brushing against his palm. Guyan felt a jolt of sensation travel from his palm, akin to a feather's caress laced with a faint electric thrill, coursing up his arm and threatening to shatter his icy demeanor. Must she immerse herself in a role so swiftly? The relatives at the table exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions riddled with questions. Was this truly the Su Muqing, once rumored to have undergone a drastic personality shift, who had boldly ventured out on her own and dared to challenge Guyan? This timid woman, whose every gaze and thought seemed solely devoted to Guyan, bore a striking resemblance to the one who had first entered the Gu family. The scrutiny in Gu Jinghong's eyes subtly diminished, replaced by a fleeting understanding, and a deeply concealed disdain. "Please, take a seat," he smiled, gesturing for them to join the others. Guyan pulled out a chair beside him, and Su Muqing promptly settled down, nestling close to him as if reluctant to part even for a moment. As the family banquet commenced, amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of pleasantries, the conversation inevitably veered toward the recent upheaval within the Gu Corporation. A well-groomed aunt, stirring her bowl of bird's nest soup with a silver spoon, initiated the dialogue with veiled implications. "We've heard about the recent happenings at the company. Those media reports are infuriating, aren't they? You're bearing the brunt of it all alone. It must be exhausting." Another uncle chimed in, "Indeed. With such volatility in the stock prices, hasn't the board exerted any pressure? What of your second uncle? Why doesn't he lend a helping hand?" Their words dripped with veiled skepticism regarding Guyan's capabilities, while subtly praising Gu Jinghong. Guyan's expression darkened, ready to respond. Suddenly, a gentle sound interrupted. A delectable piece of sweet and sour spare ribs was delicately placed into his bowl. Su Muqing, with chopsticks in hand, gazed at him with concern, softly admonishing, "Brother Yin, do not heed their troubling words. Your health is far more important than work. Look at you, you've lost weight recently. Do eat something." She completely disregarded the undercurrents of tension at the table, as if discussions of the company and stock prices were mere background noise. In her world, only Guyan's well-being mattered. Her sincere, unadulterated concern rendered the relatives, who had anticipated drama and were even eager to stoke the flames, momentarily speechless. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. What can one converse about with a woman whose mind is solely occupied with matters of love, to the extent that she might not even grasp the nuances of the company's stock prices? It feels akin to striking a fist against cotton. Guyan gazed at the glistening piece of pork rib in his bowl, then glanced at Su Muqing, who was urging him to eat with an eager expression. A myriad of emotions surged within him. He had to concede that this tactic of undermining the enemy was indeed masterfully executed. Gu Jinghong observed the scene with keen interest, the faint disdain in his eyes settling into a deeper contemplation. He raised his wineglass, gesturing across half the table towards Guyan. "Yin, seeing you and Muqing in such harmony brings me great comfort," he remarked, his smile warm and his tone imbued with the satisfaction of an elder. Young people should not devote all their energies to work. Sometimes, it is essential to spend more time with family. A harmonious home fosters prosperity in all endeavors. This statement seemed to affirm their affectionate bond, while subtly advising Guyan against misplaced priorities. Guyan lifted his glass and downed the contents in one swift motion. The spicy liquid coursed down his throat, unable to quell the chill rising from the depths of his heart. Su Muqing, with her head bowed, appeared shy after receiving praise from the elder, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath that shadow, her lips curved into a cold, subtle arc out of the corner of her eye, She perceptively caught the unabashed contempt in Gu Jinghong's gaze. Chapter 46. The confrontation beneath the dining table. As the family banquet progressed, the atmosphere under Su Muqing's commanding romantic mindset exuded a peculiarly harmonious yet inexplicable tension. The relatives had entirely abandoned their attempts to probe Gu Yin commercially, diverting instead to discussions about whose child topped the exams and tales of ungrateful daughters-in-law, creating an atmosphere of joviality. Throughout, Gu Yin maintained his icy demeanor, dutifully playing the role of a domineering husband ensnared by his pampered wife. Occasionally, when Su Muqing presented him with peeled shrimp, he would awkwardly part his lips, his unwillingness glaringly apparent, much to the amusement of onlookers, who perceived it as a playful tug-of-war between a married couple. Gu Jinghong, with a gentle smile, spoke little, yet his eyes, akin to searchlights, never strayed from Su Muqing. Finally, during a lull in the toasting, he set down his chopsticks, leisurely dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and let his gaze drift lightly towards Su Muqing, his voice casual as if discussing the weather. By the way, Muqing, I recently heard someone mention that you've started your own investment firm called Qing Tian Capital. Is that correct? Instantly, the clamor in the room seemed to be muted, all actions halting as numerous eyes refocused on Su Muqing. This question was far more intricate than any prior discussions regarding stock prices. It was a trap cloaked in sweet allure. Answering too professionally would render her previous innocence a mere jest, while a foolish response would cement her image as a pretty face devoid of intellect, inviting Gu Jinghong's disdain without restraint. Gu Yin's heart raced, his fingers beneath the tablecloth turning white from clenching. Su Muqing, sipping her soup, looked up in confusion, her clear eyes shimmering with untainted bewilderment. Huh, that company? She blinked, as if laboriously rummaging through her memories. Oh, I suppose there's something to that. It was my father's allowance from a few years back. I thought the bank's interest was too meager, so I just had someone help me set it up for fun. She concluded, leaning softly against Gu Yin's shoulder with a blissful expression, her tone imbued with a hint of pride. Brother Yin doesn't want me to worry about these matters. He says he will support me for a lifetime. Isn't that right, Brother Yin? The last playful note dripped with sweetness. Gu Yin's body tensed once more, her hair brushed lightly against his shoulder, the sensation igniting discomfort within him. Yet, he could only force out a muffled response from the depths of his throat. At that moment, he distinctly felt Su Muqing's hand, resting on his thigh through the thin fabric of his shirt, tapped 3 times, once, twice, thrice. This was their prearranged signal from the previous day in the office. 1 tap signified a change in circumstances, a call for vigilance. 2 taps indicated that the other was probing, urging cooperation. And 3 taps signified that the target was ensnared, ready for the net to be drawn in. Gu Yin's pupils dilated suddenly. However, he displayed no signs of alarm. Instead, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Su Muqing's shoulder, pulling her closer into a possessive embrace. So this is what it is. Gu Jinghong relaxed completely, erupting into a hearty laugh. I always knew our Muqing was fortunate. She need not toil for herself. Yin truly knows how to cherish his wife. Us old folks cannot compare. His laughter radiated the elder's complete indulgence towards a pampered, naive young girl, coupled with a subtle mockery of Gu Yin's struggle against the allure of beauty. The most critical psychological barrier crumbled entirely. The atmosphere at the table warmed again, the discussions becoming increasingly unrestrained. Speaking of which, with a Yin and Muqing's relationship so strong, isn't it time to consider having a child? While we're still able to manage, a jovial aunt teased. Su Muqing's face flushed crimson, as if blood would drip from her cheeks. Burying herself deeper into Gu Yin's embrace, too shy to even raise her head. Just then, a distant cousin, perhaps emboldened by a few drinks, suddenly slurred, "Oh. Speaking of that, I saw an article in a financial magazine the other day about a woman named Lin Wan. She's truly beautiful. I heard she used to bang." The sound resounded like thunder. Gu Yin slammed his wine glass down onto the table with such force that the dark red liquid splattered violently, blooming into a grotesque flower on the pristine tablecloth. The entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned into stillness by the sudden fury. They watched in horror as the previously bashful Su Muqing's face drained of color at the mere mention of Lin Wan, turning as pale as a sheet. Her beautiful eyes quickly misted over, her eyelids reddening, biting her lips in a desperate attempt to contain her emotions, casting a look of helplessness and despair at Gu Yan, unable to utter a single word. That expression cut deeper than any frantic inquiry could. A woman, lost in bliss, abruptly confronted with the name of her husband's ex-girlfriend. There could be no more genuine reaction than this. Gu Yan's gaze turned frigid, slicing through the panicked cousin before finally fixing on Gu Jinghong's face. Silence at the table, silence at night. His voice was low yet resonant, each word striking the hearts of those present, imbued with a chilling authority. This is the custom of the Gu family. The atmosphere had not merely dropped to freezing point. It had been utterly frozen. Gu Jinghong's smile faded as he glanced at the trembling Su Muqing nestled in Gu Yan's embrace. Then at the simmering anger radiating from Gu Yan, attempting to smooth things over. All right, the young ones don't know better. Yin, don't be upset. Come now, everyone, let us continue dining. The storm had been forcibly quelled, yet all understood. Lin Wanner stands as the sole and most significant taboo between this couple. Meanwhile, Su Muqing remains the woman who, in a fit of jealousy over Gu Yan, can crumble at the mere mention of a name, her heart clouded by love. Gu Yan senses Su Muqing's body trembling gently in his embrace, presuming her to be lost in her role, and is about to softly remind her. However, her fingers stir anew upon his thigh, this time not merely tapping, but lightly grazing with her nails. The sensation carries a hint of provocative itch, igniting the suppressed nerves within him in an instant. Gu Yan's breath catches sharply. He lowers his gaze, only to see her shoulders subtly rising in his arms and a delicate, pale nape exposed to the light. This woman. The banquet draws to a close amidst an atmosphere laden with awkwardness and subtle tension. Gu Jinghong rises, cheerfully suggesting, "The moonlight is lovely tonight, and everyone seems to have had their fill. Why not take a stroll in the back garden to digest?" The others readily agree. Su Muqing slowly lifts her head from Gu Yan's embrace. The tears that once brimmed in her eyes have now cleared, revealing a flicker of excitement hidden within. Chapter 47. She is undoubtedly intentional. The back garden of the Gu family estate, a masterpiece of a bygone era, features pavilions and winding paths. The moonlight shines brightly, filtering through the layered branches to cast mottled shadows upon the stone path, enveloping the scenery in a serene silver glow. This tranquility is soon shattered by the raucous laughter of a group of women. Several exquisitely dressed cousins surround Gu Yan, the air thick with the heady scent of perfume and feigned coyness. "Brother Yin, your suit must be the latest from Tom Ford. It looks splendid, far more captivating than on the magazine models. Brother Yin, my birthday is next month. Could you perhaps put in a good word with the LV brand director? I've been longing for Capu scenes." The relentless calls of Brother Yin make the veins at his temples pulse with irritation. His expression hardens, a chilling aura emanating from him. Every contour of his handsome face screams for distance. Yet, this frosty demeanor fails to deter the enthusiasm of those around him. Su Muqing stands apart beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree, the evening breeze bringing with it waves of sweet aroma. She gazes at her husband, surrounded by admirers, noting his upright posture despite his evident impatience, a mixture of melancholy and grievance reflected in her eyes. Not far off, in the shadow of a pavilion, Gu Jinghong converses jovially with a few peers, a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea in hand. Though his gaze seems fixed on a newly acquired painting before him, his sharp peripheral vision never strays from Gu Yan and Su Muqing. His watchful eye is cold and scrutinizing, meticulously measuring the distance between the couple and capturing every subtle shift in their expressions. He waits for flaw, for evidence that would prove the couple's superficial harmony. The sweet scent of osmanthus lingers at Su Muqing's nose, yet a nameless fire ignites within her heart. This fervor, inexplicable yet intense, courses through her veins. She observes the man ensnared by the throng of women, noting his rigid yet striking profile, their greedy gazes longing to close the distance. A wild thought germinates in her mind, growing with an uncontrollable fervor. A performance? If she is to act, she shall do so to the fullest, embodying a wife consumed by jealousy, reckless and foolish. Some actions, if not taken now, may never present themselves again. This resolve extinguishes the flicker of grievance in her eyes, replaced by a stunning, resolute light. Then she moves, lifting her skirt. Her heels click sharply against the stone, cutting through the air. She pushes aside her two obstructing cousins with a sense of urgency, striding directly into the heart of the gathering. Approaching Gu Yan, silence falls abruptly. All eyes turn, astonished, to the sudden intrusion of the rightful lady of the house. The smiles that had adorned faces freeze into expressions of shock and hostility. Gu Yan furrows his brow, confusion evident in his deep-set eyes as he watches Su Muqing return. Was she planning? This was not part of the agenda. In the next moment, under the collective gasp of the audience, Su Muqing executes an act that sends a tremor through the Gu family. She rises on her toes, her body forming an elegant arc in the moonlight. Her slender arms, usually entwined with his, suddenly wrap forcefully around his neck, pulling him down with an irresistible strength. She tilts her head back, eyes closed, recklessly yet precisely kissing his lips with a fervor that suggests a conflagration. Boom! Gu Yan's mind goes blank. He stands frozen, his pupils dilating as every thought is shattered by this unexpected sensation. So soft, he can distinctly feel the warmth and tenderness of her lips, enveloped in the sweetness of osmanthus and her unique fragrance, invading all his senses in an unyielding embrace. This was not the gentle, flirtatious peck from a past life. This was a kiss laden with declaration, a kiss ablaze with passion, aggressive and possessive. More alarmingly, he feels an unmistakable tremor beneath her soft lips. It is not anxiety, nor fear, but rather a triumphant shiver. She is relishing this kiss. She is flaunting it. The garden falls into a pin-drop silence. The once chattering cousins now stand agape, jaws nearly grazing the ground. The color drains from their faces, twisted expressions of jealousy and embarrassment etched upon them. Not far away, Gu Jinghong is also rendered speechless, his porcelain teacup suspended mid-air, oblivious to the warm tea spilling onto his hand. Time elongates infinitely. Each second stretches like a century. Finally, Su Muqing releases him. As the kiss concludes, she breathes heavily, her fair face flushed with a rosy hue, whether from embarrassment or oxygen deprivation is unclear. Yet her gaze is astonishingly bright, her beautiful eyes ignited with flames. She does not look at Gu Yan. Instead, she resembles a victorious creature reclaiming its territory, her gaze sweeping defiantly over the petrified women, savoring their astonished and pained expressions. At last, her eyes fixate on Gu Jinghong from a distance, challenging his probing gaze with unwavering resolve. Raising her voice, with a tone that is almost childlike yet unmistakably firm, she declares loudly, "Brother Yin is mine." Her voice rings clear and resolute, echoing in the silent garden. The demeanor, the expression, she was the very embodiment of a pampered heiress, fiercely protective of what she cherished, provoked to the brink. Foolish, impulsive. Yet her love burned with an ardor that was both fervent and pure. Gu Jinghong was utterly taken aback. Moments later, as if finally coming to his senses, he chuckled softly and shook his head. The last vestige of scrutiny in his gaze dissipated entirely after that kiss. What depth could a woman possess who would go to such extraordinary lengths out of jealousy? Merely a fool, intoxicated by love. And Gu Yan, astonishingly, could tolerate her antics. It appeared he was thoroughly ensnared by her charms. The age-old adage held true. Heroes have always struggled against the allure of beauty, and it posed no real threat. Gu Jinghong placed his teacup down, his smile transforming back into a warm, rich expression. He turned away, no longer casting a glance in that direction, and resumed his lively conversation. The alarm was utterly lifted. Meanwhile, at the storm's center, Gu Yan remained frozen in place. The air around them began to flow once more, and the younger cousins, awakening from their stupor, awkwardly dispersed, no longer daring to approach even slightly. He instinctively raised a hand, his fingertips brushing against his lips, where her warmth and softness still lingered, along with a trace of the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. He gazed at the woman before him, her head bowed, eagerly awaiting praise, observing the glimmer of mischief and triumph in her eyes beneath her long lashes. A single thought crystallized in his mind. She was undoubtedly deliberate in her actions. Chapter 48. Undercurrents on the return journey. The car glided smoothly away from the Gu family estate. The desolate courtyard, along with its hidden perils, was left behind. Inside the vehicle, an orange-reading light illuminated the space softly, yet could not dispel the palpable silence that seemed to thicken the air. The driver, attuned to the atmosphere, quietly raised the black, soundproof partition between the front and back seats as they merged onto the main road. In this completely isolated private space, the air grew thin and suffocating, leaving only the distinct rhythms of two hearts beating apart. Guyan leaned against the wide backrest, his gaze fixed outside the window. The city's neon lights flickered in his pupils, yet they sank into the depths of his mind, causing not even a ripple. His profile was taut, the muscles in his throat moving slowly. After an extended silence, he finally spoke, his voice strained. "What you just did." He left the sentence hanging. Was he inquiring about the kiss or the shocking declaration? He himself could not discern. Su Muqing had maintained her attention on the window, feigning admiration for the night scene. Upon hearing his voice, she did not immediately respond, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on the cold glass. The warmth creeping up her ears spread down her neck to her collarbone. Acting required authenticity. Her tone regained its customary coolness, revealing little emotion. She knew that without taking that step, Gu Jinghong would not fully believe her. As it turned out, the effect was remarkable. She spoke the truth. After that kiss, Gu Jinghong looked at her as if she were a delicate yet lifeless porcelain object. No further inquiry remained, only sheer disdain. Guyan chose not to respond. The cabin was once again shrouded in silence. This silence felt like an invisible hand gripping Su Muqing's heart, provoking a sense of restlessness. Resolutely, she turned to face him. Under the dim light, his handsome face was half illuminated, his eyes swirling with emotion she could not decipher. Anger, helplessness, and a hint of pure confusion. The flicker of indignation within her flared anew. She leaned slightly forward, narrowing the distance between them. The air in the cabin grew even thinner. "What is wrong?" She met his gaze, her tone laced with brazen provocation. "Did you feel wronged? We are legally married, and even if I were to sleep with you tonight, it would be perfectly permissible by law, let alone just a kiss." She noticed Gu Yan's pupils constrict suddenly, his breath catching for a moment. "Excellent." She decided to push further, leaning in a bit more, almost able to catch the crisp, clean scent of cedar emanating from him. Lowering her voice deliberately, she adopted the sultry tone she had used during their performance at the banquet, sweet and sticky as she teased. "Or should I say, Brother Yin, are you feeling shy?" Su Muqing. Gu Yin nearly bit out her name through clenched teeth. The final syllables dripped with honey, yet pierced through his taut nerves with precision. He instinctively recoiled, creating distance as if she were a searing source of heat. He was left speechless, turning his gaze away to the window on the opposite side. Unseen by anyone, a suspicious blush crept across his striking features. He had to concede. Her assessment was entirely accurate. That kiss and that foolish declaration were the final blows to Gu Jinghong's psychological defenses. What threat could a woman, lost in love and willing to publicly lose her composure over jealousy, truly pose? And what magnitude could a man, utterly captivated by such a woman and indulging her whims, possibly possess? This was precisely the outcome they wished Gu Jinghong to witness. Yet the process had thrown him into disarray. He instinctively raised a hand, his fingertips brushing lightly against his lips, where an alien sensation lingered. Soft, warm, imbued with a hint of sweet osmanthus. More troubling was that he vividly recalled the subtle, yet unmistakable tremor beneath her soft lips. It was not anxiety, nor fear. It was a triumphant shiver. She relished that kiss. She was flaunting her victory to everyone, including him. This realization made Gu Yan's heart constrict sharply, a strange, uncontrollable sensation coursing through his limbs. In a previous life, Su Muqing had always kissed him with a sense of deference and humility. Yet tonight, she embodied a conquering queen, observing his flustered yet restrained demeanor. The frustration within Su Muqing dissipated, replaced by a secret, gratifying delight. So this was the flavor of the lips she had long craved. Crisp, assertive, with a hint of rich red wine's bouquet. Even better than she had imagined. Content, she settled back into her seat, choosing not to provoke him further. The atmosphere softened. It was time to address the matter at hand. All right, no more teasing. She reined in her playful demeanor, transforming into a calm and focused presence. The objective of the family banquet had been achieved. Next, he would shift his attention away from them, more eager to advance his plans. This was their best opportunity. Guyan took a deep breath, forcefully dispelling the chaotic images swirling in his mind. He turned back, his expression returning to one of cold determination. Indeed, he believed she had become a fool, blinded by beauty, and would act with greater boldness, thus making it easier for her to slip up. They would return tonight and begin their preparations immediately. A glimmer of resolute brilliance shone in Su Muqing's eyes, since he intended to lead them to Europe. It indicated that the arrangements domestically had reached a critical juncture. We must locate his Achilles heel before he strikes. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, meticulously reviewing the details of the banquet, analyzing potential variables, and formulating a preliminary counterattack strategy. The awkwardly ambiguous atmosphere within the carriage was wholly supplanted by a palpable aura of impending conflict. This was not merely a journey home. It was a command center on the eve of a storm. An unprecedented synergy formed between them. Guyan observed the woman beside him, who seamlessly transitioned between roles. In one moment, she was a gentle muse, and in the next, a commanding queen ready for conquest. Then, she transformed once more into a strategist orchestrating grand maneuvers. Which of these personas was the true her? Perhaps they all were. At that moment, Su Muqing's phone, nestled in her handbag, emitted a faint vibration. She retrieved it and unlocked the screen. A cryptic message from the core team of Qing Tian Capital appeared. She opened it, her pupils narrowing slightly. The target, Gu Jinghong, is associated with a shell company named Buyuan Venture Capital, which has engaged in 3 substantial transactions with Ruiying Media within a week, totaling 90 million. The purpose of the funds is noted as expenses for public opinion guidance. Su Muqing handed her phone to Guyan. He took it, his gaze fixating on the screen as the warmth in his eyes plummeted to frigid depths. They had found it. Gu Jinghong's first black glove. Chapter 49, Severing His Wings. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the top office at Qing Tian Capital, casting brilliant patches of light upon the floor. The air was infused with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee, yet it could not dissipate the almost tangible silence that enveloped the room. The atmosphere was tense. A massive electronic screen displayed a complex company structure chart, with countless lines illustrating the flow of funds and equity relationships, ultimately converging on 2 core nodes, Ruiying Media and Buyuan Venture Capital. Ruiying Media was a knife held firmly in their grasp, solely responsible for the act of violence. Su Muqing stood before the screen, wielding a laser pointer, the red dot precisely fixed on the box representing Buyuan Venture Capital. Her voice was calm and clear, echoing in the excessively quiet office. The true poison for this knife, providing the ammunition, was this shell company known as Buyuan Venture Capital. Guyan sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed, his gaze calmly locked onto the screen. He had not slept all night, faint shadows beneath his eyes, yet his demeanor remained unyieldingly sharp. Gu Jinghong had always been this way. He took over the conversation, his voice low. He never personally handled any dirty work. All the sordid tasks were outsourced through companies like Buyuan, employing intricate equity structures to insulate against risk. Even if Ruiying collapsed, he could emerge unscathed, immediately propping up the next shadowy entity, Meiying. This was precisely the quagmire that the Gu Group had found itself in during a past era. They were exhausted from fending off the incessant barrage of media and mercenary firms that drained them, yet they could never reach the true hand behind the curtain. Thus, we will not strike Ruiying. Su Muqing turned around, her beautiful eyes gleaming with the predatory glint of one locking onto the vulnerable spot of their prey. To strike a snake, aim for its 7 inches. We will directly drain Buiyuan's lifeblood. Her words invigorated the core executives of Qing Tian Capital present. How we do that? The vice president of risk control immediately inquired, noting that Buiyuan itself was merely an investment vehicle, with assets consisting of project equities, making it difficult to shake in a short time. Then let every project it invests and become worthless. Su Muqing's tone was as flat as if stating mere facts. Yet her content was domineering enough to make hearts constrict. She returned to her desk and began typing furiously on the keyboard. The company structure chart on the screen instantly transformed into a detailed investment portfolio list. Buiyuan had invested in 17 projects encompassing various sectors, including renewable energy, biomedicine, and TMT. The quality of these projects varied, but they shared a commonality. They were all in B or C round financing stages, heavily reliant on cash flow, and extremely sensitive to market confidence. Her fingers glided across the screen, issuing clear directives. Marketing department. Immediately mobilize all our channel resources to anonymously release negative reports highlighting technical bottlenecks, core team instability, and doubts regarding the business models of these 12 companies. Remember, let the data speak and ensure every detail is flawless. Trading department. Establish short positions on stocks related to these 12 companies. The amount of capital need not be substantial. The goal is to create signals of panic. Legal department. Collaborate with the public relations department. Su Muqing's gaze shifted to the other side. Do you recall the small enterprises that were maliciously defamed by Ruiying Media, resulting in failed financing? Contact them. Qing Tian Capital is willing to provide full legal support and litigation costs to initiate a collective lawsuit against Ruiying Media. The legal director hesitated. On what grounds? Defamation? No. Su Muqing shook her head, a cold smile gracing her lips, indicating improper commercial competition. We will hold Ruiying accountable for accepting payment to maliciously attack competitors' business models, ensuring they are thoroughly nailed down in court. Defamation is merely a superficial injury. Improper competition warrants the revocation of licenses. Lastly, her gaze swept across everyone. Risk Control Department. Compile all external financing materials from Buiyuan Venture Capital, focusing on compliance issues during its fundraising process. I do not believe it can be executed flawlessly. Identify vulnerabilities and package them for anonymous reporting to the Securities Regulatory Commission. A series of directives, like a finely woven and lethal net, were cast within mere minutes. A silent financial strangulation targeting Buiyuan Venture Capital had begun. The next 3 days became a black 72 hours in the financial and media circles. Day 1. A dozen in-depth negative reports quietly fermented across major financial platforms, accurately pinpointing the potential risks of 12-star startup companies. The market was rife with panic. Related concept stocks plummeted in response. Day 2. The Victim Alliance, supported by Qing Tian Capital, officially submitted a lawsuit to the court against Ruiying Media for alleged improper commercial competition and held a grand press conference. The public outcry was immense, as Ruiying's stock price plummeted immediately upon opening. An even more devastating blow came when several internal employees of Ruiying, lured by the promise of hefty bonuses, chose to become whistleblowers, presenting damning evidence of bribery. Day 3. The Securities Regulatory Commission announced that, following a tip-off, it would initiate an investigation into Buiyuan Venture Capital for suspected illegal fundraising and regulatory violations. All of its external investment projects were immediately frozen. Once the news broke, the dominoes began to fall. The startup companies that Buiyuan had invested in, already teetering on the brink, lost their final sources of funding overnight, their commercial reputations in tatters, and their financing channels completely severed. In a single night, star projects turned into hot potatoes. Buiyuan Venture Capital's assets rapidly plummeted to zero within 72 hours. The capital chain snapped. Gu Jinghong's most crucial black glove was severed by Su Muqing in a manner that was nearly brazen, yet imbued with a sense of capital artistry. Clean, decisive, and utterly thorough. In the evening, atop the Gu Group, in Guyan's office, he examined the report just presented by Assistant Lin. which meticulously documented the three-day downfall of Buyuan and Rui. Even he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment at the precision and ruthlessness of Su Muqing's operations. She had not employed any resources from the Gu Group. Relying solely on the strength of Qing Tian capital, she had executed a textbook financial ambush. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city illuminated by the evening lights. In her mind's eye, a vivid image emerged of Su Muqing standing resolutely before the screen, her stunningly bright eyes radiating an extraordinary calm as she issued commands. In this lifetime, she shone with an unparalleled brilliance that rendered her impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, within the study of a traditional Chinese villa on the outskirts of the city, Gu Jinghong hung up the phone, his face betraying no hint of anger, only the eerie stillness that precedes a storm. On the other end of the line was his informant embedded within the Securities Regulatory Commission, delivering the grim news. Buyuan was finished, entangled too deeply for even divine intervention to salvage. He did not shatter any objects in his surroundings. Instead, he picked up an exquisite purple clay teapot, his fingers gliding over its polished surface with deliberate concentration. Su Muqing, he murmured her name, each syllable enunciated as if he intended to crush those three characters between his teeth. The scorn in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by a chillingly refined intent to kill. He had once perceived her as nothing more than a pampered canary, revealing her claws only on rare occasions. Yet, he had underestimated her. Beneath those claws lay a lethal edge capable of delivering a fatal blow. He had underestimated her, as well as Gu Yan. To transform a woman so profoundly in such a short span of time was no simple act of affection. As Gu Jinghong paced the confines of the study, the gentle, scholarly demeanor he typically wore had been supplanted by a brooding darkness. A direct assault on Su Muqing herself posed too great a risk, and the outcome remained uncertain. His gaze ultimately settled upon a family relationship chart resting on the desk. His finger gradually traced the names of Su Muqing's parents. Su Group. He seized a secure phone and dialed a number, his voice devoid of emotion, yet far more chilling than any roar. She is more of a nuisance than I anticipated. Plan B, initiate. A steady voice responded from the other end. Who is the target? The Su family. A gleam of cruel delight flashed in Gu Jinghong's eyes. I shall make her aware that no matter how sharp her claws may be, they cannot shield the fragile weaknesses that lie behind her. Chapter 50. The Strategy of Undermining. On Friday afternoon, Su Muqing was engaged in a briefing with her team regarding the progress of the lawsuit against Ruiying Media when her phone vibrated violently without warning. The words mother flickered on the screen, causing her heart to lurch. That old fox, Gu Jinghong, having suffered such a significant setback, would never allow matters to rest. She pressed the answer button, her mother's voice bursting forth in a state of near hysteria, almost piercing the receiver. Muqing, something terrible has happened. The largest raw material supplier for our company, Dashin Industrial, has just unilaterally torn up the 5-year supply contract we had with them. Su Muqing's expression turned icy in an instant. But that is not all. Her mother continued, her voice thickening with tears. Dashin has also allied with 4 other suppliers, sending us a lawyer's letter demanding that we settle all outstanding payments, totaling $180 million, within 24 hours. Otherwise, they will apply for a seizure of our company. Once again, the familiar pattern emerged, undermining from beneath, severing the supply lines, and suffocating them with debt. In her previous life, Lu Xiao had employed this very combination, though this time, the hand executing the maneuver belonged to the more astute Gu Jinghong. Despite the vast scale of Su Group, its liquidity was nearly entirely tied up in production lines and new project expansions. To procure nearly $2 billion in cash within a single day was akin to a fantastical dream. Should assets be frozen and factories come to a halt, the banks would inevitably follow suit to withdraw their loans, plunging the entire group into irreversible ruin. Mom, don't panic. Su Muqing forced her voice to maintain a steady calm. This composure was a form of strength in itself. What reason did Dashin provide for breaching the contract? They claim our company has credit issues and fear we won't be able to make the payments. This is utter nonsense. After all these years of cooperation, What have we ever defaulted on a single penny? Her mother's anger was palpable, her voice trembling. Credit issues? A feeble excuse. Su Muqing's mind raced. Recalling the name Dasheen, she quickly searched the internal database, and moments later, a precise piece of information emerged. Behind Dasheen Industrial lay the shadow of Buyuan Venture Capital's investment. It was indeed him, just as she was about to speak to comfort her mother. The office door opened silently. Gu Yin entered, carrying a blue folder, and walked steadily to her side, placing the document on her desk. Su Muqing regarded him with a hint of inquiry. He remained silent, merely gesturing with his eyes for her to open it. As she listened to her mother's muffled sobs on the phone, she flipped open the folder. The first page revealed the shareholding structure of Dasheen Industrial. One shareholder, holding a 28% stake, was prominently identified as a company named Jinsheng Capital. The second page contained a share transfer agreement, stating that Jinsheng Capital had transferred all of its shares in Dasheen Industrial to Gu Group just 3 days prior. Su Muqing's breath caught in her throat at that moment. She looked up abruptly, locking eyes with Gu Yin, her expression a mixture of disbelief and shock. 3 days ago, that was precisely the day she had begun her offensive against Buyuan Venture Capital. He had anticipated every retaliatory measure Gu Jinghong might employ and had constructed a firewall for her before she even took action. Gu Yin seemed to read her thoughts. Leaning in slightly, his voice a mere whisper meant for her ears alone, laced with a chilling, almost gleeful mockery. Now, he is using my money to choke your family. Those words struck her like a thunderbolt, piercing her heart. A peculiar sensation, a blend of trepidation and absolute reassurance, flooded her being. It dawned on her that while she had been fighting valiantly on the front lines, he had already secured the most vital rearguard for her. The feeling of being silently protected, with all storms deflected before they could reach her, brought her immense solace. In that instant, she comprehended the entirety of Gu Yin's plan. "Mom, listen to me." Her voice regained its composure and confidence, even taking on a sharp, icy edge. "You need to do nothing, not even raise funds. Just leak the word that the company is facing a liquidity crisis and is seeking help. If Dasheen calls again, you must feign poverty, adopt a submissive posture, but do not pay them a single cent. The more desperate they become, the better." "What? Muqing, why?" Her mother struggled to follow her daughter's line of reasoning. "Just do as I say, trust me. Ensure Dad plays along as well. In no more than 3 days, all issues will be resolved." After ending the call, Su Muqing turned to Gu Yin, her eyes ignited with renewed fervor. "You want them to escalate the situation?" "Yes," Gu Yin replied, a cold smile curving his lips. "Gu Jinghong's pawn within Dasheen must believe he has the upper hand. We need him to amplify this farce, ideally to the point of applying for pre-litigation asset preservation, making it a public spectacle. And then, at the hearing, we shall deliver him a surprise." In the ensuing 2 days, news of Su Group's dire straits, propelled by Gu Jinghong's covert machinations, spread like wildfire throughout the business community. The media inundated the public with reports of Su Group's severed financial lifelines, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Su's parents flawlessly portrayed the image of desperate, beleaguered entrepreneurs seeking assistance, even being photographed by journalists late at night, exiting a bank empty-handed and weary. The head of Dasheen Industrial, a Mr. Wang, was positively elated. He audaciously accepted an interview, proclaiming that the pursuit of outstanding debts constitutes a legitimate business practice, while openly insinuating that the internal management of the Su Group is in disarray and has long since become an empty shell. On Monday morning, having contemptuously rebuffed the Su family's humble request for a payment plan, Dasheen Industries, in conjunction with other suppliers, formally submitted an application for asset preservation to the court. The hearing convened at the Municipal Intermediate People's Court. Mr. Wang, accompanied by his team of attorneys, sat beaming in the petitioner's seat. He cast a glance at the pale-faced and haggard Mr. Su across from him, his eyes brimming with undisguised disdain and triumph. He could already foresee that by the end of the hearing, the assets of the Su Group would be frozen, and this once glorious family enterprise would collapse entirely in his grasp. This was the task entrusted to him by Mr. Gu Jinghong. Upon its completion, a bright future awaited him. The judge struck the gavel. announcing the commencement of the hearing. Dasheen's lawyer rose, delivering a passionate speech, enumerating the precarious evidence surrounding the Su group, and requesting immediate preservation measures from the court. Everything unfolded exactly as scripted. When it was the respondent's turn to respond, Mr. Su's lawyer simply stood up and calmly stated, "We have no comments." Yet, before the court rendered a decision, a representative of a significant shareholder from Dasheen Industries had something to say. Mr. Wong was momentarily taken aback. A shareholder representative? When did Dasheen have such a role? The judge was also slightly surprised, but nodded in agreement. The side door of the courtroom swung open. Assistant Lin led the chief attorney of the Gu Group's legal department, surrounded by a cadre of elite aides, into the room. The chief attorney presented a document to the judge, his voice resonant and authoritative, echoing throughout the solemn courtroom. "Your Honor, as the legal representative of the Gu Group, the second largest shareholder of Dasheen Industries, we formally move the court to oppose the malicious litigation application against its long-term strategic partner, the Su Group." Boom! The entire courtroom fell into an absolute silence. The smile on Mr. Wong's face froze, becoming a grotesque mask. His mouth slightly agape, his pupils dilated in sheer horror. The color drained from his face at an alarming rate. The Gu Group? The second largest shareholder? How could this be possible? Like a marionette, he stiffly turned his head to the spectator seats. There, he spotted the composed Gu Yin, alongside her, Su Muqing, who directed a chilling smile at him. In that moment, Mr. Wong felt as though he had been thrown into a vacuum, forgetting even how to breathe. He finally comprehended everything. This was a scheme, a trap meticulously prepared for him, or rather, for Gu Jinghong from the very beginning. And he was the fool, the one who had blundered into the net, oblivious and self-satisfied. Chapter 51, The Rift Within the Family. The farce in the courtroom ultimately concluded with Mr. Wong being escorted out by the court police for a temporary recess. His face was ashen, his legs weak, nearly dragged out. His disheveled appearance swiftly spread across the internet through the lenses of eager media representatives in the audience. The carefully orchestrated undermining by Gu Jinghong had transformed into a farcical spectacle of self-humiliation. Control of Dasheen Industries had silently shifted into Gu Yan's hands. He had intended to use the Su family suppliers to strike a blow against them, only to find that the knife had long since become Gu Yan's weapon. When the news reached the suburban villa, Gu Jinghong did not erupt in anger, nor did he shatter the purple clay teapot he had been absent-mindedly rubbing. He merely sat quietly in his study, remaining there for an entire afternoon. The blood-red rays of the setting sun slanted into the room, casting a profound shadow across his face, revealing the first irreparable cracks in his previously suave and scholarly facade. He had lost inexplicably, utterly. From a financial strangulation of Buyuan Venture Capital to the retaliatory strike from Dasheen Industries, his once proud business tactics had proven feeble against his adversary. He had scarcely grasped the shadow of his opponent before being dealt two staggering slaps that left him dazed. For the first time, Gu Jinghong began to genuinely recognize the nephew he had never taken seriously, as well as the transformed woman by his side. This was no longer merely petty family infighting. It was war, a war he must win at any cost. Meanwhile, Gu Yin and Su Muqing were celebrating their interim victory. The venue was not some upscale restaurant, but rather the kitchen of Gu Yan's apartment. Su Muqing, clad in an apron, expertly handled a lobster, her technique so refined that it belied her usual demeanor of composure and cold calculation. Gu Yin leaned casually against the doorframe, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze glued to her. Under the warm light, a few rebellious strands of hair cascaded down beside her elegantly styled bun, swaying gently with her movements, adding a touch of homely languor and softness. Unexpectedly, Su Muqing possessed such skill. Gu Yin swirled the liquid in his glass, amusement lacing his voice. Su Muqing did not lift her head, deftly slicing through the lobster's shell. "I had to learn to please someone's palate in my past life," she remarked, her tone devoid of emotion, as if recounting someone else's story, yet tightened Gu Yan's heart. His fingers around the wine glass tightened, his throat bobbed, but ultimately, he said nothing. The air momentarily stagnated. Yet, as if unfazed, Su Muqing tossed the prepared lobster into the preheated pan. With a sizzle, The rich aroma of garlic butter instantly ignited the entire kitchen. Gu Jinghong had sustained a significant loss and would undoubtedly lie low for a while. She continued to stir the dish while seamlessly shifting back into work mode. But he would not relent. He would only become more cautious and cunning. He would. Gu Yan's expression deepened, so before he made his next move, they needed to first eliminate more of his minions. Su Muqing paused, turned off the heat, and looked at him. Have you selected someone? The corners of Gu Yan's lips curled into a sharp arc. The Gu family, while appearing to flourish, had long been hollowed out from within. Some branches, seemingly attached to the trunk, had actually sought alternative paths long ago. He referred to the collateral branches of the Gu family, those who were affiliated with the Gu group, but remained perpetually marginalized from the core power circle. Among these individuals, many trailed behind Gu Jinghong, serving merely as props and cheerleaders. For instance, Gu Xiang, Gu Yan's cousin, an individual of mediocre ability but considerable ambition. At family banquets, he sat in the most inconspicuous corner, observing Gu Jinghong's performance with envy and jealousy, yet lacking genuine conviction. Such individuals are the most susceptible to defection, for what they crave is not wealth, but recognition. A week later, at a charity gala hosted by the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, Gu Yan serendipitously encountered Gu Xiang. At that moment, Gu Xiang was cornered by a partner CEO, his face flushed with embarrassment. The corpulent Zhang, emboldened by a project of moderate significance, was arrogantly coercing Gu Xiang to drink, his words dripping with disdain. Xiang, I must speak frankly. Your proposal lacks sincerity. Your family's vast enterprise could certainly afford to offer a little more profit. Come now, down this drink, and we shall discuss matters further. Gu Xiang, trembling slightly, held his glass aloft. The project he was tasked with had been a burden handed down by Gu Jinghong, yielding scant profit margins. And now the counterpart was attempting to extract even more. He found himself utterly powerless, knowing that angering them would jeopardize the project and leave him unable to report back to Gu Jinghong. Just as he stood at this impasse, a steady voice emerged from behind him. Zhang, you seem in high spirits. Gu Yan had approached, a glass of champagne in hand, observing Zhang with an air of calm detachment. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, his visage quivering as he recognized Gu Yan. In an instant, his demeanor shifted a complete 180 degrees, his face adorned with an obsequious grin. Gu, you graced us with your presence. Ah, I was merely jesting with Xiang. Gu Zong was taken aback, his mouth agape as he struggled to find words. In his recollection, this esteemed cousin had scarcely acknowledged his existence. Ignoring Zhang, Gu Yan directed his gaze towards Gu Zong, placing a hand naturally upon his shoulder. This gesture caused Gu Xiang to stiffen. Gu Yan then turned to Zhang, his tone remaining unperturbed yet imbued with undeniable authority. Gu Xiang is my brother. His affairs are my affairs. In that moment, cold sweat broke out on Zhang's brow. He dared not mention further concessions, hastily waving his hands. A misunderstanding, Gu. Merely a misunderstanding. Xiang's proposal is excellent, and we are thoroughly satisfied. Tomorrow, we shall sign the contract. With that, he found an excuse to bow and retreat. The atmosphere around them finally returned to normal. Gu Xiang gazed at Gu Yan, taken aback by the unexpected support, stammering his gratitude. Cousin, thank you. There's no need for pleasantries. We are family, Gu Yan replied, retracting his hand after a friendly pat on the shoulder. Then, seemingly in passing, he remarked, unlike some who profess to work for the family as benefit, yet privately treat the Gu family's assets as their own personal ATM, leaving their kin to fill the gaps when things go awry. Gu Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. Though not the most astute, he was far from foolish. The debacle Gu Jinghong had faced at Buiyuan Venture Capital, resulting in astronomical losses, was no longer a secret among the Gu family's upper echelons. He had caught wind of the efforts Gu Jinghong was making to siphon funds from various family enterprises managed by collateral branches to remedy that gaping void. The project he oversaw was one such venture. Previously, he had perceived Gu Jinghong's actions as tyrannical, but now, enlightened by Gu Yan's words, he realized the chilling truth. Gu Jinghong was sacrificing the interests of their collateral branches to preserve his own. Gu Xiang hesitated, his eyes rife with conflict and uncertainty. Gu Yan merely smiled, opting not to delve deeper. He understood that the seed of awareness had already been sown. Further discourse would be futile. Focus on your work, he concluded, casting a final encouraging glance at Gu Ziong. If one is indeed gold, they shall shine. The Gu family requires diligent individuals, not mere dreamers with grandiose ambitions. With that, he lifted his glass and melded back into the crowd, leaving Gu Ziong alone, heart racing. That night, Gu Ziong tossed and turned, unable to find solace. Gu Yan's words had acted as a key, unlocking the pent-up frustration and doubt within him. He recalled the years spent trailing behind Gu Jinghong, laboring at thankless tasks, with all credit claimed by Gu Jinghong, while he bore the blame. Yet today, a single sentence and a simple gesture from Gu Yan had bestowed upon him a respect he had never known. As dawn broke the following morning, Gu Ziong made a decision that startled even himself. He activated his encrypted computer and meticulously compiled a document from the secretly backed-up information he had gathered. It contained records of Gu Jinghong's recent covert attempts to transfer company assets through various clandestine means in a desperate bid to fill the Buyuan void. After much hesitation, he ultimately created an anonymous email account and dispatched the document to Gu Yan's private inbox. As he pressed the send button, a wave of relief washed over him, accompanied by a resolute sense of embarking on an irreversible path. Chapter 52. Fatal Misinformation. The morning sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Qingtian capital office, casting elongated shadows upon the floor, delineating a stark boundary. Su Muqing sat behind her desk, her fingertips gliding delicately across the touchpad. On the screen before her was the anonymous email sent by Gu Ziong the previous night. The content was exhaustive. Every financial transaction and associated account was laid bare. Chilling in its clarity, Gu Jinghong had reached a desperate point in his efforts to fill the chasm he had created. Su Muqing closed the email and turned her gaze toward the man on the sofa, engrossed in the morning financial news. Gu Yan set down his tablet, his eyes deep and tranquil. Having one leg severed while the other sinks into a quagmire, naturally, one would be anxious. His voice was soft, yet carried an air of omniscient detachment. He was akin to a gambler, driven to the brink, desperately in need of a monumental victory to turn the tides. A spark ignited in Su Muqing's eyes, reminiscent of a hunter locking onto its prey. Then let us deliver this opportunity for a grand victory right into his hands. She rose and approached the massive electronic wall on the opposite side of the office. As she worked, a backend interface for a project codenamed Spark materialized on the screen. Streams of code and data flowed silently, constructing a colossal digital entity. The Spark project, a significant investment by the Gu Corporation, aimed to integrate the core artificial intelligence systems of future smart cities. This was a plan Gu Yan had championed with resolute determination, pouring every available resource into its advancement. It was the lifeblood of the Gu family's future. Gu Jinghong had long coveted this project, fully aware that seizing or dismantling Spark would obliterate Gu Yan and reclaim all that he had lost. The time had come. Su Muqing turned to Gu Yan, who offered a subtle nod. He had awaited this moment. The ensuing hours transformed Su Muqing's office into a rapidly functioning war room. Her core technical team was summoned urgently, each face reflecting a mix of exhilaration and gravity. Our goal is not to erect an insurmountable wall, Su Muqing stated, standing before the screen, her laser pointer illuminating a node on the complex system architecture. Rather, we must craft a backdoor tailor-made for Mr. Gu Jinghong. Her tone was devoid of warmth. This backdoor would masquerade as a critical flaw in the system, an accidental discovery that could prove devastating. It had to be sufficiently concealed to lead him to believe it was a treasure unearthed by his own technical prodigies, yet potent enough to assure him that through this entryway, he could incapacitate the entire Spark system in an instant. The breaths of the team members quickened, immediately plunging into their work. The rhythmic clatter of keyboards melded into a symphony. Lines of code, akin to venomous threads, were deftly woven at their fingertips, constructing a magnificent yet fragile snare. This trap was disguised with impeccable precision. Even the associated log records had undergone meticulous aging processes, appearing as though they were remnants of a careless engineer's oversight from the system's early development. With the trap set, it awaited its prey. Su Muqing dialed an encrypted phone number. On the other end was a pawn she had long embedded within the Gu group. This pawn was coincidentally a mid-level manager whom Gu Jinghong had lavishly bribed to provide him with internal intelligence. Manager Liu, I accidentally misplaced an encrypted technical document regarding the Spark project in the company's shared server's T07 temporary folder. Su Muqing's voice carried an artful blend of just the right amount of panic and frustration. The password is the date the project was initiated, an 8-digit number. You should understand my implication. Manager Liu's heart raced as he instantly grasped the meaning, fervently assuring her that he knew nothing and had seen nothing before hanging up. Within 10 minutes, the misplaced document appeared on Gu Jinghong's desk. The document, laden with exceedingly professional and intricate terminology, detailed the existence of a lethal backdoor and every nuance of how to exploit it for an attack. To ensure this performance was flawless, Su Muqing even mobilized the resources of Qingtian Capital. In the ensuing 2 days, the cybersecurity department of the Gu Group experienced the most harrowing 48 hours since its inception. Waves of small-scale, high-intensity, simulated cyber attacks surged toward the Spark system from various IP addresses around the globe. Each assault was met with a valiant defense from the Spark system, yet it appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, as if it had reached the limits of its defensive capabilities. This perfectly corroborated the descriptions within the leaked document, which indicated that while the Spark system seemed impervious, it indeed possessed a pressure threshold. Once subjected to a specific pattern of saturation attacks, it would trigger underlying vulnerabilities. Everything operated like precisely meshed gears, propelling Gu Jinghong step by step toward the abyss that had already been meticulously prepared for him. On the evening of the 3rd day, news from Gu Xiang arrived once more. This time, it was not an email, but a brief, encrypted message. He has obtained the intelligence, appearing utterly frenzied, and is gathering all the technical personnel acquired from Tianji Technology, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Spark at next week's Gu Group annual new product launch. Seizing the system's highest privileges, Tianji Technology, the very company that had been drained by Gu Jinghong in a previous life to launch attacks against the Gu Group, now served as his final gamble with its remnants. Su Muqing stared at the message, her face betraying no emotion. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city shrouded in night. The myriad lights sprawled beneath her, each illumination symbolizing a pawn poised to fall. Gu Yin joined her, standing shoulder to shoulder. The net had been cast. Su Muqing spoke calmly. The day of the launch will be the day we reel it in. Gu Yin's voice carried a chilling mirth, indicating it would also be the moment to send him on his way. Chapter 53. The Strategy of Capturing the Turtle in a Jar. 1 week later, at the Shanghai International Exhibition Center, the Gu Group's annual strategic launch was grandly held. The venue was filled to capacity. Media reporters from around the globe, industry titans, and representatives from investment institutions packed the space to the brim. A sea of flashing lights converged into a silvery ocean, with all focus directed toward the stage. There, the Project Spark, poised to alter the future, awaited. Gu Yin, clad in a well-tailored dark suit, stood at the center of the stage. He eschewed flamboyant oratory techniques, instead employing simple and clear language to portray the blueprint of Spark to the world, a future that would empower smart cities and transform the lives of all. His composure and confidence possessed an unparalleled persuasive power. In the front row of the guest seating, Gu Jinghong, equally impeccably dressed, wore a gentle smile, occasionally nodding at those beside him, perfectly embodying the role of a caring elder invested in the family business's development. Yet beneath the sheen of his gold-rimmed glasses, the suppressed excitement and cruelty in his eyes betrayed him. His fingers, resting on his lap, tapped out a steady rhythm, awaiting a signal, the signal that would plunge Gu Yin into the depths of despair. Su Muqing sat on the opposite side of the guest area. Her gaze did not linger on Gu Yin on stage, nor did it glance at the feigned calm of Gu Jinghong. Instead, Her attention remained fixed on the smartwatch on her wrist. On the dial, a quiet stream of data pulsed steadily, akin to the breath of a slumbering dragon. At precisely 3 o'clock, Gu Yan's speech reached its zenith as he introduced the revolutionary application of the Spark system in urban security. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. The massive main screen at the back of the stage displayed a seamless presentation that instantly twisted and tore apart. A blinding crimson hue engulfed everything. A sharp alarm reverberated throughout the venue, piercing each attendee's eardrum. Warning: the system is experiencing a high-intensity intrusion from an unknown source. Core database access is under attack. A torrent of data, powerful enough to suffocate, surged through the preordained backdoor, flooding into the core of the Spark system like a dam breaking. The audience erupted into chaos. Reporters, sensing blood in the water, frantically aimed their cameras at this astonishing upheaval. Everyone was stunned. Who could have anticipated that? At such a globally scrutinized launch event, the Gu Group's pride, Spark, would face such a lethal assault? The corners of Gu Jinghong's mouth finally curled into an uncontainable, triumphant smile. It worked. He could almost envision the screen flashing the words "System Crash," Gu Yan becoming a laughingstock in the industry, and the Gu Group's stock price plummeting. And he would emerge as the savior, cleaning up the mess. However, the scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Gu Yan on stage displayed not a flicker of disturbance on his face. Not even a furrowed brow betrayed him. He simply gazed at the red alert on the screen, then picked up the microphone, a chilling smile gracing his lips. It seems we have a friend who is quite interested in our Spark and wishes to engage in a little interaction ahead of time. His voice resonated through the speakers, clear and steady, instantly quelling the tumult. Well then, let us showcase the true defensive posture of Spark. At that moment, the main screen transformed dramatically. The blinding red alert vanished. In its place appeared a vast and resplendent three-dimensional data star map. The ferocious torrent of intruding data was ensnared by countless dazzling golden lines. Tightly bound and rendered immobile, akin to insects trapped in amber, all struggles were futile. At the center of the data map, a honeycomb-shaped golden icon slowly rotated, exuding an aura of absolute control. This was the hive intelligent defense matrix of the Spark subsystem. Gu Yan's voice resonated once more, cold and clear. It was passively triggered, specifically designed to capture and analyze malicious attacks. Any attempt at intrusion by unauthorized data would merely serve as sustenance for it. The atmosphere was one of utter silence. Everyone present was rendered speechless, awestruck by the scene before them, a spectacle steeped in the violent aesthetics of technology. Was this truly a system under attack? It was unmistakably a premeditated, public execution. Even more chilling for Gu Jinghong was what lay ahead. On the screen, the hive began its operation. The captured data streams were meticulously dissected, akin to a master butcher carving meat. The attacker's IP address, every routing node traversed, the complete assault pathway. The source of the commands. Each piece of information was parsed and presented with crystal clarity before all eyes. Ultimately, all tracking arrows pointed to a server address highlighted in a vivid crimson glow. Beneath the address, a striking line of text struck Gu Jinghong like an invisible slap across the face. Server location: XX District, Shanghai, former site of Weiyuan Venture Capital's basement server room. Boom! The entire venue erupted in chaos. Weiyuan Venture Capital. Wasn't he that the company recently investigated by the Securities Regulatory Commission for illegal fundraising and regulatory violations, ultimately leading to its bankruptcy? And the mastermind behind that company was none other than Gu Jinghong himself. In an instant, thousands of gazes pierced towards the VIP section where Gu Jinghong sat. The triumphant smile on his face had long since frozen, shattered. The color drained from his face at an alarming rate, leaving him pale as a ghost. His mouth fell slightly open, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks from sheer terror. A trap. From the very beginning, this had been a meticulously crafted snare for him, and he was the fool who had blundered in, obliviously proud of his folly. Yet this was not the end. In the lower right corner of the main screen, a live surveillance feed suddenly appeared. The footage revealed a squad of uniformed police officers bursting through the door, swiftly entering a basement server room filled with machines. The technicians who had been furiously typing just moments before were now paralyzed with fear, instinctively huddling on the ground. The lead technical director was none other than Gu Jinghong's trusted aide, poached from Tianji Technology. Caught red-handed. The evidence was irrefutable. The long focus lens captured the ashen face of Gu Jinghong, etched with terror and despair. At that moment, he forgot to breathe. He locked eyes with Gu Yan, who appeared composed on stage, and glimpsed beside him the woman Su Muqing, who offered him a chilling smile. In that instant, he comprehended everything. From the very start, he had merely been a puppet dancing on strings. Chapter 54. Uncle, the game is over. In the study of the Gu family's ancestral home, the silence was so profound that one could hear the dust settling. Gu Jinghong sat in the grand Zeton-wood chair he had coveted for a lifetime, as if his bones had been extracted, slumping helplessly into its embrace. The pallor of his face from the press conference had yet to regain a hint of color. The door creaked open. Gu Yan entered, his steps steady, his polished shoes gliding over the luxurious hand-woven carpet without a sound. He strode directly to the desk, tossing a thick file onto Gu Jinghong's lap. The file burst open, sheets cascading like snowflakes, blanketing the desk. This was the clandestine ledger of Buyuan Venture Capital since its inception. Gu Yan's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. Within this document lies the record of how you misappropriated the Gu family's project contingency funds as the initial capital. And this, the shareholding agreement of Ruiying Media, with the true controlling party being a distant relative you procured. Gu Jinghong's eyelids flickered, yet he refrained from glancing at the documents. His gaze hollowly fixated on a distant point in space. Gu Yan picked up one of the papers and held it before him. This is the handwriting analysis report of the forged authorization letter from my father. The expert deemed it a close imitation, but alas, the paper's age is inconsistent. Furthermore, these are the transfer records of commissions paid to an organization known as the Ouroboros through offshore shell companies across 7 nations, each entry meticulously detailing its purpose. Some intended to short-sell the Su family's enterprise, others to bribe General Wang from Daxin, and some to hire hackers to attack Xingho. Gu Yan let the paper slip from his fingers, allowing it to float down atop a pile of incriminating evidence. He pulled out the chair opposite and sat, leaning slightly forward. Second uncle, I simply wish to understand why. Gu Jinghong's body jolted violently. His stiff neck slowly turned, finally locking onto Gu Yan's visage. A series of guttural sounds erupted from his throat, reminiscent of a creaky bellows. Suddenly, he laughed. First, a low chuckle. Then the laughter crescendoed into a frenzied cackle. Why? You ask me why? He laughed, tears streaming from his bloodshot eyes. It's all because of your esteemed father, Gu Mingsheng. Gu Jinghong slammed his hand on the table, rising with his body supported by sheer force, his hands trembling violently. He was born to be the crown prince. Whatever he does is right. Everyone revolves around him. And what about me? He pointed at his own nose, his expression contorted. The projects I secured for the Gu family outnumber his by 2-fold. I've endured alcohol to the point of bleeding from my stomach. The South African diamond mine was negotiated by me under gunfire. On the credit roll, his name is always first. That parcel of land in the western suburbs, I wrested it from the jaws of political and business titans after 3 sleepless nights. And what does he do? He merely raises a toast at the celebration, saying you've worked hard. Why should he get all the credit? His voice erupted, his chest heaving violently. Everything I sacrificed for the Gu family, in the end, merely served as a backdrop for him, Gu Mingsheng. I am forever his deputy, his shadow. His fury shifted towards Gu Yan. You're just like your father, with a facade of false benevolence, yet inherently indecisive. You are utterly unworthy of occupying this position. Everything I have done was not to bring ruin to the Gu family. It was to fortify it. I was reclaiming what rightfully belonged to me. Gu Yan listened quietly until only Gu Jinghong's heavy breathing echoed in the study. Only then did he slowly speak. Have you finished? Gu Jinghong was taken aback. Gu Yan stood, stepping closer until they stood face to face, close enough to discern the reflections in each other's pupils. Your ambition sounds quite captivating. Gu Yan's voice dropped to a whisper, akin to a devil's murmur, audible only to the two of them. Unfortunately, it is all mere nonsense. Gu Jinghong's eyes widened in shock. Let me tell you something, second uncle. Gu Yan's lips nearly brushed against his ear. In my previous life, I died. The Gu group fell entirely into your grasp. Gu Jinghong's body froze as if struck by lightning, his blood seemingly coagulating in that instant. You got your wish, becoming the master of the Gu family. And then what? Gu Yan's voice carried a peculiar, mocking lilt. In less than 3 years, the entire Gu family, along with all your painstaking efforts, has been entirely consumed by a young man named Alexander Soros, leaving not even a fragment behind. In the end, you leapt from the pinnacle of the global financial center. The madness, rage, and unwillingness etched upon Gu Jinghong's face dissipated in that fleeting moment, replaced solely by an overwhelming, incomprehensible horror. He gazed at Gu Yan as one might a monster, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. You couldn't even defend the capital, let alone discuss the expansion of territories. Gu Yan straightened his posture, stepped back, and returned to a normal speaking volume. Your methods of attacking Xingho bear a striking resemblance to those you employed when you annexed the Gu family. Both are self-righteous, saturation-style assaults, both believing they have identified the opponent's Achilles heel. In the end, both have collided headlong into traps meticulously laid for you by others. Gu Yan adjusted his cuffs with a composed demeanor. Your ambition is utterly mismatched with your capabilities. You do not aspire to strengthen the Gu family. You merely seek to prove your superiority over my father. Such juvenile jealousy has condemned you for 2 lifetimes. With a sudden thud, Gu Jinghong's legs buckled. Collapsing to the ground, his gaze vacant, mindlessly repeating, "You are a devil." Gu Yan cast him one last glance before turning towards the door. The police awaited outside. Once inside, you would have ample time to ponder your fate. He pulled open the study door. Outside stood 2 uniformed officers and the somber-faced assistant Lin. The officers entered, hoisting the disoriented Gu Jinghong, dragging him away. Gu Jinghong did not resist, akin to a marionette bereft of its strings. Gu Yan stood in the center of the study, his gaze fixed on the chair once cherished by his father. At last, everything had settled into place. Chapter 55, A Belated Truth. After Gu Jinghong was taken away, the old Gu residence fell into a heavy, oppressive silence. The lingering gloom that had resided for years seemed to dissipate, yet sunlight did not penetrate the shadows. The air was left with a desolate emptiness, a void that followed the reckoning. A week later, atop a private CF in Shanghai, on the terrace the Jiang wind held. This was the place Gu Yan's mother cherished most during her lifetime. He chose this venue as both a tribute and a farewell. He believed this to be a parting meal with Su Muqing. Their common adversary had been vanquished, and the fragile thread binding their alliance should be severed. Gu Yan stirred his cup of black coffee, devoid of sugar or cream. The bitter aroma permeated the air. Opposite him, Su Muqing wore a cream-colored cashmere sweater. Having shed her usual professional attire, her demeanor softened slightly, yet the cool detachment ingrained in her essence remained intact. Assistant Lin had already begun auditing Gu Jinghong's hidden assets, with a complete account expected within 3 months. Gu Yan's tone was measured, akin to delivering an ordinary work report. The distant branches of the Gu family had settled into compliance. He paused, his gaze resting upon her face. As for the Su family side, the penalty and compensation from Dasheen had been received, and subsequent collaborations would be managed by Jinsheng Capital without issue. He meticulously arranged all matters, leaving no room for oversight, as if delineating a clear boundary. Su Muqing refrained from responding, nor did she touch the coffee before her. She merely observed him quietly, her eyes, always as cold as autumn waters, betraying a tumult of unspoken emotions. After a prolonged silence, she produced a brown paper bag from her purse, sliding it across the table towards Gu Yan with decisive movements, devoid of any superfluous words. Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the document bag, but remained motionless. "What is this?" A belated explanation. Su Muqing replied, her voice colder than the Jiang wind. "I know you do not wish to hear this now, but you ought to look." Gu Yan fell silent, ultimately extending his hand to unseal the document bag. Inside was not a contract, but a printed investigative report. The bold title on the cover momentarily halted his breath. Analysis report on Lu Ziao and his associated individual Chun Ruoshua's background and fund flow. Lu Ziao. This name pierced like an invisible thorn, deeply embedded in the annals of his memory across 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, it was this man who drove a wedge between Su Muqing and him, igniting a conflagration when he was most in need of support. He gripped the paper tightly, knuckles whitening. He remained silent, methodically leafing through the pages. The report was exceedingly detailed. It chronicled how Lu Ziao came to know Su Muqing, his calculated approach, and how he deceived her trust with a fictitious technological blueprint. More critically, the subsequent flow of funds was laid bare. Su Muqing had personally invested nearly 500 million. The bank statements and third-party payment records vividly outlined a path of greed. Over 70% of the funds, channeled through hundreds of shell companies and fraudulent contracts, ultimately flowed to a woman named Chun Ruoshua. The distant cousin Lu Ziao claimed needed assistance was, in truth, his first love. He used Su Muqing's money to purchase an entire street of galleries in Paris for his white moonlight. The latter half of the report documented another matter. In his past life, upon discovering the deceit, Su Muqing promptly established a task force, mortgaging Su family shares and hiring Wall Street's most ruthless attorneys to relentlessly pursue Lu Ziao. It was a brutal war. However, she had lost Gu Yan, her strongest ally. While Lu Ziao stood back by Gu Jinghong, she was utterly defeated. Gu Yan turned to the final page. It contained a summary from a private investigator, detailing all public and private interactions between Su Muqing and Lu Ziao. The conclusion was succinct: no intimacy beyond normal social distance. At the report's end, a note was affixed. Su Muqing's handwriting was neat yet incisive. I admit I was foolish. Gu Yan finished reading. He meticulously reorganized the report and returned it to the brown paper bag. Throughout the process, his expression remained impassive, as if he had merely perused an inconsequential industry morning brief. The wind on the terrace intensified, tousling the loose strands of hair framing Su Muqing's face. She watched him, her heart tightening inch by inch. She feared neither his anger nor his scorn, but rather this unsettling indifference. Does it still hold significance to speak of this now? Gu Yan finally spoke, his voice akin to a stone worn by the river for a millennium, devoid of emotion. The grudge has been repaid. Gu Jinghong has fallen. He raised the now cold black coffee, consuming it in one gulp. The extreme bitterness exploded on his tongue, surging down his throat, pervading his very being. We are even. He stood, looking down upon her, his deep-set eyes now a fortress of coldness, impenetrable and distant. Su Muqing, let us part amicably. These 5 words struck like daggers. Su Muqing remained still, gazing up at him, at his handsome yet weary face marked by resoluteness. She understood that the scar from their previous life ran too deep, too excruciating for even the clearest of truths to heal the festering wounds of his heart. Suddenly, she laughed, not a calculated smirk, nor a smile of victory. Yet it was a smile tinged with a hint of resignation, mingled with a touch of defiance, one that had never been unveiled before him. President Gu, do not speak in such absolutes. She leaned slightly forward, resting her elbows on the table, cradling her chin, gazing up at him with a languid posture. Yet her eyes held a fierce intensity. Gu Jinghong had indeed faltered, but the current state of Gu Corporation was merely a hollow shell of chaos. As the new chairman, you may appear to be basking in glory, yet your pockets are likely emptier than your facade suggests, are they not? Her voice was soft, yet each word pierced the heart with precision. I've calculated, to continue the Xingho project, we face a funding gap beginning at 100 billion. Surely, you cannot expect those shareholders you just reprimanded to willingly part with their money? So, Gu Yan's brow furrowed into a deep frown. So, Su Muqing's smile blossomed even more radiantly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of cunning allure. I possess wealth. Qingtian Capital has just completed a new round of fundraising, and our cash flow is robust. She winked at him playfully. Chairman Gu, why not indulge in my generosity for a change? Gu Yan's entire being froze. He had envisioned a myriad of outcomes for this conversation. Tragic, indifferent, resentful. But never had he anticipated such an absurd script bordering on flirtation. He beheld the blaze in her eyes, which not only remained unextinguished but flared with increasing fervor, igniting an unnameable fury within him. "No need," he managed to utter through clenched teeth, turning to leave. His back was resolute, even tinged with a hint of disarray. Su Muqing did not pursue him. She merely lifted her untouched cup of coffee, observing his retreating figure with a light in her gaze that grew brighter. "A graceful parting? Guyan, you are truly naive. In my previous life, I was foolish blind, and I personally pushed you away. In this life, the opportunity one have fought for with my very existence is not meant for a clean break with you. The walls are of your own making. Therefore, allow me to dismantle them, brick by brick." She took a sip of her coffee, savoring the moment. Chapter 56. I shall dismantle your walls. The night was as dark as ink. As the heavy metallic door of the penthouse closed behind him, Guyan felt as if he had carved out a sanctuary of absolute silence from the clamor of the world. This was his private fortress in the heart of the city, a haven whose coordinates he had never disclosed to anyone. Aside from his scheduled housekeeper, no one dared to tread here. He had not returned to the ancestral Gu residence, which was filled with the traces of Su Muqing's life. Memories are a poison. What he required now was a potent antidote of tranquility, a complete, undisturbed silence. He needed this peace to digest the abrupt collapse of Gu Jinghong's business empire, to process the glaring investigative report that Su Muqing had presented, as well as that utterly preposterous notion of being a parasite. With fingers grasping the silk knot of his tie, he yanked it down forcefully, allowing the suffocating sensation that had gripped him all day to dissipate slightly. He refrained from turning on the lights, allowing his weary body to collapse onto the Italian leather sofa in the living room. His body sank, yet his mind remained suspended. Thoughts swirled in chaotic disarray. Each printed word on the report transformed into a sharp chisel, relentlessly etching fine cracks into his impenetrable heart. He was reluctant to admit it. When his gaze fell upon the words, "I have upheld the bottom line," a suffocating sensation gripped his heart, reminiscent of an invisible hand tightening around it. That feeling was all too familiar. But what of it? The harm had already been inflicted. Trust is a mirror, once shattered. Even the most skilled artisan cannot mend it without leaving behind a web of cracks that will forever remain. Each beam of light that passes is a reminder of the past fragmentation. He refused to permit himself to endure another bout of despair from being forsaken by the entire world. Severance was the only, and indeed the best, option. Guyan rose from the sofa and strode directly into the bathroom. He turned on the shower. Scalding hot water cascaded down from above, the torrent assaulting his muscles, striving to wash away the fatigue and the tumultuous emotions that ought not to exist. The steam enveloped him, rendering the mirror a blur. Minutes later, he emerged wrapped in a towel. His muscles had relaxed somewhat under the heat, yet his nerves remained taut. Just as he stepped into the living room, his keen senses detected a whiff of an unfamiliar aroma, a warm scent, imbued with the essence of human warmth, the fragrance of food. The rich savor of mushroom soup mingled with a light yet alluring aroma of scallions. Guyan's footsteps halted abruptly. Every muscle in his body tensed up instantly, his gaze sharpening to a point capable of piercing the darkness, scanning towards the dining area. There, a familiar figure donned in a comically whimsical bear apron was skillfully placing the final dish of stir-fried asparagus onto the table. Her movements were practiced and effortless, as though she had rehearsed this countless times before. For dishes in a soup, sweet and sour ribs, scallion braised sea cucumber, stir-fried asparagus, and mapo tofu. All of his favorite flavors. Su Muqing. She even had the leisure to trim a newly purchased bouquet of white lilies and arrange them in a long empty glass vase at the center of the dining table. This was his fortress. Now, this woman had transformed it into her kitchen. Guyan's expression darkened, inching downwards with an intensity that could wring water from stone. He approached step by step, his bare feet meeting the chill of the marble floor, each step laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. The atmospheric pressure around him plummeting. The air itself seemed to freeze under the chill radiating from him. "How did you get in?" His voice sliced through the air, each word sharp as ice, a painful prick to the eardrums. Yet Su Muqing appeared utterly unfazed. She lifted a ladle, elegantly scooping a spoonful from a soup pot, gently blowing on it before tasting the temperature and seasoning. Satisfied, she nodded. Only after completing this did she finally raise her gaze to meet the dangerous aura emanating from the man before her, waving her phone at him. On the screen was a notification from a property management app. A bold welcome message stood out prominently at the top. "Dear Mrs. Gu, welcome home. We're not divorced yet," Su Muqing stated with unwavering conviction, each word crystal clear. "This afternoon, I took our marriage certificate to the Property Management Center for family member verification. Their staff was exceptionally welcoming and, upon confirming the authenticity of the documents, issued me a key card with full access rights and even register my fingerprint." She set down her phone, delivering her final summation. Reasonable, justifiable, and entirely legal. The vein on Gu Yan's temple throbbed violently. He had invested heavily in establishing this impenetrable fortress with a top-tier security system, an area deemed inviolable. Yet she had effortlessly breached it with a mere small red certificate. Su Muqing. He nearly bit down on his molars, her name escaping through clenched teeth. "I made it very clear over the phone this afternoon. We are done. Have you signed the divorce agreement?" Su Muqing calmly countered. Gu Yan's breath hitched. "Have you obtained the divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau?" She relentlessly pressed for answers, and Gu Yan's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. "Nothing at all." Su Muqing shrugged gently, picked up a pristine white porcelain bowl, and ladled a fragrant mushroom soup into it, placing it steadily on the dining table opposite him. "Legally speaking, you are my husband, and I am your wife. A wife comes to her husband's home to prepare a warm meal for him upon his late return." She paused, raising her eyes to meet his, her gaze clear as crystal. "Is there a problem?" She picked up the serving chopsticks, deftly grasping a piece of glistening, sauce-coated sweet and sour pork rib, and precisely placed it atop the empty bowl of white rice before him. Her tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. "Let's eat first. No matter how monumental the issue, we must fill our stomachs before addressing it. After eating, you'll have the strength to continue arguing with me or to remain angry." Gu Yan fixed his gaze on the steaming bowl of rice, his eyes drawn to the rib that wafted an enticing aroma. His stomach at that moment twisted uncomfortably. He had not consumed anything all day. At this juncture, his body's primal instincts were on the verge of overpowering the stubborn resistance of his rational mind. This woman, she was infiltrating him in a manner he found utterly impossible to resist. She did not shout or fuss, nor did she deign to deliver the usual vacuous platitudes. Instead, she utilized the most ordinary warmth of human existence to gradually erode and dissolve the high walls he had painstakingly constructed with reason and ice. Ultimately, Gu Yan still did not pick up the chopsticks. That would signify a concession. He abruptly turned away, his jaw clenched into a hard line, and wordlessly strode towards the study. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind him. Click! The door was locked from the inside. Through the door, he anticipated hearing questions, knocks, or even cries, yet there was only silence outside. Moments later, Su Muqing's calm voice broke the stillness, neither too high nor too low, but possessing an uncanny penetrative quality that slipped through the crack beneath the door and reached his ears. "I've covered your food with a heat-preserving lid, and the soup is in a casserole, all warm. Whenever you feel hungry, just come out and eat." There was a brief pause before her voice resumed, now laced with a faint hint of amusement. "Gu Yan, I know what you were hiding from. It's all right. I will dismantle the wall you built with your own hands, brick by brick." Inside the study, an eerie silence prevailed. Gu Yan leaned against the cold door, his body devoid of all strength, and slowly sank to the soft carpet. He buried his head deep between his knees, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning a ghastly shade of pale from the strain. The woman outside was 100 times more troublesome than he had anticipated. She had precisely identified his most vulnerable spot and, without hesitation, launched the gentlest yet most lethal of assaults upon it. That night, Gu Yan remained seated in the study until the first light of dawn crept in. He tackled an avalanche of urgent tasks, conducted 2 transcontinental video conferences, drowning himself in frenzied work to numb a heart that resisted thought. At 2 in the morning, he finally emerged from the study. The living room was illuminated only by a warm-toned floor lamp, casting a dim light that rendered the expansive space somewhat desolate. Su Muqing was no longer there. She had likely retreated to the guest room. On the dining table, the food was indeed covered with a large glass heat-preserving lid, showing no trace of disarray. Beneath the casserole, a small circular heating base still glowed with a faint indicator light, tirelessly working for hours. On the table, beside a bouquet of lilies, lay a light blue sticky note. Gu Yin felt an invisible thread pulling him towards it, and, almost involuntarily, he approached. He reached out and picked up the note. It bore her elegant handwriting, subtly edged with a hint of sharpness. The stomach medicine is in the second drawer of the TV cabinet, the black bottle. Don't be stubborn. I know you didn't eat on time again today. Gu Yin clutched the thin paper, a slight, almost uncontrollable tremor rippling through his fingertips. That heart, repeatedly wounded in this life and the last, long frozen into a stubborn stone, was unexpectedly branded with a delicate yet searing mark by these mere words. It wasn't T-pain. It was a pang, an unfamiliar, disorienting ache that began at his fingertips and, slowly yet resolutely, spread through the meridians of his arms and settled in his chest. Chapter 57, Brother Yin, Look at Me. At the headquarters of Gu Corporation in the top-tier conference room, a somber atmosphere enveloped the massive oval table. The dozen or so individuals present represented the newly restructured core power of the Gu Corporation. Each one was a formidable talent Gu Yin had personally recruited from both the old guard and external sources. This marked the first real high-level strategic meeting since Gu Jinghong's downfall. The agenda was singular: the direction of the group for the next 5 years and the initiation of a Series B financing for the Spark project. Gu Yin sat at the head of the table, clad in a tailored deep gray suit, his hair meticulously arranged without a single strand out of place. The usual languor had vanished from his handsome features, leaving only the sharpness and authority befitting a captain at the helm. He needed no words. Merely his calm presence was sufficient to drop the temperature in the conference room to freezing levels. The Series A financing for Spark had nearly depleted, and the financial black hole left by Gu Jinghong needed to be filled. Gu Yin tapped his fingertips on the tablet, and the main screen displayed a detailed financing proposal. Series B financing is imperative. My plan is to sell 10% of the shares, raising $3 billion. I already have preliminary interest from the lead investor. Before he could finish, the heavy double doors of the conference room were pushed open. All eyes turned in unison towards the entrance. Su Muqing walked in, clad in a sharply tailored white suit, her long hair styled into a neat bun, her 7-centimeter heels clicking confidently against the floor. Her aura eclipsed the entire elite team of black suits behind her. Gu Yin's brows furrowed sharply. How would you be here? Apologies for the interruption. Su Muqing smiled, her expression formulaic yet impeccable, her gaze sweeping over the room before landing squarely on Gu Yin. I heard that President Gu is discussing the Series B financing for Spark. Our Qingtian Capital is very interested in this project. So, I took the liberty of joining you, hoping I haven't disturbed anyone. A few suppressed gasps echoed in the conference room. Qingtian Capital, a rising star in the capital circle known for its fierce reputation over the past 2 years. Its founder, Su Muqing, was a living legend within the industry. Many executives present had heard rumors about this Ms. Su and their new chairman, and now, with her entrance, all their gossiping spirits ignited while their faces maintained a facade of professionalism. Miss Su, you're too kind. Gu Yin forcibly suppressed the turmoil rising within him and gestured towards the vacant seat beside him. Please take a seat. He merely desired to conduct business and expedite her departure. However, Su Muqing did not move. Ignoring the seat prepared for her, she strode directly towards Gu Yin's position. Under the almost frozen stares of the executives, she leaned down, her crimson lips brushing against his ear. Warm breaths, entwined with the crisp scent of perfume, infiltrated Gu Yin's ear. I've come to deliver your money. Are you pleased? Her voice was hushed, akin to feathers brushing softly, imbued with an almost imperceptible hint of mirth. Intimate as a lover's whisper, Gu Yan's body stiffened instantaneously, acutely aware of the myriad of gazes in the conference room, now transformed into searchlights, fixated on the exchange between him and Su Muqing. Those looks bore expressions of astonishment, curiosity, and a peculiar mix of amusement that dared not manifest in laughter. His countenance darkened, inch by inch, shrouded in a disconcerting gloom. "Ms. Su," he said, his voice taut, each syllable ground out as if through clenched teeth. "This is a meeting time." "I know," Su Muqing replied, straightening and innocently blinking her eyes before gracefully making her way to her seat, nodding at her team leader. "Let us begin." The ensuing meeting was steeped in an atmosphere of utter peculiarity. The team from Qing Tian capital exhibited an alarming level of professionalism, their comprehension of the Xingho project rivaling even that of Gu's own company. Their inquiries were incisive, striking at the very core of the matter. Gu Yan forced himself to ignore the woman's playful gaze, plunging into the fray of negotiations with a sharp exchange of words. As the meeting reached the critical juncture of clause negotiations concerning post-investment management and board positions, both parties found themselves at an impasse. Gu Yan's stance was resolute, not yielding an inch, for the absolute control of Xingho was his Achilles heel. The air in the conference room grew so dense it felt suffocating. Just as the lawyers from both sides began to perspire profusely, Su Muqing, who had remained silent until then, suddenly smiled, propping her chin on her hand. She tilted her head to glance at the tense man at the head of the table, her eyes sparkling with a mix of reproach and affection. Then, before everyone present, she spoke in a tone that was both coy and slightly petulant. "Brother Yan, why are you being so fierce?" In that instant, the air in the conference room was sucked away. All whispers, the rustling of papers, even the sound of breathing came to an abrupt halt. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Su Muqing continued in her sweet, soft voice, dropping the real bombshell. "If there are any terms you find unacceptable, we can go home." She paused, her voice rising melodically, lingering on the last few words, laced with ambiguity. "We can discuss it slowly in bed." Boom! An atomic bomb detonated in the center of the conference room. Silence enveloped the space. The seasoned assistant Lin, accustomed to the tumult of the business world, dropped his pen with a thud onto the table. All the executives appeared as though their eyes would pop from their sockets. Mouths agape, as if they could fit a light bulb inside. Brother Yin? Discussing in bed at home? This was their decisively ruthless and cold-hearted CEO? Such dialogue could be heard at a negotiation table for 300 billion. Gu Yan's face turned an ominous shade of black. A surge of blood rushed to his head, darkening his vision, his rationality teetering on the edge of collapse. If looks could kill, Su Muqing would have been eviscerated 1,000 times over. "Miss Su," he ground out, each word carved from the depths of his clenched jaw. "I implore you, be mindful of the occasion." Yet, Su Muqing appeared oblivious to the murderous expression on his face. She straightened, seamlessly transitioning back into her professional persona, coolly instructing her legal team. "All right, let us proceed according to Mr. Gu. No, Brother Yen's terms. We at Qing Tian Capital will concede fully, with 300 billion. She proclaimed a fact to all present, as well as to Gu Yan himself. "In public, I am your benefactor. In private, you must heed my words. Disobey? Should you refuse, I shall orchestrate your social demise before the entire company." The meeting concluded in a shroud of silence and strangeness. Gu Yan was the first to storm out of the conference room, cornering Su Muqing in the hallway and yanking her into the fire escape. Bang! The heavy fire door sealed off all sound. "Su Muqing, are you out of your mind?" Gu Yan seethed, rage boiling within him, his chest heaving. In 2 lifetimes, he had never lost composure like this. Su Muqing winced slightly as he gripped her wrist tightly, yet her expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, she rose onto her toes, leaning closer, her other hand methodically straightening his tie, which had become slightly disheveled from his fury. Her fingertips grazed over his heated throat, barely brushing against his skin. Gu Yan's breath hitched once more. Su Muqing gazed into his smoldering eyes, filled with indignation, a smile playing on her lips as if she were a cat that had indulged in forbidden pleasures. "Brother Yin," she teased, delighting in the fire kindling further in his gaze. "When not divorced yet, How can you be so fierce with your lawful wife? She lowered her voice, her breath wafting over his ear. Don't you think your face was rather adorable when you blushed in the conference room? Chapter 58. You are adorable. And your entire family is adorable. Bang! The heavy fire door slammed shut behind them, severing the last remnants of light and sound from the conference room. The world plunged into darkness. Only the emergency light in the corner cast a sickly green glow, chillingly illuminating Gu Yan's deeply furrowed brow. In the narrow, claustrophobic fire escape, the air was thick with dust and the cold scent of concrete, mingling with the nearly palpable fury radiating from him. That anger was raw, a primal force born from the utmost offense. Su Muqing, what exactly are you trying to achieve? His voice emerged from deep within his throat, each word laced with frost, resonating dully in the enclosed space. The grip on her wrist was alarmingly fierce, his knuckles white, veins pulsing visibly, as though he might crush her wrist bone at any moment. In 2 lifetimes, he had never displayed such a lack of decorum in front of others, let alone in the very empire he had built, stripped of all dignity and respect by a woman using the most frivolous and humiliating means. A sharp pain radiated from her wrist, and the delicate furrow of Su Muqing's brow deepened ever so slightly. Yet, there was not a shred of fear upon her visage. She did not struggle. Instead, she leaned closer, softly pressing her body against his, following the force of his grip. With her free hand, she gently placed it over his powerful one, which was still tightly gripping her wrist. Her fingertips were cool, possessing a strangely soothing magic, as they leisurely caressed the back of his hand, tracing over the veins that bulged from his fury. The motion was languorous, imbued with a deadly seduction. Brother Yan, you are hurting me, she cooed, her tones softening, the final note descending, sounding both innocent and pitiful, as if he were the brutish tyrant. That endearing Brother Yan was both a feather and a steel needle, precisely piercing the taut string of his rationality, which was already stretched to its limits. Gu Yan's body stiffened abruptly. He could distinctly feel his fury igniting like a sponge soaked in gasoline, not extinguishing, but rather propelling him toward an even more perilous and uncontrollable brink. Almost as if jolted by electricity, he violently released her hand. The overwhelming inertia caused him to stumble backward, his back colliding heavily against the cold wall with a sound that sent a jolt of discomfort through him. Do not challenge my limits again. He gasped for breath, attempting to quell the tumultuous heat surging within him with pain and frigidness, striving to reclaim control of the conversation. Yet, upon opening his mouth, he discovered that his voice was taut, the final notes scraping against his throat, leaving a coarse and hoarse trace. Our transaction has come to a close. $3 billion in investment, my gratitude to you. Once GU's enterprise stabilizes, I shall repurchase all the shares you hold at the highest premium. Thereafter, we shall promptly proceed with the divorce formalities. He articulated each word with chilling precision, endeavoring to draw a distinct line between them, akin to the fabled boundary of Chu and Han. This declaration served as his ultimate weapon in the realm of commerce, dismantling interests and terminating contracts. However, Su Muqing merely regarded him in silence. In her strikingly beautiful, yet often cool gaze, a smile gradually unfurled, one that bore the unmistakable mark of comprehension. I see through you. With a leisurely demeanor, she extracted an item from her exquisite platinum handbag, a small, glaringly red certificate, the marriage license. She held the crimson booklet at her fingertips, waving it before him with elegance, yet emanating an aura of triumph, as if flaunting a hard-won trophy. Mr. Gu, before we engage in business discussions, we must clarify a fundamental reality. Her voice resumed its usual coolness, yet it bore an unparalleled weight of pressure. According to Article 1049 of the Civil Code, we are lawful spouses. In the records of the Civil Affairs Bureau, until we have both signed a divorce agreement and obtained a divorce certificate, we remain married. She paused, retracting the marriage certificate and stepping forward. Gu Yan instinctively felt the urge to retreat. Yet, he realized his back was already pressed against the icy wall with no escape. She advanced another step. The sharp tip of her high-heeled shoe nearly brushed against his exquisite custom leather shoes. The distance between them was compressed to an extreme. He could distinctly perceive the crisp scent of plants wafting from her hair, could see his own face, etched with shock and fury, reflected in the stark contrast of her pupils. She tilted her head back, her gaze no longer playful, but honed into a sharp intensity that pierced into his very core. I, Su Muqing, am your only legal spouse. Thus, she gazed up at him, her eyes gleaming with cunning aggression. Does a wife caring for her husband's business pose a problem? This question struck like a bullet, hitting its mark. Gu Yan was rendered speechless. She inched closer, her breath almost brushing against his chin. Does a wife feel her husband is overburdened at the negotiation table and wish to alleviate his burdens? Does that pose a problem? The second bullet, his once proud logic and eloquence, appeared feeble and impotent in the face of her almost audacious, yet entirely lawful rationale. He realized that the principles of commerce he held dear, the spirit of contracts, crumbled before the age-old and domineering institution of marriage. A wife entering her husband's company, bringing him financial support while simultaneously asserting her claim. She flashed a slight smile, delivering the final blow. Does that pose a problem? You. Gu Yan's throat constricted violently, his chest heaving, and after a long moment, he managed to squeeze out that single word through gritted teeth. He was seething with rage, his handsome face taut, his mind buzzing from a lack of oxygen. Su Muqing surveyed his expression, the mirth in her eyes deepening. The heat radiated from his neck, uncontrollably spreading to his ears, reducing his calm facade to ashes. Moreover, she lowered her voice, her breath caressing his ear, each word imbued with an intimate warmth. You were blushing just now in the conference room. She deliberately paused, relishing the moment as his eyes widened in shock, filled with embarrassment and a fleeting hint of panic. Truly adorable. Adorable. Those two words are the final straw that broke the camel's back. The humiliation they summoned was 1,000 times more intense than 100 public insults, calling him useless. For the first time, Gu Yan found himself described as adorable, just as the long-simmering volcano of his emotions was on the verge of erupting. Su Muqing suddenly rose onto her toes. A soft, warm sensation, accompanied by her unique fragrance, swiftly pressed against his taut cheek. Then, she retreated quickly, creating a perilous distance between them. The entire world seemed to be muted in that fleeting moment. The buzzing in his mind, the boiling blood, and all the sharp words poised to escape his lips were all stifled in his throat, washed away clean. Gu Yan stood utterly frozen, like a statue turned to stone, maintaining his position against the wall without movement. Su Muqing had already turned, pulling open the heavy fire door. Light surged in from outside, outlining her figure with a brilliant, blinding silhouette. She glanced back at the man still rooted in the shadows, trapped in a state of shock, and bestowed upon him a triumphant smile, akin to a fox that has successfully stolen a meal. I have an international video conference to attend. I must take my leave. Brother Yin, dinner at home tonight. Bang. The fire door slammed shut once more. The world returned to darkness and silence. Gu Yan remained alone in the desolate fire escape, frozen for an eternity. Chapter 59. The scene of Mr. Gu's social death. The address Brother Yin became an overnight sensation within the Gu group, a viral phenomenon whose propagation exceeded Gu Yan's wildest imagination. The following day, upon stepping through the company's doors, he immediately sensed an unprecedentedly peculiar atmosphere. From the reception desk to the administrative offices, every individual he encountered wore the same expression. It was a twisted amalgamation of utmost reverence and frenzied curiosity, their gazes flickering with an odd glimmer of intrigue. The greetings remained respectful. However, as they bowed their heads, their shoulders trembled with barely suppressed laughter, betraying the tempest raging within. Gu Yan's jawline tightened into a rigid line. He strode directly toward the exclusive elevator, emanating an aura that felt at least 10 degrees cooler than usual. Just before the elevator doors closed, he distinctly heard the hall behind him erupt with a cacophony of stifled whispers. Throughout the morning, this strange atmosphere lingered like a parasite, omnipresent. The top-level presidential office, typically a bastion of silence where even breathing seemed intrusive, today felt excessively quiet. Everyone was engrossed in their work. Even the sound of keyboards clicking carried an air of furtiveness, as if they were engaged in some clandestine act. Assistant Lin knocked and entered to report on work matters. This golden assistant, who had stood by him through thick and thin, was today keeping his head low, his gaze glued to the documents in his hands, as if they might bloom into flowers. Mr. Gu, regarding the details of the Series B financing for Xingho, Qingtian Capital has sent over the revised legal version. Just as he reached a crucial point in his report, Assistant Lin's voice unexpectedly faltered, like he had choked on his own saliva. He abruptly coughed twice, his shoulders shaking involuntarily. Gu Yan's eyelids twitched, a cold glimmer sweeping across his gaze. At that moment, Lin's phone on the desk vibrated ominously. A notification suddenly popped up. Gu Yan's gaze inadvertently swept across it, and his eyes abruptly froze. It was a post from an anonymous internal forum that he had never paid attention to before. The title was inscribed in bold red font, resembling a scream. Breaking, the cold-faced king of hell is actually a whining puppy? A tale I must share about my brother Yan. Original poster. I was really there. Below it were responses that had already accumulated to a staggering 999 replies. What the heck? Is this for real? Did President Su actually call him brother Yin in front of dozens of executives? The imagery is too vivid. More details from the original poster. Please, what was President Gu's expression at that moment? Did he blush? Hurry up and tell us. I declare, the Qingtian by Yin CP is the most epic. A 30 billion engagement gift. What kind of divine love is this? To the poster above, I just set up a CP discussion group. Ladies, come on. Investing here is a sure win. Assistant Lin sensed his boss's murderous glare and, frightened, trembled, hastily attempting to turn off his phone. In his panic, he inadvertently clicked into the post's details. A blurry photo, taken by an unknown person, suddenly appeared on the screen. In the image, Su Muqing was leaning in to whisper into Gu Yan's ear, and although his profile was indistinct, the flush on his ears was unmistakably clear, as if silently conveying something. Gu Yan's complexion visibly darkened. The handsome features drained of color, leaving only a brooding shadow, as if a storm were brewing. And the temperature in the office seemed to plummet. Lin, assistant. He nearly spat out the words through gritted teeth, each syllable laced with icy shards, striking Lin's nerves. Come here. Lin, assistant, stood rigid, his soul seemingly fleeing. Immediately issue a company-wide notice. Gu Yan's voice was devoid of any human warmth, forbidding any discussions or dissemination of gossip unrelated to work during work hours through any channels. The consequences for violators were clear: a first warning, a second leading to a deduction of that month's bonus, and a third resulting in immediate dismissal. Understood, Lin assistant acknowledged, bolting from the suffocating office. The notice was swiftly disseminated with relentless efficiency. However, the high-pressure policy did not silence the murmurs. Rather, it incited a more clandestine and frenzied underground revelry. Within 10 minutes, a new post surged to the top of the anonymous forum. Urgent notice. The tyrant is furious. Sisters transition to underground organization. Password remains unchanged. Gu Yan, glancing at the screenshot slyly handed to him by Lin assistant, felt a nerve in his temple throb violently. For the first time, he realized that power also had its limits. He could command a business empire valued at hundreds of billions. Yet he could not silence the eager mouths of those obsessed with gossip. At 3 in the afternoon, as Gu Yan attempted to numb himself with an avalanche of documents, the intercom rang at the most inopportune moment. It was the front desk. Mr. Gu, President Su from Qingtian Capital sent something over and specifically requested that you personally sign for it. The front desk's voice quivered as if relaying a hot potato. Gu Yan's brow furrowed deeply. Have them deliver it to the CEO's office and hand it to Assistant Lin. But they said, President Su instructed that this item is highly personal and must be handed to you directly. Otherwise, they will wait in the lobby. As soon as the words left her mouth, dozens of eyes in the CEO's office turned towards him, brimming with anticipation, excitement, and a delight in the unfolding drama. Piercing through the frosted glass door, Gu Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was a frozen sea of silence. He understood that this was a calculated move by Su Muqing. If he chose not to go down, tomorrow's forum title would be, "The Tyrant is Heartless." The darling wife waits for hours for what? If he did go down, it would only serve to publicly validate all the rumors. Ultimately, he rose to his feet. He adjusted his suit, and amidst the heavy silence and burning gazes, expressionless, he strode out. Under the watchful eyes of dozens, he took the elevator down to the lobby. A young man in a delivery uniform was waiting there respectfully. Upon seeing him, the delivery boy's eyes lit up as he hurriedly handed over the item. It was a lunchbox, a three-tiered insulated container, entirely pink, adorned with a cute bunny design, strikingly cartoonish in appearance. On top of the lunchbox was a pink sticky note with a handwritten message from Su Muqing in a sharp yet deliberately cute script. Brother Yan, no matter how busy work gets, remember to eat on time. At the end of the note, a large heart was drawn. In the bustling lobby filled with passers-by, under countless adoring gazes, Gu Yin, the newly appointed cold-hearted leader of the Gu group, expressionless, accepted the pink lunchbox adorned with rabbits from the delivery boy. He even heard someone nearby squealing in excitement. He accepted it. He really accepted it. Holding the lunchbox that clashed dramatically with his tailored suit and frosty aura, Gu Yin turned and returned to the elevator under the gaze of the crowd. The moment he closed the office door behind him, it felt as if he had expended every ounce of strength within him. He slammed the pink devil down onto his mahogany desk with a resounding thud. His gaze fixated on the crooked heart drawn with a black pen. The roar of blood rushing through his veins threatened to burst his eardrums. Social death. So, this is how it feels.